Chapter 1. Some things are unpreventable. The greatest sorrow in life is not death or unspent wealth, but rather the shattering realization that the children one has cherished for years are not one's own. Wang Yu clutched two freshly printed paternity test results, both declaring unequivocally, no biological relationship. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him chilled to the bone even in the oppressive heat of July. Alas, among the myriad of lives' tribulations, the betrayal of infidelity is the most piercing of all. The treachery of his wife left him gasping for air. Indeed, in long-term relationships, there are always those who seek novelty, yearning for a spark amidst the tranquility of daily life. Wang Yu felt a profound chill enveloping him as he trembled in the hospital chair, his heart heavy with grief. The promises of eternal love he once cherished now seemed like cruel deceptions. His wife, Chun Yuding, had been the acknowledged belle of the university. Even after bearing two children, she retained a remarkable figure, becoming even more alluring and voluptuous. Her fair, delicate skin and lustrous black hair belied her age, making her appear far younger than her 30-something years. Coming from a wealthy family with assets in the billions and being the sole daughter, she epitomized the ideal of beauty and affluence. Wang Yu, a humble graduate, had taken pride in marrying such a perfect woman, and the birth of their children had made him feel like the happiest man alive. Yet now, the flimsy pieces of paper in his hand felt like a great axe, shattering the illusion of his happy family. The thought of years spent under the veil of deception, nurturing her as if she were a fragile treasure, made him feel like a complete fool. A fire of rage surged within him, leaving his future shrouded in darkness, and at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Even if he were to confront her, what could he achieve? Once the green hat of infidelity is worn, it is a rare thing to remove. His father-in-law, who had always looked down upon him, had been considering having his daughter take her mother's surname, but if he were to stir up trouble, it would likely hasten the process of divorce. What would he ultimately gain? His face twisted in anguish as thoughts of betrayal consumed him. The pain of being wronged is a wound that cannot be easily healed. Wandering aimlessly out of the hospital, he stumbled upon a bar and decided to indulge himself for the night, vowing to live solely for himself henceforth. Wang Yu stood tall, possessing striking features and an air of elegance that had drawn many admirers during his school days. However, his wife's presence had rendered those girls too intimidated to express their affections. Now, drowning himself in alcohol, the despair radiating from him stirred a protective instinct in the women who observed him. "Sir, drinking alone? Would you like some company?" One of the women, accustomed to the bar scene, approached him. Wang Yu welcomed her without hesitation at this moment. He cared not who accompanied him, he simply desired to drown his sorrows in oblivion, to forget his love and his wife. Heartbroken souls often find solace in drink, and before long, Wang Yu collapsed in a booth, surrounded by women who began to take advantage of his inebriated state. "Let go. This man is mine for the night." The declaration exploded like a bomb in the previously raucous atmosphere. The group of ravenous women grew increasingly brazen. A chilling, authoritative voice pierced through the tension, halting their advances like a sword cleaving the air. "Who do you think you are?" One woman snapped back, her face twisted in anger. "And what makes you so special?" Another chimed in, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Form an orderly line." A third shouted, feeling insulted. In an instant, chaos ensued, with voices clashing as these women began to argue, each vying to prove her worthiness of the man. "Hey, race 100,000. Whoever grabs it first gets him." With that, a thin check fluttered to the floor, igniting a frenzied scramble among the women. In his haze, Wang Yu felt himself being lifted, the soft touch confirming that it was a woman. But in his disoriented state, he could not discern her identity. After leaving the bar, he found himself in a car, where he vaguely recognized the driver as a girl with long, flowing black hair. This reminded him of the time when he first met his wife, prompting him to shout, "Chun Yuding, you deceiver. You made me raise another man's children, and now you have the audacity to show your face before me." The woman remained silent, focused solely on driving, as if his words were mere whispers in the wind. Wang Yu, inebriated and consumed by rage, continued his tirade. "I took a paternity test today. Neither of the children is mine. Why would you do this to me?" Tears streamed down his face as he began to sob uncontrollably. The tears of a man are often more precious than blood. After years of devotion, to arrive at such a bitter outcome was unbearable. Wang Yu, in his drunken state, could no longer contain his emotions. "I will not let this go. I will expose your family's disgrace. I will kill that bastard." The woman remained unmoved, her silence stoking the flames of his fury. "Why don't you speak? Do you feel guilty? After loving you for so long, how could you betray me? Tell me why." As his anger spiraled, the alcohol took hold, and Wang Yu drifted into a fitful sleep, his mutterings barely coherent. Time passed, and the car came to a stop in an underground parking lot. The woman helped him out, guiding him into a house. Wang Yu felt like a puppet, his limbs controlled by her as he sensed her removing his clothing and tending to his body. In his stupor, he had lost all sense of where he was or what was transpiring. Life is but a dream, and within this dream, the scent of roses lingered. Upon waking in the morning, Wang Yu felt parched and yearned to call for his wife to bring him a glass of warm water. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, memories of the previous day flooded back. He chuckled bitterly, feeling foolish for his tears. Resolving to take responsibility for himself from now on, he recognized that the woman who had betrayed him was not worth salvaging. Regardless of her beauty or wealth, she was nothing but a repugnant blemish. As he gathered his resolve, he noticed a dull ache in his left arm, and the sensation felt unusual. He recalled the events of the previous night and the woman who had taken him away. To his shock, he realized he had been with someone. He cautiously lifted his head to see the woman beside him, still peacefully asleep. Her eyes were closed, her complexion radiant. Silky black hair cascaded over his arm, her breathing soft and gentle, her lips slightly parted as if lost in a beautiful dream. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her porcelain skin, creating a scene that resembled a perfect painting. Wang Yu, with his discerning eye for beauty, was captivated. Chapter 2. Decisiveness in Adversity. After a moment of admiration, the woman gradually regained consciousness. "Although I was uncertain about the circumstances that led to this situation, I was open to any requests you might have." Once the alcohol wore off, Wang Yu spoke with a hint of nervousness. Wen Xin gazed at the man before her, unable to suppress a smile. The person she cherished had deceived her for 20 years without ever offering her a promise. Yet, a moment of reckless abandon, born from her despair, had unexpectedly yielded a commitment. How tragic, how lamentable, how pitiable, and above all, how infuriating. What good did it do to understand this? Was it worth berating herself for being so foolish? At her age, what could she possibly hold on to? The man before her, whom she had observed in the bar for quite some time, appeared to have suffered from love as well. Though he contemplated burying his feelings completely, Wen Xin was reluctant to settle for just anyone. She desired at least someone who was visually agreeable and not repulsive. Some women exhibit peculiar behavior, inflicting pain upon themselves to achieve a certain goal, yet in the process, they pursue perfection. On her way back, she learned the man in Oppo's name and heard his anguished cries. Indeed, his plight was even more sorrowful than her own. He had been married for 7 years, deeply devoted to his wife, only to discover that their 2 children were not his. As a woman, Wen Xin condemned the shamelessness of the other woman while simultaneously empathizing with Wang Yu's ordeal. She reasoned that she merely sought someone pleasant to be with, and Wang Yu, with his decent appearance and seemingly good character, was a suitable choice. His story was one that would bring tears to the eyes of any listener. After a tiring selection process, she decided on him, believing that she could offer him something, a glimpse of luck and warmth amidst his life of deceit and betrayal. "If you wish for me to take responsibility, I believe we could attempt to engage for a while," she proposed. The woman exuded an air of innocence, leading Wang Yu to feel inclined to get to know her better. Despite his wife and Oppo's betrayal, he had no intention of resigning himself to solitude. Wang Yu felt a mixture of regret and disbelief. He had unwittingly found himself embroiled in infidelity, a reality difficult for someone with his principles to accept. "Never mind. Just go. I have no desire to get to know you," he retorted. "What do you mean?" she queried. "You should return and resolve your own matters first. Both children are not yours. You should hurry and divorce your wife." "How do you know?" he asked, bewildered. "You shouted about it all night in the car. It would be hard not to know. Wait for me." I will first return to divorce my wife, and then come find you. Wang Yu believed that his marital status had led to her misunderstanding. Do you not understand human language? If you wish to pursue me, it requires my consent as well. Now leave. Blushing, Wang Yu stammered, at a loss for words. It dawned on him that this was merely a one-night affair. Unlike women, who often take such matters lightly, his traditional nature compelled him to leave his contact information. Wen Xin waved her hand, uttering not a word. Though she sympathized with Wang Yu and Oppo's experience and had given him her most precious gift, she was reluctant to engage in any emotional exchange with a man who had been deceived for so long. A pleasing exterior was insufficient, especially since she had no inclination for it. Wang Yu placed the note on the bedside table and began to dress, only to discover a small red flower on the bed. This. It was no wonder Wang Yu was so taken aback. He had never seen such a flower, even on his wedding day. His wife had explained that she had injured herself during her dance lessons. Wang Yu had once questioned it, later verifying the information online, which confirmed its plausibility. Coupled with his wife and Oppo's deliberate attempts at flattery and her astonishing physical flexibility, he had ultimately accepted the explanation. What are you staring at? Hurry and leave, Wen Xin urged. Her face flushed as she urged Wang Yu away. Wait for me. After dressing, Wang Yu gazed earnestly at Wen Xin for 10 seconds, a moment he would never forget before departing. Sitting on the bed, Wen Xin felt a pang of regret over her decision, not for indulging herself, but for choosing a man like Wang Yu. His overwhelming possessiveness might lead to complications in the future, yet she dismissed the thought, reminding herself that she would soon resolve her matters in the city and likely never see him again. After leaving, Wang Yu headed to his wife's company, determined to confront her directly. The intense urge for revenge could wait. His priority now was to expedite the divorce. Upon learning the truth, he was intent on minimizing his losses, for he had already donned the metaphorical green hat for far too long. Chen Yuding, his wife, was youthful and charming, hailing from a well-to-do family. Even knowing she was married with 2 children, there were still those eager to pursue her for both wealth and beauty. However, Wang Yu had never been concerned about such matters. Their relationship had always been harmonious, and their children were well-behaved. Now, reflecting on it, how ironic it was that he had been wearing a metaphorical green hat for at least 4 years. Arriving at his wife's office, Wang Yu walked in silence, ignoring anyone who greeted him. He pushed open the door to her office, where Chen Yuding was engrossed in her work. Gazing at her beauty and competence, Wang Yu felt nothing but disdain and disgust. Darling, what brings you here? Where did you go last night? I tried calling you, but your phone was off, Chen Yuding said, looking up to see Wang Yu had arrived. Her calm demeanor only deepened his frustration. He felt deceived by her very appearance. Years of infidelity and betrayal had clouded his judgment, and had he not pursued a paternity test, he would have continued to toil away in blind obedience. Wang Yu closed the office door and locked it, drawing the curtains as well. Though he had been deceived for so long and harbored thoughts of revenge, he knew the time was not right. He still cared about his dignity. Chen Yuding, tell me honestly, have you ever betrayed me? Wang Yu asked darkly, eager to hear her response. What's wrong with you? You're acting strangely today. You come to my office early and ask me this. Did you hear something? Chen Yuding, having run a business for several years, was adept at controlling her emotions. Wang Yu's furrowed brow and the fact that he had not returned home the previous night raised her suspicions. Before clarifying the situation, she knew that acting on impulse would yield no favorable outcome. Chen Yuding's composure did not surprise Wang Yu. Having been a capable businesswoman for years, she was skilled in her craft. However, he had no intention of engaging in a lengthy argument. With evidence in hand, he had little patience for such confrontations. Enough of this, just look at this, Wang Yu exclaimed, handing her 2 copies of the paternity test results. As Chen Yuding accepted the documents and glimpsed their contents, her expression shifted dramatically. She had never anticipated that her long-held secret would be uncovered by her husband. It was clear that today would not end well. Creating a scene in the office could have severe repercussions for both her company and her family. Whose are these? You aren't trying to scare me, are you? She asked, feigning ignorance. You needn't deny it. I had this done at a legitimate institution, which holds legal weight. The samples for both children were collected by me personally. I'm not here to ask you for explanations. Chapter 3. Do not mistake me for a fool. Wang Yu's words left Chen Yuding in a prolonged silence. Yet Wang Yu remained unperturbed. After all, certain pieces of evidence are irretrievable. Chen Yuding calmly regarded Wang Yu and disposed of the identification report into the shredder. You have not conducted any assessment, nor have I seen this report. Darling, haven't we been a happy family? What kind of celestial logic is this? Was she Zhao Gao in a past life? Wang Yu nearly choked at his wife's remarks. He could never have anticipated her nonchalant denial of the obvious. Was she attempting to compel him to live under a perpetual cloud of suspicion, to continue raising another man's child? Her words, though not overtly damaging, were laced with profound insult. Chen Yuding, do you truly believe that is possible? Do not force my hand to locate that man and hasten the divorce. Divorce is out of the question. Our 2 daughters cannot grow up without their father, and I cannot bear to lose my husband. Her tone was matter of fact, as if recounting a mundane event. Yet, Wang Yu found it absurd. She had already placed the blame squarely upon him, yet spoke to him in such a manner. I will not raise a child that is not mine, nor will I continue to share a life with you. If you disagree, I shall pursue a divorce in court, and you shall bear the consequences. Wang Yu's agitation was palpable. His wife felt like a stranger. He had envisioned many scenarios upon his arrival. Tears, derision, pleas, even outright denial. Yet, his wife's calm dismissal of the reality felt like an attempt to erase the situation and persist in her ignorance. Is that even conceivable? Such naivete is laughable. While his wife was indeed affluent, Wang Yu was not the type to sacrifice his dignity for monetary gain. If not for the events of last night, if not for his responsibilities as a son, at this moment, Wang Yu was consumed by a desire to confront his wife directly. Upon hearing that he intended to escalate matters to the courtroom, Chen Yuding's brow furrowed. Typically composed, she found herself on the verge of losing her temper. Yet, witnessing Wang Yu's escalating fury, she refrained from provoking him further. Losing control could lead to complications she would rather avoid. How could you pursue a paternity test? Did someone plant this idea in your mind? Chen Yuding was well acquainted with Wang Yu. Their family had always been harmonious, and he had never expressed doubts. It was highly likely that someone had deliberately informed him. Indeed, I received a text message yesterday morning. Initially, I thought it was merely a nuisance, but it explicitly detailed your infidelity, the time and place, making it hard not to suspect you. I had trusted you, believing someone was targeting you, and I intended to call and inform you. But after multiple attempts, I could not reach you. You claimed to be at work that morning, yet within an hour, you were unreachable, compelling my doubts. To her dismay, the test results confirmed her fears. Where were you yesterday morning? You didn't return my calls in the afternoon. Were you busy with that man? Caught off guard, Chen Yuding struggled to respond. Her whereabouts yesterday were certainly not something she could disclose to her husband. She inwardly cursed the individual who had silenced her phone. Had it not been for him, she might have avoided this predicament altogether. Little did she know, the phone had been deliberately switched off, and the message Wang Yu received was orchestrated. If he had not sought the paternity test, there would have been other methods employed, all aimed at ousting him from her life. For years, Chen Yuding had been coddled by 2 men, believing she could masterfully control both. How foolish of her to think any man would be so naive. Thus, upon discovering the truth, her husband shed his former gentleness and impatiently sought a divorce. The outside lover, too, was calculating, eager to possess her for himself. Why the silence? Have I struck a nerve? I was out negotiating a contract yesterday. My phone died, and I was preoccupied until evening. When I tried to call, no one answered. Wang Yu reflected that when his wife called, he had not been drinking. He surmised she was engaged in her affair, making it improbable she would take his call. Enough. I do not wish to dwell on this. One statement. Divorce. The children are yours, and our assets will be evenly divided. Let this matter conclude, and we shall live apart, never to cross paths again. Wang Yu was disinclined to engage further in conversation with his wife. Divorce is out of the question. You will return home immediately, or I will show no mercy. At this juncture, what else could she possibly desire? Did she truly think their marriage could endure? Even if she wished to avoid divorce, he had no intention of returning home. You have 3 days to contemplate. If you have not reached a decision by then, we shall meet in court. With that, He turned and left without a backward glance. Chen Yuding, seething with rage, smashed everything within her reach on the desk as she watched him depart. Once her fury subsided, she retrieved her phone and dialed number. "What's wrong, senior? Are you missing your junior? My husband has discovered my secret and knows the child is not his. Can you truly marry me? He knows? You are doing so well at hiding it. What purpose does that serve now? In 3 days, if I do not consent to the divorce, he will take me to court. If this information leaks, it will ruin me and bring significant shame to the Chen family. What about our daughters? They are so young. How will they endure the rumors?" As she spoke, Chen Yuding broke down in tears. She still held feelings for Wang Yu. After years together, despite the monotony, he had cared for both her and the children well. If she could avoid divorce, she wished to continue their life together. Yet, she recognized her own greed. She craved the excitement and pleasure offered by her affair, while simultaneously relishing the warmth of her family life. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to this dual existence. Now, with the balance shattered, she found herself at a loss. Would her infidelity lead to scandal, tainting her daughters' lives with shame and ridicule? The thought of such painful labels affixed to her children sent chills through her. "Yuding, do not cry. You have 3 days. Rest assured, I will help you resolve this matter." "How? Will you marry me? If we can divorce amicably, Wang Yu would not cause a ruckus. We could simply have him sign a confidentiality agreement. But after the divorce, if you do not marry me, what will happen to my daughters? Growing up without a father, how will I explain it to them? Currently, it is impossible. My mother has arrived in Sioux City. If she discovers our situation, I will lose my inheritance. Is that status truly so vital? We are not in need of funds, and my company is already turning a profit. Our family of 4 can lead a comfortable life. It is not as simple as you presume. Should I lose my inheritance, that brother and sister duo will not let me off easily. Moreover, your company would suffer. Losing my status would have your business volume. The Win Group is crucial to us. What then? I am utterly confused. Do not concern yourself. I will handle that young man. If he does not heed your warning, he shall learn what it means to be in a desperate situation." Upon hearing the chilling tone from the other end of the line, Chen Yuding and Oppo's complexion drained of color. This junior was no longer the person she had known at school. Especially given that the root of this predicament lay with both of them, he was now intent on seizing everything from Wang Yu. Chen Yuding is not devoid of compassion. Despite her betrayal of her husband, she has never wished for his demise. "No, you must not harm Wang Yu. I've already wronged him enough. Over the years, he has cared for both mother and daughter with great devotion, and I cannot be so heartless. Yuding, I assure you, I will not harm him. Sometimes, ensuring compliance does not necessarily require force. Rest assured, once my mother has departed, I will devote myself fully to you." Chapter 4. The old man is quite cunning leaving his wife's company. Wang Yu returned home to find his in-laws caring for his 2 granddaughters. The elder daughter was named Wang Kiki, while the younger one was affectionately called Xiao Bao, as she had yet to be formally named. Xiao Yu is back. Li Yuzhen, his mother-in-law, greeted him warmly while cradling Xiao Bao. Chun Chusheng, his father-in-law, was on the sofa, engrossed in telling a story to Kiki. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Wang Yu was overwhelmed with conflicting emotions. Despite the revelation about his wife and Oppo's infidelity, he couldn't and Oppo's bring himself to feel animosity towards the children. Even knowing they weren't and Oppo's his own, he was captivated by their innocence. "Daddy, daddy, hold me," Kiki exclaimed, leaping off the sofa and rushing towards Wang Yu with outstretched arms. Seeing his daughter's plea for affection, Wang Yu's emotions surged and tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly turned away to conceal his emotions from his in-laws. Bending down, he embraced Kiki tightly, cherishing her small, soft form. In that instant, he yearned to remain blissfully ignorant, living in the idyllic world his wife had created. However, the damning documents served as a constant reminder of the deception. Wiping away his tears, Wang Yu gently put Kiki down, deciding it was best to confide in his father-in-law. Since he was there to collect his belongings, remaining silent would only cause unnecessary awkwardness. "Kiki, go find your grandmother. I need to talk to your grandfather about something," Wang Yu said, subtly guiding Kiki away. "Xiaoyu, I also have something to discuss with you." Len Oppos. Let's go to the study, Chen Chuxing suggested. In the study, Wang Yu brewed a pot of tea for his father-in-law before closing the door. Chen Chuxing had come to respect his son-in-law, valuing his character and the care he showed towards his daughter in them. Xiao Yu, there's something I want to discuss with you. Chen Chuxing began. Dad, please speak. Wang Yu replied, pouring a cup of tea for Chen Chuxing. I'd like Xiao Bao to take on the Chen family name. What do you think? Chen Chuxing inquired. Wang Yu was visibly taken aback. He had married Chen Yuding, and there was no agreement for him to become an adopted son. He was puzzled by his father-in-law's request. Observing Wang Yu and Oppos' surprise, Chen Chuxing and Oppos' demeanor turned cold as he felt uncomfortable with the idea of his successor not sharing his surname. He had initially opposed Wang Yu's marriage to Chen Yuding, desiring him to join the Chen family. However, Wang Yu's traditional values and Chen Yuding's strong opposition had forced him to accept the situation. Over time, he had come to appreciate Wang Yu and Oppos' genuine love for his daughter and his refusal to exploit the Chen family and Oppos' resources. Wang Yu had worked diligently, earning a respectable income, but Chen Chuxing still viewed him as an ordinary individual lacking the necessary background. Do you disagree? Chen Chuxing asked sternly. No, it and Oppos'. It's up to Yuding to decide. I have no objections, and Kiki can also change her surname if you wish, Wang Yu responded, surprising Chen Chuxing. He recalled how Wang Yu had adamantly insisted on Kiki bearing his surname, and he had even prepared a substantial sum of money to express his gratitude if Wang Yu agreed to Xiao Bao taking the Chen family name. However, Wang Yu's unexpected willingness to allow both daughters to change their surnames left him speechless. Xiao Yu, this isn't a joke. Xiao Bao can take the Chen name, but Kiki should keep your surname. I'm not being unreasonable, but the Chen family lineage must continue, Chen Chuxing explained. He wanted to secure Xiao Bao's surname first, leaving the possibility of Kiki's name change for later. He didn't want to pressure Wang Yu too much. Dad, I'm afraid it's not up to me to decide whether the children take the Chen name, Wang Yu declared, preparing to reveal the truth. Take a look at this. He handed over the paternity test reports. Anticipating his wife's attempts to destroy the evidence, Wang Yu had made several copies. Chen Chuxing's expression darkened as he read the reports. Is this true? Yes, it is. So, the children's surnames are no longer my concern. It's up to your daughter to decide, since I still don't know who the children's biological father is. Don't lie to me, or you'll face the consequences. Dad, I'm planning to divorce Chen Yuding, and I won't publicize the matter. I just want you to leave me alone. You can ask your daughter if you doubt the truth. Would I lie about something so easily disproven? With that, Wang Yu left, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the house. Chen Chuxing remained in the study, unable to regain his composure. The revelation had completely blindsided him. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he knew Wang Yu's character well enough to trust that he wouldn't joke about such a serious matter. He resolved to confront his daughter and demand the truth. Dad, is something wrong? Chen Yuding asked, sensing a shift in her father's tone. Are Kiki and Xiao Bao not Wang Yu's children? Is that true? Chen Chuxing asked bluntly, abandoning any pretense. How did you find out? Did Wang Yu tell you? I have the paternity test reports in my hands. Tell me the truth. No, Kiki and Xiao Bao are my children with Wang Yu. Wang Yu is mistaken. Wait for me at home. I'll be right back, Chen Yuding said before hanging up. Chen Chuxing felt betrayed by Wang Yu's deception. He stormed out of the study, intending to confront him. Finding Wang Yu packing in the bedroom, Chen Chuxing's anger exploded. He had initially thought Wang Yu was honest, but now he realized he had been deceived. Slap! Chen Chuxing struck Wang Yu across the face. You dared to deceive me. I just spoke to Yuding, and she said Kiki and Xiao Bao are your children. What do you have to say for yourself? Wang Yu was taken aback by the sudden blow and Chen Chuxing's words. So, you're still lying even after all this? You're a fool to believe your daughter's lies over clear evidence. Fine, I was hoping for an amicable separation, but if you insist on denying the truth, I'll expose the man and see if the Chen family can still hold its head high. Chapter 5. A 3-day ultimatum. Gazing at Wang Yu, whose face was flushed with anger, Chen Chuxing became increasingly convinced that the young man was deceiving him. He reflected on how Wang Yu had feigned virtue for years, beguiling them into gradually accepting him. Now, his true colors were emerging. Young man, If you desire a divorce from Yuding, you shall leave with nothing, not a single penny. That's preposterous. I've contributed to this household, whether it was purchasing the house, renovating it, or covering subsequent living expenses. I've always been the one footing the bill. Your Chun family's intentions are truly remarkable, expecting me to serve you all these years without compensation, and now denying me even what I personally acquired. Don't think I'm oblivious to your machinations, young man. In the 7 years of your marriage, you've earned, at most, 3 million yuan. Yet, Yuding and Amp, Oppo's S company is now valued at over 100 million. You aspire to seize half of the assets, a cunning scheme indeed. No wonder you've played the subservient role for so long. Believe what you will. We'll see each other in court in 3 days. If you doubt the veracity of my report, feel free to conduct your own investigation. Don't blame me for not warning you when you're proven wrong. With that, Wang Yu plucked a few strands of hair and slammed them onto the table. Chun Chusheng, witnessing Wang Yu's unwavering resolve, sensed he wasn't lying. The prospect of a court battle sowed seeds of doubt regarding his daughter's narrative. What are you still doing here? Afraid to confront the truth about your daughter's promiscuity? Wang Yu's anger led him to abandon all pretense of politeness. You're asking for it. Chun Chusheng raised his hand to strike Wang Yu once more. But Wang Yu swiftly intercepted the blow. Investigate the matter thoroughly before resorting to violence. Don and Amp, Oppos, blame me if I retaliate. Wang Yu had long harbored resentment toward his father-in-law, who had vehemently opposed his marriage to Chun Yuding, constantly looking down on him and pressuring him to become an local son-in-law. Had Chun Yuding not pleaded so earnestly, and had he not made various promises for the sake of his beloved, he would have never acquiesced. Yet, the old man had thrown a lavish wedding to maintain the Chun family's reputation, only to subsequently cut off Chun Yuding's credit card, declaring that if he possessed any integrity, he wouldn't in Amp, Oppos, spend the Chun family and Amp, Oppos, as money. Wang Yu did indeed possess integrity. To this day, he hadn't in Amp, Oppos, spent a single cent of the Chun family and Amp, Oppos, as money. He had purchased the house through his own hard work, initially planning to take out a 1 million yuan loan on top of his 1.5 million yuan. However, upon learning this, Chun Chusheng deemed it a disgrace to the Chun family that his daughter would need a loan to buy a small duplex. He forbade Wang Yu from taking out the loan, but Wang Yu didn't have enough money. He then relented, suggesting they buy a smaller apartment as a temporary measure, only to be met with Chun Chusheng's opposition. Enraged, Wang Yu almost killed the old man. Later, his wife said that buying a house was a matter for both of them, and she had an obligation to contribute. So she borrowed 1 million from her mother before buying the house. Wang Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept it, and then worked harder to make money, and paid off the Chun family's 1 million as soon as possible. Those years were the most arduous for Wang Yu, working multiple jobs daily while enduring the Chun family and Amp, Oppo's disapproval. Although his wife worked as well, Chun Chusheng only granted her an assistant position, paying her a meager 10,000 yuan a month, barely enough for her to purchase cosmetics. The burden of the household rested solely on his shoulders, but Wang Yu persevered, driven by his love for his wife and his determination to prove his worth. Fortunately, his efforts weren't in vain. He steadily gained a foothold in the company, excelling in his work, and 2 years prior, he was promoted to department manager. Life improved, and his wife bore him 2 adorable daughters, achieving both familial and professional success. Had he not discovered that the children weren't his, Wang Yu would have considered himself the luckiest man alive. To think that his efforts and sacrifices had been met with betrayal. Wang Yu had shown remarkable restraint by not physically assaulting Chun Chusheng. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. If I discover you've resorted to underhanded tactics, I'll make your life a living hell. Just try not to be infuriated to death by your own daughter. Oh, but you won't die. Like father, like daughter. What kind of daughter? What kind of father? You are the same kind of people. You don't even want your face. How can you be angry to death? Wang Yu's vitriol was unmatched, nearly inducing a heart attack in Chun Chusheng. Wang Yu bypassed Chun Chusheng and resumed packing his clothes. His mother-in-law, unaware of the preceding events, assumed the dispute between the 2 men stemmed from the issue of Xiaobao's surname. She wasn't surprised by the commotion, knowing Wang Yu's traditional, stubborn, and inflexible nature. She hoped the old man could persuade him this time. "Mom, where are Dad and Wang Yu?" Chen Yuding, returning from work, found her mother with her two daughters. Everything seemed normal, as if nothing had transpired. "They're upstairs. Your father sought out Xiao Yu to discuss Xiao Bao's surname, and they seem to have argued. Go and mediate." Chen's mother remained oblivious to the truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuding put down her bag, kissed Kiki and Xiao Bao, and hurried upstairs. Entering the bedroom, she saw Wang Yu packing his belongings, while her father stood at the door, glaring at him. The situation had spiraled beyond Chen Yuding's expectations. She hadn't anticipated her parents' involvement, and now, with their animosity evident, preserving her marriage seemed even more daunting. "Husband, what are you doing?" Ignoring her father, Chen Yuding rushed to Wang Yu's side and grasped his hand. Wang Yu gazed at the slender, flawless hand on his wrist, but no longer evoked the same affection. Instead, he felt revulsion, imagining that hand caressing another man. He immediately wrenched himself free. "Your return is opportune. Explain matters to your father yourself. I have no desire to see either of you. I and Oppos. LL call you in 3 days, at which point we and Oppos. LL proceed with the divorce." With that, he pushed his wife aside, grabbed his suitcase, and prepared to leave. Chen Yuding immediately embraced Wang Yu's waist, unable to utter a word, only silently weeping. She had believed she didn't care for her husband, but as he prepared to leave, a profound sense of loss washed over her. Chen Yuding was at a loss, a powerful unease gripping her heart, as if a voice kept telling her, "Don and Oppos, T, let him go. Let him leave. I refuse to believe he can survive without the Chen family. He'll come crawling back to beg me." Chen Chusheng felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter, but his animosity towards Wang Yu only intensified. Even if his daughter had been unfaithful, Kiki and Xiao Bao were still his granddaughters. A spineless man who couldn't keep his wife deserved to be cuckolded. Chen Chusheng's disdain for Wang Yu grew with each passing moment, forcibly separating Chen Yuding's hands. Wang Yu cast a cold glance at Chen Chusheng, not bothering to exchange a single word, and left without looking back. In the living room, the mother-in-law watched Wang Yu depart with his suitcase, her face contorted with displeasure. Was it such a big deal to have Xiao Bao bear the daughter's surname? Why the show of resentment? She turned away, unwilling to acknowledge Wang Yu's sullen face. "Daddy, where are you going?" Kiki, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, looked at Wang Yu with wide, innocent eyes. Wang Yu, consumed by anger, couldn't bring himself to lash out at Kiki, who was innocent and had no say in her origins. Moreover, he had cherished her for the past 3 years, treating her like a precious gem. How could he bear to hurt her? "Daddy's going on a business trip. Be a good girl at home, Kiki. When Daddy returns, I'll take you to the amusement park." "Okay, amusement park. Yes. Kiki will be a good girl and listen at home. Daddy, you must come back soon." As he gazed upon the little girl before him, who called him daddy, Wang Yu's resentment toward his wife deepened. It was she who had wrought this suffering, subjecting such a small soul to torment. Struggling to suppress the urge to embrace the child, Wang Yu forced a smile, gently patting the little girl's head, and departed, filled with anger and bitterness. Chapter 6. The wealthy desire me to be a turtle leaving home. Wang Yu aimlessly drove through the bustling streets, gazing at the vibrant city, uncertain of his destination. As he passed by a residential complex, he recognized it as the very place he had departed from that morning. Although he was not yet prepared to confront the woman, renting an apartment in proximity seemed a prudent choice. He promptly parked his car by the roadside and entered a nearby real estate agency to inquire about available properties. Contemplating a move that very day, a middle-aged woman received Wang Yu, exuding an air of competence. Upon understanding his requirements, she recommended 3 housing options. The first was a modest 1-bedroom apartment measuring a mere 60 square meters, with a monthly rental of 2,500 yuan. The second option was a spacious 122 square meter 3-bedroom unit, although it currently housed a tenant seeking roommates, which Wang Yu immediately dismissed. The final option was a luxurious 200-plus square meter flat, furnished and equipped with appliances, and notably, the homeowner had never resided there. The agent could not clarify the reasons behind this, yet the property was undeniably appealing. Wang Yu favored this particular apartment, as it was situated directly above the woman's residence. With a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan, it remained within his financial reach. given his annual income exceeding 500,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he signed a lease agreement and paid 6 months' rent, thereby securing the keys. Ascending in the elevator to his new floor, he opened the door to find the interior matched the photographs he had seen, leaving him quite satisfied. After arranging his belongings, he collapsed onto the bed, too weary to eat, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The events of the past few days had drained him emotionally, and now alone, he felt a sense of relief, awaiting his impending divorce 3 days hence. Wang Yu held no intentions regarding his wife's company. His pride forbade him from taking advantage of the Chun family's situation. He only sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. He had invested 1,500,000 yuan in the apartment they purchased, while his wife had borrowed 1 million from her mother, which Wang Yu later repaid. Consequently, the apartment rightfully belonged to him. Despite being marital property, he had no intention of conceding any part to his wife. With property prices soaring, the apartment, initially valued at 2,500,000 yuan, could now fetch approximately 4 million. Wang Yu desired no more than this sum. He simply wished to extricate himself from the bonds of marriage and distance himself from his wife and her family as much as possible. Awakening around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Yu's phone rang. Noticing it was a call from his company, he understood it must be urgent. He had taken a week of annual leave due to his marital issues, and the call indicated significant matters at hand. Despite the turmoil in his personal life, he still valued his career as he needed to provide for his parents back home. Upon arriving at the office, he proceeded directly to the general manager's office. "Mr. Zhang, is there something you need to discuss?" "Yes, indeed, Wang Yu. Please have a seat. There are a few matters I would like to address with you." Wang Yu settled onto the office sofa, pondering what could warrant such a meeting. "Today, I called you in part for company business and partly for a personal matter. Please, Mr. Zhang, I am all ears. You have been with the company for nearly 7 years and have consistently performed admirably. Since your promotion to manager, your contributions to our growth have not gone unnoticed. An opportunity has arisen. Old Yu is set to retire next month, and I am considering you for his position. What are your thoughts?" Old Yu was one of the 4 vice presidents, overseeing significant departments in research and engineering, wielding considerable power. Rumors had circulated recently that Old Yu might be retained by the company post-retirement, but Mr. Zhang's tone suggested otherwise. "I am grateful for the company's recognition and support, and I am confident in my ability to fulfill the responsibilities of Old Yu and Oppo's role." Wang Yu, having navigated the corporate world for years, understood the importance of seizing opportunities, regardless of his current emotional state. "Excellent. The company needs young leaders like you. However, there is one condition you must agree to, otherwise, this position may not be yours." "What condition?" Wang Yu inquired, perplexed, fearing Mr. Zhang might be seeking to exploit him for personal gain. "Don't be alarmed. This is a personal matter, and I shouldn't pry, but as you are about to ascend to a senior position, I feel it necessary to show concern. The condition is simple. You must remain married for 5 years after your promotion." "What?" I was unaware of such a stipulation. Wang Yu was taken aback, especially since he was on the brink of divorce. "Calm down, Wang. Think it over, but I hope to receive your response before the end of the day. To be frank, I will be divorcing my wife in 3 days. I will not assume the vice presidency until next month, after which I will already be divorced. Surely, that does not violate your condition? Young man, things aren't as straightforward as you think. To ascend to the vice presidency, you cannot divorce in 3 days, nor can you do so within the subsequent 5 years. That is the condition. Contemplate it carefully. Furthermore, the annual salary for the vice presidency is 5 million yuan, along with equity dividends. Last year, Old Yu received over 30 million in dividends, and this year's performance is expected to be even better. Consider your options wisely." With that, Mr. Zhang waved him off, leaving Wang Yu bewildered as he exited the office. He could hardly fathom that the obstacle to his divorce would arise from his workplace. According to Mr. Zhang, if he remained married, he could potentially earn 40 million by year's end, a sum he could never hope to accumulate otherwise. Yet, the thought of remaining married, enduring betrayal, and raising another and Oppo's child for 5 more years was unbearable. To hell with it. Even if it were 4 billion, I would never agree. I must divorce. Being a married turtle is not an option. After Wang Yu departed, Mr. Zhang dialed a number from his office phone. When Xiao, I have executed your instructions. Now we await Wang Yu's decision. Should he agree, I will manipulate the contract, ensuring he must return a portion of any earnings after 5 years. If he declines, we will terminate his employment and blacklist him within the industry, ensuring he earns not a single cent thereafter. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please come by tomorrow. I have a project I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 7. Homecoming. Leaving the company, Wang Yu was in a fretful mood. He crossed the street and bought a pack of cigarettes. He took a deep drag, only to be choked by the acrid smoke, coughing violently. After a moment, he inhaled again, the murky fumes filling his chest. Now unburdened by the constraints of family, he was beginning to reveal the personality that had been suppressed for so long. In his college days, before he met his wife, Wang Yu had been a cheerful and outgoing young man. Until his senior year, he was much like any other college student, enjoying games and basketball with his dorm mates. Of course, it was during that time that he developed habits like smoking and drinking. But when he and his future wife began dating in their final year, Wang Yu unconsciously started to change himself. He gave up smoking, had no time for games, and even gradually abandoned his beloved basketball. The barbecue stalls he used to frequent with his friends several times a month slowly lost his presence. It was as if he had become a different person, his preferences and lifestyle shifting to align with his wife's. As he smoked, Wang Yu reflected on the days after he met his wife. He had always been the one silently accommodating her, changing his habits, losing his hobbies, and distancing himself from his friends. He had spent years transforming himself into the man his wife wanted. But what had he gained? I'm such a fool, Wang Yu thought, slapping himself hard. Others were rewarded for their efforts, but he was repaid with betrayal. This damned life. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Wang Yu's head was swimming. Too lazy to return to the company, he immediately called Director Zhang. Xiao Wang, have you thought it over? Director Zhang, I've considered it. My wife and I really can't go on. I'm definitely getting a divorce, but I can't reveal the specific reasons. Xiao Wang, this is a rare opportunity. An annual income of tens of millions. You should choose carefully. Don't be so impulsive, young man. I've thought it through, Director Zhang. If I'm capable of being the vice president, then I'll do it. If not, it doesn't matter. I just want to live a carefree life. All right then, as long as you've thought it through. Hanging up, Director Zhang's expression was grim. His original plan had been to make Wang Yu the vice president, then manipulate the contract to keep him for 5 years before kicking him out without paying a cent. Now it seemed he would have to fire Wang Yu. And according to Wang Yu's contract, dismissing him would mean paying him hundreds of thousands in compensation for breach of contract. This isn't a worthwhile deal. Hanging up, Wang Yu felt much lighter. By rejecting the company's millions of dollars, he felt he was gradually rediscovering himself. The carefree youth he once had returned. Driving, Wang Yu headed straight for his hometown. Now that he was getting divorced, he didn't want to hide it from his parents. All the grievances and hardships he had endured over the years had been silently borne alone. In the years he had been married to his wife, most of his time had been devoted to work and family. He had shown too little care for his parents, and he felt like a scoundrel. From now on, I and Oppos, I will only be worthy of those who gave birth to me, and those I give birth to, Wang Yu muttered. But the thought that he didn't and Oppos to even have a child made him feel disgusted. Sioux City was about 200 kilometers from his hometown, and Wang Yu drove home in 3 hours. As he entered the house, he smelled the familiar aroma of food, his mother's handmade noodles. He wondered how many years it had been since he last had them. Composing himself, Wang Yu pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The familiar scene filled his eyes, and a sense of home washed over him. Mom, I'm back, a phrase he used to say often, finally echoing in the small courtyard after years. Xiao Yu, you and Oppos, back? Is Yuding with you? Wang Yu looked at his mother, whose wrinkles were more pronounced than the last time he had seen her. Her once jet black hair was gradually being replaced by silver. When had his mother started to age, his memories of her were fragmented. How had he not thought of his parents all these years? How had he not spent more time with them? Mom, I came back alone. Mom, I'm hungry. Wang Yu's voice choked up at the end. His heart ached for no reason, filled with guilt towards his parents and self-reproach. Son, come in quickly. The food is ready, Wang's mother said with a loving gaze at her son. Entering the house, Wang Yu had barely sat down when his mother brought over a large bowl of noodles, topped with meat and a generous spoonful of red chili peppers. His mother would never forget his preferences, and the meat on the noodles was her deep love for him. As he ate the noodles, Wang Yu felt a pang in his heart, but also a sense of peace. "Mom, where's Dad?" Wang Yu asked curiously, noticing that only his mother was with him. "The village temple is being demolished to build a small square. Your dad is leading the demolition." "The temple in the West End?" "Yes. The one you used to play in when you were little." "Oh, building a square is good too. People can dance and exercise at night." After finishing the noodles, his mother handed him half a bowl of noodle soup, which Wang Yu gulped down. Comfortable, Wang Yu felt as if he had come back to life. All the gloom and dissatisfaction swept away, his mood indescribably light. "Mom, Chen Yuding and I are getting a divorce." Wang Yu wasn't one to hide things. Straightforward by nature, he had no secrets to keep. Though he felt ashamed of his wife's betrayal, he had nothing to hide from his mother. "Divorce? What happened? Why divorce when things were going so well?" "Mom, because of some things, I can't go on with her. I came back today to tell you and Dad about it." "Xiao Yu, divorce isn't a game. Kiki and Xiaobao are still so young. What will happen to the children if you two divorce?" Although the old lady didn't see her two granddaughters often, her love for them hadn't diminished. "Mom, Kiki and Xiaobao are mine. Your son is a disgrace." Saying this, Wang Yu wanted to burst into tears as he embraced his mother. But feeling his mother's slightly trembling body, he immediately stopped. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Wang Yu quickly helped his mother to the sofa, patting her back to soothe her. "Mom, don't get upset. I'm still young, just over 30. I'll definitely give you two big, healthy grandsons in the future." Wang's mother took a deep breath, her entire spirit seemingly drained. The smile that had been on her face was now replaced by a pale expression. "Son, I've always advised you, marriage between families of unequal status won't work out. But you wouldn't listen. You've been stubborn since you were a child. But I never thought you would suffer like this, endure such grievances. Mom, it's all right. After the divorce, I'll get married and have children quickly. I'll let you take care of them and hug and kiss them every day." Thinking of his two daughters, who were always monopolized by his in-laws, and how his parents had been openly and covertly rejected by the Chun family when they wanted to take care of their granddaughters, Wang Yu cursed himself for being a fool. "You're grown up now, and Mom can't help much. Decide your own matters. Mom believes you won't do anything bad. Just live your life well in the future. Whether you get married or not is not important, but you must take care of yourself. Don't worry, Mom. Your son ISN and Oppos, T stupid. I and Oppos, LL definitely learned from this mistake. Mom, you sit for a while. I and Oppos, LL go get Dad back." Seeing his mother slowly calm down, Wang Yu wanted to bring his father back quickly. Walking on the familiar road, smelling the fragrance of the soil, Wang Yu felt that the taste of his hometown was incomparable to any other place. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the small temple in the distance. Chapter 8. Wang Yu, stunned by the mountain god Dad. "What in Oppos is going on?" Wang Yu approached, noticing his father was busy with preparations, and several village officials were present. After greeting the uncles, neighbors, and other villagers, Wang Yu went to his father's side. "You're back." Wang's father had been watching his son. After finishing his conversation with the villagers, he patted Wang Yu's shoulder, feeling pleased to see his son. With so many people around, Wang Yu thought it wasn't the right time to discuss his embarrassing experience. Besides, his father seemed occupied at the moment. "Dad, what in Oppos is happening in the village? Is there anything I can help with?" "Well, we were just selecting people. The age and zodiac sign need to match, and we were short one person." "Son, your timing is perfect. Your age and zodiac sign are just right." Cool me. Now we can start." With that, Wang's father called everyone over. Wang Yu followed, bewildered, unsure of what his father was planning with so many people. Soon, 16 strong men, including Wang Yu, entered the temple. "Today we are inviting the mountain god to relocate. It must not touch the ground during the process," Wang's father announced, clarifying the task at hand. The temple was a mountain god temple, and its history in Wangjia village was ancient. Wang Yu had often played there with his friends since childhood. The mountain god statue was large, weighing about 500 kilograms. With so many young and strong men, carrying the statue shouldn't be a problem. "Everyone get in position." At the command, Wang Yu and the other men stood on either side of the mountain god statue. The statue had been secured with ropes threaded through sturdy wooden poles. Wang Yu glanced around, realizing he was standing under one of the mountain god and Appo's hands. If he remembered correctly, there used to be a statue of a golden boy under that hand, posed as if the mountain god were caressing his head. Wang Yu assumed the golden boy statue had been removed for the move. "Shoulder it," Wang's father shouted, striking the gong forcefully. "Lift." Another gong sounded. Wang Yu and the men heaved together, steadily raising the mountain god statue. At the temple entrance, we present offerings and conduct ceremonies, inviting the mountain god to move and protect the village with favorable weather, Wang's father announced. With a gong strike, a shout, and the crackle of firecrackers, the procession began. Wang's father, holding the gong, walked alongside, directing the procession, boosting morale, and monitoring the progress. Wang Yu and the other men followed Wang's father's lead. Wang's father watched the procession, correcting the direction with gong strikes and calls. "Left rope to the right." The men responded, "Hey ho," and leaned to the right. "Right rope to the left." The men responded, "Hey ho," and leaned to the left. 4 young women, holding lanterns and fans, flanked the mountain god statue, while another man held a ceremonial canopy behind it. The procession moved forward to the beat of drums, creating a magnificent spectacle. After a stretch of flat road, they reached the foot of the mountain behind the village, simply called the Back Mountain. Though not high, the mountain was rugged and difficult to navigate, with many winding and treacherous paths. They arrived at a smooth, steep rock slope, the most challenging part of the ascent. "Lads, put your backs into it." "Hey yo." Wang Yu felt the strain on his shoulders after a few minutes, but the atmosphere invigorated him. Wang's father's gong rang out in rapid succession as the men strained with all their might, moving upward step by step. The statue bearers focused intently on keeping their footing. With a final burst of effort, accompanied by continuous gong strikes and shouts, the statue slowly ascended. Wang Yu, drenched in sweat, dared not falter for a moment. A cheer erupted as they reached the top. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Place the mountain god in position. On the mountainside, a level area held a 1-meter-high stone platform, the site chosen by the villagers for the new temple. Wang Yu exhaled, following the procession onto the platform. As the men stood ready, the statue remained aloft, and Wang Yu felt himself starting to weaken. Wang's father stood before the mountain god, arranging offerings, lighting incense and candles, and checking his watch. "The auspicious time has arrived. Light the incense, set off the firecrackers." 3 incense sticks, each over a meter long, were inserted into the incense burner, and a string of firecrackers over 10 meters long was lit, intensifying the atmosphere. As Wang's father struck the gong, the villagers quieted down. "Lower." With the command given, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. The ordeal was finally coming to an end. "Xiaoyu, be careful." Before Wang Yu could react, a sharp pain shot through his head, and darkness engulfed him as he lost consciousness. Wang's father watched in horror as the mountain god's right hand, which had been caressing the golden boy, broke off at the wrist, sending the 30-kilogram hand crashing down onto Wang Yu's head. The warning had come too late, and his son had been struck. "Someone help." In the ensuing chaos, Wang Yu received the same treatment as the statue, being carried down the mountain by several men. Wang's father left a few village elders to continue the ceremony and rushed Wang Yu to the hospital. "Where's the golden boy statue? Where is it moved?" After Wang's father left, the village elders searched everywhere, but could not find the familiar golden boy statue. Alas, do you think the golden boy's statue might be lost? And the mountain god mistook Wang's boy for the golden boy, intending to take him away with a single blow? Unable to find the golden boy, the villagers speculated, with the most common theory being that the mountain god had mistaken Wang Yu for the golden boy. However, Wang Yu's head was not as hard as the golden boy's, and he couldn't withstand the mountain god's hand, resulting in him being knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, Wang Yu found himself in complete darkness, yet his mind was clear. "Golden boy, now that I have attained enlightenment and am returning to the celestial realm, I pass the position of mountain god to you." Wang Yu was bewildered. Am I dreaming? What golden boy, what mountain god? As the ancient voice faded, Wang Yu saw a red token floating before him, inscribed with the words, "Heavenly Official bestows blessings." He reached out and touched it, and the token vanished. A sharp pain surged through Wang Yu's head, and he lost consciousness once more. However, a faint red glow enveloped Wang Yu, focusing on his head, slowly healing his injuries. "How's my son?" Inside the town hospital, Wang and Appo's as father anxiously questioned the doctor who had examined Wang Yu. Rest assured, it and Oppos. It's nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. The young man is strong and healthy. He'll be fine in a few days. Then why hasn't he woken up yet? Wang's father asked worriedly. Wang Yu was his only son, and he had always been deeply concerned about his well-being. I should have never let him carry the statue, alas. Temporary unconsciousness, don't worry. He should wake up by morning at the latest. The doctor's words reassured Wang's father. Uncle Wang, why don't you go home first? Your wife will be worried if she's alone. Chunmei and I will stay here tonight. Two girls who had carried lanterns during the statue procession had followed them to the hospital. The girl speaking was named Song Yan, and Chunmei was Wang's father's niece. All right, call me if anything happens. Wang's father saw that his son's complexion was rosy, as if he were merely asleep, and felt less concerned. Having Chunmei and Song Yan care for him was better than having him and the other rough men around. Wang's father left 2,000 yuan and departed with the men who had helped. As soon as he arrived home, Wang's mother rushed out, her voice anxious and her face tense. How is our son? Chapter 9. A decade of longing. Easy now. Don't get agitated. Our son is fine. Yan and Chunmei are looking after him. You can go there first thing in the morning. Wang's father reassured his wife. Why did you leave those two girls there? Wang's mother began to grumble. Chunmei is our son's sister, and Yan is practically family, having watched her grow up. What's there to be formal about? Would you rather I left some uncouth fellows to care for the patient? Or should this old man go and do it himself? All right, you're right. Hearing that her son was unharmed and in capable hands, Wang's mother felt relieved. Upon entering the house, Wang's father ravenously devoured the noodles on the table, his hunger having grown after a busy afternoon. There's something I need to tell you, his wife began. Originally, your son wanted to tell you himself, but given his current state, I'll do it. What is it? Wang's father inquired, setting down his bowl and lighting a cigarette. Your son wants a divorce. As she spoke, Wang's mother surreptitiously wiped away tears, her heart aching for her son and the injustice he was suffering. Divorce? That girl he was so determined to marry back then? And now, after only a few years, he's talking about divorce? Isn't that absurd? What about the granddaughters? Wang's father's temper flared. Had Wang Yu been present, he would have undoubtedly been reprimanded. I support our son's decision to divorce, Wang's mother stated firmly, her words astonishing her husband. Woman, how can you be so muddle-headed? Divorce is a serious matter. Don't indulge him. Don't get angry when I tell you this, but you'll certainly agree with our son's decision once you know. Wang's mother sat across from her husband and poured him a bowl of water. Is there something else you haven't told me? Wang's father asked, accepting the bowl. Kiki and Xiaobao aren't his daughters. Here's the paternity test report your son gave me. Wang's mother produced the report that her son had handed her as he left. Wang and Oppos' father took the report. Although he couldn't and Oppos' decipher the data, he recognized the phrase no blood relation. Spotting another sheet, he saw the same words. Damn it, the Chins are going too far. Wang and Oppos' father was initially incredulous, then silent, before slamming his fist on the table, his rage reaching a boiling point. Having met Qin Shusheng on several occasions, Wang's father had always disliked his son-in-law. Had it not been for the sake of his son and daughter-in-law, he would have confronted him long ago. Now that his son had been treated so unfairly, Wang's father contemplated bringing men to the Chen household and dealing with them. Enough. You still think you're young, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat? Wang's mother rolled her eyes. Are we just going to let this go? Wang's father demanded. Seeking retribution. Let's proceed with the divorce first, then see what our son says. After all, he's 30 now, and we shouldn't make decisions for him. Well, if that boy acts like a coward, I'll disown him. Wang's father exclaimed angrily before heading toward the village. After all, two young women were at the hospital caring for his son, and he needed to express his gratitude. At the hospital, Chunmei held Yan's hand, the two girls whispering to each other. Yan's cheeks were flushed, while Chunmei wore a mischievous grin. Xiaoya, you still have feelings for my brother, don't you? Yes. Yan turned her head, avoiding Chunmei's gaze. You're already 25, and my brother has been married for so many years and has 2 children. You can't keep waiting indefinitely. Chunmei had long known that her best friend harbored feelings for her cousin. Given the current situation, she felt compelled to offer advice. As she couldn't and Oppos' bear to see her friend remain single forever. She certainly couldn't and oppose. T helped her become a mistress and have an illicit relationship with her brother. Chunmei, my life was saved by UG. I want an amp, oppose. T marry anyone but UG in this lifetime. When Yan was 16, Wang Yu was 21 and home for summer vacation. His younger sister, Chunmei, begged him to take her to the back hills to play, and Yan gazed at him with longing eyes. Unable to resist the girls and oppose, entreaties, Wang Yu took them to the river in the back hills to catch fish. What followed was a straightforward turn of events. Yan, engrossed in the fun, accidentally fell into the water. Chunmei, also only 16 at the time, couldn't have saved her. If she had jumped in, she would have simply added another soul to the river. Wang Yu selflessly leaped into the river and successfully rescued Yan, being focused on saving her. Wang Yu didn't think much of it at the time. In the water, he had touched parts of the girl's body that he probably shouldn't have. Once ashore, he didn't dwell on it, but from that moment on, Yan's heart was captivated by him. Over the years, Yan often recalled the moment Wang Yu rescued her from the river, and her heart would swell with contentment. Every time Wang Yu returned home for vacation, Yan would implore Chunmei to take her to see him, hoping to confess her feelings once she was older. From 16 to 18, Yan blossomed into a young woman, her girlish feelings becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. All she could do was count the days until Wang Yu returned to the village, ready to reveal her heart. Summoning her courage, Yan eagerly anticipated his return. However, Wang Yu arrived that year with a city girl, their sweet romance shattering Yan's heart. Later, she heard that Wang Yu had married, bought a house in the city, and had 2 daughters. From that moment on, Yan became withdrawn and despondent. And Chunmei's attempts to console her were futile. When her family tried to set her up with potential suitors, she adamantly refused, remaining single for years. Upon seeing Wang Yu that day, Yan restrained herself, maintaining a distance and avoiding conversation. But when Wang Yu collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, her inhibitions vanished. Had Chunmei not intervened, Yan might have rushed over and embraced Wang Yu. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Wang Yu, the young girl he had rescued years ago still harbored desires for him. Yan, please don and oppose. T be like this. It breaks my heart. Chunmei, don and oppose. T try to dissuade me. I love you, G. I really do. I'll never marry anyone else in this lifetime. Yan's expression was serene, but the melancholy in her eyes pained Chunmei. Gently wiping the blood from Wang Yu's head with a towel, Yan felt immense satisfaction. This was the closest she had been to Wang Yu in years, and she cherished every moment of the night. Having this experience once in her life was enough for her. Gazing at Wang Yu and Oppo's still handsome face, she was reminded of the bright, sunny boy he once was. Chunmei looked at her best friend, unsure of what to do. She sighed, lamenting the twist of fate that had led her friend to sacrifice her life for a hopeless love. Around 10 o'clock that night, Wang Yu groggily awoke. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes filled with affection. Before he could discern the owner of those eyes, she turned away. Realizing that Wang Yu had awakened and fearing that she might reveal her feelings, Yan nudged the dozing Chunmei. Chunmei, UG is awake. I'll go buy something to eat. Take care of him for now. With that, she fled the room. Outside the hospital room, Yan leaned against the wall, her mind racing with possibilities. Did UG see me looking at him like that? Will he think I'm a bad woman? Will he hate me? Will he ignore me? Tears began to stream down her face. Are you all right? A passing nurse asked, noticing Yan crying alone. I'm fine. Startled by the attention, Yan quickly wiped away her tears and hurried away. The young nurse did not inquire further, assuming that the individual was a family member of a patient, concerned about their loved one's condition. Brother, how are you? Does your head still ache? Chunmei gently, tenderly stroking his forehead as she inquired softly. Chapter 10. Heavenly officials blessing it's all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. Observing his cousin, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy, realizing he still had so many relatives. The betrayal of his wife seemed less significant. Who ran out earlier? It was Yuan. Uncle instructed us to take care of you here. Cousin Yuan? Wang Yu reminisced about the quiet girl who used to follow him. She went out to buy supper. Brother, your head is remarkably tough. Such a large stone only grazed your skin. What? Did you want your brother to become an imbecile? No. It's just that I feel your head is sturdy. Chunmei stuck out her tongue, slightly embarrassed. At that moment, a nurse entered for rounds. Upon seeing Wang Yu awake, She immediately summoned the attending physician. After a thorough examination, the doctor was perplexed by Wang Yu's recovery. He had arrived with a great deal of blood on his head, expecting at least a concussion. However, the examination revealed only a superficial wound. Considering the size of the stone, he had anticipated Wang Yu would remain unconscious until at least the next day. Yet, he had awakened within hours. After the examination, he found that other than the head wounds, Wang Yu was completely normal, with no aftereffects from the impact. He marveled at the resilience of youth. After giving a few instructions and prescribing anti-inflammatory medication, the doctor departed. The nurse retrieved the medicine and began administering an foredrip to Wang Yu. You seem fine now. Your wife was crying outside earlier. Talk to her when she returns and reassure her. The nurse's unexpected remark left Wang Yu and Chunmei at a loss for words. It was Yuan who went out. Was she frightened by my injuries? Brother, should we call your wife? Chunmei quickly changed the subject, not wanting Wang Yu to dwell on it. Just then Yuan, returning with the food, reached the ward door. No need. I plan to divorce. You don't have a sister-in-law anymore. My parents are aware. Wang Yu didn't want to hide the truth from his cousin. Divorce? What happened, brother? Why divorce? Chunmei was unsure whether to be happy or upset. Why ask so much? I'll get the divorce certificate in a few days. Wang Yu didn't want to reveal his wife's infidelity to his cousin. All right, if you don't want to say, don't. But after the divorce, let me introduce you to a girlfriend. Chunmei saw an opportunity to assist her friend. You're not even married yet. What introduction can you make? Wang Yu interrupted his cousin. I'm already engaged, and the wedding is in a few months. Besides, brother, you're only 30. It's normal to remarry after a divorce. I haven't gotten the divorce certificate yet. We'll talk about it then. At this moment, Yuan, who had been eavesdropping, pushed open the door and entered. She pretended not to have heard anything and walked over with a bag of food. Yuan, do you know? My brother is divorcing. He's actually divorcing. Chunmei exclaimed, grabbing Yuan's hand excitedly. Yuan, who had been composed, now faltered. Her expression became animated as she put down the bag, a sweet smile gracing her face. Wang Yu, observing the two girls, wondered if they were out of their minds. He was divorcing, and they were as happy as if it were a holiday. Was it him who had been hit on the head, or them? Hey, I say, I and Amp, Oppos, I'm divorcing. Do you two have to be so happy? Happy? Why shooting into Oppos? Till we be happy, Chunmei was saying, when Yuan tugged at her sleeve. She realized her reaction was inappropriate. Brother, I've never liked that sister-in-law. She rarely comes back, and she doesn't care about uncle and aunt. A woman like that is not suitable for a life together. Of course, I and Oppos am happy that you and Oppos re-divorcing her. What can Wang Yu say? His cousin and Oppos' words stirred up memories of his own filial failings. Now that he thought about it, divorce really was something to celebrate. Yu, have something to eat first, Yuan said, taking the food out of the bag. A large bowl of chicken soup, several sesame cakes, and 4 stir-fry dishes. Wang Yu's appetite was immediately whetted. Brother, I'm hungry too. I want to eat as well. Chunmei pulled Yuan to sit at the small table. Come, let's eat together. There's enough for the 3 of us. The 3 of them gathered around and began to eat. After the meal, Chunmei and Yuan went out to throw away the trash and take care of personal matters. Wang Yu, left alone in the ward, was idly browsing his phone when a series of images flooded his mind. Auxiliary, celestial artifact, soul binding complete. This celestial artifact is the latest auxiliary system issued by the heavenly court to the lower realms' land and mountain deities. There is no cultivation. It's just an introduction to who created the system. It can help the user better bestow blessings upon mortals. The more blessings bestowed, the greater the rewards. Simultaneously, merit points can be earned. When merit points reach a certain level, ascension to the celestial realm is possible. System is scanning and dispensing appropriate skills based on the host's experiences. A child not of your own blood, an empty old age. Supernatural power, child bestowal, gender selectable, dispensing successful. Society is treacherous, women are lonely. Skill, male self-defense dispensing successful. Maintain peace in the mortal world, care for women's health. Skill, gynecology mastery, gynecology sage dispensing successful. Current merit points, 0, produced by the Heavenly Court's 7th Foundry. 100-year warranty, 1,000-year maintenance. Holy crap, Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Had the mountain deity turned him into an idiot? Upon closer reflection, he recalled a voice saying he was going somewhere and asking Jin Tong to take his place just before he lost consciousness. He also seemed to remember seeing a heavenly official's blessing plaque. Could it be that the mountain deity's merit points had reached their limit, and he had ascended to the celestial realm? And the villagers were moving his belongings when he happened to be standing in Jin Tong and Appo's position. The mountain deity had mistaken him for Jin Tong and left him the inheritance. What did that make him? A prospective immortal, the new generation of mountain deity? Lost in thought, Wang Yu didn't and Appo's. He noticed the two girls returning. Chunmei, seeing her cousin sitting on the bed with a vacant expression, was startled. Had he really been injured? She waved her hand in front of his face. Wang Yu sensed something approaching and instinctively wanted to swat it away. As he moved, he unconsciously performed a series of techniques, transforming his palm into a fist and striking Chunmei's wrist. He then grabbed her wrist, preparing to twist it upward. When he heard Chunmei's cry of pain, he immediately realized what he had done. Seeing Chunmei clutching her wrist, glaring at him with wide eyes, Wang Yu couldn't help but say, "Wing Chun." IP Man enraged, Chunmei grabbed a pillow and prepared to attack Wang Yu. But Yuan stopped her. "Chunmei, Yu is still injured. You always side with him." Chunmei, having her pillow taken away, sat down on the chair, rubbing her wrist. "Cousin, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about it, man, and when your hand came over, I couldn't help but try it out." Wang Yu apologized, trying to smooth things over. "If you were thinking about SBL, would you have just killed me?" No, let me take a look," Wang Yu said, taking Chunmei and Appo's wrist. He had already confirmed that he had indeed acquired the male self-defense skill. As for the gynecology sage and child bestowal skills, he wanted to try them out as well. But using child bestowal on either of these girls was inappropriate. He'd try gynecology sage first. Chapter 11. Wang Yu, the gynecology virtuoso, as Wang Yu's hand met Chunmei's wrist. A panorama of her physical state unfolded in his mind. Her overall health was robust, albeit with a minor gynecological inflammation and some menstrual irregularities. He then surveyed the therapeutic approaches, remarkably diverse, offering remedies without the need for medication. "Cousin," he began, "have you been feeling unwell lately?" "A bit, yes." "How did you discern that?" "I've acquired some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine over the years. I detected it from your pulse just now." Chunmei, holding her cousin in high regard, inquired with a tinge of anxiety, "Brother, is it serious? I haven't contracted some ailment, have I?" "No, don't fret. It's merely a slight inflammation, leading to menstrual irregularities. Should I consult a doctor and take some medication?" Chunmei remained apprehensive. "Unnecessary. I'm familiar with a technique that can address such minor issues. It's curable within moments, sans medication." "Brother, are you certain? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Chunmei, previously trusting, now perceived a hint of charlatanism in her cousin. "When have I ever deceived you? Besides, a trial will suffice." "Very well. I'll place my trust in you this once. If it proves ineffective, I'll see to your punishment." Chunmei, upon contemplation, conceded the logic in her cousin's words. A trial would reveal the truth. "Come, lie here." The treatment was straightforward, abdominal massage, demanding specific force and technique. This was Wang Yu's maiden attempt, and he was undeniably nervous. He thought it best for Chunmei to lie prone. Yuan, standing nearby, gazed at Wang Yu with unadulterated admiration. She harbored no doubts about the veracity of his words. She believed everything he said. In her eyes, Wang Yu was already exceptional, and the revelation of his medical prowess filled her heart with inexplicable joy. Chunmei obediently reclined on the hospital bed. Wang Yu, poised at the bedside, hesitated, finding it challenging to proceed. It was summer, and clothing was light. Despite her being his cousin, Wang Yu felt a sense of awkwardness. He promptly retrieved a towel, draping it over Chunmei's abdomen to regain his composure. Extending his right hand, he began with gentle presses, gradually transitioning to heavier kneading, adhering to the technique imprinted in his mind. Chunmei felt a comforting warmth enveloping her abdomen, revitalizing her from her weariness. Her discomfort seemed to vanish instantaneously. After approximately 15 minutes, Wang Yu ceased. Despite the barrier of the towel, the soft texture had exerted considerable pressure on him. "Brother, that was truly remarkable." Chunmei stretched, experiencing an unprecedented sense of well-being. "Of course. When has your brother ever deceived you? Wang Yu, witnessing the efficacy, was equally pleased with the gynecology virtuoso effect. Yuan, weren't you feeling unwell a few days ago? The hospital couldn't diagnose anything, right? Let my brother examine you. It's unnecessary. I'm quite well. Yuan was somewhat bashful. Nonsense. Let my brother examine you. It's free of charge. With that, Chunmei grasped Yuan's hand and presented it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, without overthinking, was eager to further test his gynecology virtuoso skills. All right, no problem. I'll examine Yuan. He began to palpate Yuan's pulse, a mere pretense. At the gynecology virtuoso level, he could discern a woman's physical condition upon contact, revealing ailments and precise treatments. However, such a method would appear too outlandish. Pulse diagnosis was more conventional, unlikely to arouse suspicion. Yuan's wrist was gently held by Wang Yu, the warmth inducing a nervous flutter within her. Wang Yu, oblivious, focused on the physical details unfolding in his mind. Compared to Chunmei, Yuan's condition was considerably different. A pulmonary issue was apparent. Upon reviewing the treatment, Wang Yu felt confident in his ability to manage it, despite its complexity. The cardiac palpitations were perplexing, chronic overthinking, emotional distress manifesting as periodic heart spasms. The treatment prescribed, addressing the patient's thoughts and anxieties, complemented by medicinal cuisine and massage techniques. The precise ingredients and cooking times for the medicinal cuisine were clearly outlined, and the massage techniques posed no challenge. However, how was he to address her thoughts and anxieties? Yuan, your health is somewhat compromised. Wang Yu opted to begin with the medicinal cuisine and massage, postponing the mental health aspect. Brother, is it serious? Chunmei appeared even more anxious than Yuan. Don't worry, it's treatable, definitely treatable. Wang Yu swiftly retrieved his phone, sending Chunmei the list of ingredients for the medicinal cuisine, along with precise instructions on cooking times and temperatures. Consume 1 bowl every evening for a month, following these instructions. That's simple? Chunmei, scrutinizing the information on her phone, doubted its efficacy in treating a serious ailment. It must be accompanied by massage techniques. Then what are we waiting for? Begin treating Yuan immediately. I'll go to the pharmacy to check for the ingredients. Chunmei hurried out. In the hospital room, Wang Yu awkwardly glanced at Yuan. The massage techniques differed significantly from those used on Chunmei, involving sensitive acupoints. Wang Yu appeared more flustered than Yuan. Had Yuan not been aware of Wang Yu's impending divorce, she might have declined his offer of massage. However, emboldened by the knowledge, she eagerly sought more contact with Wang Yu. Brother Yu, thank you for treating me. How can I assist? Observing Yuan's poise, Wang Yu realized he had been overthinking. He was, after all, a healer, and a doctor's focus should be solely on the patient. Lie down, and I'll give you a massage. Yuan obediently reclined on the bed, her subtle tremors betraying her excitement. Wang Yu observed Yuan's attire, modest, revealing no skin. Yet, her curves tested his resolve. He inhaled deeply, resolving to begin with her shoulders. Who claimed that a doctor's focus should be solely on the patient? Wang Yu certainly couldn't adhere to that. As the half-hour elapsed, Wang Yu's technique grew more refined, but the close proximity to Yuan continued to exert pressure on him. With the session concluded, Wang Yu nearly collapsed from exhaustion. All right, Yuan, how do you feel? Wang Yu averted his gaze, unwilling to confront Yuan. Her clothes clinging to her body, soaked with perspiration. He dared not look, dared not imagine, and yearned to escape. Much better, though bashful. Yuan was acutely aware of her feelings. The massage had evoked a sense of happiness far outweighing the embarrassment. At this moment, she was far more composed than Wang Yu. What are you two doing? Chunmei, bursting into the room, scrutinized the pair, their clothes damp with sweat, sparking peculiar thoughts within her. Nothing, just finish the massage. That much sweat from a massage? Yes, I was quite exerted. Then why is Yuan perspiring so much? I was also quite exerted. All right, you and Amp, Oppos, both exhausted. Had Yuan, aware of her cousin's impending divorce, begun to pursue him? Something must have transpired in the room that she was unaware of. Chapter 12. In the morning, Wang Yu slipped away. Yuan pulled Chunmei aside, observing the medicine in her hand and knowing it was intended for him. Thus, he drank it down. Chunmei, I'm fine here. You two should go and find a room to rest, he suggested. Oh, all right. Chun May had a multitude of questions for Yuan, and her current presence was rather inconvenient. Consequently, she took her reluctant friend and left. Having slept for half the night, Wang Yu was not tired. He lay in bed until just past 5 in the morning, unable to fall asleep. His reactions were somewhat dulled, but he was far from foolish. He fully comprehended Yuan's feelings for him. It was inconceivable for him to claim he had no thoughts about her. The massage from yesterday, with the young girl under his hands. Well, contemplating this felt inappropriate, yet she was truly soft, and the sounds she made were delightful. As his thoughts wandered, Wang Yu felt his trousers tighten uncomfortably. He cursed himself silently and hurried to the bathroom, splashing cold water over himself. To quell his rising desire, he decided it was best to sneak away. If Yuan sought him out today, insisting on more treatments, he couldn't guarantee his self-control. Thus, he thought it prudent to avoid testing a man with a woman's allure. After all, it is a truth well known that heroes often falter at the beauty's threshold. After leaving the town hospital, Wang Yu took a taxi home, his heart racing with anxiety. He had just sent Chun Mei a message, claiming he had business at work and needed to leave, and he asked her to assist with his discharge paperwork. Now, he feared Chun Mei might intercept him at the hospital entrance. It seemed the two girls were still asleep, given that it was still before 6, and they had left quite late the previous evening. Arriving home, Wang Yu hesitated at the door, calling out to the yard, "Mom, I have business at the company. I'll be heading out. I'll return to see you in a few days." His mother's voice echoed from inside, but he couldn't discern her words. Starting his car, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. As he drove back, Wang Yu's thoughts were tumultuous. The previous day, he had viewed his life as bleak. But now, regarding his wife, he felt only disgust, devoid of any negative emotions. To live well, one must embrace a touch of green in life. Just look at how easily netizens let go of their burdens. Why should he cling stubbornly to his? Having divorced, he resolved to focus his thoughts on pursuing that captivating girl. However, reflecting on their limited interactions, he realized winning her over would be quite a challenge. If yesterday he had harbored doubts after the slap from the mountain god, he now brimmed with confidence. With this in mind, Wang Yu checked his merit points from treating his sister in Yuan. Upon opening the panel, he was pleasantly surprised. His sister Chun Mei had contributed 1 merit point. Though modest, it was commendable given her mild condition. However, Yuan had bestowed a generous 10 points, indicating the effectiveness of his massage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 11 merit points and may draw a reward. Initially only perusing, Wang Yu was intrigued to discover he could participate in a lottery. Considering the 3 rewards he possessed, his anticipation surged. Upon clicking to draw, the panel revealed not an elaborate spectacle, but a straightforward tome titled The Essence of Bone Realignment. Wang Yu clicked to receive it, and akin to the experience with Wing Chun, a wave of information surged into his mind. Subsequently, he gained profound insight into the contents of this book. This text was exceptionally potent. Once comprehended, Wang Yu felt as though the bones of the human body were mere toys in his hands. It meticulously detailed the properties and functions of various bones, as well as the techniques required for their disassembly and reassembly. In summary, after mastering the essence of bone realignment, Wang Yu would find orthopedic ailments trivial to address. Just as he reveled in his newfound knowledge, he received a call from Chun Mei. Glancing at his phone, he swiftly hung up, replying that he was driving, and tossed the device aside. "My brother actually hung up on me. How infuriating," Chun Mei lamented. Nevertheless, she felt considerably better than before. "Now I can finally pursue Yuga." Meanwhile, Yuan was not disheartened by Wang Yu's stealthy departure. After all, she had endured far worse despair for many years, and nothing could stifle the love she had suppressed and concealed. Upon returning to the community, Wang Yu contemplated venturing downstairs, but then remembered he was to finalize his divorce the following day. It was best to avoid unnecessary discomfort, and, once his troubles were resolved, approach the captivating girl with a light heart. However, little did Wang Yu realize that had he knocked on the door just moments ago, he would have seen the girl he longed for diligently packing her belongings, seemingly preparing for a long journey. If he waited until tomorrow, he would likely only catch a whiff of her presence. Therefore, gentlemen, when pursuing a woman, one must act swiftly. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances may unfold. After wandering the house for a while, Feeling unamused, Wang Yu resolved to seek a hospital to tend to his head, as he had neglected to address his own injuries while escaping. Arriving at a nearby private hospital, he glanced up to read Maria Gynecology Hospital and hesitated momentarily. As a man, going to a gynecological clinic feels rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should find another place. Before he could leave, an ambulance screeched to a halt beside him, the smell of burnt rubber filling the air. The ambulance doors swung open, and a robust male nurse leaped out, followed by a stretcher. Upon it lay a young boy, eyes tightly shut, blood covering his head and body. Behind the stretcher trailed a distraught woman, her appearance betraying her affluent status, yet her tear-streaked face rendered her beauty indiscernible. Wang Yu, initially set to depart, suddenly felt compelled by the sight of the injured boy. It seemed he had been struck by a heavy object, and his bones were likely fractured. If he could treat him successfully, his merit points would surely increase significantly. Thus, he resolved to enter the emergency room. Inside, the doctors and nurses, seeing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, mistakenly assumed he was another patient in need of urgent care, and no one attempted to remove him. They were preoccupied with the young boy, whose condition was precarious. Had they not arrived promptly, he could have easily succumbed to excessive blood loss. Although he had been stabilized, his prognosis remained grim. The boy had suffered multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body, his legs broken, with bone fragments protruding grotesquely from his flesh. "How's my son?" A well-groomed, middle-aged man rushed into the emergency room, his voice laden with urgency. The distressed tone momentarily grounded the emotionally shattered woman seated nearby. "Xiao Jia was hit by a car. He's still being treated." "Oh, I should have taken better care of him." She wept. "Zhu Yan, don't cry. Xiao Jia will be fine," the man consoled, despite his own heartache, as he observed his wife's distress. "Who's the child family?" A middle-aged doctor, slightly portly with a receding hairline and wearing a mask, apt Chapter 13, The Return of the Boy of Yesteryear, the ever-present sense of justice upon hearing this. Wang Yu was taken aback. Is it really that serious? The little boy he had just seen appeared quite adorable, and the thought of such a small child potentially losing his legs weighed heavily on his heart. Wang Yu, who had always possessed a strong sense of justice, now found himself forgetting his original intention of accumulating merit points. All he could think about was saving that child. Moreover, observing Zhu Yin and her husband, both in their 40s, Wang Yu surmised that this boy was likely their youngest son. If the child were indeed to undergo amputation, it would cast a long shadow of sorrow over their family. Seeing Zhu Yin collapsed on the ground, Wang Yu rushed over. The moment his hands touched her, her physical condition manifested vividly in his mind. Shock induced by extreme grief, treatment methods. Multiple miscarriages leading to infertility, treatment methods. General weakness with multiple organ failures beginning, treatment methods. Wang Yu was startled by what he saw regarding Zhu Yan's condition. If her son were to lose his legs, it was likely that she would not survive long. This child must be saved, otherwise it would be a loss of life. At that moment, Wang Yu pressed a few points at Zhu Yan's temples and vigorously stimulated several acupoints on her back to activate her immune system. Gradually, Zhu Yan began to regain consciousness. As she prepared to push Wang Yu away, her husband, witnessing Wang Yu's professional technique and swift actions, retracted his hand. However, noticing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, he couldn't shake off a feeling of doubt regarding this individual. "What are you doing?" The Mediterranean man saw Wang Yu stepping in, treating Zhu Yan, and felt as if his position was being usurped. Wang Yu did not respond, for at that moment, Zhu Yan had already awakened. After helping her sit up and handing her over to her husband, Wang Yu spoke to him. "I can treat your child's injuries. Not only can I prevent amputation, but I can also ensure his complete recovery, allowing him to grow up as healthily as other children." "Mr. Tang, do not listen to this young man's nonsense." The Mediterranean man interjected, clearly aware of Zhu Yan's husband's identity, and quickly began to dissuade him. "Han Yuan, this young man can save Xiao Jia. Let him treat him." At this moment, Zhu Yan had completely lost her reason. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, she grasped onto them as a lifeline, devoid of any doubt. "Young man, you are not deceiving me, are you? You can truly save my son's legs." Tang Hanyuan, too, had lost some of his calmness. Although he harbored skepticism about Wang Yu's claims, The situation concerned his son, and he felt a glimmer of hope. What if he could actually heal him? This mindset was akin to that of many terminally ill patients who, despite being fully aware of their physical condition, still clung to superstitions and remedies. Mr. Tang, I can indeed heal him, and you may stay by my side to observe. If you feel my treatment is inadequate, you can intervene directly. Wang Yu understood the parents and Appo's mindset and had no intention of boasting. He was willing to let them watch him treat their child. Fine, I agree. Treat my child now. If you can truly save my son, I, Tang Hongyuan, owe you a life. Wang Yu cared little for such promises. His sole intention was to save the child. Even if he received nothing in return, he would still proceed with the treatment. No, this is a hospital. You're not one of our doctors, and I cannot allow you to treat patients here. The Mediterranean man, now disregarding Tang Hongyuan's status, immediately intervened. Despite his disbelief that someone so young could save the child's legs, he could not permit anyone to act recklessly on his turf. Whether Wang Yu could heal the child was secondary. If he entered the emergency room today, it would reflect poorly on the Mediterranean man. What do you want? If he is not your son, you shouldn't care. I'm speaking with the child's father, so it's none of your business. Wang Yu, observing the Mediterranean man's agitation, felt a surge of irritation. Rubbish. I am concerned that you might fail in your treatment and delay the child's surgery, which could jeopardize his life. Exactly. Our Dr. Wang is a renowned surgical expert in the province. If he cannot guarantee saving the patient's legs, what can a nameless outsider like you do? Do you even have a medical license? I now suspect you are a fraud. What else with the bandage on your head? Did you get beaten up for attempting to swindle someone? A young nurse with a face full of acne stood beside Dr. Wang, accusing Wang Yu. After speaking, she covertly glanced at the Mediterranean man. I indeed lack a medical license, but my bone-setting technique can undoubtedly save your child. If you trust me, I can preserve his legs in no more than half an hour. Wang Yu could not counter the nurse's remarks, and since the Mediterranean man was a well-known surgical expert, he was uncertain whether the couple would permit him to treat their son. Observing the heated argument, Tang Hongyuan regained his composure. He was familiar with the Mediterranean man. Though the hospital bore the name of a gynecology clinic, it was a private establishment with a strong profit motive. All departments were well-equipped, staffed with renowned specialists. Yet the prices were exorbitant, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Thus, while the common populace viewed it as a mere gynecology clinic, the wealthy in the city recognized it as the best hospital frequented for medical care. Dr. Wang, I am aware of your esteemed reputation. May I inquire if there is absolutely no hope for my son's legs? Tang Hongyuan's tone was heavy with concern. Mr. Tang, I have practiced medicine for over 30 years and have performed countless surgeries. While many doctors can save your son in Appo's life, none can preserve his legs, not even the experts from the Kyoto Medical Institute. The Mediterranean man spoke with confidence in his skills. Wang Yu's expression darkened, sensing that the child's father was unwilling to allow him to proceed with treatment. Husband, Zhu Yan looked at her spouse, awaiting his decision. Youth, my rational mind tells me not to trust you, but my son's condition compels me to place my faith in you. You must consider carefully. If you deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Wang Yu met Tang Hongyuan's threat with indifference. He understood that in such a situation, he would likely not trust a passerby without a medical license. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, you will be grateful for your choice. Observing Wang Yu's confidence, Tang Hongyuan made up his mind. Dr. Wang, I kindly ask you to proceed. Regardless of whether my son can be cured, I will pay a fee of 1 million. Initially inclined to refuse, the Mediterranean man fell silent upon hearing the promise of 1 million, closing his mouth. The young nurse beside him gazed incredulously at Tang Hongyuan. While it was not uncommon for expenses to reach millions at their hospital, encountering someone willing to pay such a sum simply to allow an outsider to treat a patient was a first. Chapter 14. The intricacies of bone setting with affluence as a facilitator, Tang Hongyuan generously pledged 1 million, prompting the amenable head physician to commence arrangements. Upon arriving at the emergency room, Wang Yu observed the child lying naked on the operating table, his garments removed. The bleeding had been staunched, but the vital signs displayed on the adjacent monitor indicated an unstable condition. The sight of his son in such a state moved the seasoned Tang Honyuan to tears. His wife, Zhu Yin, was deliberately kept away, lest the distressing scene cause her to faint. "A pair of thin gloves, please," Wang Yu requested, approaching the child. He gently placed his hand on the child's forehead, lamenting the absence of an immediate diagnostic reading. A nurse, at the direction of the head physician, provided surgical gloves. Wang Yu donned them and began meticulously palpating the child's body, leaving no area untouched. After examining each of the child's 200-plus bones, Wang Yu had a comprehensive understanding of the injuries. "Mr. Tang, the child has 8 fractured ribs, a broken left arm, a fractured scapula, spiral comminuted fractures below both knees, and multiple bone dislocations," Wang Yu summarized. The head physician was astounded. He had required numerous x-rays to ascertain the child's condition, while this young man had diagnosed everything with his bare hands. "Please," Tang Honyuan implored, his words laden with desperation. Faced with his son's condition, threats and entreaties seemed futile. Wang Yu nodded and commenced treatment. Empowered by his bone-setting expertise, he approached the child's injuries with confidence. He began with the ribs, given their proximity to vital organs. With nimble hands, Wang Yu manipulated the child's body, his movements swift and precise. As his hands moved, protrusions and depressions gradually aligned, restoring the natural contours. The seamless process left the onlookers in awe. In under 3 minutes, Wang Yu had flawlessly realigned the 8 fractured ribs. The head physician, now recognizing Wang Yu's exceptional abilities, used an instrument to monitor the child's recovery. Observing the perfectly aligned ribs on the monitor, he was speechless. Having addressed the ribs, Wang Yu proceeded to correct the dislocations, a task he found relatively straightforward. Next, he turned to the scapula, a more challenging bone due to its large size and thinness. However, Wang Yu's expertise prevailed, and he not only began to heal the scapula, but also address the injured arm. Finally, he faced the most daunting task, the legs. The sight of exposed bone fragments filled Wang Yu with sorrow for the child's suffering. Although both legs had spiral comminuted fractures, one was clearly more severe. Wang Yu began by realigning the protruding bones of the right leg, carefully feeling for the scattered bone fragments within. After palpating the fracture site hundreds of times, he determined that there were over 30 fragments. Conventional treatment would likely necessitate amputation, as no one could reassemble so many fragments within the body. Even if they could be aligned, ensuring their reunification was improbable. However, Wang Yu believed he could succeed. Mentally numbering each of the 30-plus fragments, he began the painstaking process of repositioning the first one. The task was arduous, and Wang Yu labored intensely. Moving such small fragments within flesh and blood proved exceedingly difficult. Soon, beads of sweat covered his brow. The head physician directed a nurse to wipe his face. By this point, he realized that the young man might indeed save the child's legs, a true medical marvel. Wang Yu dared not pause, knowing that he had to realign all the fragments in one go. Prolonged interruptions could cause the aligned fragments to shift with muscle movement. Tang Honyuan felt fortunate for his decision. The young man was clearly capable, although he lacked medical knowledge. The change in demeanor of the head physician and nurses indicated that there was a high probability that his son's legs would be saved. After approximately 20 minutes, Wang Yu finally aligned the last fragment. He exhaled deeply, his body exhausted. The intense concentration had drained him of energy. Apply a cast immediately. The leg must remain immobile for a month, Wang Yu instructed. The head physician, now devoid of his earlier arrogance, acted with the diligence of a novice. Seeing the head physician and Oppos as sufficient actions, Wang Yu felt reassured. While the man might not have been capable of saving the child in Oppos as legs on his own, his medical skills were undeniable. His dexterity and precision were indicative of an experienced surgeon. "Mr. Tang, we've managed to save this leg. The other one is more complicated, and I'm uncertain of my ability, but I can guarantee that amputation won't be necessary," Wang Yu stated. He had overestimated his capabilities. By the end of the previous treatment, his fingers had begun to tremble uncontrollably. He lacked the confidence to treat the left leg, which had even more fragments. "It's all right, young man. I won't blame you. You've done your best," Tang Honyuan replied. Witnessing Wang Yu's incredible skills, he knew that the young man was genuinely trying to help. His child would at least retain one leg, and the other would remain, even if it meant a limp. Perhaps I can assist, the head physician offered, stepping forward. Wang Yu turned, sensing an opportunity. If the head physician could move the fragments near the fracture site, it would save him considerable effort. Very well, Dr. Wang. I would appreciate it. Are you sure? Tang Honyuan asked, his confidence in the head physician wavering. It should be manageable. Dr. Wang's skills are quite commendable. Wang Yu assured him. The head physician was elated by Wang Yu and Appo's acknowledgement, finding validation in the recognition from someone more skilled. Then I entrust my son to you both. A cure is preferable to a disability, Tang Honyuan said, his hopes renewed by Wang Yu's confidence. Experience bred familiarity. Wang Yu's examination of the left leg was noticeably faster. As he suspected, there were over 50 fragments, making the task exceedingly difficult. After familiarizing himself with the positions, Wang Yu and the head physician engaged in a discussion, analyzing the location, movement, and method of each fragment. Wang Yu primarily led the discussion, with the head physician listening attentively. After explaining each fragment, Wang Yu would ask the head physician if he was confident in his ability to manipulate it. Chapter 15. A salary of 5 million awaits you at our hospital. The two individuals engaged in a mentor-student dynamic, with Dr. Wang listening intently as Wang Yu articulated various techniques and treatment methods, earning his profound admiration. While humbly seeking guidance, he also offered his own insights appropriately. Through their exchanges, Wang Yu gained a clear understanding of Dr. Wang and Appo's considerable expertise, rich clinical experience, and solid foundational knowledge. With confidence in the forthcoming treatment, Wang Yu's mental state began to stabilize, and they were ready to commence the procedure. Under Wang Yu's direction, Dr. Wang carefully began to reposition the fractured bones. When the fragments reached the site of the break, Wang Yu seamlessly took over, aligning them meticulously. Both practitioners proceeded with utmost caution, not daring to relax, while the attentive nurses nervously wiped their brows. As time passed, the fragments were gradually reassembled. However, as they approached the last few pieces, Dr. Wang's endurance waned. His fingers trembled involuntarily, and he felt utterly drained of strength. Wang Yu cast a reassuring glance at him, signaling that he should take a break. Doctor. Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all these years as an expert, he found himself outpaced by this young man, who was tackling a task far more intricate and demanding, exerting far greater effort than himself. Yet there was little he could do, as his own skills and physical condition faltered. Wang Yu, however, was genuinely appreciative of Dr. Wang and Appo's assistance, acknowledging that his ability to persevere for such a duration had earned his respect. With renewed confidence, Wang Yu proceeded to complete the connection of the remaining bone fragments in one go. Tang Honyuan, witnessing Dr. Wang slump into a chair, felt a surge of anxiety. His son and Appo's recovery depended entirely on whether Wang Yu could sustain his effort. Wang Yu and Appo's hands remained steady, undeterred by the absence of Dr. Wang and Appo's collaboration. His focus was unprecedented as he flawlessly aligned a bone fragment, then moved on to the next, working with a mechanical precision that was both rhythmic and fluid. The sweat on his brow and fatigue in his body seemed to have no bearing on his performance. After several intense minutes, Wang Yu finally finished joining the last fragment and collapsed onto the floor, breathless. Quick, apply the plaster, he gasped, sitting on the ground, catching his breath. Dr. Wang, regaining some strength, had already prepared the necessary materials and swiftly proceeded with the next steps. You saved my son's legs, Tang Honyuan exclaimed, his heart racing with trepidation as he sought confirmation about his son's treatment. He dreaded receiving unfavorable news from Wang Yu, yet he felt compelled to inquire, lest his anxious heart remain unassured. Thankfully, the procedure had been a resounding success. Wang Yu assured him that his son's legs had been perfectly rejoined and would not hinder normal activity or life in the future. With a joyful smile, Wang Yu shared the good news, feeling a profound sense of spiritual renewal from this experience. Observing the child in his care who had been spared from amputation filled him with genuine happiness. Thank you, Tang Honyuan expressed, unable to contain his excitement upon hearing Wang Yu's words. After applying the plaster, Dr. Wang instructed the nurses to conduct a thorough examination of the child. Moments later, the results were revealed. Gazing at the X-rays displaying the impeccably rejoined bones, Dr. Wang and the nurses regarded Wang Yu with sincere admiration. Mr. Tang, your son has truly been healed. The bones have been perfectly aligned. Each fragment fits seamlessly together. In just a month, he will be able to walk again. Wang Yu declared, rising to his feet. I will prescribe a regimen. If you follow this plan twice daily for a month, your child will be walking in no time. He then requested paper and pen from the nurse, jotting down a list of herbal medicines along with preparation instructions, which he handed to Tang Hongyuan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Tang Hongyuan asked, solemnly receiving the prescription. My name is Wang Yu. Please refrain from calling me a benefactor. I merely did my part. He replied modestly. Oh, Dr. Wang, it appears we're distant relatives. Dr. Wang interjected, approaching to engage with Wang Yu. Meanwhile, the nurses began to clean the child, preparing him for transfer to a hospital room. Tang Hongyuan wished to converse further with Wang Yu, but, concerned for his son, he quickly expressed his gratitude and followed the nurses. Dr. Wang, may I ask a favor? What can I assist you with? Could you please help me remove the bandages from my head? Wang Yu finally remembered the purpose of his visit. The bandages were wrapped haphazardly, making it difficult for him to remove them independently. Not a problem, not a problem, Dr. Wang assured him, promptly assisting with the task. Once the bandages were removed, Wang Yu felt a wave of relief, moving his head and finding himself unhindered. He exchanged pleasantries with Dr. Wang and prepared to leave. As he reached the threshold, he noticed Zhu Yin rushing towards him, kneeling before him. Wang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, not wishing to accept such a grand gesture. Today had been a roller coaster of emotions for Zhu Yin. Her heart shattered when her son was struck by a vehicle, the despair upon learning of the impending amputation, and finally, the joy of knowing her son's legs had been preserved. In her overwhelming gratitude, she could no longer maintain her composure and wished to kneel before Wang Yu to express her appreciation. Gently lifting Zhu Yin, Wang Yu offered comforting words just as Tang Hongyuan and a few others approached. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Tang Hongyuan stepped forward once more to express his gratitude. His son was a culmination of years of effort and hope, a child conceived late in life. And the thought of him becoming disabled was a blow that could shatter their family. Mr. Wang, your medical expertise is remarkable. May I inquire which hospital you practice at? Asked a well-dressed man in a suit, sporting black-rimmed glasses with a polite smile. Oh, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Han Kuan, the director of Maria Hospital. Director Han, you are too kind. I do not work in the medical field. My treatment methods are simply family traditions and do not merit such praise. Wang Yu humbly replied. Dr. Wang, your modesty is disarming. You are making me blush, Dr. Wang added, complimenting Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, I would like to extend an offer for you to join our hospital with an annual salary of 5 million. What do you think? Director Han's eagerness was evident, ready to recruit a skilled practitioner without hesitation. However, I do not possess a medical license, Wang Yu replied, intrigued by the offer. He had mastered not only bone-setting techniques, but also had a reputation as a skilled gynecologist. Practicing medicine should pose no issue. Moreover, this experience had instilled in him a newfound appreciation for the healing process. If they could resolve his licensing dilemma, he would be open to the opportunity. That won't be a problem. Our hospital will handle it. As long as you agree to join us, we can manage the licensing, Director Han assured him confidently. Very well, but I must attend to a few matters first. Would it be acceptable for me to return in 2 days? Wang Yu contemplated, planning to file for divorce from his wife the following day and resign from his job in the afternoon. Upon encountering Mr. Wang departing, Mr. Tang hastened to intercept him, explaining that the presence of onlookers had previously prevented him from expressing his gratitude. Now, observing that Mr. Wang had concluded his discussions with the hospital and the crowd had dispersed, he approached him. Mr. Tang, is there something you require? Mr. Wang inquired with curiosity. Mr. Wang, your benevolence in saving my son is immeasurable, and I have yet to properly express my appreciation. Oh, and how does Mr. Tang intend to convey his gratitude? Mr. Wang responded. He was not one to demand recompense, but neither would he decline a gesture of appreciation offered freely. I am uncertain of your preferences, Mr. Wang, and I am perhaps somewhat conventional in my approach. Please accept this 10 million as a token of my gratitude. Mr. Tang presented a check for the aforementioned sum. While Mr. Wang had anticipated some form of monetary offering, he was taken aback by the magnitude of the sum. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. "I shall gratefully accept your generous gift, Mr. Tang. In return, I shall offer my assistance to Mrs. Tang." Mr. Tang's curiosity was piqued. "And what assistance might that be?" "My expertise lies in gynecology, and I am confident in my ability to remedy your wife and Oppo's condition," Mr. Wang stated. "You are aware of my wife and Oppo's affliction? During our brief interaction, I discerned that Mrs. Tang suffers from habitual miscarriages, resulting in infertility. This is a condition I can readily address." Mr. Tang was profoundly affected by this revelation. He and his wife had sought the counsel of numerous specialists, both domestic and international, over the course of many years. All to no avail. Each pregnancy had been fraught with anxiety, yet each had ended in miscarriage before the third month. It was only after considerable effort and expense that they had managed to carry their son to term. Had anyone else made such a claim, Mr. Tang would have dismissed it out of hand. However, having witnessed Mr. Wang's extraordinary abilities, he was inclined to believe him. "I'm deeply grateful, Mr. Wang. I shall commence my employment at the hospital the day after tomorrow. I will examine Mrs. Tang at that time. In the interim, I suggest you spend these next few days with your son." Mr. Tang presented a black and gold business card. "Please do not hesitate to contact me should you require anything." Mr. Wang accepted the card. "I do not have a business card of my own. Allow me to call your number so that you may have my contact information." After Mr. Tang's phone rang, Mr. Wang ended the call. "I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Farewell, Mr. Wang. I shall see you the day after tomorrow." Mr. Tang watched Mr. Wang depart, then hastened to share the news with his wife. Upon arriving at the company, Mr. Wang was in high spirits, buoyed by the prospect of a lucrative new position and the generous gift he had received. However, upon reaching the Human Resources Department, he was informed that he had been terminated. Following the completion of the necessary formalities, Mr. Wang received a severance package of $1 million and signed an agreement barring him from future employment in the industry. Reflecting on these events, Mr. Wang realized that he was being targeted by the Chen family. However, he was puzzled as to why his company would acquiesce to their demands. Regardless, Mr. Wang was not overly concerned. He had been planning to resign in any event, and the severance package was a welcome bonus. While the non-compete agreement was restrictive, Mr. Wang had no intention of remaining in the industry. After completing the paperwork, Mr. Wang was summoned to the office of Mr. Zhang, the general manager. Mr. Zhang offered some parting words. "Mr. Wang, I cannot speak plainly, but I urge you to avoid rash actions. Is it not somewhat late for such advice, Mr. Zhang? Surely a young man is entitled to some impetuosity. Regrettably, my decision to terminate your employment was not entirely my own. As general manager, I am subject to the authority of the board of directors." Mr. Zhang deftly shifted the blame. "I have several contacts in other companies. If you're interested, I would be happy to recommend you." Mr. Wang examined the documents Mr. Zhang presented. "These companies are all affiliated with our own. Are you attempting to deceive me? Do not be concerned about the non-compete agreement. I shall overlook it. You may proceed without fear of penalty. What benefits have the Chens bestowed upon you in exchange for this treachery? The Chens are of no consequence to me. Some individuals are best left undisturbed. Compliance will be rewarded. Defiance will have dire consequences. So you are a compliant lackey. Is my wife's paramour behind this? A despicable creature, a rat in the gutter, whom I shall certainly bring to justice. You will learn the meaning of loose lips sink ships. Now leave." Chapter 17, A Chance Encounter with My Former Mother-in-Law. There is something I wish to share with you. Wang Yu paid no heed to General Manager Zhang's ire. He produced his resignation letter, waving it before Zhang, and said, "I initially came here to resign today, but I was taken aback by your generosity, General Zhang. Not only have you compensated me with 500,000, but you have also bestowed upon me another 500,000 as a confidentiality fee. $1 million. I am truly grateful." With that, Wang Yu turned and left, his spirits high, leaving General Zhang in a state of bewilderment. Stepping out of the company, Wang Yu felt quite pleased. Contemplating the divorce proceedings he would finalize the next morning, followed by a visit to his beloved girl in the afternoon. Should he prepare a gift? It wouldn't be appropriate to go empty-handed, as he wasn't merely collecting a debt. Thus, he resolved to visit the mall, uncertain of what his beloved might prefer, yet believing that a gift would always be appreciated. Arriving at the largest shopping center in Zuchicheng, Wang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the past, recalling how he had always visited this place with Chen Yuding. Now he was here alone, purchasing gifts for another woman, and he pondered the twists and turns of life. Yet, one must look forward. Past love should be swept into the annals of history, for there are still many cherished individuals in his life deserving of his companionship. Upon entering the mall, Wang Yu made a beeline for the jewelry store. Gazing at the array of exquisite ornaments displayed in the cases, he, a rather straightforward man, found himself at a loss for choice. Should he heed the advice circulating online, opting for the expensive rather than the appropriate? With this thought in mind, he ventured into the most upscale women's jewelry boutique within the mall. This establishment showcased not only gold and platinum adornments, but also precious gems such as jade and diamonds. Upon glancing at the prices, even with his wealth of 10 million, Wang Yu couldn't suppress a gasp. None of the pieces were below 6 figures. And while 7-figure items were scarce, each display case contained several. The singular cabinet showcasing items all bore price tags exceeding 10 million. At that moment, Wang Yu began to grasp the indulgences of the affluent. When he had assumed that Chun's family was among the elite of Zuchicheng. However, after years of societal exposure, he realized that the Chun family, while affluent, did not rank within the top 10 of the city's wealthiest. But none of this mattered now. After tomorrow, they would inhabit entirely different worlds, severing ties completely. As he admired the exquisite jewelry and the long strings of numbers, Wang Yu abandoned his earlier thoughts. His financial capabilities simply did not align. "Sir, may I assist you with something?" A clear voice, imbued with professionalism, drew Wang Yu's attention. Turning, he beheld a youthful and radiant girl standing beside him, a name tag reading in turn adorning her chest, indicating her status. As a first-time buyer of such luxurious jewelry, he was at a loss for selection, and her timely appearance was a welcome relief. "I wish to purchase a piece of jewelry as a gift, but am unsure how to choose. Could you provide some guidance?" "Sir, may I inquire about the age of the recipient? Is she your beloved or a family member?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu envisioned a warm persona, perhaps in her 30s, yet with the skin and figure of someone in her 20s, leaving him indecisive. "Well, she is a woman I am currently pursuing, around 25 years of age." Wang Yu discerned that appearances could be misleading. Perhaps the warmth he imagined was merely a facade of maturity, while her figure and skin truly reflected her youthfulness. "Do you have a price range in mind?" The intern displayed remarkable professionalism, adeptly assessing the buyer's financial capacity before proceeding with suggestions. "Let us consider a bracelet, ideally around 1 million, but I prefer not to deviate too much from that figure." Reflecting on the unexpected windfall of 1 million, Wang Yu felt no regret in spending it. Opting for a bracelet was a spur-of-the-moment decision, as he deemed a ring too bold and a necklace too unfitting. A bracelet seemed the most suitable choice. At the mention of a bracelet, the intern's eyes sparkled. Based on her training, she recognized that this man had a significant intent to purchase, and while their store housed numerous items in the $1 million range, selling even one piece in a day was a rarity. "Very well, sir, please follow me." Following the intern, Wang Yu arrived at a display case featuring an intricate platinum bracelet adorned with numerous diamonds. The price tag of $999 made him realize that this girl truly understood the art of sales. "Sir, this bracelet is a creation by the renowned Italian designer, Master Calorie. It weighs 120 grams, crafted from high-purity platinum, and is set with 12 diamonds, each over 1 carat. Meticulously selected and cut to ensure optimal brilliance and fire. The diamonds are arranged in a pattern that exudes elegance and nobility, enhancing the charm of the wearer, whether for formal occasions or daily wear." Wang Yu was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the diamonds, recognizing the bracelet's opulence. However, sensing that his beloved was a woman of substance, he doubted she would appreciate such ostentation. "This is not quite right. It is too ostentatious. Do you have something simpler that could enhance the wearer's taste and sophistication?" "Indeed, sir, there's a bracelet that closely aligns with your desires, though it may slightly exceed your budget." "No matter, let us take a look first." Wang Yu felt confident in his financial standing and followed her to another display case. Before even hearing the introduction, he was captivated by a jade bracelet in a neighboring display. "Sir, you are interested in this piece." The intern gently reminded him as he leaned toward the adjacent case. Wang Yu waved dismissively at the six-figure price tag beneath the bracelet, saying, "Please provide details about this bracelet." The young woman approached. Though uncertain if Wang Yu could afford this particular piece, she was obliged to fulfill his request. "This is a simple yet refined jade bracelet. Its beauty lies in its delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship. It is carved from a single piece of icy jade, exhibiting an elegant green hue, with a soft luster and natural patterns distributed evenly throughout." As she elaborated, Wang Yu found himself increasingly enamored, nodding along, a desire to purchase blossoming within him. Just then, a familiar voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to turn. "Holy cow! ISNT that my mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen, and the man beside her is my wife's cousin, Lu Baoqiang, her cousin as well." Despite their masks, Wang Yu recognized them immediately. Observing his mother-in-law, a distance of several meters away, with her arm linked intimately with Lu Baoqiang, one might mistake them for an elderly couple in love. The scene before him was overwhelming, and for a moment, he was rendered speechless. Chapter 18. Like mother, like daughter, sir, are you all right? Wang Yu snapped back to reality, noticing a small hand waving in front of him. "This one," he declared. "Wrap it up, I'll take it." The melon before him made Wang Yu forget about the exorbitant price. Though expensive, he was willing to buy it for his first blood. Ignoring the intern and Oppo's deliberate flattery, Wang Yu paid and stealthily followed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang. He bought a beige sun hat in the clothing section and put on. After browsing for a while, Li Yuzhen purchased several outfits and a watch for Lu Baoqiang. Wang Yu couldn't discern the price from afar, but the Patek Philippe sign suggested she was sparing no expense. Arriving at the parking lot, Wang Yu hesitated to use his car, fearing detection. Lacking time for a taxi, he rented an electric scooter and trailed them discreetly. Initially worried about keeping up, Wang Yu found the evening rush hour slowed the Audi A8 to a crawl. After a while, Wang Yu realized they were heading towards his own residential complex. He remembered Lu Baoqiang lived in a villa district, and the Chen family didn't own property here. Confirming the A8's license plate, he decided to continue following them. The black A8 swiped its card and entered the underground parking garage. Wang Yu lamented the coincidence of them also owning property here. Abandoning the scooter, Wang Yu rushed into the complex, skipping the scooter return location to avoid losing them in the building's numerous apartments. Entering the underground garage, Wang Yu searched for the A8. Spotting it near an intersection, he saw two figures disappear around a corner. Approaching cautiously, he waited for the elevator doors to chime and the sound of their footsteps before revealing himself. Wang Yu watched the elevator stop at the third floor. He sprinted up the stairs and caught a glimpse of Li Yuzhen's familiar shoes as the door to apartment 302 was closing. Realizing their destination, he pondered how to proceed. Posing as a delivery man was out of the question. He needed a way to observe them, but the closed door offered no view. Leaving the building, Wang Yu located the window of apartment 302, roughly 10 meters above. Spotting the protruding air conditioning platforms, an idea sparked in his mind. He remembered seeing similar platforms online, often with comments about their sturdiness. Without hesitation, he scaled the building, reaching the second-floor platform. Finding the air conditioning unit secure, he prepared to ascend to the third floor. Wang Yu reached the third floor and maneuvered to the bedroom window of apartment 302. Crouching down, he worried about being spotted, but he had no choice. As time passed, Wang Yu acquired the information he sought, unaware that his every move had been detected. He thought about his abilities. While the effectiveness of the self-defense skill was unknown, the gynecology skill and bone-setting skill had proven their worth. He wondered if the child-giving skill was literal and if this was the opportune moment to test it on the middle-aged couple. Acting on impulse, Wang Yu activated the skill, enveloping Li Yuzhen's abdomen in a faint red glow. Unsure of the result, he packed up his phone and prepared to leave. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Wang Yu nearly fell from the platform, startled by the voice. He looked down to see 7 or 8 children staring up at him. "I know. I've seen the neighbor's uncle standing on our air conditioner before. My dad wanted to beat him up," one little girl chirped. Isn't that dangerous? Another boy asked. Yes, yes. Uncle, you're going to get beaten up by someone's dad. Whose house is this? Can we tell his dad not to beat up the uncle and let him teach us how to climb walls? Climbing walls? It looks too high. I don't want to learn. Hearing their discussion, Wang Yu wanted to explain, but how could he? Uncle, come down quickly, or you'll get beaten up. Yes. Uncle, standing on the air conditioner is dangerous. Come down quickly. The children concluded that they needed to protect the uncle from being beaten up. Wang Yu nodded, gave an awkward smile, and quickly climbed down. Uncle, you're so amazing. Can you teach me how to climb walls? As soon as he reached the ground, he was surrounded by the children. Climbing walls is dangerous. Wait until you're older. Uncle has to go now. Okay, goodbye, Uncle. Uncle, will you come back tomorrow? Under the children's gaze, Wang Yu fled. Little did he know, rumors of a lover escaping via air conditioner would soon spread through the complex. Chapter 19. Leaving with nothing, yet still threatening me, Wang Yu dashed out of the community, returning the electric scooter he had abandoned by the roadside. He purchased some ready-to-eat food and a few cans of beer before making his way back home. As the elevator passed the ground floor, Wang Yu felt a strong urge to descend, but he reluctantly suppressed it, reminding himself of his marital status. Tomorrow, after the divorce, he would come back at the first opportunity. Clutching a bracelet he had just bought, Wang Yu silently resolved to himself. As he sipped his beer, he scrolled through his phone, opening a video he had just recorded. He intended to take a few screenshots to print out at the color printer in his rented apartment. He wondered why it hadn't even been 3 minutes yet. Had he perhaps not recorded the whole thing? Puzzled by the video's duration, he quickly replayed it from start to finish. Indeed, it was 2 minutes and 36 seconds long, plunging him into deep contemplation. After capturing a few significant scenes, he printed them out and placed them in a folder ready to wash up and sleep. He needed to maintain a good mental state for the tasks awaiting him the next day. Lying in bed, Wang Yu felt an unsettling sense of forgetting something important, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. Suddenly, he exclaimed in frustration, "Oh no, I forgot to check my merit points." Initially, he had been focused on accumulating merit points to save child, but with so much happening today, he had completely overlooked it. Opening the system panel and skipping the earlier notifications, he was pleased to see his merit points had risen to 37. Rescuing the unconscious Zhu Yin earned him a guaranteed point, while saving the child granted him a substantial 25 points. However, there were no lottery draws this time, which left him feeling a bit dejected. The system and Oppo's rewards were formidable, and he had hoped to draw a new ability today. Despite his disappointment, the increasing merit points brought him joy. Once he officially started working and faced numerous patients daily, his merit points would surely soar. He fantasized about ascending to the celestial realm, and with such delightful thoughts, he soon drifted off to sleep. That night, Wang Yu slept soundly. In contrast, his wife Chun Yuding struggled to find rest, knowing that her husband would be divorcing her the next day. Over the past few days, she had contacted her lover several times, but each time he claimed to be busy, leaving her feeling abandoned and desolate. Meanwhile, Song Yan, having left the hospital, did not mourn Wang Yu's abrupt departure. The news of his divorce felt like a ray of dawn breaking the darkness, revitalizing her long-despaired heart. Lying in bed, clutching a pillow, she wore a smile, savoring a sweet and peaceful sleep. The happiest that night were indeed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang, who embraced each other in a blissful and loving manner. The following morning, Wang Yu arrived at what was once his home. He called his wife, but there was no answer, compelling him to return. After knocking a few times, he was taken aback when Li Yuzhen opened the door. Momentarily stunned, he reminded himself that the divorce was of utmost importance and forced himself to push aside memories of the previous night. "Come in. Your father wishes to discuss something with you," Li Yuzhen said. "Fine, as long as we can finalize the divorce. I'm open to any discussion." Following Li Yuzhen into the living room, Wang Yu felt a surge of anger upon seeing members of the Chun family seated in his house. "Wang Yu, if you want a divorce, you need to sign this," Chun Chushang said, pushing a document toward him. Wang Yu took the paper and was astonished to discover it was a divorce agreement. The terms were not merely harsh, they were utterly unreasonable. In his former self, he would have torn it to shreds in a fit of rage, but he had prepared a sensational revelation. Once divorced, they would surely regret their actions. Suppressing his fury, Wang Yu was ready for revenge, determined not to let them enjoy a smooth transition. Glancing at his wife's already signed name on the document, he took a pen and promptly signed his name. Stop! Chen Yuding rushed over, trying to intervene, but Wang Yu was too swift, having already completed the signature. He took one copy with him and tossed the other two onto the table. Draft a receipt. I'll transfer 1 million to you in Chapter 20. A man must live with clarity upon revisiting the house. A mere hour elapsed. Wang Yu was overcome by a sense of profound displacement. The cherished abode, painstakingly acquired through years of toil, was now irrevocably beyond his grasp. A pang of sorrow resonated within him. It was overshadowed by a profound sense of self-reproach. The divorce was now a reality. Observing Wang Yu's entrance, Chen Chusheng, uncharacteristically, refrained from adopting a hostile countenance. It is done, Uncle Chen. Henceforth, my ties to your esteemed family are severed, and all obligations are discharged. I shall retrieve my belongings and depart, Wang Yu declared. Chen Chusheng had consistently held a less than favorable view of the young man before him. Yet he held Wang Yu's integrity and disposition in high regard. In particular, he was deeply impressed by his decisive severance, undertaken at considerable personal cost. In the wake of his wife's infidelity, allow me to present this to you, Chen Chusheng said, extending a bank card to Wang Yu. Accepting the card, Wang Yu regarded Chen Chusheng with bemusement, uncertain of the intent behind this gesture. The previous agreement was merely to enable you to resist the divorce. But dwelling on that is now futile. My daughter has wronged you, but the Chen family shall not be in your debt. While I cannot recompense you for the emotional toll, here is 5 million, a token of appreciation for your years of dedication to the Chen family. Please accept it, Chen Chusheng said, patting Wang Yu's shoulder before sinking into the sofa with a sigh. Clutching the card, Wang Yu discerned Chen Chusheng's motivations. Chen Yuding's disgrace was a matter of concern, but Chen Chusheng was unwilling to stoop to dishonorable conduct for the sake of financial gain. Despite his long-held disdain for Wang Yu, he had anticipated the possibility of divorce and had employed the divorce agreement as leverage, primarily to safeguard his daughter's reputation. However, now that the divorce had transpired, Chen Chusheng was unwilling to engage in demeaning actions for the sake of monetary advantage. Pocketing the money, Wang Yu remained silent, acknowledging that it was rightfully his. He had gained a newfound understanding of his often critical father-in-law, recognizing that he possessed a sense of propriety and a regard for his reputation. Ascend and gather your possessions. The sooner you conclude your affairs, the sooner you may depart. Chen Chusheng said. Chen Yuding had not returned. Her whereabouts remained unknown. Only Wang Yu and Chen Chusheng were present in the house. When Wang Yu arrived, the children were still asleep, but they had since been taken out by Chen Yuzhen. Having completed his packing, Wang Yu gazed at Chen Chusheng, who was seated on the sofa, and felt a pang of sympathy for the once haughty patriarch. A sense of shared misfortune washed over him. Yet Wang Yu felt a sense of liberation, while Chen Chusheng had likely been deceived by Li Yuzhen for decades. With this in mind, Wang Yu resolved to offer assistance, lest Chen Chusheng remain oblivious to his wife's clandestine activities until his dying breath. Uncle Chen, I am departing. The keys are on the table, Wang Yu said. Very well. Be on your way, Chen Chusheng replied. Wang Yu hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He retrieved the printed photographs and the USB drive containing the copied videos, placing them in Chen Chusheng and Appo's hand. Uncle Chen, the paramount virtue of a man is to live with clarity. I have retained no copies of these materials. They are all yours. Take care, Wang Yu said, before swiftly departing. Chen Chusheng, gazing at the photographs and USB drive, felt a surge of trepidation. He wondered if the evidence of his daughter and Appo's infidelity had been unearthed by the young man. He felt relieved that he had not acted in an overly harsh manner, lest Wang Yu had withheld this information from him. The thought of this information being disseminated and the public humiliation it would bring was unbearable. Although he was convinced that it contained evidence of his daughter's infidelity, he resolved to examine it, just in case he was mistaken. Li Yuzhen, you are a formidable woman, Chen Chusheng muttered. Chen Chusheng had barely glanced at a single photograph when he coughed up a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. Father, what has happened to you? Chen Yuding cried, having returned home after Wang Yu's departure. Upon leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she had been unable to face Wang Yu and had lingered outside. Now, upon her return, she discovered her father collapsed on the sofa, his face ashen, with blood staining his chest and the coffee table. She hastily dialed 120 before rushing to support Qin Chushan. Her gaze fell upon the scattered photographs, depicting her mother in compromising situations with her uncle. A wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, and she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, Qin Yuding had managed to make the call before fainting. Otherwise, Qin Chushan might have perished. The paramedics arrived swiftly and, finding the door ajar, entered the residence. Upon discovering the unconscious father and daughter, they immediately commenced emergency treatment rather than transporting them to the hospital. Qin Yuding, being younger, recovered rapidly despite the shock, ignoring the paramedics' advice. She gathered the photographs from the floor, tore them into pieces, and flushed them down the toilet. Qin Chushan, overwhelmed by anger, had been stabilized through emergency resuscitation but remained unconscious and was conveyed to the hospital on a stretcher. Qin Yuding, seated in the ambulance beside her father, dared not contact her mother. She could scarcely believe that her family had disintegrated in such a short span of time. Wang Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Qin household, nor did he desire to know. Having done what he deemed necessary, he considered himself to have fulfilled his obligation to Qin Chushan, lest the man remain in ignorance of his wife's infidelity. Passing a barber shop, Wang Yu reflected that he was embarking on a new chapter in his life. Let me begin with a fresh start, he mused. A short haircut, please. He yearned for the days when he sported a buzz cut, a stark contrast to his current, more artistic hairstyle. The barber possessed remarkable skill, and within half an hour, Wang Yu had transformed from a refined white-collar worker into a dashing and spirited young man. His fair complexion, coupled with the close-cropped hair, evoked the image of a recent college graduate. He appeared not only younger, but also exuded vitality. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Wang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that this was the true essence of a man. After paying, Wang Yu prepared to return home. As he stepped out of the barber shop, he collided with someone. A sudden force surged through him. A startled cry jolted Wang Yu back to reality. A brief surge of information flooded his mind. Mid-stage breast cancer, treatment options. Good heavens! Is this truly possible? Why don't you move aside? Son, Qian demanded, feeling both embarrassed and incensed that the man was staring at her after she had been bumped by him. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Wang Yu apologized hastily. The woman before him appeared to be in her 30s. Although she was quite attractive, the faint lines around her eyes betrayed her age. Umph, Sun Qian retorted, withholding a pleasant demeanor despite the man's striking appearance and the fact that he seemed to be her type. She brushed past Wang Yu and entered the barber shop. Wang Yu felt a strong urge to inform her of her condition, that she had cancer. However, he was unsure how to broach the delicate subject. He followed her into the barber shop, resolving to address the matter. Madam, I apologize, Wang Yu began. Wang Yu's opening nearly drove Sun Qian to exasperation. Madam, do I look that old to you? If you can't speak properly, then hold your tongue. Good heavens. She's so volatile. Miss, I truly didn't mean to bump into you earlier. Oh, you didn't mean to? So it was intentional? No, please allow me to explain. I'm a physician, and I sensed a tumor in your breast. That's why I lingered for a moment. Wang Yu believed his explanation was impeccable, simultaneously asserting his profession and justifying his actions. Young man, your pickup lines are antiquated. I have matters to attend to today and have no time for your nonsense. Please be on your way, Sun Qian said. Sun Qian had encountered countless suitors and was familiar with a wide array of peculiar approaches. In her opinion, Wang Yu's attempt lacked originality. I am employed at Maria Hospital. This is my telephone number. If you doubt it, you may verify it elsewhere. With that, Wang Yu handed over a note bearing his name and contact number. Sun Qian accepted the note and casually placed it into her bag, showing little inclination to engage further with Wang Yu. Upon witnessing her acceptance of the note, Wang Yu turned and departed. Chapter 21. Sun Qian upon returning home. Wang Yu meticulously tidied his abode and then retreated to the lavatory, where he cleansed himself with thoroughness. He meticulously shaved his facial hair until his countenance gleamed, and then donned an elegant suit, which imparted to him an air of vigor. Clutching the bracelet, an artifact of considerable expense, he hastened downstairs with an eagerness that belied his composure. Swiftly, Wang Yu arrived at the threshold of the damsel's residence, his heart pounding with anticipation, his hands trembling with a fervor reminiscent of his youthful days within the hallowed halls of academia. With resolute determination, he rapped upon the door, then retreated several paces, standing erect like a soldier awaiting inspection. Yet, despite his fervent summons, the dwelling remained impervious to his presence, devoid of any discernible sound. Had his auditory entreaties failed to penetrate the confines of her abode? Wang Yu advanced, redoubling his efforts with a more forceful series of knocks, but still, silence reigned supreme. Observing the passage of time, he surmised that perhaps she had already embarked upon her daily vocation, leaving her domicile unoccupied. Perhaps I shall return in the evening, he mused, a tinge of disappointment coloring his thoughts, though he remained undeterred, for the edifice stood as a steadfast sentinel, and its occupant could not elude him indefinitely. Re-entering his own abode, Wang Yu was immediately beset by an oppressive heat. Casting a glance at his sartorial choices, he couldn't help but perceive himself as a fool. The external temperature soared to sweltering heights, rendering even a simple shirt an encumbrance. Yet he had chosen to encase himself in a suit of considerable heft. Verily, the allure of women could indeed erode a man and Oppo's rationality. Discarding the offending garment, he beheld his once pristine shirt, now saturated with perspiration. With amusement, he acknowledged the folly of his actions. Perhaps I shall seek sustenance first, and then return later in the evening, he resolved. Donning more seasonable attire, Wang Yu prepared to venture forth for a repast. Meanwhile, within the sterile confines of a medical institution, Sun Qian clutched a diagnostic report, her heart plummeting with each passing moment. The youth's assertions were not mere flirtations. The report confirmed the presence of a neoplasm within her anatomy. Initially, Sun Qian had dismissed Wang Yu's words as mere dalliance, yet a recent unease in her left flank had prompted her to seek medical counsel. Foregoing her customary coiffure, she had hastened to a nearby clinic for radiographic analysis. The technician, eager to conclude his shift, expedited the process, and within a mere score of minutes, Sun Qian held the results in her trembling hands. "Doctor, what course of treatment do you recommend?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon the physician, who remained reticent, his eyes glued to her radiographs. "Fear not," he finally declared. "Though the malignancy is confirmed, it remains in its intermediate stages, detected with commendable alacrity. A full recovery is within the realm of possibility." The physician and Oppo's pronouncement brought a modicum of solace to Sun Qian and Oppo's beleaguered spirit. Hospitalization is advisable, followed by a period of observation and further diagnostic scrutiny, culminating in excisional surgery. "Excision," Sun Qian exclaimed, her voice laced with trepidation. "Indeed," the physician affirmed without extirpation, "the malignant cells shall proliferate, jeopardizing your very existence." His words plunged her into the depths of despair. "How shall I ever venture forth again?" she lamented, the specter of mortality looming large. "Ah, yes, the young man," she recalled, whose fleeting acquaintance had unveiled her ailment. "Surely, he possesses the means to effect a cure." "Doctor, allow me to confer with my kin," she declared, before swiftly departing the premises. Within the confines of her automobile, she emptied the contents of her purse, finally unearthing the slip of paper Wang Yu had proffered. Sun Qian had received countless such missives, yet she had never deigned to acknowledge their existence. Now, however, the scrap of paper represented her lifeline, her sole beacon of hope. With trembling fingers, she dialed the number inscribed upon the paper. Wang Yu, poised to embark upon his culinary quest, beheld an unfamiliar number gracing his display screen. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Dr. Wang, greetings," a voice resonated from the ether. "I am Sun Qian, whom you encountered at the salon earlier today. You were kind enough to furnish me with your contact information." "Ah, Ms. Sun," Wang Yu responded. "Have you undergone examination? Do you now place credence in my assertions?" "Indeed, I do," she affirmed. "Might I inquire as to your availability? I would be honored to extend an invitation to dine with you." Wang Yu, already contemplating a repast, readily accepted the invitation. "Name the venue, and I shall endeavor to attend," he replied. The Celestial Eatery, if you please, she proposed, an establishment under my family's stewardship. A rendezvous was swiftly arranged, and Wang Yu promptly set forth. Soon, Wang Yu arrived at the Celestial Eatery, where he espied Sun Qian, perched atop stiletto heels, standing sentinel at the entrance. Her gaze sweeping the environs, impervious to the sun's ardent rays. Miss Sun, Wang Yu greeted her. Dr. Wang, welcome, she responded, seizing his arm and guiding him towards the restaurant and Oppo's interior. Pray, restrain yourself, Wang Yu implored. Your actions may be misconstrued. Acknowledging the veracity of his statement, Sun Qian released her grip. Pray, proceed, she gestured. They entered a private dining chamber, and as they settled into their seats, Sun Qian produced the diagnostic report. Positioning herself adjacent to Wang Yu, inform the culinary staff to commence preparations, she murmured. As the words left her lips, she dismissed the attendants, sealing the chamber and Oppo's entrance behind them. With bated breath, Sun Qian inhaled deeply, as if steeling herself for a momentous decision. She proffered the report to Wang Yu, her voice barely audible. Dr. Wang, I beseech you to examine these radiographs. Is there any hope of preserving my integrity? Sun Qian's voice trembled, betraying her underlying trepidation. Despite her maturity, she could not suppress the surge of panic that assailed her at the prospect of her own mortality. The physician's pronouncements had instilled a profound sense of dread, yet a flicker of doubt lingered within her heart. Thus, she sought Wang Yu's counsel, hoping for a more precise and reassuring assessment. Following her call to Wang Yu, she had regained her composure, leveraging her connections to consult with a cadre of specialists, all of whom concurred that surgical intervention was imperative. Now, Sun Qian was in the throes of desperation, her hopes pinned solely upon Wang Yu. Should his diagnosis echo that of his predecessors, she would succumb to utter despair. Fear not, for surgical intervention shall not be required, Wang Yu declared with unwavering conviction, feigning a perusal of the radiographs. A complete restoration is within my capabilities. Sun Qian emitted a sigh of profound relief. Though treatment remained pending, Wang Yu's confident assurance had quelled her anxiety. I place my trust in your expertise, Dr. Wang, she declared, eschewing the imprudent inquiries that might betray a lack of sophistication. Wang Yu's promise was accepted as gospel. Should he fail to deliver, he would incur her wrath, the consequences of which would depend upon her capricious whims. Tomorrow, present yourself at the Maria Clinic, Wang Yu instructed. Upon arrival, contact me directly, and treatment shall commence. Might we not commence today? Sun Qian pleaded, her gaze imploring. A feat of coquetry for a woman of 42. Wang Yu pondered the matter. The alleviation of Sun Qian's ailment was not an arduous task, requiring perhaps a mere half hour. However, he could not afford to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Were word to spread, the world's myriad cancer sufferers would clamor for his attention, overwhelming his capacity to provide succor, even were he to labor ceaselessly. Dr. Wang, I pledge my utmost discretion, Sun Qian vowed, as if divining his thoughts. At times, female intuition proved uncanny. Wang Yu, poised to decline, hesitated at her words. He was not concerned that she would divulge his secrets indiscriminately. After all, they were the sole occupants of the chamber, and should he deny her claims, her testimony would lack corroboration. Chapter 22. A significant misunderstanding. Dr. Wang, have pity on me, she implored. I'm not yet married. Surely, you wouldn't want to see me become an unmarriageable woman. Observing his hesitation, Sun Qian continued her plea, feigning distress. In truth, Sun Qian was a staunch advocate of remaining single, which explained her unmarried status at 42. Wang Yu gazed at her in astonishment, finding it perplexing that she had not yet married at her age. However, given their recent acquaintance and his own motivation to accumulate merit points, he saw no need to delve into her personal circumstances. Very well, he conceded. After dinner, we shall find a secluded spot where I can administer treatment. Upon hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Sun Qian's spirits immediately lifted. Although she had never entertained the notion of marriage, she was still deeply concerned about her well-being. While treatment at the hospital the following day would not cause any significant delay, she was unwilling to wait a single minute. What if an unforeseen event were to occur? What if she couldn't find anyone at the hospital tomorrow? What if Wang Yu would be struck by a vehicle during this time? This was, after all, cancer, and she was determined to eliminate any potential risks. Had Wang Yu been privy to Sun Qian's thoughts, he might have been tempted to strangle her. After their conversation, an awkward silence fell between the two. Just then, the waiter arrived with a lavish spread. Wang Yu was taken aback by Sun Qian's affluence upon seeing the dishes before him, but he refrained from asking questions and promptly began to eat. Preoccupied with her concerns, Sun Qian managed only a few bites before losing her appetite. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Wang Yu. "All right, let us depart and find a place to commence treatment," Wang Yu said, feeling uneasy under Sun Qian's gaze. Despite the delectable food, he could no longer bring himself to continue eating in such an atmosphere. Certainly. What kind of environment does Dr. Wang require? I shall arrange it immediately." Sun Qian's eagerness was palpable, as the tumor was, after all, growing within her own body. "A quiet setting will suffice. Do you not require any equipment?" "None. If you entrust me with your treatment, you must have faith in my abilities." As Wang Yu intended to make his profession of love later that evening, he was eager to cure Sun Qian as quickly as possible. "Then, let us proceed to the third floor. There is a lounge there with a pleasant ambience." Although she couldn't fathom how Wang Yu intended to effect a cure, Sun Qian refrained from questioning him, given that she was seeking his help. The pair ascended to the third floor and made their way to a solitary room at the end of the corridor. This room belonged to Sun Qian and Apos, as third brother, who occasionally used it to rest after indulging in drinks with his friends. As luck would have it, the room would serve a purpose today. Upon opening the door, Wang Yu surveyed the room. Although it was described as a lounge, it was exquisitely decorated and spacious, featuring a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. The lives of the wealthy. Wang Yu mused as he caught a glimpse of their privileged existence. "Let me make it clear that I do not possess a medical license, and my treatment methods are ancestral. Furthermore, my fees are quite high." Wang Yu, after reviewing the treatment options listed on the system panel, felt it prudent to provide this information in advance. "That is of no consequence. As long as you can cure me, Dr. Wang, I am willing to pay any amount." Sun Qian did not hesitate. "Very well, I shall examine you first." Seeing her cooperative demeanor, Wang Yu felt reassured. He turned to her and signaled for her to begin. "How should I assist you?" Sun Qian asked, her face flushed. Given the tumor's peculiar location, would it be necessary to, in order to facilitate a thorough examination? "Ahem, I beg your pardon," Wang Yu said, clearing his throat with some embarrassment. "Please lie down, and I shall take care of the rest." "Very well, I shall follow Dr. Wang's instructions." With that, Sun Qian closed her eyes, her hands gripping the edges of the bed sheets tightly, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Ms. Sun, a doctor sees only patients, not men and women," Wang Yu said, rolling up his sleeves as he sought to reassure her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her distracting thoughts and prepared for the treatment. The system offered a variety of methods, and Wang Yu had chosen massage primarily to save time. Well, a doctor in Apos. Eshard is like a parent in Apos. Although I am not a physician, I am driven by a desire to heal and save lives. Without further hesitation, he commenced the treatment according to the system's instructions. The treatment process was exceedingly complex, and Wang Yu overcame crises involving tenderness, roundness, fullness, elasticity, and other sensations. He finally managed to eliminate the tumor from Sun Qian's body, although he remained uncertain of the underlying mechanism. The system had provided the explanation, so he saw no need to delve into it. If asked, he would simply attribute it to a stroke of luck. "You may now relax, Ms. Sun," Dr. Wang said, smiling at Sun Qian after a dozen minutes. "Thank you, Dr. Wang," Sun Qian replied gratefully. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from outside the room. "Qian, I heard you came to see me?" Immediately afterward, the door was thrust open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. "What the hell is going on here?" Qian's third brother exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. He forgot to retract his hand from the door, remaining frozen in place like a statue. "Third brother, why didn't you knock before entering?" Qian chided, both exasperated and amused by his behavior. She muttered to herself, "This third brother is always so impetuous and lacks manners." However, her third brother was in no mood to heed his sister's reproach. He had been fretting over his sister's marital prospects for years, and this sight filled him with relief. It's been 20 years, he thought, and my family has tried everything to get her married, but nothing has worked. My sister is 42 years old, and my elder brother's daughter has already had 2 children. My 3 brothers have been worried sick. Under normal circumstances, he would have rushed over and beaten Wang Yu to a pulp. But 2 decades had elapsed, and the entire family had exhausted every possible avenue to secure her marriage. All to no avail. His sister was already 42, and the daughter of his eldest brother had already given birth to 2 children. His 3 brothers had been driven to despair. Why would he attempt to intimidate or threaten the man before him? Furthermore, the young man before him appeared spirited and robust. He maintained his composure when confronted by his 3rd brother. He was a steady man, and he would make a fine brother-in-law. Qian, it was my mistake. Please continue. I'll be on my way. With those words, her 3rd brother promptly closed the door behind him and departed. Hey, big brother, do you know what happened? Qian has finally found someone. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes in my restaurant. What? You're coming over? Good, hurry up. Hey, 2nd brother. Qian has found a boyfriend. He's in my restaurant. Come take a look. What? You're in a meeting? Cancel it and come over right away. Hey, Jingrue, go pick up your grandparents. Your aunt is finally getting married. What? Have I ever lied to you, your 3rd uncle? He's already at my restaurant. Tell them to come over and discuss the wedding arrangements. Hey, who is this? Oh, it's Lao Zhao. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited that my sister is getting married that I dialed the wrong number. Let me tell you. The sounds emanating from the hallway left the 2 occupants of the room utterly bewildered. Oblivious to Wang Yu's presence, Sun Qian dashed out barefoot. Sun Dashing, I and Amp, Oppos, I'm going to strangle you. Shut your trap. Qian, let go. You and Amp, Oppos, a grown woman. What an Amp, Oppos, that's there to be embarrassed about. That an Amp, Oppos, that's not what it looks like. That an Amp, Oppos, that's not what it looks like. Call them and tell them you made a mistake. Don and Amp, Oppos, let them come over. Do you think I and Amp, Oppos, am blind? How can anyone mistake that? Qian, you and Amp, Oppos, 42 years old. You and Amp, Oppos, getting married this month, and I and Amp, Oppos, LL be able to hold my nephew next year. As Wang Yu listened to the commotion outside, he realized that a major problem was about to unfold. He quickly located some paper and a pen in the room, scribbled a prescription, and prepared to make his escape. Chapter 23. The True Drinker Ms. Sun. Here is your prescription. Everything is written down for you. Just follow it accordingly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Wang Yu said, handing the prescription to Sun Qian, who was busy tidying up her brother and Oppos as belongings. Dr. Wang, I apologize. My brother was just being reckless. Please disregard his words, Sun Qian replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she accepted the prescription. There's no need to worry. As long as everything is clear, it's all right. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to visit me at the hospital, Wang Yu responded, preparing to make his exit. This place was far too perilous. Sun Dashing had likely informed his entire family by now, and once they arrived, escaping would prove to be a daunting task. Brother-in-law, wait? Sun Dashing insisted, breaking free and throwing an arm around Wang Yu's shoulder. Young man, do not be shy. I speak for the entire family when I say we approve of your relationship with my sister. What relationship? I only just met her today, although I have been divorced. I'm still in my early 30s. Your sister is in her 40s, a whole decade older than I am. What makes you think I find her appealing? Wang Yu retorted, though he couldn't help but ponder the situation, considering he had just spent a considerable amount of time with Sun Qian earlier. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. Wang Yu attempted to break free, realizing that his self-defense techniques were ineffective against this relentless grip. Brother, it truly is a misunderstanding. Mr. Wang is a doctor, and he was merely treating my condition. Sun Qian chimed in, trying to clarify the situation. Your brother-in-law is a doctor? What a noble profession indeed, Sun Dashing exclaimed, but then he seemed to only half listen to their conversation. After all, he had just witnessed his sister in a rather compromising state. Regardless of the reason, this young man ought to take responsibility for his sister. Determined to keep Wang Yu there until the others arrived, Sun Dashing resolved to use whatever means necessary, whether threats or pleading, to ensure his sister's future was secured. dragged into a lavish private room. Wang Yu continued to try and explain, but it was futile. Sun Dishing was resolute. This was the first time in years that he had seen his sister so close to a man, and he was determined to claim this brother-in-law. Little sister, inform everyone outside that we are closing early today. Have old Gao in the kitchen prepare some special dishes. I intend to properly entertain our brother-in-law, Sun Dishing commanded. Understanding her brother's intentions, Sun Qian felt utterly embarrassed. She quickly excused herself from the room. Brother-in-law, now that my sister is away, tell me how you two got together. Sun Dishing urged. Oh, we met at the hair salon this morning, Wang Yu replied. Bah, what got together? I only just met Ms. Sun today. Wait, you only met today? Yes, brother, I assure you, I am not well acquainted with your sister. Don't worry, I understand. Fast-paced romance is all the rage these days. Young people shouldn't feel pressured. Sun Dishing chuckled. No, you truly misunderstand. Miss Sun has a tumor. I was merely treating her, Wang Yu insisted. Do you think I would fall for such tricks? If you can fool my sister, you cannot fool me, Sun Dishing said, his expression turning serious as he patted Wang Yu's shoulder. Brother-in-law, a man must be bold and take responsibility. I assure you, that was merely a necessary treatment method. Enough. I understand everything, Sun Dishing interrupted. No, please listen to me. What is there to say? Are you married? I was married, but I'm now divorced. Then, there is nothing to worry about. I assure you, I will not hold that against you. At that moment, a server entered with 2 bottles of Mao Tai and several plates of appetizers. Sun Dishing eagerly snatched a bottle, pouring 2 shots into small cups. Brother-in-law, let an Appos drink to that, he said, downing his drink in one swift motion. Drink? What are you staring at? Wang Yu found himself momentarily stunned by Sun Dishing's rapid consumption. I truly can't handle that much. How would you know if you haven't tried? Just take a sip. If you can and amp, Appos. Tea keep up, I want an amp. Appos. Tea pressure you, Sun Dishing insisted. Wang Yu, feeling the pressure, took a small sip from his cup. Brother-in-law, one must not behave like this, Sun Dishing remarked, holding up his empty cup and gesturing toward Wang Yu's full one. I'll join you for another drink. But I cannot let you down, Wang Yu replied, filling his cup again. With a flourish, Sun Dishing downed his drink in 3 seconds, showcasing his prowess. Brother-in-law, your turn, he urged, placing his empty cup on the table and eyeing Wang Yu intently. Reluctantly, Wang Yu realized he could not refuse. He had never backed down from a drinking challenge in his life. With a determined gaze, he downed his drink in a similar fashion. Impressive, my man. Brother-in-law, let me refill your cup, Sun Dishing said, clearly pleased. Wang Yu, having decided to stop fighting the inevitable, embraced the moment. He had no reason to shy away from the expensive Mao Tai, especially since it wasn't costing him anything. What you two doing? Sun Qian entered the room, surprised to see the near-empty bottles. Little sister, come bring another case of wine. Wang Yu casually grabbed a handful of peanuts, munching on them while maintaining a polite smile for Sun Qian. Brother, let us toast. Sun Dishing was delighted by Wang Yu's gesture. They clinked their glasses and downed their drinks, impressively finishing another round in mere seconds. Go fetch more wine. Why are you just standing there? Sun Dishing urged. Wang Yu poured out another round, and as the night progressed, it became clear that both men were locked in a battle of wills, neither willing to concede. You two should stop drinking. It's getting dangerous, Sun Qian implored, feeling a sense of helplessness. She knew her brother's drinking capacity all too well and initially thought Wang Yu would falter quickly. However, she was astonished to see the two of them downing bottle after bottle without relent. It appeared that if she did not intervene soon, they would finish off the remaining stock as well. Chapter 24. The 3 brothers are ruthless, even to their own sister-in-law. Let's take a breather. At this moment, Sun Dishing felt uncertain. Although he had not yet succumbed to inebriation, he was unaware of how much more he could endure. Seizing upon Sun Qian's words, he decided to take a moment to compose himself. All right, let us rest for a bit. Wang Yu too felt a sense of helplessness. Sun Dishing had an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. The two exchanged a knowing smile and set their cups down. Third brother, I need to visit the restroom. With that, Wang Yu rose. Sun Dishing smiled and waved him off. Upon entering the restroom, Wang Yu clutched the toilet and began to vomit until his stomach was completely empty. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, he felt significantly better. Despite having consumed a considerable amount, his body needed time to process it. Now that his stomach was clear, his mind felt much sharper. Returning to the private room, Wang Yu found Sun Dishing and Sun Qian engaged in conversation with two men. As he entered, all four turned to regard him. The three men and Appo's gazes were quite intense, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Sun Qian smiled somewhat helplessly and said, "Dr. Wang, I have explained everything. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, and I sincerely apologize. It's quite all right. As long as everything is clarified, I have incurred no losses. It's no trouble at all." While he was away, Qianqian's elder brothers had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, she produced her examination report and recounted how she had met Wang Yu in the course of her treatment. Naturally, there were details she chose to omit, merely glossing over the necessity of the examination with a few words. After hearing her explanation, the three brothers realized that the third brother had created quite a misunderstanding. However, they did not blame him, recognizing that they too might have misinterpreted the situation had they been in his shoes. "Dr. Wang, I am Sun Dezhao, Qianqian's eldest brother, and this is her second brother, Sun Dexing. Since you already know our third brother, I need not introduce him further. On behalf of my brothers, I wish to thank you for saving Qianqian." Sun Dezhao stepped forward and firmly grasped Wang Yu's hand. "My apologies, Dr. Wang. It was my mistake," Sun Dexing said. His face flushed, uncertain if it was due to the alcohol or genuine embarrassment. "Brother, now that everything has been clarified, we ought to show our gratitude to Dr. Wang. Since we are all here, let's share a meal together." Sun Dexing chimed in, and they all took their seats at the dining table. "Brother, we should not abandon this potential brother-in-law. Let us assess the situation first. The second brother has already sent someone to investigate. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. I find this young man quite admirable. We should employ some tactics to ensure Qianqian ends up with him. Be quiet. Let us wait for the news from the second brother. The daughters of the Sun family are not just anyone who can be wed." "Fine, brother. I shall defer to your judgment, but when our parents arrive, you will need to explain. I just inquired with Jingrui. Our parents were napping and have not received any updates. Come, Dr. Wang. As a token of our first meeting, my brothers and I would like to toast to you." As he spoke, Wang Yu noticed the three brothers lifting their glasses in unison, though this time they were small cups holding only half a liang. "How polite of you," Wang Yu responded, clinking glasses with each of them, and they all downed their drinks simultaneously. "Qianqian, you should also toast Dr. Wang. He saved your life. So do not be rude." The eldest Sun Dezhao urged her. "Thank you, Dr. Wang," Sun Qian said, raising her glass and drinking it in one gulp. "Miss Sun, you are too gracious. I am a doctor. This is simply my duty," Wang Yu replied, feeling considerably more at ease now that the misunderstanding had been resolved. The pressure had dissipated as the size of the drinking vessels had reduced by a factor of 4. "Dr. Wang, we are aware of Qianqian's condition. While it can be treated, post-surgery, she will only be partially functional. We are truly grateful to you for healing her. Please accept this card as a token of our appreciation, representing our brothers and Appo's gratitude for your assistance." Sun Dexing, the second brother, handed over a bank card. Although Wang Yu was uncertain of its contents, he felt he deserved it and accepted it without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. "I shall graciously accept it." With Wang Yu having received the payment, it felt as though the debt of gratitude for his sister was settled. The three brothers relaxed, and soon they were merrily drinking together. In the midst of the evening, the second brother excused himself, claiming to need the restroom, and Wang Yu thought little of it. However, upon his return, he and the eldest brother shared a few words, after which the eldest's demeanor towards Wang Yu shifted significantly. "Brother, I have conducted an investigation. His name is Wang Yu, the son-in-law of the Chun family, but he is already divorced. It appears that Chun Yuding's infidelity caused the separation. Although this is yet to be confirmed, this young man possesses remarkable character. He loves fiercely and lets go just as easily. Despite his ordinary background, he is undoubtedly a man of integrity. I have sent you the specifics to your phone. You will see for yourself." After speaking, the second brother joined the eldest in raising a glass with Wang Yu. Sun Dezhao took out his phone and began to read beneath the table. Wang Yu's journey from graduation to divorce was documented clearly. He truly was a commendable man, despite the Chun family's decent standing. It was evident that he had never spent a single penny of their money nor utilized their resources for his own benefit. From the onset of their marriage, he had worked multiple jobs, demonstrating unwavering responsibility towards his family. Upon discovering his wife's betrayal, he could not tolerate even a hint of dishonesty. In his pursuit of divorce, he chose to leave with nothing, rejecting even the compensation he had just received. Such a man, capable of enduring hardships, willing to strive, and possessing a strong sense of responsibility, one who does not bow to wealth nor fear the oppression of power. Surely he would be an ideal brother-in-law. Though his sister was 12 years his junior, to Sun Dezhao, that was inconsequential. In his eyes, his sister would always remain 18. Yet, it appeared that persuading this man to become his sister-in-law's husband would not be straightforward. Some measures would be necessary. Determined to ensure his sister-in-law's lifelong happiness, he resolved to set aside his principles for the time being. He would prepare a substantial dowry as compensation later. With this decision made, Sun Dezhao exchanged glances with the second and third brothers, who understood his intent without needing further explanation. The three brothers shared a tacit understanding, their smiles growing increasingly enigmatic as they regarded Wang Yu. Qian, do not focus solely on eating. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's drink a few more rounds, urged the second brother, Sun Dexing, now beginning to scheme against their own sister. Very well, I shall join you for a few drinks. Sun Qian, unaware of their ulterior motives, believed her brothers were genuinely celebrating her happiness and readily participated. Chapter 25. Oldest son's subterfuge. The addition of Sun Qian elevated the convivial atmosphere. Wang Yu, now with a credit card nestled in his pocket, felt a surge of contentment, observing the dynamics of the Sun siblings. He surmised that the card held a substantial sum. He reciprocated the hospitality with gusto, oblivious to the subtle orchestration of the three brothers, who persistently encouraged him to share drinks with Sun Qian. Sun Qian, perceiving her brother's unusual enthusiasm, remained unsuspecting. After consuming over half a liter of alcohol in approximately 40 minutes, she succumbed to the effects and slumped onto the table. The third brother summoned 2 attendants to escort her to a lounge on the 3rd floor, after which the brothers resumed plying Wang Yu with liquor. With each half measure, Wang Yu lost count of his consumption. His perception blurred, and the 3 brothers multiplied into a disorienting 9. Come, brother-in-law, one more with your third brother. Sun Dexing, wielding 2 glasses, downed one himself and thrust the other into Wang Yu's hand, tilting it to ensure its contents were imbibed. In his inebriated state, Wang Yu failed to notice Sun Dexing and Appo's surreptitious return to the larger glass. After a few more rounds, realization dawned, but it was too late. As he teetered, he accused the brothers of unsportsmanlike conduct before succumbing to the alcohol and collapsing onto his chair. Damn, this guy can really hold his liquor. I and Appo's, am not sure I could have taken him down on my own, Sun Dexing muttered, wiping his brow, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Eldest brother, what an Appo's, wrong? The second brother, Sun Dexing, noticing the eldest slumped motionless on the table, feared he too had succumbed to intoxication. You know our eldest brother and Appo's capacity. He's probably out of commission for now. So what do we do next? The eldest didn't specify. Isn't it obvious? He wants us to get this kid and Qian drunk, so they end up sleeping together. Then he'll have no choice but to become our brother-in-law. Sun Dexing considered this and nodded in agreement. All right, let's get our future brother-in-law to the room to rest. The 2 exchanged knowing glances and proceeded to escort Wang Yu toward the 3rd floor lounge. Once the eldest, Sun Dezhao, was alone, he sat up, poured himself a glass of water, and a smug smile spread across his face. Had anyone witnessed this scene, they would have undoubtedly lauded his cunning. The eldest brother had orchestrated his 2 younger siblings with masterful ambiguity, conveying his intentions through mere glances. Should the scheme unravel and his sister confront them, he could feign intoxication and feign ignorance, deftly shifting the blame onto his 2 younger brothers while maintaining his image as the benevolent elder brother. Unaware of their elder brother and Appo's machinations, the 2 younger brothers diligently executed their plan. Go in and change my sister into something more comfortable for sleeping, the third brother instructed a female attendant. Third brother, I don't know about this. If our little sister finds out, she's going to be angry. What if she blows up? The second brother frowned, sensing the impropriety. Others might get a girl drunk and take advantage, but they and Oppos, re-getting their own sister drunk and putting a man in with her, compared to our little sister and Oppos, lifelong happiness. One and Oppos, a few beatings. Aren't and Oppos, we doing this for our own good? The third brother dismissed his concerns. He knew his sister and Oppos' character well. Wang Yu was a strapping young man, good-looking, and most importantly young. For his sister to be with him would be like a young bull eating tender grass. There was no way she would be at a disadvantage. When our little sister has a son, she and Oppos, thank us, the third brother added, envisioning the day his sister had Wang Yu's child, making him an indispensable brother-in-law. The second brother conceded the point. You know, third brother, you seem straightforward. But you and Oppos, actually quite insightful. It and Oppos, all for our little sister and Oppos, happiness, second brother. The two brothers, supporting the inebriated Wang Yu, discussed Sun Qian and Oppos' future happiness in the hallway. Everything in Oppos' taken care of, boss. Miss Sun is already asleep, the attendant reported. Here, this is for you. The third brother handed her 1,000 yuan as a reward and dismissed her. Come on, second brother, let in Oppos' make this misunderstanding even bigger. What are you doing? The third brother asked, puzzled as Sun Dexing turned on the air conditioner and set the temperature to a frigid 16 degrees. Don't you know, third brother, when people are cold, they huddle together for warmth. I'll be damned, second brother, you're the most educated among us. You really know a lot. All right, let's go. The eldest is still downstairs. The two brothers closed the door and departed. Sun Qian was dreaming. In her dream, she found herself in an icy place, surrounded by a pervasive chill that caused her to instinctively curl into a ball. The cold was relentless, enveloping her from all sides. Just as she was about to succumb, she sensed a warm presence nearby, like a comforting furnace. Finally, she felt warmth and snuggled against it like a kitten, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, inside the room, the air conditioner continued its work, and the temperature plummeted to below 20 degrees Celsius. Sun Qian opened her eyes and saw her phone on the nightstand. It was past 2 a.m. She knew her brothers were behind this. She also knew why. Was she angry? A little, but she was more grateful. Otherwise, she would never feel so secure. There was a message from her second brother. It contained detailed information about Wang Yu, from his family to his divorce, from his graduation to his unemployment. She was relieved to learn that Wang Yu was single, but she felt a pang of sadness when she read that he had 2 children. Although the Sun family was capable, they had not been able to determine in such a short time that Wang Yu's 2 children were not his own. A man with children had obligations, and the man next to her was so responsible. She knew she couldn't get involved. Otherwise, Wang Yu would be hurt. She was too old to need love. She was used to being alone, and she didn't know what to do with the feeling she had after being alone with Wang Yu. Sun Qian smiled self-deprecatingly and thought of their age gap. She couldn't help but back down. Chapter 26. In the dead of night, Sun Qian awoke. Her gaze fixed upon Wang Yu for an extended moment. Suddenly, she leaned down and pressed a deep kiss against his lips before turning away and leaving without a backward glance. As she opened the door, she found her 3 brothers sprawled on the sofa in the corridor, fast asleep. They had been vigilantly waiting outside. Sun Qian approached her eldest brother and gently nudged him awake. Upon seeing his sister, Sun Dezhao was about to speak, but Sun Qian silenced him. The two then descended to a private room on the lower floor. Once the door was closed, Sun Qian brewed a pot of tea and quietly sat in a chair. Sun Dezhao attempted several times to initiate a conversation, only to be interrupted each time by Sun Qian, and thus they sat in silence. Eldest brother, I do not blame you for this matter. Sun Qian's words left Sun Dezhao speechless, having prepared countless justifications. Her demeanor was unexpected. She neither raised her voice nor displayed anger, her quietness inducing a sense of fear in him. You have seen the information my second brother sent me, haven't you? Yes, I have. Although Wang Yu is divorced, he is undoubtedly a suitable match. Otherwise, my brothers would not have acted as they did. I know you all care for me, but Wang Yu is different. In what way is he different? Little sister, as long as you agree, leave the rest to me. I will ensure he marries you. Eldest brother, I understand that with your involvement, there is a great possibility Wang Yu will marry me. However, have you considered whether we would truly be happy together? Why wouldn't you be? Wang Yu and Appo's character is certainly worthy of her lifelong commitment. Sun Qian took a sip of tea, shook her head, and sighed softly. Eldest brother, although Wang Yu is divorced, he has 2 children. I know you all can accept this fact, and I can too. But have you truly contemplated the essence of Wang Yu as a person? What do you mean? He is quite a man, responsible, and capable, and he is also quite good-looking. Yes, he is quite good, and any woman marrying him would likely be very happy. However, these very merits are the reasons I cannot be with him. Little sister, how can that be? Sun Dezhao's words were cut short by Sun Qian. Since his marriage, he has been an exceptionally responsible individual, tending to his family well, and has never spent a penny of the Chun family's money. But have you thought about it? If we were truly together, would he abandon his 2 children? No, he wouldn't. Sun Dezhao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Indeed, regardless of the reasons behind his divorce, he would never forsake his children. Thus, those 2 children will forever be an unbreakable bond between him and his ex-wife. I have met Chun Yuding, and she possesses remarkable qualities. She is beautiful, and they have been together since college. They likely were each other's first love. Do you think Wang Yu could truly let go of her after their divorce? Wouldn't he consider reuniting with Chun Yuding for the sake of the children? Sun Qian and Appo's words plunged Sun Dezhao into deep contemplation. Wang Yu and Appo's overwhelming sense of responsibility and commitment meant that no matter the reasons behind his divorce, he would likely reunite with Chun Yuding for the sake of their children. If, due to your reckless actions, I were to marry Wang Yu, he would not love me. Marrying me would merely be an obligation, she continued. With the added complexities of his children and Chun Yuding, do you really think I would find happiness? If Sun Qian were to discover that Wang Yu's divorce was due to his children, one could only imagine her reaction. Therefore, one should refrain from making assumptions based on incomplete information. The truth often surprises you. Little sister, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Sun Dezhao realized the gravity of the situation. A sister marrying a man who does not love her, no matter how virtuous he may be, will not find happiness. Very well, eldest brother, let this matter end here. I will leave the 2nd and 3rd brothers to you. I shall return home now. With that, Sun Qian departed. Sun Dezhao remained alone for a considerable time, feeling ashamed of his impulsiveness. The troubles caused by his brothers should ultimately be resolved by him as the eldest. He ascended to the 3rd floor, where his 2 younger brothers were still fast asleep, and gave each a firm kick to rouse them. With a piercing glare, he silenced their protests and motioned for them to follow him back to the private room they had occupied earlier. Now tell me, what on earth were you 2 thinking when you took advantage of my drunken state? Eldest brother, what are you saying? Was this all your suggestion? Nonsense. The 2nd and 3rd brothers recoiled, aware that their actions had indeed crossed the line. Looking at them, Sun Dezhao felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they bore the brunt of the blame. He then recounted Sun Qian and Appo's earlier statements, rephrasing them in his own words. Thus it seems, little sister is indeed unsuitable to marry Wang Yu. Sun Dexing nodded in agreement. What shall we do? Little sister has suffered such a great loss, and we're let it go like this? Sun Dexing felt discontent, still wishing for Wang Yu to become his brother-in-law due to their shared fondness for drinking. Little sister's misfortune was caused by both of you. What more do you want? All right, I have spoken with little sister, and let this matter be as if it never happened. You 2 must not mention it again. Now, return home. Understood? I will heed your words. I have no other options. Matters of the heart are beyond my comprehension. Sun Dexing prepared to leave. 3rd brother, do not leave just yet. Tomorrow, you must ensure that fellow does not suspect anything. Sun Dezhao called out to the departing 3rd brother. Why must it be me? The 3rd brother pointed at himself. Reluctant. If not you, then who? This restaurant is yours, and that fellow was sleeping in your room. Sun Dezhao shot him a glare before departing. Damn it. I prepared this venue and the food, yet I'm left with nothing but a mess to clean up, he grumbled, realizing that as the youngest, he was often the one to bear the brunt of responsibilities, with the eldest and 2nd brother too intimidated to oppose him. In the end, he had consumed the most alcohol, done the most work, and was left to shoulder the blame. Now, his own bed was occupied, leaving him without a place to rest. Sighing, Sunda Sheng pulled a few chairs together, preparing to endure until dawn. Wang Yu awoke after a slumber of over 10 hours, feeling refreshed. Upon realizing he was in the upstairs lounge, he recalled the dramatic moments of treating Sun Qian the previous afternoon. What am I thinking? It was merely a treatment. At that moment, he could not recollect the events of the previous night. After dressing and washing his face, Wang Yu prepared to leave. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Sunda Sheng standing at the entrance, his eyes red-rimmed. Third brother up so early? Yes, you're awake, Sunda Sheng. Unsure how to face Wang Yu, felt a mix of emotions, but ultimately retained some irritation. My apologies, third brother. I drank too much last night and caused you trouble. Not at all. You nearly toppled all three of us. It was only right to care for you. Nothing to worry about. I will take my leave now, third brother. Wang Yu sensed an odd atmosphere around Sunda Sheng, but thought little of it. Focused instead on heading to the hospital. Go on. Do visit me for drinks when you have the chance. Sunda Sheng waved him off. Farewell, third brother. Wang Yu appreciated Sunda Sheng's character, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their interactions. Chapter 27. It is time to showcase true skill. Departing from the Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu hopped into his vehicle, neglecting breakfast, and swiftly made his way to Maria Hospital. Upon his arrival at the hospital entrance, he encountered the couple, Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yan, who seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Their excitement was palpable as they approached him. Wang, my brother, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting eagerly, exclaimed Mr. Tang. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, Wang Yu replied, glancing at his phone and feeling reassured that he was not late. You have no idea, Dr. Wang. When you told my husband that there was a possibility for us to have another child, he could hardly sit still yesterday. He was out here waiting by 6 this morning, Zhu Yan explained, stepping forward. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, I never speak without basis. After I complete the onboarding process, I will begin treatment for your wife, Wang Yu assured, as he entered the hospital under the couple's hopeful gazes. He called the hospital director, and shortly thereafter, Han Kuan personally came down to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the director's office. Mr. Wang, I have prepared everything for you. The position of chief of orthopedics is ready for you to assume, Han Kuan stated. After Wang Yu's departure previously, Han Kuan had taken the time to thoroughly review the treatment process from that day, exclaiming its brilliance and thus deciding on the position's future occupant. Director Han, I would like to discuss something, Wang Yu began. Although he held no biases against orthopedics, he preferred to work in gynecology. After all, with the aid of a renowned expert in gynecology, he could certainly accumulate more merit points. In orthopedics, the number of patients was fewer, and the physical toll of setting bones was substantial. If he were to encounter several cases like the child he had previously saved, he would be utterly exhausted without the possibility of completing the treatments. Furthermore, he was eager to explore new abilities and earn merit points. Please speak freely. For a doctor of your caliber, we offer considerable autonomy, Han Kuan replied. Actually, I wish to work in gynecology. Orthopedics is merely a hobby for me. My true expertise lies in gynecology, Wang Yu stated directly, without hesitation. Hearing this, Han Kuan furrowed his brow slightly. Maria Hospital was known for its excellence in gynecology. And while other departments were also of high caliber, gynecology was undoubtedly the strongest. It was essential to uphold the hospital's reputation, as well as to acknowledge that 30% of the hospital's profits stemmed from gynecology. While he could easily decide on matters concerning other departments, he was hesitant to make promises regarding gynecology. Mr. Wang, to be frank, I can assure you of any other department, but I cannot make guarantees regarding gynecology at this moment. Is it because I am male? Is gynecology exclusively for female doctors? Wang Yu inquired. Not all. The head of gynecology is an exceptionally skilled physician, and her family holds a significant stake in a hospital. Although I am the director, my authority does not extend to that department. I see. Perhaps you could consult the head of gynecology to ascertain her stance, Wang Yu suggested, unwilling to concede. That morning, he had learned that Sun Qian had completed a treatment, earning him 15 merit points, which puzzled him. One would assume that cancer was more severe than a fracture. Yet the acquisition of merit points seemed incongruous with reality. He was determined to engage with numerous patients to thoroughly investigate the merit point accumulation mechanism. The 52 merit points he had thus far had not conferred any tangible benefits, and he was eager to reach 100 to see if he could draw another prize. Very well, I will accompany you and provide a brief overview of the gynecology department along the way. Han Kuan offered as they made their way to the gynecology consultation room. As they walked, Wang Yu gleaned some insights into the department. The head of gynecology, Su Mu, was 29 years old. Despite her youth, she was a graduate of a prestigious medical institution abroad, having published numerous award-winning papers during her studies and earning the title of a contemporary medical genius. Han Kuan explained that the Su family held significant shares in the hospital, which was why Su Mu declined lucrative offers abroad to practice at her family's hospital upon graduation, though she had only been there for 2 years. Her medical skills were renowned throughout the city, attracting patients even from neighboring locales. Mr. Wang, be prepared, Han Kuan cautioned. Fear not. I have yet to meet my match in gynecology, Wang Yu replied confidently. As they entered the gynecology office, before Han Kuan could finish his introduction, a frantic nurse rushed in. Quick, where is Dr. Su? A patient is experiencing severe hemorrhage and is in critical danger. What? Doctor? Su is still in a tumor excision surgery and cannot spare any time right now. The deputy director, Lin Xiaohe, replied anxiously. What is happening? Can't you handle it? Han Kuan interjected. Not exactly, director. The patient is having twins. We recommended a cesarean section, but the family insisted on a natural birth. Doctor, Qin is in a similar position as I am, and if she cannot manage, I won't be able to help either. Is Dr. Su unable to assist? It will take at least half an hour. Her surgery is equally crucial, and the patient has strong ties to Director Liu. I will take over, Wang Yu declared, recognizing that it was time to demonstrate his true skill. Mr. Wang, you just arrived. Han Kuan began, but Wang Yu interrupted. Is there a better option? Time is of the essence. Rest assured, Director Han, I will not commit to anything I cannot ensure. Then I will entrust this to you. May I borrow your coat? Wang Yu, still in casual attire, sought to expedite matters by borrowing Han Kuan's lab coat. Of course, Han Kuan replied, acquiescing. After donning the coat and following the nurse, Wang Yu entered the operating room, where he was immediately met with the overwhelming scent of blood. The frantic activity suggested that Dr. Qin was already present. Though it appeared she was struggling, one child had been delivered, while the other remained within the mother. The mother had lapsed into unconsciousness, and if the situation persisted, neither the child nor the mother would survive in under 10 minutes. Equipped with protective gear, Wang Yu approached the patient. The nurse briefed Dr. Qin on Wang Yu and Appo's identity. Dr. Wang, I'm out of options. It is all up to you now. Dr. Qin, having prepared for blame, found herself relieved to have someone to share the responsibility with. Wang Yu disregarded Dr. Qin's thoughts, gently placing his hand on the mother's arm. A cascade of information flooded his mind, and after careful consideration of the current situation, he swiftly formulated a treatment plan. Clamps, scalpel, surgical scissors, vessel clamps, surgical tweezers. Prepare everything, he commanded decisively. Has the mother and Appo's blood type been checked? Start the blood transfusion immediately. Nurses rushed to fetch blood bags. Dr. Qin, I need you to perform a cesarean section on the mother right away. Dr. Wang, without the family's consent, Chapter 28, a baptism by fire in obstetrics and gynecology, Dr. Qin commenced the operation immediately. Time is of the essence. Observing the junior nurse meticulously preparing the consent forms, Qin Shuejiao suppressed her vexation, resisting the urge to abandon her post. Why the hesitation? Someone has already gone to obtain the signature. Unless the family harbors animosity towards the patient, they will undoubtedly consent. However, hospital regulations stipulate that surgery cannot proceed without familial authorization. There is no time for such formalities. If you are unwilling, relinquish your position to Dr. Lin. The director is waiting outside. Upon learning of the director's presence, Qin Shuejiao dared not defy the order outright. Yet, standing idle in the operating theater was equally untenable. Gazing at the unconscious patient on the delivery table and the industrious Wang Yu, a wave of shame washed over her. Qin Shuejiao reflected upon her initial motivation for pursuing medicine, the exhilaration of entering medical school, and the solemn oath taken upon graduation. At what point had she become so jaded, so detached, so unlike the physician she once aspired to be? Wang Yu's assertive intervention, disregarding hospital protocols and his unwavering focus on the patient, had rekindled her dormant passion. A physician's paramount responsibility is to heal. I can do it, Qin Shuejiao declared with newfound resolve. As time elapsed, Wang Yu and Qin Shuejiao collaborated seamlessly, successfully delivering the second child. The arrival of new life instilled confidence in all present. Wang Yu, too, felt a sense of relief, for his outward composure belied his inner trepidation. The system's interface merely provided guidance. The actual execution rested upon his shoulders. A single misstep could have dire consequences. The successful delivery bolstered his courage. Let's proceed. The postpartum hemorrhage was severe, but Wang Yu swiftly identified the bleeding vessels, applying hemostats and vascular clamps to staunch the flow. Under Wang Yu and Appo's tutelage, Qin Shuejiao commenced suturing the incisions, while the nurses diligently assisted. Blood pressure is stabilizing. Cardiac function is normalizing. The patient's body temperature is rising. We have succeeded. Under Wang Yu's leadership, they successfully completed the resuscitation. A sense of accomplishment permeated the operating room, shared by Qin Shuejiao and the nurses alike. Excellent work, everyone. However, the final stages are critical. Dr. Qin, I entrust the remaining procedures to you. I must depart. As Wang Yu turned to leave, a voice filled with anxiety and hurried footsteps halted his progress. How is the patient? Dr. Qin? Qin Shuejiao, engrossed in her work, was unable to respond before the speaker pressed further. Director Su, the patient's condition is currently stable. The twins are somewhat weak, but otherwise healthy. Director Su, would you mind moving your foot? You're standing on mine. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Su Mu realized that she was indeed standing on something soft. Glancing down, she saw her foot resting upon another's. She quickly retreated, her face flushing crimson, though concealed by her mask. I apologize. I was preoccupied and did not notice you. It is quite all right, Director Su. Your concern for the patient is understandable. This is Dr. Wang Yu, recently appointed by the director. He was instrumental in resolving the patient's critical condition. Qin Shuejiao briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Dr. Wang, your skill is remarkable. We welcome you to our obstetrics and gynecology department. Su Mu was eager to recruit Wang Yu, whose expertise would alleviate her overwhelming workload. Director Su, this is not the place for such discussions. Let's speak in private. Wang Yu removed his protective gear and gestured towards the exit. Indeed, Dr. Wang, I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. They proceeded to the office, where Director Han and the Tangs awaited. How is she? Director Han inquired, his gaze fixed upon Su Mu. Dr. Wang's skill is exceptional. The patient and her children are stable. Excellent, excellent. Director Han visibly relaxed. Director Han, does this constitute a successful evaluation? Dr. Wang Yu, with your expertise, an evaluation is superfluous. I have other matters to attend to. Director Su will handle the onboarding process. Director Han departed. Dr. Wang, do you have time now? Tang Hanyuan, who had been preparing for his wife's treatment, learned that Wang Yu was occupied with a critical obstetrical case. He suppressed his impatience, acknowledging the urgency of the situation. Mr. Tang, I apologize for the delay. I will attend to your wife immediately. No need for such formality. You saved my son's life. You are a benefactor. Please call my wife's sister or sister-in-law. Zhu Yan, impressed by Wang Yu's life-saving efforts, sought to establish a closer connection. Director Su, if you'll excuse us, I must attend to my patients. We shall converse at lunch. Very well, until noon. Wang Yu turned to the Tangs. Brother-in-law, I find and amp. Appo's, sister and amp. Appo's, more endearing than and amp. Appo's, sister-in-law and amp. Appo's. As you wish. It signifies a connection between you and my wife. After some pleasantries, Wang Yu commenced Zhu Yan's treatment. He hesitated, not due to any difficulty in treating her condition, but rather due to the available methods. The system offered 3 options. First, massage therapy, a technique in which Wang Yu was well-versed. However, the experiences with Yuan and Sun Qian made him apprehensive. While he addressed Zhu Yan as sister, it was merely a formality. He did not wish to routinely employ this method. Second, acupuncture, Wang Yu dismissed this option outright, as he possessed no knowledge of the practice, regardless of the system and Oppo's detailed instructions. Third, a conventional approach involving herbal medicine and dietary therapy, which could effectively treat Zhu Yin and Oppo's infertility over an extended period. While suitable for ordinary patients, Wang Yu felt conflicted, given Tang Hongyuan's generous donation of 1 million yuan. Ultimately, Wang Yu decided to defer the decision to Tang Hongyuan, as he would be entrusting his wife to the treatment. Chapter 29. A relaxed morning for Wang Yu, a chaotic afternoon brother-in-law. I have 2 treatment options here. The first can cure Sister Yin in about 2 weeks, while the second may take over 6 months to achieve the same result. Of course, I will choose the first option. But Brother Wang, does the first method cost a lot? Rest assured, I am not short on funds. It is not a matter of money. The 2 treatment methods employ different techniques, hence the variance in treatment duration. Sister Yin has experienced multiple habitual miscarriages, and in her pursuit of having Shaojia, she has taken a substantial amount of stimulating medication, which has rendered her uterus inactive. This is also the cause of her infertility. Thus, to effectively treat Sister Yin, we must first activate the vitality of her uterus, allowing it to recover so that it may once again nurture life. I do not grasp the details. Just tell me the method directly. Very well. The first method involves my use of massage techniques to stimulate Sister Yin and Oppo's acupuncture points, complemented by certain herbal remedies, which can complete the treatment in 2 weeks. The second method does not require massage, but relies on medicinal treatment and dietary therapy to gradually alter Sister Yan's constitution, thereby reawakening the vitality of her uterus. The first option, then, I cannot wait that long. I wish to bear another child for my husband, Zhu Yin said eagerly after hearing this. Tang Hongyuan understood Wang Yu's predicament. After all, the thought of his wife having physical contact with another man was indeed quite distressing. However, his wife's words alleviated his hesitation. After all, it was a matter of healing, and it was best to set aside some concerns. Listen to your wife. Let it be the first option. Brother Wang, do not feel pressured. As a physician, employing special techniques is ultimately for the betterment of treatment. The couple's reassurance dispelled Wang Yu's doubts, prompting him to arrange a quiet hospital room with Deputy Director Lin to commence the treatment. This time, Wang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, unlike his previous instances of losing control. Within half an hour, he completed the massage. The entire process unfolded smoothly, with the doctor's attitude towards the patient remaining professional. After prescribing the necessary medications, Wang Yu graciously declined the couple's further gratitude. As they departed, he invoked a blessing upon Zhu Yin, witnessing a red glow envelop her form before he returned to his department. Upon concluding the treatment for Zhu Yin and the other patient, Wang Yu earned 25 and 15 merit points respectively, leaving him just 8 points shy of a breakthrough to 100. Eager to continue his practice, he found himself at a standstill, as he had just arrived, and with Director Su absent, Deputy Director Lin was uncertain about his duties. Thus, the morning passed without incident. Seated in the office, Wang Yu casually perused some medical cases to pass the time, his mind wandering to the young woman from downstairs. He had intended to visit her the previous evening, but had succumbed to intoxication and fallen asleep. Now, with no patients to attend and unable to see the object of his affections, he felt a growing impatience, acutely aware of the slow passage of time. Dr. Wang, shall we go for a meal? Su Mu entered the office and addressed the daydreaming Wang Yu, turning at the sound of her voice. Wang Yu finally beheld Su Mu's striking appearance. With a well-proportioned figure, a delicate waist, and a generous bosom, she created a powerful visual impact. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, accentuating her fair, elongated neck. Her vibrant red lips and pearly white teeth, paired with gentle, bright eyes, were complemented by dimples that appeared as she spoke. A truly remarkable beauty, Wang Yu mused, though he felt no particular inclination towards her. The sight of Su Mu brought to mind the woman with whom he had a muddled encounter, leaving him curious about her whereabouts. Dr. Wang, Su Mu raised her voice slightly. Oh, my apologies. I was merely taken aback by your beauty, Director Su, and found myself momentarily entranced, Wang Yu replied candidly, catching Su Mu off guard. Well then, shall we proceed to lunch? Not knowing how to continue the conversation, Wang Yu quickly shifted the topic. Sumu smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. The two walked together to the cafeteria, where Sumu inquired about Wang Yu's specialization. So, you primarily focus on traditional Chinese medicine? That would be accurate, Wang Yu replied, reflecting on the system he inherited, which was steeped in the wisdom of traditional Chinese practices. I did not expect someone so young to possess such a high level of expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. You are quite remarkable, Su Mu expressed, surprised by Wang Yu's abilities. Director Su, I am merely a year younger than you, Wang Yu replied, feeling somewhat sensitive to her assessment of his youth. Yes, I am aware. I have reviewed your credentials, but encountering someone of your skill at such a young age is rare in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Director Su, do not forget your own prowess. Your skills in Western medicine are equally impressive for your age, Wang Yu remarked, causing Su Mu to blush slightly, feeling a tad bashful. This mutual flattery is unnecessary. In the afternoon, I plan to have you see patients. I will assign you a nurse with a background in traditional Chinese medicine. Understood. I am at your service, Director, Wang Yu replied, and the two continued their meal. Afterward, Su Mu accompanied Wang Yu to the outpatient department and assigned him an office before taking her leave. Wang Yu surveyed the room, finding it satisfactory and feeling a thrill at the prospect of working there, especially under a superior as captivating as Su Mu. Shortly thereafter, a young nurse named Tian Tian arrived to report for duty. She was quite adorable, and Wang Yu was pleased with her presence. After exchanging pleasantries, the workday commenced. Maria Gynecology Hospital is renowned for its gynecological services, and Wang Yu anticipated a high volume of patients, though he was unprepared for the sheer number that awaited him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mu had placed him in one of the busiest outpatient departments after recognizing his medical expertise. Wang Yu, under the impression that he needed to attend to all the patients before he could leave, began seeing patients without pause. His thoughts lingered on the young woman he wished to pursue, and he steeled himself to work tirelessly without respite. Tian, how many patients have we seen now? After finishing with one patient, Wang Yu asked wearily, resting his head on the desk. Dr. Wang, you have seen 62 patients already. That is impressive. The young nurse, though exhausted, admired Wang Yu's capabilities. Regardless of the ailment, Wang Yu could accurately diagnose each patient upon taking their pulse, swiftly prescribing remedies and advising them on their recovery timelines. He had seen over 60 patients without encountering a single challenge. Such a remarkable doctor was a rarity in her experience. How many more are waiting outside? I will check, she said, peering into the corridor and seeing that the crowd had thinned considerably, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Not many left. It is significantly less than before. Let us continue calling in patients and strive to avoid overtime today. Chapter 30. The Toil of the Working Class. Overtime, as Tian called out the next number. Wang Yu resumed his arduous work. He lamented the difficulty of earning a 5 million annual salary while attending to patients. With the departure of the last patient, Wang Yu finished his consultations at 5:58 p.m. Tian, observing the empty corridor before 6:00 and Oppo's clock, was momentarily speechless. Wang Yu had seen 140 patients in a single afternoon, averaging less than 2 minutes per patient. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would not have believed it possible. Previously, even close to 7 p.m., the corridor would still be bustling with patients, and Tian had often advised them to return the next day. Yet, today, before quitting time, the patients were gone. Although she was exhausted, her mood was surprisingly buoyant. Brother Yu, we really don't have to work overtime, Tian exclaimed, tugging at Wang Yu's sleeve. The intense work of the afternoon had fostered a closer relationship between them. Dr. Wang had become Brother Yu, and Nurse Tian had become Tian. Take it easy, Wang Yu replied. We started seeing patients this afternoon. Tomorrow, when we start in the morning, the pace 1 and amp, Oppos, TB is frantic. We 1 and amp, Oppos, T have to work overtime anymore. Yes, Brother Yu is amazing. You and amp, Oppos, amazing too. Wang Yu sincerely admired the young woman who had been busy all afternoon without complaint, maintaining a cheerful demeanor throughout. It's 6 o'clock. Let's go. Goodbye, Brother Yu. As they prepared to change clothes and leave, a nurse approached. Dr. Wang. Director Su asked me to inform you that an emergency surgery has been added. She is currently unavailable and requests that you go immediately. So much for no overtime. Brother Yu, please bear with it. I'm leaving first, Tian said, running off quickly. Although Wang Yu was reluctant to work overtime, he could not refuse such a request. Saving lives was paramount. He donned his white coat and rushed to the operating room. Upon arrival, he found neither Su Mu nor Deputy Director Lin or Dr. Qin. Without hesitation, he prioritized saving the patient. He prepared to work, observing the elderly woman lying on the operating table and donning protective gear. Wang Yu was not a surgeon, lacking even basic surgical skills, but he possessed the system, which could achieve therapeutic effects through various means. After taking her pulse, Wang Yu understood the elderly woman's condition. However, he was unsure how to proceed. The system provided few treatment options, or rather, they were not conventional treatments. The elderly woman's health was poor, not due to any specific disease, but due to age-related organ failure, specifically heart failure. The system suggested using acupuncture to stimulate vital energy and combining it with tonifying medications. But this would only delay the progression of heart failure, not cure it. The elderly woman would likely succumb to organ failure within 3 years. Wang Yu realized that the system was not omnipotent and that some situations were beyond its capabilities. However, Wang Yu had never used acupuncture and was now in a quandary. The elderly woman's condition was critical, and without treatment, she might not survive for days. Please bring me a set of silver needles, he requested. After some consideration, Wang Yu decided to proceed with treatment, even though his confidence was low. The system provided the necessary acupuncture points and sequence, and he could not rely solely on the system. As a physician, he had a responsibility to act. The nurse quickly brought the silver needles, sterilizing them before handing them to Wang Yu. He carefully located the acupuncture points by touch and began the slow process of inserting the needles. The first insertion was steady, boosting Wang Yu's confidence. His knowledge of skeletal meridians was invaluable, providing a comprehensive understanding of the human body structure. He proceeded with the second needle, then the third, until the last needle was inserted into the elderly woman's body, completing the treatment. The entire acupuncture procedure involved 49 needles and took over 2 hours. Each insertion performed with utmost care. This was his first time performing such a treatment, and it required immense concentration. Taking the elderly woman's pulse again, he noticed it was stronger than before. The system panel still indicated a poor overall condition, but it was an improvement. This boosted Wang Yu's confidence and reinforced his determination to continue learning and improving. All right, transfer the patient to the intensive care unit. I need to speak with the patient's family. Dr. Wang, is surgery not required? No, the elderly woman's condition cannot be resolved with surgery. I have stabilized her condition for now. Please transfer her. Without further explanation, Wang Yu left the operating room. As he exited, 2 elderly men in their 70s approached him. Young man, how is my mother? Gentlemen, rest assured, the elderly woman's condition has stabilized, and no surgery was performed. Wang Yu estimated that the elderly woman was at least 90 years old. How is my mother? She has been transferred to the intensive care unit. Please come with me, as there are some things I need to discuss with you. Wang Yu led the 2 men to his office. Reviewing the elderly woman and Oppo's medical records to gain a better understanding of her situation. The elderly woman and Oppo's name was Li Tsuhua, and she was 98 years old, which explained the severe organ failure. The 2 men were her sons. Yang Kaishan, the eldest, was 72 years old, and Yang Kelu, the second, was 69 years old. Yang Kaishan made a phone call, reassuring someone that his mother was safe. Based on the conversation, the 2 brothers had an older sister. Gentlemen, the elderly woman's body is failing, not due to any specific disease, but due to organ failure caused by aging. Yes, we know. My mother is almost 100 years old, and we were prepared. The situation is as follows. I used acupuncture to stimulate the elderly woman's bodily functions, but her age is a limiting factor. I estimate she has about 3 months left before heart failure occurs. My mother can live for 3 months? Yang Kaishan exclaimed, his spirits lifting. He had expected his mother to pass away today and had little hope. Wang Yu's words were encouraging. Yes, 3 months is achievable. However, extending her life further would come at a significant cost. What it could be extended? Yang Kaishan grabbed Wang Yu's hand, his voice filled with emotion. "Brother, calm down. Let the doctor continue," Yang Kailu said. Oh, I'm sorry, young man. It's all right, sir. I understand your feelings. Please continue, young man. I'm willing to pay any price to keep my mother alive." Yang Kaishan looked at Wang Yu with fervent hope. Chapter 31. Wang Yu's Predicament. Su Mu's rescue. The elderly woman's bodily functions have been stimulated by my silver needles. However, this activation is merely a fleeting phenomenon, akin to a tree without roots. It necessitates the replenishment of precious medicinal ingredients to fill the void within her body. These medicinal materials are exceedingly rare, and some are not even available in our hospital. You will need to procure them yourselves. Even if you manage to gather all the required ingredients, I can only guarantee to prolong the old woman's life for 3 years. I cannot assure you of anything beyond that. 3 years, young man, are you certain? Yang Kaishan's demeanor underwent a transformation, resembling that of a superior scrutinizing his subordinates for any falsehoods, emanating an aura of oppressiveness that assailed Wang Yu. Damn, why do I feel a shiver down my spine? Wang Yu remained oblivious to Yang Kaishan's shift in character. Confident in his abilities and devoid of any deceit, he felt no pressure whatsoever. "Rest assured, sir, I am quite confident in this matter. The only question is, what will be your decision?" Observing Wang Yu's unwavering composure under his pressure, Yang Kaishan retracted his imposing aura, reverting to his ordinary old man persona. "To prolong my mother and Appo's life, what medicinal materials do you require? Tell me, and my brothers and I will find a way to provide them. I have already inspected our hospital and Appo's medicinal herb repository. I will not mention those we already possess. I will now write down those we lack." With that, Wang Yu procured paper and pen and began to inscribe. The two elderly men promptly positioned themselves behind Wang Yu, peering over his shoulders. Approximately 50 to 100 grams of 200-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, over 200 grams of century-old Yuling, 20 to 30 grams of Coptis quinquifolia. 1. These 4 items are not available in our hospital and must be acquired by you. Young man, I am familiar with the first 3, and although they are valuable, they can be purchased with money. However, what exactly is this? Sir, this serves as a medicinal primer. If the old woman is to have her life prolonged, a complete is essential. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was at a loss. The system had only provided the name, and he was unaware of what actually was. "Esteemed elders, I am familiar with." At that moment, Su Mu entered the office, providing timely assistance to Wang Yu. "Girl, you know?" "Yes. Allow me to explain to the two of you." Su Mu seated herself opposite Wang Yu and the 2 elderly men and began her explanation. Also known as, first appeared in Lyshurtians. Due to its extraordinary resilience, it can revive and grow again even after being dried for several years when exposed to water. Therefore, it is also known as, "Elder brother, I know where to find it." Yang Kailu exclaimed excitedly. "Second brother, are you certain?" "Yes. That has a trunk resembling a leopard's paw and an overall figurative shape. Correct, girl?" "Indeed, what this gentleman describes is the—" Yang Kaishan was also elated upon receiving Su Mu's confirmation. "Second brother, where did you see it?" "Last month, it was Lao Wen's birthday, and his eldest son gifted him, claiming to have found it in some godforsaken place at great expense. That old fellow even flaunted it in front of me, so I remember it clearly." "Excellent, excellent. I will go and procure the first 3 items. You go to the one family immediately and make sure that when Tianxiong hands over the— Rest assured, elder brother, given my relationship with that old rascal, he will surely give it to me. Young man, I will have medicinal materials prepared by tomorrow. I am entrusting my mother to you. Rest assured, sir, as long as you can gather all the ingredients within 3 months, I am confident in prolonging the old woman's life." The Yang brothers hastily departed with the list, embarking on their quest for the medicinal materials. At that moment, only Wang Yu and Su Mu remained in the office. "Li's mother, are you truly confident in prolonging her life?" Su Mu had overheard a considerable amount of information at the door and only entered when it was mentioned. "Yes. The old woman's body is now like decayed wood. Even if her life can be prolonged, she will not live for many more years." Wang Yu did not perceive his ability to prolong the old woman's life for 3 years as something particularly remarkable. "Wang Yu, I realize that I know too little about you." Su Mu's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Wang Yu. as if attempting to see through him. No, please don't try to understand me. I only possess these meager skills, barely enough to make a living. Wang Yu felt uneasy under Su Mu's fervent gaze. Director Su, may I leave work now? I have matters to attend to this evening. Observing the time, it was already 9:00 and Oppo's clock. If he stayed any later, it would be past 10 o'clock by the time he arrived home, and it would be inappropriate to knock on the downstairs neighbor's door at that hour. Of course, you may. I must thank you for staying behind to assist me today. I will pay you double for your overtime tonight. Overtime pay, and double at that? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. What are you thinking? That only applies to today. Don't you have something to attend to? Why haven't you left yet? Su Mu couldn't help but smile at Wang Yu's avaricious demeanor. I thought every instance of overtime would be compensated with double pay. If that were the case, I would simply reside in the hospital and never leave. Alas, I was overthinking things. Shaking his head, Wang Yu departed from the office. After Wang Yu's departure, Su Mu did not return to rest. Instead, she diligently perused the thick medical records. Despite her hectic schedule, she never abandoned her pursuit of knowledge, dedicating time each day to continue her studies. Indeed, an individual's success lies not only in extraordinary talent, but also in unseen efforts and unwavering dedication maintained day after day. Wang Yu left the hospital, and due to the passing of rush hour, the roads were not congested. It took him approximately 20 minutes to return to his neighborhood. Upon arriving home, he washed his face, changed into clean clothes, and once again brought the 7/6S bracelet downstairs. She must be home this time. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu knocked on the door once more. He took 2 steps back, standing even straighter than before. However, the result was the same. After 2 minutes, there was no movement inside. Wang Yu knocked several more times and waited for about half an hour, but still, no one opened the door. Frustrated, Wang Yu went downstairs and noticed that the lights in the one-kill girl's apartment were off. No wonder no one answered the door. She was not home. With a heavy heart, Wang Yu returned to the doorway, intending to wait for the rabbit, hoping to catch the one-kill girl upon her return. However, he was unaware that when Xin was no longer in Sudu City, she had left the day before his divorce. Furthermore, it was uncertain when she would return, or if she would ever return at all. As for the apartment, when Xin had purchased it on a whim, not wanting to stay in a hotel. After all, the housing prices were rising so rapidly. Buying an apartment would provide her with a place to stay when she visited Sudu City, and she could later sell it at a higher price, making it a worthwhile investment. After waiting for 2 hours, Wang Yu checked the time. It was 11:30 p.m. It seemed that he would not be able to see her today. He felt a sense of disappointment. Upon returning home, Wang Yu hastily washed up and went to bed, preparing to sleep. However, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Not seeing the one-kill girl today had a significant impact on Wang Yu. After contemplating for a long time, he consoled himself. It's okay, I'll definitely see her. A monk can run, but the temple can Oppos. I and Oppos. Wait here. I refuse to believe that she won and Oppos. Even return home. With this thought, Wang Yu drifted off to sleep. The fatigue of the day caused him to sleep soundly, but the disappointment in his heart made his sleep restless. He woke up a little after 6 in the morning, still feeling the remnants of yesterday and Oppos' exhaustion. Recalling his busy day, Wang Yu once again checked his merit points. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Damn, 362. Chapter 32. Wang Yu embarks on his studies. His former father-in-law prepares for divorce. Wang Yu was exceedingly pleased with the augmentation of his merit points, accumulating over 200 in a mere afternoon. Calculating this, he could conservatively earn 300 points daily, culminating in 10,000 merit points monthly, and an astounding 120,000 annually. A prospect that filled him with elation. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 100 merit points. You're eligible for a lottery draw. The anticipated moment had arrived, justifying his afternoon and Oppos' toil. He initiated the draw. The unremarkable interface remained unchanged, but a novel prize materialized. Upon claiming it, Wang Yu and Oppos' countenance shifted slightly. The reward was indeed potent, yet not precisely what he currently desired. Enhanced child bestowal divine art. The ability to select the gender and number of offspring during conception, up to a maximum of 3 per pregnancy. Should I perhaps consider a career change? Abandon medicine, erect a temple, and await the arrival of patrons? I could affix a sign, specializing in child bestowal for 2 decades, followed by a fee schedule: male offspring, 50,000, female offspring, 60,000, twins, 200,000, dragon phoenix twins, 500,000, triplets, 1,000,000, gender selection available. Indeed, it wouldn't end oppos. TB long before I became the wealthiest individual in Sioux City. And if I were to construct the temple adjacent to a hospital specializing in infertility treatment, the revenue would undoubtedly flow in even faster. Lost in these reveries, Wang Yu inadvertently drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he encountered the maiden of his desires massaging his shoulders, Yuan kneeling to tenderly wash his feet, and Sun Qian sitting obediently nearby, peeling grapes. He chuckled lewdly, the sound echoing within the room. Why are dreams our loftiest pursuit? Because within them, we possess everything. Awakening the following morning, Wang Yu reminisced about the previous night's dream. Although fully aware of its impossibility, it did not deter him from indulging in some mental flights of fancy. He arose, invigorated himself with a cold shower, and departed for work in high spirits. Good morning, Brother Yu. Tian, you traitor. Hee. Brother Yu, my mother summoned me home for dinner last night. So you abandoned me to work overtime? What happened to our revolutionary camaraderie? You forsook your comrade. Brother Yu, behold, I have brought you breakfast, beef buns steamed by my mother. Tian brandished the bag in her hand, beaming. You are forgiven. I haven't eaten anything yet. He seized the bag, extracted a bun, and took a bite. The flavor was indeed remarkable. Delicious. Your aunt and oppos, as culinary skills, are impressive. Of course, in all my years, I have never tasted anything better than my mother and oppos as cooking. Wang Yu chuckled, remaining silent as he devoured the bun, while Tian continued to extol the delectable dishes her mother had prepared for her. Brother Yu, cease. I haven't had breakfast either. Realizing the dwindling contents of the once bulging bag, Tian immediately attempted to seize it. Swallowing the final morsel, Wang Yu relinquished the bag to Tian. Fear not, I have reserved some for you. Eat. 10 buns, and you left me with only one? Are you a pig? I cannot be held accountable. Your aunt's buns were simply too delicious. At least I left you one. Oof. Heartless man. Tian turned away, silently consuming the remaining bun. I shall treat you to lunch. Shall we go? Observing the sulky young woman, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. Yes, I shall bankrupt you. Hearing the promise of a treat, Tian's face immediately brightened. Wang Yu muttered under his breath, women. Having finished breakfast, they donned their white coats and masks, preparing to commence their work. Wang Yu also sported a pair of non-prescription glasses, lending him a more composed demeanor. Brother Yu, why are you wearing glasses? They make me appear more cultured. Upon arriving at the clinic, they swiftly transitioned into work mode. Wang Yu's pace remained rapid, and as the number of patients diminished, his merit points surpassed the 400 mark. However, the system interface still offered no lottery prompt. Wang Yu remained unperturbed. He had received rewards upon reaching 10 and 100 points, respectively, so surely he would receive another upon reaching 1,000. At this rate, he would reach 1,000 points within a few days, unlocking new abilities, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Soon it was noon. Tian gently persuaded the remaining patients to return later, and the two concluded their morning's work. Wang Yu did not insist on seeing every patient. After all, this was not a one-time task. The days ahead would likely follow a similar pattern. By allocating time for rest, he could better serve his patients. Su Mu did not appear throughout the morning, nor did the Yang brothers arrive. These precious items were not easily acquired. Together with Tian, he arrived at the cafeteria. The young woman made no attempt to restrain herself, filling her plate to the brim. Wang Yu's plate was also meticulously arranged by her. Tian, can you possibly finish all of that? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, not out of stinginess, but out of an aversion to waste. Fear not, Brother Yu. We shall consume the contents of your plate. I shall pack the contents of my plate for dinner. My family need not cook tonight. Ingenious girl. Hee. Brother Yu, you consume my mother's buns. I shall return the favor. Tian grinned like a honey-fed hamster. Eat then, and after you finish, Find some books on traditional Chinese medicine for me. I wish to read them later. Wang Yu was amused by Tian's explanation. Such a caring young woman was quite endearing. Brother Yu, you are already so skilled. Do you still need to read? You misunderstand. By reading more, I shall become even more skilled. Tian was impressed by Wang Yu's display of erudition. She immediately began to devour her meal, until nearly finished. Wang Yu did not see Sumu arrive. He felt a sense of emptiness. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of the beautiful doctor. Let's go, Brother Yu. I shall find some books on traditional Chinese medicine for you. Dispose of the trays and pack my leftovers. With that, Tian departed in a whirlwind. Watching Tian leave, Wang Yu couldn't help but admire the vitality of youth. He began to pack the remaining food. Meanwhile, at the central hospital, Chen Chusheng had lost his appetite. Chen Yuding sat by the bedside, holding a bowl of chicken soup, unsure how to console her father. Her mother and Apo's actions filled her with shame, but she wondered how she differed from her mother. Chen Chusheng lay on the bed, his eyes devoid of light, filled with despair. Yuding, I'm going to divorce your mother. His hoarse voice revealed a chilling hatred. Dad, Chen Yuding exclaimed, unsure whether to offer comfort or advise him against rash decisions. What man could remain calm and composed in such a situation? First, her husband, Wang Yu, had left with nothing. Now, her mother had betrayed her father. This family was truly finished. Terminate all collaborations with the Liu family. I will not allow them to profit from my company any longer. Take care of it this afternoon. Chen Chusheng's hatred for his wife and Liu Baoqiang had reached its peak. He had reviewed the contents of the USB drive Wang Yu had given him, as had Chen Yuding. The images in the video had driven Chen Chusheng to the brink. Chen Yuding wanted to reprimand her mother, but her own actions prevented her from doing so. The quiet hospital room was filled only with heavy breathing and Chen Yuding's muffled sobs. Chapter 33. The girl downstairs has disappeared, lying on the hospital bed in the consultation room. Wang Yu perused the medical books that Tian had brought. He first selected a comprehensive guide on traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and began to leaf through it, recognizing that the prescriptions he had written relied heavily on herbal ingredients. The incident with the 10,000 years grass the previous day had taught him a valuable lesson. Had it not been for Su Mu's timely intervention, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. As he explored the descriptions of the herbs within the book, Wang Yu gradually deepened his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine in conjunction with the prescriptions he had issued during consultations. Time passed swiftly as he immersed himself in his studies. So much so that he failed to hear the sound of the door opening when Tian arrived. Yuga and Apo's. It's time to start work, she reminded him. Oh, is it that late already? Wang Yu exclaimed, glancing at his phone and noticing that it was indeed 1:00 p.m. Let's begin calling the patients. With that, he donned his mask and white coat, commencing the afternoon's duties. In the office of the hospital director, Han Kuan reviewed the data from the previous day with a sense of astonishment and promptly dialed the head of the outpatient department. Hello, Lao Huang. Are you certain that the data for the gynecology clinic is correct? Director Han, I assure you it is accurate. Initially, I suspected a system error, but after cross-referencing with the finance and herbal departments this morning, the treatment income and the quantity of herbs dispensed match perfectly. There are no discrepancies in the gynecology data. Good to hear. By the way, from where did you recruit this remarkable talent? I discreetly observed him this morning, and his medical skills and consultation speed are truly commendable. Haha, Lao Huang, ensure that Dr. Wang and Apo's needs are met. If any issues arise, inform me promptly. Rest assured, Director Han, I will fully support Dr. Wang and Apo's work. However, there's a situation I must discuss with you. Dr. Wang exclusively prescribes traditional Chinese medicine, and based on yesterday's dispensing rate, I estimate that our stock will not last a month. I was wondering if we should order another batch of herbs. Otherwise, I fear we will run short by the end of the month. Is it all traditional herbs? Yes, indeed. Will the absence of diagnostic fees still guarantee profits from the herbal prescriptions? Do not worry, Director. Although there are no examination fees, each course of treatment with traditional Chinese medicine lasts at least half a month, and some patients require 2 or 3 courses at a time. Moreover, Dr. Wang's speed in consultations has significantly increased earnings. Excellent. Please arrange for the herbal pharmacy to procure an additional month's supply of every type of traditional Chinese medicine available on the market based on yesterday's dispensing volume. Understood. Director, I will proceed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Director Han leaned back in his chair, meticulously contemplating the data from the previous afternoon. He realized that he had indeed acquired a veritable cash cow, although Wang Yu's reputation had yet to fully blossom. It would not be long before he became renowned throughout the city. At that point, a 500,000 annual salary would surely be insufficient to retain him. He resolved to observe for another week before discussing a potential salary increase with the board chairman. How many patients are left? He glanced at his watch and noted it was already 5:30 p.m. Wang Yu was exhausted after a relentless day of diagnosing and prescribing. He felt as if his entire body were about to collapse. You go. There are still many patients waiting. The number of afternoon arrivals far exceeds that of the morning. It seems we'll have to work overtime today, Tian replied, taking a sip from her pink thermos to soothe her throat after a day filled with chatter. Even with a system in place, we still cannot escape the fate of overtime. Wang Yu lamented, slumping in his chair, neglecting his appearance. Come on, you go. Let us get started. Otherwise, we'll be here even later. All right, next patient, please. Little did Wang Yu know, the over 100 patients he had treated the previous day had returned home, taken their prescribed medications, and felt significantly better by the following morning. As a result, word of his exceptional skills began to spread among various social circles. Those who had initially planned to seek treatment at other hospitals were now persuaded by friends to come to him instead. Upon arriving, they found the waiting room full, and the corridor bustling with people, which only reinforced their belief in Wang Yu's extraordinary medical abilities. After all, how could so many patients be queuing up otherwise? The herd mentality rendered them undeterred by the long wait, as they patiently awaited their turn outside. This afternoon, Su Mu had performed 2 surgeries and conducted examinations on several of her patients, leaving her with little to occupy her time. She decided to observe Wang Yu in action. Upon reaching the gynecology consultation room, she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. While other doctors' rooms were mostly vacant, with some even idly scrolling through their phones, Wang Yu's room had a long line of at least 20 patients waiting. Curiosity piqued. Su Mu stepped closer to the door and watched as Wang Yu took pulses while explaining conditions and necessary precautions to each patient, deftly typing out prescriptions on the keyboard with remarkable speed. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any delays. He completed each consultation in just over a minute before moving on to the next patient. After observing for about 10 minutes, during which Wang Yu attended to 10 patients without wasting a moment, Su Mu was impressed by his machine-like efficiency. Deciding not to interrupt, she quietly departed after a brief observation. What an intriguing individual. How did he acquire such remarkable medical skills? After more than an hour of diligent work, Wang Yu finally finished seeing all the patients just before 7 p.m. The usually lively Tian was now too fatigued to bounce around. She greeted Wang Yu and, dragging her weary body, exited the consultation room, eager to return home for some much-needed rest. This is no way for a person to live, Wang Yu thought. Having spent a day surrounded by various women, some of whom were stunning and possessed enviable figures. Yet in less than a day, he had transitioned from admiration to emotional numbness. After resting briefly and regaining some energy, Wang Yu quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. Upon returning home, he chose not to head straight downstairs but instead collapsed onto the couch, remaining motionless for an hour. Neglecting to eat, he changed into fresh clothes and donned his 7/6 bracelets before heading downstairs once more. Knock, knock, knock. Everything mirrored his previous visits. No changes whatsoever. As he stood before the still darkened apartment, a wave of disappointment washed over him. Could it truly have been merely a fleeting encounter? With his deep-seated feelings for her, he was reluctant to accept such a reality. Although they had not met since that day, he found himself harboring a lingering attachment to her. Despite knowing that this was likely a one-sided sentiment, it remained his most genuine thought. Wang Yu reflected on the various challenges he would face in pursuing her and prepared himself for a long-term strategy. However, the current situation, being unable to even see her, was beyond his expectations. The disappearance of the girl had become a thorn in his heart, leaving him restless and unable to sleep through the night. Chapter 34. Thank you, brother. In the ensuing 3 days, Wang Yu truly experienced the formidable nature of women in Sioux City. When stores offered discounts, they queued. During new product launches, they also stood in line. And when a milk tea shop opened, it was predominantly women who gathered. At the gynecological clinic, exclusively catering to female patients, the crowd was overwhelming. These women were resolute in their choice of Wang Yu's consultation room, seemingly oblivious to the 3 other rooms available for treatment. Throughout these 3 days, Wang Yu had lost count of how many hands he had held, inundated with countless invitations and notes. At this moment, he had grown numb. After 3 days of intense work, Tian acquired a hoarse voice, rendering her unable to bounce back. Every time she glimpsed the long queue outside, fear gripped her heart. The usual vivacity had vanished. Even when Wang Yu treated her to a meal, her expression was stiff and her words scarce. The dark circles under her eyes and the slightly disheveled hair betrayed the toll reality had taken on her. From morning until night, speaking from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, left her exhausted during her breaks, desiring nothing more than silence. Were it not for the generous overtime pay, Tian would have stormed into her supervisor and Oppo's office, slammed down her resignation letter, and declared her intention to quit with a flourish. Tian, should I take a break tomorrow? What day is it tomorrow? Thursday. Let me check. Tian pulled out her phone and scanned her save schedule. Beneath Wang Yu's name in the Thursday column, the word rest was noted, instantly revitalizing the little nurse. Brother Yu, we have a day off tomorrow. Her hoarse voice could hardly mask her youthful excitement. Let us go home, Wang Yu replied, rising to conclude the day's work with a grand gesture. Upon returning home, Wang Yu did not ascend directly from the underground garage, but stood downstairs, gazing at the still darkened apartment. His feelings of disappointment gradually transformed into resignation. That night might have been a dream. He had acquired the most precious treasure of a woman. Yet what more could he desire? Greed is an eternal flaw of humanity. Entering his empty home, Wang Yu felt an indescribable ache. The once happy and harmonious household was no more, and thoughts of his 2 daughters, whom he cherished as his life's essence, pierced his heart with pain. Yet, as he was not their biological father, he held no right to claim them. The divorce had drawn a definitive line between him and the Chen family. The question of right or wrong had lost its significance, for life marched forward, indifferent to individual grievances. Finishing a can of beer, he buried his longing for the blood-stained girl deep within his heart. Meanwhile, at the Tianjia restaurant, Sun Qian entered the private room, her face devoid of smiles as she approached her brother, who had summoned her. She had not been as carefree as she had imagined. Believing she could easily pick up the pieces, the memory of Wang Yu, whom she had only known for a day, lingered in her mind, her hand subconsciously brushing her chest as she recalled the sensations of that afternoon. Little sister, I've gathered some information, and I believe it will be of great use to you. What did you investigate? Which girl is the eldest brother keeping? Or is the second brother being punished by the second sister-in-law again? Sun Deshing felt a twinge of awkwardness at her words. Sun Qian's remarks were merely a reflection of his own interests. He delighted in gossiping about his 2 brothers and eagerly shared any tidbits with his sister, leading to joyous exchanges that often ended in extortion from their siblings. At that moment, Sun Qian assumed her brother had uncovered more secrets about their siblings. But her previous enthusiasm had waned. It's not about the eldest or second brother. It's about your brother-in-law. Which brother-in-law? Sun Qian was momentarily taken aback. You mean Dr. Wang? Why are you inquiring about him? Is he planning to remarry Chen Yuding? Sun Qian and Oppo's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Such a wonderful man. Yet alas, he was not hers. No, they haven't seen each other in days. Remarrying is absurd. Then what is it? I found out why they divorced. Brother, when did you become so nosy? Why are you investigating others' divorces? What does it have to do with you? Sun Qian's annoyance was palpable. She had no desire to maintain any connection with Wang Yu after that day, and had forced herself to move on. Though her heart ached over the past few days, her resolve remained unchanged. Yet, her brother, in his idleness, had secretly investigated Wang Yu, uncovering such deeply hidden information. Little sister, I'm not being petty. Wang Yu is such a good man. I can't let him be your brother-in-law. I've lost my appetite for drinking. then you should marry him or something. Stop calling him brother-in-law for no reason. Sun Dishing, momentarily at a loss for words, decided to drop the pretense. Listen to me, little sister. Wang Yu and Chen Yuding will never remarry. I can guarantee it. What do you know that makes you so certain? At this, Sun Qian's previously deadened spirit began to stir with a flicker of hope. Chen Yuding cheated on Wang Yu. Their 2 daughters are not his. This explosive revelation brought a smirk to Sun Dishing's face as he drank, eagerly anticipating his sister's reaction. However, Sun Qian's expression remained unchanged. Brother, are you serious? You're not joking, are you? Little sister, do you still doubt my abilities? I even have the video of Wang Yu getting the paternity test results and the results themselves. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and showed her a video. Receiving the phone, Sun Qian watched the familiar figure in the video, her heart aching. The clip depicted Wang Yu just after receiving the test results. His face a mask of despair as he leaned against the hospital wall, tears streaming down his cheeks. The agony he endured was ineffable. As she continued to watch, tears welled in Sun Qian's eyes. She could hardly fathom that the sunny, cheerful man she knew harbored such profound sorrow. At that moment, his heart must have been shattered. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Sun Dishing observed his sister, puzzled by her tears. Shut up. Sun Qian shot him a fierce glare. All right, I won't say anything. Take your time. The video was brief, yet Sun Qian lingered, replaying it multiple times, absorbing Wang Yu's sorrow and despair, her heart aching for the man with whom she had shared such intimacy. I spent 10,000 yuan to get the paternity test results from the hospital. Sun Dishing reminded her, noticing her silence. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian closed the video and scrolled through the paternity test results that Wang Yu had completed. The words "no blood relation" struck her with an indescribable pain. Yet an undeniable thrill coursed through her veins. What should I do? I feel so torn between excitement and sorrow. He is so pitiful. Perhaps I should marry him, give him many children, and stay by his side forever. Resolute in her decision, Sun Qian saved the video and the test results to her phone, tossing Sun Dishing's phone back to him. With her eyes glistening but finally adorned with a smile, she turned to her brother, saying, "Brother, you care for me more than the eldest and second brothers ever could. I will forever be grateful to you. He, of course. No one can compare to me." Sun Dishing beamed at his sister's praise, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 35, Dressed Exquisitely. I found myself unexpectedly thwarted. At this moment, Wang Yu remained oblivious to the challenges that awaited him. A 42-year-old spinster, in her fervent pursuit of love, displayed an unwavering determination, further complicated by the presence of 3 overindulgent siblings. "Mother, I am doing splendidly, having secured a new job with an annual salary of 5 million. There is no need for concern. I assure you, if you doubt my words, feel free to visit. I am even contemplating purchasing a villa to accommodate you both. As for a girlfriend, well, I have just started at my new position. We shall discuss that once I have settled in. Rest assured, your son is in fine form, handsome and financially stable, with numerous young women vying for his attention. You need not worry about when you will hold your grandchildren. Ah yes, let Chunmei come over. My abode spans over 200 square meters with 4 rooms, and I reside alone. Her arrival would be timely, as she could prepare meals for me. All right, I will meet her at the bus station at 11 tomorrow. What about father? Oh, he will return soon. You two can decide if you wish to come to the city. I must hang up now, mother. Do not fret. I shall find a girlfriend in a few months. When have I ever deceived you? Take care, mother. Goodbye." Upon ending the call, Wang Yu exhaled deeply, finding his mother and Appo's incessant chatter as overwhelming as ever. Her relentless inquiries about his marital prospects left him at a loss for words. He could only offer reassurances. Despite his initial hopes of winning over a charming woman now lost to uncertainty. Currently, his days were consumed with work, leaving little time even for personal necessities, with the most frequent company being the sweet nurse, Tian. However, she was merely 20 years old, and, as a 30-year-old twice-married man, he knew better than to entertain such thoughts. In truth, he regarded her more like a younger sister. With his mind swirling in confusion, he felt at a loss as to how to proceed. Perhaps I shall postpone matters for a while. Perhaps by then, the charming woman will return. After his evening routine, Wang Yu collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep within mere minutes. Third brother, I will visit the hospital tomorrow. Sensing hope, Sun Qian, visibly intoxicated, declared her intentions. Very well. Third brother will accompany you. Third brother, I wish to marry him. All right, I will help you book a hotel. Third brother, I want to bear his children. Ah, this is something third brother cannot assist you with. Third brother, please hold still. I feel a bit dizzy. Observing his sister in a state of inebriation, Sun Disheng found himself at a loss for words. He summoned 2 waitresses to help Sun Qian to the lounge on the 3rd floor while he remained downstairs. Contemplating his next course of action, should he call his brother-in-law and invite him over, perhaps to intoxicate him and place him in Sun Qian's bed? He dialed Wang Yu's number, but the latter was in such deep slumber that the ringing failed to rouse him. After several attempts without success, Sun Disheng reluctantly abandoned the idea. Well, it appears I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Concerned for his sister's safety, he arranged several chairs together, preparing to endure the night in the lounge. Chunmei, is it true that brother you will be picking us up tomorrow? Having just ended her conversation with Wang Yu's mother, Chunmei informed Yan of the arrangement. Yes, and Aunt said there are 4 rooms at brother Yu's place, so we can stay there. Staying there might not be appropriate. Yan shyly replied, lowering her gaze. Come now, Yan, you must seize this opportunity. I deceived our parents into letting me work, so you must cherish this chance. Otherwise, once my brother finds another girlfriend, you will have missed your chance. Indeed, I shall grasp this opportunity with both hands. Yan realized she had been too passive in the past and resolved to be more proactive this time. By the way, there is something I must share, but it must remain confidential. What is it? If it is of great importance, perhaps it is better not to tell me. Yesterday afternoon, I overheard Aunt and Mother speaking, both in tears. I learned that my brother's divorce was due to that woman's infidelity, and both children are not his. Yan gasped, unable to contain her shock. Lower your voice. Chunmei quickly covered Yan's mouth, warning her to be quiet. Yan signaled for Chunmei to release her. It must remain a secret, and we cannot let my brother find out. He is very prideful, and if he learns of this, I will be in serious trouble. Do not worry, Chunmei. I will not breathe a word to anyone. I wonder how my brother is coping these days. That Chen Yuding is truly a shameless person to have acted in such a manner. Listening to Chunmei's vitriol, Yan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Dreaming of the moment she would finally meet her beloved brother Yu, a smile of happiness illuminating her face. Brother Yu, Yan is willing to bear your children, as many as you desire. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained blissfully unaware, lost in slumber, oblivious to the 2 women who had already begun to plot their next moves. The following day, Wang Yu indulged in a rare lie-in, awakening to continue his studies of the medical texts he had brought home from the hospital. He planned to leave for the bus station at 10:30 to pick up his cousin. Meanwhile, at Maria Hospital, Sun Qian stormed out, infuriated after learning that Wang Yu had the day off. At 7 in the morning, she had knocked on the door of a hair salon, emerging with a stunning new hairstyle. Clad in her favorite outfit, with expertly applied eyeliner and red lips, she had hoped to surprise him with her sudden appearance, only to discover he was unavailable. Settling into her car, Sun Qian took a moment to steady her racing heart before dialing Wang Yu's number. Hello, who is this? Dr. Wang, I apologize for the disturbance. This is Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, how may I assist you? Upon hearing her voice, Wang Yu's mind conjured an alluring image, ample and enticing. Well, I came to the hospital today hoping to see you, but upon arrival, I learned you were off. I thought to call and see if you might be available. Oh, I will be working tomorrow. You are welcome to visit then. Tomorrow? Sun Qian felt a twinge of disappointment. Unfortunately, I am quite busy today with my cousin arriving, and I must pick her up at the bus station, then take her shopping. My schedule is rather full. Is there any chance you are free for lunch? I would love to treat you and your sister, and perhaps you could examine me then. It wouldn't interfere with your afternoon plans. Oh, that would be quite inappropriate. Your brother covered my expenses last time. Please, Dr. Wang, if you do not examine me today, I shall be unable to sleep tonight. The allure of her plea was hard to resist. Very well. I will head to my brother's place after picking her up. Just inform your brother. Rest assured, Dr. Wang, I will see you at noon. After hanging up, Wang Yu glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to head to the station. He quickly gathered his belongings and set out. Chapter 36. The first encounter of Sun Qian and Song Yan. Wang Yu had gathered the clothes he had changed out of over the past few days, preparing to toss them into the washing machine, when he suddenly stumbled upon the bank card given to him by the second son of the Sun family. Upon examining it, he discovered it belonged to Zhongyuan Bank, conveniently located near his residential area. With some time to spare, he decided to check the balance. As he sat in his car, he couldn't oppose. He helped but marvel at how he had been so preoccupied lately that he had forgotten such an important matter. After parking, he approached an ATM, recalled the password inscribed on the back of the card, and began the inquiry. When the machine displayed a staggering figure of 5, followed by 6 zeros, he was utterly astounded. Goodness, the Sun brothers were indeed lavish. A mere visit to the doctor had cost them 5 million. The world of the affluent had once again reshaped his perspective. The Sun brothers were undeniably wealthy, and their generous gift stemmed not only from Wang Yu's assistance in preventing their sister from undergoing a surgical procedure, but also from a desire to cultivate a relationship. After all, forging ties with a skilled doctor like Wang Yu was undeniably advantageous, who could guarantee a lifetime free from illness. With a bank card safely tucked away, Wang Yu felt elated. After purchasing a bracelet, he still had over 3 million left. Subsequently, Chun Chuxing generously granted him 5 million as a divorce settlement, significantly padding his wallet. Today, this card had propelled his assets into the millions, igniting a desire within him to indulge in extravagant purchases. As he drove towards the bus station, he contemplated whether to sell his rented apartment outright. The real estate agent had previously mentioned that if the property remained unrented, it would need to be listed for sale. Additionally, he pondered trading in his modest car, which he had owned for merely 3 years. It was not that he disliked the vehicle. Rather, it was laden with memories of his ex-wife and 2 children. He resolved to buy a new car that afternoon and sell the old one, severing ties with the past. Lost in thought, Wang Yu arrived at the bus station, parked the car, and made his way towards the exit. The city was not particularly large, and the station boasted only a single plaza and 1 exit. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with people, taxi drivers soliciting passengers, hotel staff hawking rooms, and, like Wang Yu, individuals waiting to greet loved ones. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he spotted Chunmei's distinctive ponytail bobbing amidst the crowd. His heart leaped with joy at the sight of his cousin, and he waved enthusiastically to catch her attention. Just as he was engrossed in his gestures, he noticed Yan standing beside Chunmei, leaving him momentarily stunned. The memory of that fateful evening when he had given Yan a massage flooded back, and he felt a rush of heat at her lingering gaze. He recalled his mother mentioning that only Chunmei would be visiting. He anticipated Yan tagging along. He had already promised Chunmei that she could stay with him. If Yan were to join, prolonged interactions might lead him to act impulsively. However, this was not the time for such worries. Perhaps Yan was merely accompanying Chunmei for a short visit. Brother, over here. Chunmei quickly spotted her cousin Wang Yu, who was momentarily lost in thought. She approached him, with Yan following closely behind, unable to hide her delight. Even at the exit, Yan had spotted Wang Yu from afar, as if drawn by some unseen force, effortlessly distinguishing him from the crowd. You've tanned a bit, Wang Yu remarked, taking Chunmei's backpack and playfully ruffling her hair. Brother, I have this too. Chunmei unceremoniously slung Yan's backpack onto Wang Yu's shoulder. I can manage, Yan replied shyly, her gaze cast downward. Don't be modest. My brother is quite strong and can handle 2 bags without issue. Let us go. I'm starving, Chunmei declared, taking Yan's hand and weaving through the throng. Wang Yu obediently followed, carrying both backpacks. Upon reaching the car, Chunmei snatched the bags and tossed them into the back seat before sliding into the vehicle. Yan, you can sit in the front. There's no room in the back, she said, shutting the door behind her. Wang Yu felt an urge to pull Chunmei aside and question her about her blatant behavior, but he could not refuse her suggestion at that moment. Yan, please take a seat. I'll drive you both to dinner, Wang Yu said, closing the trunk and holding the door open for Yan. Thank you, Yan replied, too shy to meet his gaze, feeling overwhelmed by Chunmei's unabashed encouragement. With the situation at hand, she had no choice but to enter the car, and she hurriedly settled into her seat. Wang Yu slid into the driver's seat, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. Let us go, brother. If we wait any longer, your sister will truly starve. Chunmei urged. All right, we're off, Wang Yu replied, fastening his seatbelt and preparing to start the engine. By chance, Yan also fastened her seatbelt at that moment, and their hands brushed against each other. Both stiffened slightly at the unexpected contact. Brother Yu, you drive? I'll help you, Yan said, securing her seatbelt before assisting Wang Yu with his. Thank you. He started the car, slightly disoriented, inadvertently pressing the accelerator without shifting gears. Stealing a glance, Wang Yu noticed that neither girl seemed aware of his blunder. He steadied himself and drove towards Tianjia restaurant. Throughout the journey, he remained fixated on the road. The atmosphere within the car growing increasingly awkward. Yan found herself drawn to Wang Yu, her admiration blossoming with each glance, her eyes brimming with affection. Wang Yu, acutely aware of her gaze, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his body tense. Chunmei called out to him a few times from the back, but he failed to hear her. Upon arriving at Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu quickly found a parking spot, exited the vehicle, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Brother, are we dining here? Chunmei asked, eyeing the restaurant and Oppo's as opulent entrance. Her expression won a surprise. Indeed, a friend is treating us today, and it's the perfect opportunity to bring you both along, Wang Yu replied. Brother, those two at the entrance look rather peculiar, Chunmei remarked. Following her gaze, Wang Yu spotted Sun Qian and Sun Dishing. Sun Qian had clearly put effort into her appearance today, radiating elegance as she stood at the restaurant's entrance, scanning the area. Beside her, Sun Dashing held a pink parasol, shielding her from the sun, his imposing figure resembling that of a bear. The odd duo drew considerable attention from passers-by. Third brother, Wang Yu called out from a distance. Ah, brother-in-law has arrived. Who are these two? Sun Dashing exclaimed. The term brother-in-law caused both Chunmei and Yan and Oppo's expressions to shift dramatically. Brother, why does he call you brother-in-law? I wasn't aware you had such an imposing brother-in-law, Chunmei inquired. Just a friend with a loose tongue. He speaks without thinking, Wang Yu explained, which relieved Yan nearby, who had feared that she might once again find herself in an awkward situation. This is my cousin Chunmei, and this is Yan, the girl from next door. You both can simply refer to her as sister since she is the sister of third brother. Wang Yu introduced them succinctly. From afar, Sun Qian observed Wang Yu as companions, and upon hearing the introductions, she immediately dismissed Chunmei, but found Yan, fragile and gentle, the neighbor's sister, much more intriguing. Her interest peaked to an alarming degree. Chapter 37. Brother. You are right. After a brief exchange of pleasantries at the entrance, several individuals made their way to the private room. Wang Yu and Sun Dishing sat closely together, while Sun Qian took her place beside her elder brother. Chunmei, pulling Yan along, firmly seated her next to Wang Yu, choosing to sit cheerfully beside Yan. With so many people surrounding Wang Yu, Yan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She lowered her head, fidgeting with a napkin on her plate. Observing this, Sun Qian's eyes narrowed. Sensing impending competition, this bashful expression stirred a protective instinct within her. And considering men are visual creatures, her mind quickly devised a plan. Brother, move aside. What's wrong? Little sister, go sit somewhere else. With that, Sun Qian shot a warning glance at Sun Dishing. Faced with his sister and Oppo's fierce gaze, he reluctantly swapped seats with her. Wang Yu glanced around in disbelief. Wow, two women sitting on either side of me. How am I supposed to eat? Brother, should I switch to your side? Wang Yu suggested timidly. Huh, brother-in-law, you're perfectly fine there. Sun Dishing, not one to miss the subtlety, recognized his sister and Oppo's intentions. Xiao Yu, I've been feeling a bit of discomfort in my chest today. If you have a moment, could you check it for me? Sun Qian blinked her large eyes at Wang Yu, her left hand gently rubbing her chest, a hint of pain crossing her face. Her tone, expression, and gesture left Wang Yu parched with anxiety. Such a vixen, Chunmei muttered under her breath. Yet, Sun Qian feigned ignorance, gazing at Wang Yu with an innocent demeanor. Ms. Sunday. Wang Yu began, but was silenced by a delicate finger pressed against his lips. Call me sister or Qian Qian. Either is fine. Wang Yu longed to protest, questioning their familiarity, but reflecting on their shared experiences made it difficult to deny their connection. Still, he hesitated to address her as sister, as she was significantly older than him. Qian, I'll assist you now. The discomfort on Wang Yu and Appo's face was palpable. Although he refrained from turning to look, he could feel the intense gazes from the two women beside him. Brother, Yan has also been experiencing chest pain lately. Could you examine her as well? Chunmei interjected, unable to watch her friend suffer. Very well, I shall. Remembering Yan and Appo's anxiety-induced angina, he thought it best to provide her with a thorough assessment today. However, the moment Wang Yu's words fell, two delicate hands reached out before him. These hands were exquisitely fair, beautifully shaped, and under the dim light of the room. They appeared irresistibly inviting, tempting him to hold them and admire their elegance. Wang Yu's discomfort was fleeting. As a man who had once been resolute enough to pursue a divorce for freedom, he felt his irritation bubble to the surface. How dare you two, as women? Push your luck. You've begun to make demands of me. At that moment, he grasped both of their hands and placed them on the table to take their pulses. Sun Qian and Yan were taken aback by his unexpected response, falling silent as they watched Wang Yu intently. In no time, Wang Yu discerned their health conditions. Sun Qian's tumor had vanished. Her health was on the mend, and a few more days of medication would likely lead to her full recovery. Yan's periodic angina had also subsided, and surprisingly, her inexplicable anxiety had dissipated. Although she remained somewhat frail, the nourishment from his prescribed remedies had proven beneficial. Yet, the tender gazes from the two women left Wang Yu feeling overwhelmed. Upon their contact, the system had revealed two panels simultaneously, sparking the thought of managing dual patients at once, eliminating the need for overtime in the future. He felt compelled to express gratitude to these two women. Without this encounter, he might never have discovered the system and Appo's split-screen feature. However, the forthcoming assessment left him bewildered. Lovesickness? What on earth is this? To his astonishment, both had seemingly contracted the same ailment, the prescribed treatment succinctly stating, no cure available. Wang Yu's head throbbed at the revelation. He had sensed Yan's affection for him a few days prior, and her visit to the city likely held ulterior motives. While he grappled with uncertainty over how to navigate this situation, the notion of being adored by such a beautiful and innocent girl brought him a sweetness that lingered in his heart. But as for Sun Qian, he pondered her feelings. When had she begun to harbor affection for him? Perhaps it stemmed from the lingering effects of their previous encounter. Despite the significant age gap, Wang Yu, having measured Sun Qian's figure personally, could not dismiss the stirring thoughts within him. Her flawless, fair skin and exquisite form belied her age, making her appear far younger than her years. Yet, while both women were captivating, the feelings he nurtured for one particular girl had already taken root in his heart. The delicate red flowers on the white bedspread blossomed not only upon the fabric, but also within his very soul. Brother-in-law, brother. Wang Yu had lingered in his examination for quite some time, prompting Sun Dishing and Chunmei to offer subtle reminders. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Wang Yu released their hands, took a sip of tea, and stated, both of your healths are recovering splendidly. Currently, there is no cause for concern, but I still feel discomfort in my chest. Xiaoyu, could you please massage my chest once more? Sun Qian implored immediately. Once more. Wang Yu nearly nodded in agreement, but hesitated. Some actions carried lifelong responsibilities. Brother Yu, I too have been feeling unwell lately. Would you please massage me again? Yan managed to voice her request. Her face flushed as she clutched the hem of his shirt tightly. Her eyes sparkled with hope, filled with affection that sent a shiver down Wang Yu's spine. He contemplated visiting her later that evening, while his heart belonged to another. This childhood companion held a charm that resonated deeply with him. This realization startled Wang Yu, as if suggesting that he could indulge in a massage without consequences. Yet, gazing into Yan's hopeful eyes, he questioned whether he could even leave her room afterward. She is not someone to be taken lightly. Faced with their requests, Wang Yu felt utterly lost as to how to decline. Brother-in-law, let us eat first. Once we're done, we can head upstairs. You can tend to both of them then. Healing the sick is nothing to be entangled over. Brother, you're right. Sun Deshing's words struck a chord within him. Healing the sick. What was there to feel conflicted about? A doctor's sole focus should be on the patient, devoid of any notions of gender. Chapter 38. I'll get drunk first. You all do as you please, having found a reason for himself. Wang Yu set aside his inner turmoil and promptly pulled Sun Deshing to begin drinking. The motive for drinking was clear. He had no intention of offering massages to the two young ladies. He believed that using a doctor and Appo's excuse to deceive himself was utterly absurd. Since he couldn't and Appo's articulate a refusal, he opted to drown his sorrows in alcohol, thinking that once he closed his eyes, he would be blissfully unaware of everything. With such thoughts, Wang Yu drank merrily, and Sun Deshing, being a heavy drinker himself, joined in the revelry. Within an hour, they had consumed 4 bottles of liquor. Yan was oblivious to Wang Yu and Appo's drinking capacity and watched him with concern, wanted to offer some words of caution, but at a loss for how to begin. Chunmei, on the other hand, was famished and, upon seeing the delectable spread before her, cast aside any thoughts of assisting her friends. She resolved to fill her stomach first before addressing any matters at hand. Sun Qian observed the 2 men beside her with a smile that masked her rising frustration. After being disappointed at the hospital that morning and having playfully invited Wang Yu to lunch, she had yet to initiate her pursuit. The unexpected appearance of a delicate young girl made her seethe with jealousy, and she felt an overwhelming urge to bite Wang Yu. Younger brother-in-law, leave the matrimonial matters to third brother. I promise to handle it efficiently. Sun Deshing slurred, clearly intoxicated. All right, I and Appo's. I'll leave it to third brother, and you can count on a generous red envelope from me. Wang Yu, too, was speaking without a filter. As long as I have a younger brother-in-law, I am at ease. Once I win that girl over, I will definitely ask third brother for assistance. His words left Sun Qian and Yan in stunned silence. Which girl are you referring to? They both thought. Wang Yu and Appo's rapid transition from divorce to a new romantic interest was astonishing. A sense of unease gripped both women. Brother? Which girl? What is her name? Chunmei, unreserved as ever, directly inquired. I don and Appo's. Do you know her name? She lives just downstairs from me. Chunmei was momentarily a loss for words. Not even knowing the girl's name, while contemplating marriage, made her doubt her cousin's intentions. Why overthink it? Let us drink to our brother-in-law. Sun Deshing and Appo's mind was clearly muddled, and he remained oblivious to the situation. Sun Qian discreetly kicked him several times under the table, but he remained unfazed. Yan, sister has something to discuss with you. Let us step next door. Observing her third brother and Appo's lack of restraint, Sun Qian turned her attention to Yan. After a moment of contemplation, Yan nodded and followed Sun Qian out of the private room. Chunmei intended to join, but was halted by a sharp glance from Sun Qian. The 2 women, one older and one younger, entered the adjoining room, each harboring her own thoughts. Sister, now that it's just us, I will be straightforward, Sun Qian began. I can see that you have feelings for Xiao Yu, and I would wager that they've been brewing for quite some time, haven't they? Indeed. I resolved at 16 that I would marry no one but Yu Ge. Yan replied with unwavering conviction. Sun Qian was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl truly so devoted? I shall not conceal my intentions either. I wish to marry Xiao Yu as well, which means we are rivals. That is evident, Yan acknowledged. Since we both desire him, we must not allow him to slip into the hands of another woman. Don't you agree? Sun Qian's words resonated with Yan, who realized that having a rival made her chances of winning Xiao Yu's affection even slimmer. What is your plan? She inquired. There's a way, but it requires your commitment and willingness to make sacrifices, Sun Qian said with a knowing smile. For Yu Ge, I fear nothing. Just tell me what to do. Yan responded, her resolve strengthening. Then come closer. I shall whisper a secret to you. After a brief exchange, Yan and Appo's cheeks flushed, her hands nervously clutching her garment as she bit her lip. Sister, can you truly follow through with what I suggested? But what if Yu Ge gets upset? Moreover, this seems utterly absurd for both of us to act together. Are you considering stepping away from Xiao Yu? If that is the case, I shall not hesitate. He is quite drunk, and we can act in the afternoon. I will not abandon this opportunity. And do you truly think you'll be angry? I understand men better than you do. Though Sun Qian spoke with confidence, her heart was conflicted, Otherwise, she would not be dragging Yan into this scheme. After all, she had only just met Wang Yu, and if things went awry, she could lose everything, including their budding friendship. However, if she could ensnare that young girl, the situation would become much more intricate, and she could navigate her way to her desires. But in the end, one of us must leave, Yan remarked innocently. Though she was tempted to agree with Sun Qian, she understood that a resolution would eventually need to be reached. Coming from a prestigious family, Sun Qian and Appo's worldview was far more complex than Yan and Appo's Navi perspective. She understood that societal norms were often established for those without power. Individuals at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy had myriad ways to circumvent such regulations, provided their actions were not excessively outrageous. What is it, sister? Are you afraid or unwilling to accept this? Do not concern yourself with societal judgment. Your happiness is paramount. Do you not wish to spend your life with Xiaoyu? I do. Yet, I am unsure if this is right. I have never encountered such a situation and have never contemplated it. If my parents found out, they would be furious. Deep down, Yan was quite conservative, and her thoughts became muddled. In that moment, she was uncertain whether to agree or not. What's the issue? My elder brother and third brother are not married, yet I have never seen my parents punish them. Moreover, her sisters-in-law lived harmoniously together. If Sun Dezhao and Sun Dexing were aware that their sister's bold thoughts were inspired by them, they might very well give her a few slaps. Indeed, individuals shaped by different environments exhibit vastly different behaviors. What Yan found inconceivable was commonplace for Sun Qian. The clash of their perspectives shattered Yan's naivete. Sister, do not hesitate. What Xiaoyu said earlier was not mere drunken chatter. It was heartfelt. If we do not take action now, we may very well be left to a life of solitude. Do you not wish to bear a child that belongs to both you and Xiaoyu? Sun Qian's words struck Yan like a hammer, resonating ominously within her. 9 years of unrequited love had left her weary of loneliness, and the thought of continuing her life in such a manner sent shivers down her spine. The idea of having a child with Xiaoyu was a sweet temptation that danced in her mind. All right, sister, as long as I can be with Xiaoyu, I will follow your lead. Chapter 39. The terrifying nature of women. As Sun Qian successfully lured Yuwen onto the boat, a sly, fox-like smile crept across her face. She grasped Yuwen's hand tightly, her tone soft and comforting. Rest assured, dear sister, I will always protect you. After sharing a knowing glance, the two returned to their private room. Chun Mei, brimming with curiosity about their earlier conversation, could not help but sidle up to Yuwen, incessantly inquiring. Yet, how could Yuwen dare to divulge such private matters? If Chun Mei were to uncover her and Sun Qian's schemes, she would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, Yuwen casually deflected. Oh, nothing special. Just asking about some past matters concerning Yuge. Oh, is that all? Then why not ask me? After all, I am his biological sister and know him far better than you. Chun Mei's face bore an expression of skepticism. But recalling that her dear friend had never deceived her before, she refrained from pressing further. At that moment, Sun Qian devised a plan to divert the troublesome Chun Mei. She feigned enthusiasm and suggested, Chun Mei, why don't you take this opportunity to explore them all? Buy something you like. After all, Xiaoyu will assist me with Yuwen's treatment later. My brother can still see patients, Chun Mei remarked, pointing at Wang Yu, who was barely able to sit upright. Of course he can. The effects of alcohol come and go swiftly. A little rest will do him good. Chun Mei, since you've just arrived in Sioux City, there must be plenty you wish to purchase. I'll have someone take you to my second brother's mall. Choose whatever you fancy. Consider it a welcome gift from me. With that, Sun Qian summoned a waiter and conveyed her instructions, subsequently placing a call to her second brother. Before Chun Mei had finished her meal, she was hazily escorted away by the waiter. As Yuwen observed Chun Mei leave, an unsettling feeling lingered, though she could not pinpoint its origin. Once Chun Mei was properly arranged, Sun Qian turned her attention to her third brother, seizing the opportunity to pour him more wine. Yuwen, fill Xiaoyu's glass as well, she said, winking at Yuwen. Though nervous, the bashful Yuwen resolutely began to execute the plan. Thus, the two men found themselves ensnared by the schemes of their own sister and a childhood friend. Despite their ability to drink, They unwittingly succumbed to intoxication under the gentle coaxing of the women. Approximately half an hour later, Sun Desheng had slid beneath the table. He was too heavy for Sun Qian to budge, so she decided to leave him be. Wang Yu, on the other hand, though equally inebriated, was well cared for by Yuan, who ensured he remained seated comfortably. However, he had wrapped his arms around Yuan's slender waist, resting his head against her soft abdomen, soundly asleep. Feeling the strength of Wang Yu and Appo's arms and the potent masculine energy radiating from him, Yuan found her legs trembling. Her hands were at a loss, unsure whether to embrace him back or gently push him away. At that moment, anxiety coursed through her. Her large eyes sought guidance from Sun Qian, urging her to make a decision. The intimacy of her contact with Wang Yu set her heart racing, and she dared not stir, cradling his head. "Bring 2 people," Sun Qian called out at the door, and soon 2 waiters arrived. "Take this gentleman to the lounge on the 3rd floor," she directed, indicating Wang Yu. "And what about the boss?" the waiters inquired, glancing at Sun Desheng beneath the table. "My brother is tough. Just find any place for him to lie down," she replied dismissively. The waiters, uncertain how to respond to a sister like that, complied with her orders. Before long, Wang Yu was laid down on a bed in the lounge on the 3rd floor. Yuan followed, tending to him at the bedside. Though Sun Qian had said to casually place her brother, she remained to ensure he was settled comfortably. Once finished, she entered the lounge and found Yuan wiping Wang Yu's body. "Oh dear, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "It's very warm here, and Yu is sweating profusely." "I'm helping him wipe off," Yuan replied. "Why not turn on the air conditioning? Do you wish to wipe him down until tomorrow?" The afternoon heat was oppressive, with outside temperatures reaching 38 degrees and the lounge around 34 degrees. Having consumed so much liquor, Wang Yu continued to perspire heavily in such an environment. Yet, as Yuan observed his discomfort, she diligently wiped him with tissues, completely forgetting to activate the air conditioning. I forgot," she said, her embarrassment making her wish to vanish into a crevice. Sun Qian merely smiled, refrained from commenting, turned on the air conditioning, and locked the door. She then drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. "Sister, would you like to take a shower first?" she inquired. "Ememe, Jawendi Blaif." And Sun Qian led her into the adjacent bathroom. The 2 women exchanged glances, each filled with admiration and envy for the other. Yuan and Appo's youthful beauty was something Sun Qian could only dream of, while Sun Qian and Appo's devilishly perfect figure was beyond Yuan and Appo's reach, a true gift of nature. After showering, the 2, wrapped in towels, returned to Wang Yu's side, gazing at his peaceful slumber, and a sense of guilt washed over Yuan. "Let us wipe his body first. It will be more comfortable for him to sleep," Sun Qian suggested, beginning the task while Yuan stood by, uncertain how to proceed. "Hurry, don't wait for him to wake up, then it will be awkward," urged Sun Qian. Prompted by her words, Yuan cast aside her embarrassment and joined in. Soon, Wang Yu's body was thoroughly cleaned, but as they looked upon him, Sun Qian felt a blush creeping over her, despite her earlier composure. After all, she was still a girl. "Yuan, sister, I think I'll step out for a moment." Yuan shook her head fervently. She had exhausted all her courage to reach this point, and now, in the presence of another, she found herself utterly unable to continue. With that, she swiftly exited the room, leaving Sun Qian behind. Watching Yuan depart, Sun Qian felt a wave of relief. She too found it difficult to let go. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself. Courage, happiness must be fought for. Wang Yu, deeply asleep, stirred no more. Sun Qian gazed at him, her heart swelling with inexplicable emotions. Having never contemplated marriage before, she now found herself irresistibly drawn to this man. Could this be what they called love? As the lights dimmed and the flowers bloomed. Chapter 40. Wang Yu's inebriation once more in a state of hazy consciousness. Wang Yu felt a profound sense of ease enveloping him, as if a warm force coursed through his being, compelling him to struggle and sit upright. However, at that moment, Sun Qian, outside in the corridor, had already succumbed to slumber. The door opened and closed, with one person exiting the room breathless, while another entered in a state of palpable tension. Time quietly slipped away, and before long, it was past 10 o'clock at night. As the effects of alcohol gradually waned, Wang Yu's awareness began to return. In a half-dreaming state, he attempted to shift his body, to change his position, only to be astonished to discover that his left arm seemed to be firmly ensnared by something, rendering it immobile. Had he not yet awakened? Or was he still ensconced in a dream? His mind remained clouded, devoid of recollection of the events of the afternoon. The peculiar sensations emanating from his body led him to mistakenly believe he was still caught in an illusory dream. For how could such a delightful occurrence befall him otherwise? Surely, it must be the result of excessive drinking, conjuring hallucinations. Yet, as Wang Yu grew increasingly alert, he began to sense that the situation was decidedly strange. After a moment of introspection, he abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing in realization. Oh heavens! This is no dream. Upon this revelation, panic seized him, and he froze. Too terrified to move. Lying there, he struggled to recall the events of the afternoon, but all he could remember was drinking with his third brother, with the details of what transpired afterward obscured from his mind. In the pitch darkness of the room, he was unaware of his surroundings, and, as these thoughts consumed him, fear propelled him to sit up abruptly. To his horror, he discovered that he was indeed not alone. Someone lay behind him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Yan and Chunmei had brought him back? Was he in his own home? He hoped the person beside him was Yan. If not, a wave of dread washed over Wang Yu. At that moment, he felt a desperate wish to escape, though he could not fathom why this situation had arisen. Nevertheless, it was too late to voice any thoughts now. His newly awakened mind became a whirlpool of confusion as he groped mechanically for the bedside table. He could not find the familiar switch, but he stumbled upon a phone, whose owner remained a mystery. Seizing the device, Wang Yu eagerly pressed the unlock button, yearning for a glimmer of light to discern who lay beside him. As Yan, still fast asleep, sensed the warmth that had previously enveloped her suddenly vanish, an inexplicable sense of loss surged within her. Instinctively, she reached out to seek the warmth she had lost. At that moment, her hand brushed against a solid yet warm object. Wang Yu, without hesitation, Yan grasped him and attempted to pull him closer, only to realize that no matter how she tried, she could not budge him. Yet, she did not succumb to discouragement. After all, there were other ways to draw near. Thus, Yan swiftly adjusted her position, inching her body closer to Wang Yu until they were intimately pressed together. Subsequently, she nestled her petite head against his shoulder, her cheek gently resting upon him. The entire motion flowed with an effortless grace, seamless and fluid. Before Wang Yu could respond to Yan and Appo's actions, all had settled into plaque chapter 41. Wang Yu has run away. Go to sleep, Wang Yu gently whispered, embracing Sun Qian tightly, his voice laced with affection and tenderness. He secretly pondered to himself, having allowed one person to slip away last time. He could not let this pair escape again, no matter what. Sun Qian nestled in Wang Yu and Appo's broad and warm embrace, feeling the fervent heat of his body and the gentle caress of his affection. Even someone as free-spirited as she was could not help but blush, her cheeks glowing like a radiant sunset. Shyly, she pressed her head against Wang Yu's solid chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, as if lost in a beautiful dream, gradually losing herself in the moment. "Carry me over," she playfully requested. How could Wang Yu possibly refuse such an adorable and enticing plea? With a slight exertion of his arm, he elegantly lifted Sun Qian into his arms, akin to a prince in a fairy tale cradling his beloved princess. Together, they entered the lounge, gently pushed open the door, and approached the bed. Wang Yu carefully laid Sun Qian at the center of the bed before lying down beside her. Naturally, Sun Qian reached out to wrap her arms around Wang Yu's, and soon fell into a serene slumber, her breathing steady and peaceful, her expression tranquil and content, clearly immersed in sweet and restful dreams. Lying in bed, Wang Yu stared wide-eyed at the ceiling. Despite his physical exhaustion, his mind was unusually active, making sleep elusive. This state of mind would likely hinder any man from finding rest, let alone someone like him who had already endured several sleepless hours. At that moment, his arm, tightly held, felt as if it were imprisoned, and he dared not move. As time ticked by, after enduring a taxing 10 minutes, he could no longer restrain himself. Ignoring the potential of awakening the two beside him, Wang Yu summoned all his strength to abruptly withdraw his arm. Then carefully turned Sun Qian on her side, while swiftly repositioning himself to distance from them both. After completing these motions, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. What a liberating sensation! More importantly, he had regained a long-lost sense of freedom. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu opened the system interface to scrutinize the physical conditions of the two women. To his astonishment, the troublesome affliction of longing had vanished without a trace. Furthermore, their current physical condition was nothing short of perfect. The previous bothersome ailments, tumors, angina, and so forth, had all disappeared. At this revelation, a triumphant smile crept onto Wang Yu and Appo's face. His gaze then shifted to his merit points. Goodness, when did they surge to 1468 points? Wang Yu distinctly recalled that the last time he checked, he had barely over 300 points. Calculating, he realized that after working 3 additional days, his merit points had skyrocketed by over 1,000, an astonishing rate of increase. Looking further down, he indeed found a lottery notification, confirming his thoughts that reaching a whole number in merit points would grant him an additional chance to draw. Without hesitation, Wang Yu clicked to participate in the lottery. Typically, prizes would appear immediately, but this time, it was different. A line of small text emerged on the system. In light of the host's current physical condition, the system recommends the Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's Inner Cannon, as a prize. Accepting this will forfeit the current lottery opportunity. The host may also choose to decline the recommendation and opt for a direct draw. Physical condition, Huangdi Neijing. As someone who had immersed himself in medical texts for several days, Wang Yu understood the system and Appo's implications all too well. It was akin to receiving watermelon in the desert or mutton soup atop Mount Everest. Timely, considerate, and generous. He promptly clicked to exchange, and a wealth of invaluable knowledge flooded his mind. Practicing this technique would not only invigorate the body, but also substantially enhance recovery speed. Moreover, it held immense benefits for both parties, allowing for a complete transformation back to optimal health, extending life and preserving youth. Initially, he had been concerned about how to alleviate the signs of aging for Sun Qian at the age of 42. The following day, Wang Yu did not go to work and instead called the hospital to request a leave of absence. Although the head of the outpatient department was reluctant, he ultimately agreed with a smile, recalling the director's instructions. In truth, it was not that Wang Yu was resistant to working. Rather, it was the morning when Sun Qian, awakening serenely, prepared for her usual morning routine, only to suddenly notice some remarkable changes in herself. Rushing to the mirror, she gazed at her reflection, astonished to find the crow's feet that had once settled on her cheeks had vanished without a trace. Not only that, but her previously lackluster complexion had regained a radiant, youthful glow reminiscent of 10 years ago. In that instant, large, glistening tears streamed down her cheeks. At this moment, Sun Qian truly comprehended that Wang Yu's words the previous night were not mere fabrications. Overwhelmed with excitement, she darted to the bedside, pouncing on the still, slumbering Wang Yu like an agile kitten. Meanwhile, Yuan, disturbed by the commotion, was taken aback. But after hearing Sun Qian and Appo's explanation and witnessing her incredible transformation, her gaze toward Wang Yu shifted dramatically. Although Yuan was only 25, returning to the age of 18 was simply irresistible. Wang Yu and Appo's expression darkened to an extreme, his face contorted in terror as he screamed, "What do you want from me?" His voice was laced with fear and fury. "Let me go. Don and Appo's, T come any closer." He struggled desperately. On the other side, Chun Mei, growing anxious from the lack of sight of her brother and best friend, pounded on the door with increasing intensity. Had she not occasionally heard Wang Yu's responses, she might have already resorted to calling for help. Upon awakening, Sun Dashing did not pay much attention to the people in the lounge. After all, one of them was his younger sister Sun Qian. Even if he felt some discontent, what could he do? Would he truly barge in and drag her out? Since the die was cast, he decided to wait for his sister to emerge before making any plans. Having learned from past experiences, Sun Dishing wisely refrained from continuing his calls, instead choosing to sit quietly on the corridor sofa, waiting. Could his brother-in-law's body endure this? As he sat from morning until afternoon, he occasionally heard noises from the room, transitioning from mild dissatisfaction with Wang Yu to a sense of deep pity. The morning's slight annoyance had transformed into profound guilt. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Mu timely called. Dr. Wang, Mrs. Li's family has prepared the medicinal materials. Do you have time to come to the inpatient department? Yes, I and Amp, Oppos. I'll be there right away, Wang Yu replied, completely forgetting that he had already taken a leave of absence. Chapter 42. A heartfelt invitation. Wang Yu hung up the phone and moved to the edge of the bed. Just as he attempted to stand, his legs gave way, nearly causing him to stumble. Silently, he murmured to himself, I truly cannot afford to provoke her. Xiaoyu, take care on the road. The recent call had been overheard by Sun Qian and Yuan, who understood that Wang Yu was heading to the hospital to save a life, and they did not attempt to stop him. Despite his physical exhaustion, Wang Yu picked up his clothes from the floor, quickly rinsed off in the bathroom, and then exited. At the door, Sun Dashing noticed Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos, has sunken eyes and unsteady gait, prompting a silent admiration for his sister and Amp, Oppos, as strength. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Do you need me to fetch you something to replenish your energy? No need, third brother. I have matters to attend to at the hospital. Please look after Qian and Yuan for me. Without waiting for Sun Dashing's response, he hastily departed. Brother, you finally came out. Chun Mei, brimming with curiosity, intercepted Wang Yu as he tried to escape, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother has things to do. You and Yuan should stay with Qian for now. I will come to fetch you once I am finished. After shaking off Chun Mei, Wang Yu quickly drove away. The events of the day leaving a profound impression on him. He had nearly been drained to the point of collapse, and reflecting on it now filled him with trepidation. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu made his way directly to the inpatient department. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the two brothers, Yang Kaishan and Yang Kairu. Dr. Wang, we have gathered the medicinal herbs. The wansui grass will be delivered shortly. Should we prepare in advance? Wang Yu took the herbs they offered, glanced at them briefly, and with his recent studies, he felt more knowledgeable about medicinal materials. He compared them to descriptions in his texts and confirmed their quality was satisfactory. No need to rush, gentlemen. I will first conduct some additional examinations for Old Lady Li. The group proceeded to the intensive care unit, where Old Lady Li was awake and appeared to be in relatively good spirits, though still weak. Wang Yu approached her to take her pulse. The system displayed no significant changes. I will perform acupuncture shortly. After she takes her medicine, her condition will stabilize. Dr. Wang is here, came the voice of Su Mu from the doorway. Wang Yu looked up to see her tall figure, though her white coat and mask concealed her features, eliciting a twinge of disappointment within him. It had been days since he last beheld her flawless visage, and he found himself yearning for it. As he collected his thoughts to greet her, he noticed a woman standing behind Su Mu. You, how are you here? Wang Yu stammered in disbelief at the sight of her. Had she been a stranger, he might not have reacted so strongly. But the woman behind Su Mu was the very one he had been longing for. Had it not been for the incidents concerning Sun Qian and Yuan, he would have felt elated. Instead, he found himself unable to muster any joy. Dr. Wang, do you know my niece? Yang Kaishan inquired, intrigued by Wang Yu's reaction. Meanwhile, when Xian, who had come to deliver the wansui grass to her uncle, looked at the man before her with surprise. She hadn't Oppos. He anticipated encountering him here, nor did she expect that he had become a doctor. Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to see you again. I am Xian, she introduced herself, maintaining her composure despite her astonishment. Miss Wan, it is a pleasure, Wang Yu replied, accepting the box she extended towards him. Yang Kaishan did not open it, but handed it directly to Wang Yu. Still in a state of astonishment, Wang Yu took the box and gradually regained his composure. Since when Xian had referred to their previous encounter as a fleeting affair, and given her calm demeanor now, he felt no compulsion to pursue her. With Sun Qian and Yuan in his life, he had no reason to chase after Wen Xian. Coming to this realization, he set aside his recent obsession and focused on Old Lady Li's condition. Upon opening the box and confirming it contained the wansui grass, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He took a small pair of scissors, carefully snipped off a section of the herb, and instructed the elderly lady to place it in her mouth. Although he was uncertain why he was doing this, he followed the system and Apo's as guidance. Dr. Su, could you assist me? Please take this prescription and have the medicine prepared. Of course, a small task, Su Mu replied, summoning a nurse to carry out his instructions. As the nurse departed, Yang Karu, feeling uneasy, accompanied her to the back to supervise the preparation of the medicine. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Yu retrieved his silver needles and approached old lady Li to commence treatment. This session was different from the last. Previously, he had activated her latent vitality, whereas now he aimed to enhance her absorption of the medicinal benefits, ensuring that the nourishing properties of the herbs would be maximally effective. When Xian, initially preparing to leave, lingered upon witnessing Wang Yu and Apo's actions, feeling the urge to learn more about this man. Su Mu, a highly skilled physician, also remained, unwilling to forego such a rare opportunity to observe his technique. The two women, along with the increasingly worried Yang Kaishan, watched intently as Wang Yu transformed, his demeanor serious as he engaged in the healing process. With the first silver needle drawn, he expertly inserted it into the designated acupuncture point on old lady Li and Apo's body. Having practiced during outpatient consultations, he had become adept at accurately placing each needle. Su Mu observed Wang Yu with growing astonishment. Although she had encountered many acupuncture masters, his precision and steadiness set him apart. Each needle was inserted to the exact depth, and the intervals between placements were remarkably consistent, unlike the traditional practitioners who often rotated the needle and took their time. As the minutes passed, nearly 2 hours elapsed, and Wang Yu had inserted over 100 needles into the elderly lady. Having nearly exhausted his supply of 5 packs of needles, he placed the last one, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed the procedure. Upon seeing Wang Yu finish, the nurse returned with the prepared herbal concoction, gently administering it to old lady Li. After she takes this, we will wait an hour before removing the needles, Wang Yu explained. After thoroughly briefing the two elderly gentlemen on the necessary precautions, he exited the room, mindful that 3 young ladies awaited his return at the Tianjie restaurant. Mr. Wang, do you have time later? I would like to invite you to dinner. When Xian and Apo's words halted Wang Yu in his tracks. Chapter 43. Wang Yu transforms into a listener. Mr. Wang, are you unwilling to go? Warmth inquired again, observing Wang Yu, who stood silently. No, I'm willing to go, Wang Yu replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. I and Apo's LL wait for you outside. Just come out when you and Apo's redone, she said, gracefully striding away. Though uncertain of Warmth's motives for inviting him to dinner, Wang Yu felt a surge of happiness at her invitation. He hurried to his office, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. Dr. Wang, are you heading out? Su Mu asked, noticing Wang Yu and Apo's departure. Yes, I have something to attend to, he replied. Is it a date with a beautiful lady? Su Mu had overheard Warmth's earlier words, and it was evident that Wang Yu was off to dine with her. Huh, just a friend. Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to explain his relationship with Warmth, and quickly departed. Watching Wang Yu leave, Su Mu felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Miss Wan, may I treat you to dinner today? Wang Yu said sincerely, approaching Warmth outside the hospital. Sure. She nodded almost imperceptibly. Wang Yu drove, taking Warmth to the Tianjie restaurant. How about over there? Warmth suddenly pointed to a bustling outdoor eatery. For reasons unknown, she had an intense desire to experience things she had never encountered before. All right, as you wish, Wang Yu responded, pulling over. The summer outdoor market buzzed with energy as Wang Yu led Warmth to a stall serving spicy crayfish. They found a cozy corner, ordered a spicy and a 5-spice dish, and Wang Yu prepared to order some drinks. Let's have some alcohol, Warmth suggested unexpectedly. Shall we opt for beer? Yes. They ordered a few cold appetizers and several bottles of beer, pouring a glass for each of them. Warmth tentatively sipped her drink, her expression shifting slightly before she made a decisive gesture, tilting her head back to finish it in one go. Wang Yu, hoping to clink glasses with her, found that she was engrossed in her drink and did not reciprocate. In an awkward moment, He too downed his drink. "This is my first time drinking beer," Warmth exhaled, her tone casual. "But it didn't amp, Oppos. That's not as bad as I imagined." As she poured herself another glass, Wang Yu struggled to find a topic of conversation, sensing something was amiss with Warmth's demeanor. "What's wrong? Do you not believe me?" she teased, her curiosity piqued. "No, I do believe you," Wang Yu stammered, feeling the tension in the air. Warmth, intrigued by his discomfort, inquired, "Have you divorced your wife?" The abruptness of the question startled him, and he hesitated, struggling to respond. "Yes, I have. You handle things well, letting go when necessary," she remarked, finishing her drink. "I admire you. Some things took me 20 years to accomplish, while you managed in just a few days." "What do you mean?" "I donned amp, Oppos. T quite understand," Wang Yu replied, feeling lost in her rhythm, unable to articulate his thoughts as they continued to drink. As the 2 bottles of beer disappeared, Wang Yu opened 2 more. "My mother was particularly strict with me as a child. There were many things I never experienced. This outdoor market, for instance, is a first for me, as is drinking beer. I've never had crayfish before either." At this point, tears began to well in Warmth's eyes. "There's no need to cry." Wang Yu attempted to console her, but she continued her story undeterred. "As a child, I had to learn many things: etiquette, painting, piano, dance, and tea art. If I didn't in Oppos, tea excel, my mother would reprimand me severely. Back then, I cried even more than I do now. But eventually, I stopped crying because I saw my mother cry even harder. Though she didn't understand why her mother was so sorrowful. She knew that her mother smiled brightly whenever she made progress. As she grew older, she discovered her true identity as an illegitimate child, with her mother merely one of many women her father maintained. Her mother raised her with such care, hoping her father would come to see them more often. Yet in Wang Yu's memories, he rarely did. I want to spend my life with my mother. We could be happy even without a father. But I never expected my mother would leave me before I grew up." Warmth's tears flowed more freely as she spoke, and Wang Yu offered her a tissue, wanting to comfort her, but was halted by her gesture. "I don into amp, Oppos. Do you know why I'm sharing this with you? Perhaps it and amp, Oppos. That's because I and amp, Oppos, V, entrusted you with my first experience, which makes me feel a sense of trust." Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, so he simply continued to drink. "My mother took her own life when I was 16. I know it was because of my father. Otherwise, she wouldn't and Oppos. To have lost hope. From that moment, I grew to resent him. After her mother passed, her father brought her to the Wen family. The house was grand and beautiful, yet devoid of happiness. She longed for the home she had shared with her mother. I wanted to escape that place, to distance myself from my father. I despised him. So I studied tirelessly, aiming for university far from him. Yet, after the college entrance exam, he still kept me close, altering my application with a single phone call. Like a puppet, I lived according to his wishes. In college, I became increasingly withdrawn, refusing to speak to anyone and having no friends until my second year when I met him. He was genuinely kind to me, always caring and attentive, despite my silence. Gradually, I grew accustomed to his presence and even began to pay attention to his life, continuing this until graduation. Afterward, I confessed my feelings to him. I can still recall his expression, so joyful, so elated. However, my father vehemently opposed our relationship, and for the first time, I stood up to him, leading to a fierce argument before I left the Wen family. I sought him out because I believed he was the only one who truly cared for me. He was delighted to see me and spoke many words, but I only remember him saying he would marry me. At that moment, he nearly surpassed my mother in importance. My father tried to retrieve me several times, but seeing my resolve, he refrained from forcefully taking me away. I continued to live in the house where my mother and I once thrived. Eventually, my father, recognizing my determination, treated me like he had with my mother, providing me with some money before departing. Those days were filled with joy. I returned to the home where I had grown up, and although my mother was gone, it was still infused with her essence. Chapter 44. A Heartwarming Wait. Wang Yu and Oppos. S embarrassment at this moment. The waiter served the crayfish, and Wang Yu skillfully peeled one and placed it on Wenxing and Oppos' plate. Let and Oppos' eat something first. Wenxing set down her wine glass, picked up her chopsticks, and brought the succulent shrimp meat to her lips. The spicy flavor tantalized her palate, offering her an exquisite experience. Can't you handle the spice? Wang Yu inquired with concern. No, it and Appos, it's delicious. Wenxing replied, Is it strange to hear me say this? Not at all. Just a bit surprising. Are you curious as to why I'm not with him, especially since this is our first time together? Indeed, I'm quite curious. When I turned 25, I wanted him to marry me, but he suggested we wait. That night was the last time I asked him, yet he still insisted on postponing it. I truly didn't want to wait any longer. Why didn't he marry you? Wang Yu was puzzled, as it was evident from her words that Wenxing and Appos' feelings for him ran deep. At first, I didn't Appos' understand. Later, I realized it was merely about status and identity. After graduating, he became a civil servant and worked diligently, quickly rising to a departmental leadership position. He feared my background as a daughter of an unwed mother would hinder his career, so he coaxed me to wait a few years. I naively complied, even venturing into business to better support him. Perhaps inheriting my father and Appos' genes, my company flourished, while his career continued to ascend, yet we grew increasingly distant. By the time I turned 30, he had married the daughter of a high-ranking official. When I discovered this, I confronted him vehemently, accusing him of deceiving me. He claimed marrying that woman was a means to further his ambitions and assured me he would eventually divorce her to be with me. Although I was unwilling, I foolishly believed him. Subsequently, I sought to elevate my status by engaging in philanthropy, establishing numerous Hope primary schools, and adopting 4 orphans. Yet, it proved futile. As his position rose, such external achievements ceased to matter. Year after year, I inquired about when he would marry me, asking for 15 years. Deep down, I knew he wouldn't marry me, yet I continued to deceive myself. Eventually, I came to terms with reality and relinquished my expectations of him. Therefore, I admire you. When you discovered your wife's betrayal, you instinctively made the right choice. I wish I could have acted as decisively as you did. As Wenxing spoke, tears of regret streamed down her face, recognizing that her years of waiting had become a farce. That is all in the past, and it appears you are doing quite well now, are you not? Wang Yu consoled her while peeling more crayfish. You are 30 this year, correct? Yes, I am 45. So do you still wish to take responsibility for me? Wenxing gazed at Wang Yu playfully, eager to hear his response. I can be responsible for you. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Do you not mind my age? Age is a non-issue. Sun Qian, that 42-year-old woman, after a single night's encounter, has skin as youthful as a 30-year-old. Given time, she will only become more beautiful. How could that be? Were it not for your knowledge of my age, I would have assumed you were merely 25. Wang Yu and Appos' tone was sincere, devoid of any disdain for Wenxing and Appos' his age. However, there are matters I cannot conceal from you. Wang Yu briefly recounted his relationships with Sun Qian and Yan, though not in great detail, simply expressing his unwillingness to abandon either of them. After listening, Wenxing bit her lip in silence, scrutinizing Wang Yu until he felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Finally, she spoke, I didn't Appos' to expect you to change so much after your divorce. Truly, men are not to be trusted. I even pitied you back then. There was little to say. Regardless of the process, the outcome favored him, and he could only offer an awkward smile. All right, I am full. With that, Wenxing stood up. Wang Yu pondered whether she agreed or disagreed. Her rising and leaving puzzled him. Are you asking me to take responsibility? Unlike him, I will wait for you as long as you desire. Waiting for 2 wives. How delightful, Wenxing retorted, previously contemplating marrying Wang Yu if he didn't mind her age. Little did she know that within a few days, he had acquired 2 partners. As they walked along the road, Wang Yu, having consumed alcohol, could not drive. He intended to call a ride, but Wenxing stopped him. The eatery was approximately 2 kilometers from their community, neither too far nor too close. They took half an hour to arrive, walking in silence. Wenxing was disinterested in engaging him, while Wang Yu was too overwhelmed to speak. Well, I and Appos' arrived. At the entrance of the community, Wenxing indicated to Wang Yu that he was free to leave. I live here too, Wang Yu stated awkwardly. When did you move here? After my divorce, I rented an apartment right above yours. Wenxing looked at Wang Yu again, ensuring he was not joking. Let us go. Wang Yu silently followed her. Upon reaching Wenxing and Appos' floor in the elevator, Wang Yu finally regained his senses. I and Appos' arrived. Thank you for keeping me company today." With that, Wenxing departed. Wang Yu returned home, his mind in disarray, still contemplating Wenxing and her request for him to take responsibility. Although she ultimately relinquished her expectations, Wang Yu remained unwilling to accept it. He couldn't blame himself for falling in love repeatedly. Rather, it was Wenxing's tragic past and tumultuous emotions that deeply pierced his heart. "Oh, I still have the bracelet I bought for Wenxing." Wang Yu slapped his forehead, recalling the gift he purchased for her. He proceeded to his bedroom, opened the drawer, retrieved the bracelet, and hurried downstairs. This path was familiar to him, having walked it numerous times. At Wenxing and Appo's doorstep once more he knocked, stepping back 2 paces, standing tall. He had performed this routine many times. Yet this time he knew someone was inside and would not be met with silence. The door soon opened, and upon seeing Wang Yu, Wenxing frowned, displeased, having not anticipated his persistence. This is the bracelet I bought for you, but you were away these past few days. Now, I've brought it to you." Wang Yu extended the shopping receipt, which indicated the date of purchase, the very day she had departed. Wenxing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she had left a day early. Had she stayed a little longer, perhaps they would have been together. Yet, the past was behind them, and there was no need to dwell on it. Ultimately, fate had not conspired for them. "All right, I will accept it." Wenxing took the bracelet from Wang Yu's hand, and he felt a warm sensation brush against his fingertips, leaving him momentarily stunned. Images flooded Wang Yu's mind. As Wenxing accepted the bracelet, she closed the door, oblivious to the expression on his face. However, within Wang Yu and Appo's heart, a tempest of emotions surged forth. Chapter 45. A significant discovery. Children. Wang Yu murmured softly, utterly stunned. The system panel displayed a warm but concerning health status, yet Wang Yu found himself oblivious to these details at that moment. His gaze was fixed on the last piece of information: pregnancy, expecting twins, with a risk of miscarriage. The sudden revelation left him at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. The previous conversation with Wenxing had been imbued with warmth, and although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he had accepted it. However, in light of this new situation, accepting it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Wenxing, unaware of her pregnancy, had only been intimate with Wang Yu about 10 days prior. In such a brief span, even a hospital visit would likely yield no results. And Wang Yu and Appo's system felt like a bug. If he had possessed the system back then, it was entirely possible that he would have discovered the news upon waking that very morning. Bang! 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 After contemplating the implications of fatherhood, Wang Yu noted the risk of miscarriage, and he could no longer ponder how to explain the situation to Wenxing. The most pressing concern was to ensure she accepted his treatment to safeguard their child. The urgent, anxious knocking at the door made Wenxing, who had been admiring a bracelet, furrow her brow slightly. She had indeed contemplated marrying Wang Yu, yet her feelings were more rooted in admiration for him and a compromise with her own life. After all, both her father and uncle had been subtly pressuring her to marry for years, while she had not been particularly concerned about their expectations. Their incessant nudging had become quite bothersome. Given that Wang Yu had taken her virginity and she harbored no aversion towards him, marrying him seemed a viable option. Life had been exhausting, and perhaps a new change would bring some excitement. However, the revelation that Wang Yu had 2 women in his life was something Wenxing could not accept. A mere flicker of fondness was insufficient to sacrifice her dignity for such a situation. The gift he had presented her earlier, a simple yet exquisite bracelet, had indeed delighted her, resonating with her aesthetic sensibilities. In her moments of admiration, she had considered Wang Yu somewhat frivolous, yet still a thoughtful man, appreciating the idea of having him as a friend. Yet, as the knocking persisted, any lingering fondness for Wang Yu evaporated entirely. He was just like any other man, driven by insatiable greed. With a frosty demeanor, Wenxing opened the door, her gaze devoid of any warmth as it fell upon Wang Yu. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Her displeasure and cold tone doused Wang Yu and Appo's spirits, forcing him to regain his composure. Fear took root in him as he realized the gravity of the situation concerning their child. If he could not clarify his intentions, he might never see her again. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to refrain from discussing the child for now, especially after having just revealed such a critical secret. Instead, he would focus on improving their rapport. Miss Wen, they're in oppos. As something I forgot to mention earlier in my muddled state. I hope you won in oppos. T take offense. Wen Xin regarded him silently, her eyes encouraging him to continue. The bracelet he had given her was indeed of considerable worth, and the fact that he was knocking again suggested he had something important to discuss. Wang Yu activated the system panel once more, scrutinizing it closely, and formulated a plan. As a skilled gynecologist, he knew he should start by addressing Wen Xin's health concerns. Miss Wen, as you know, I am a doctor. During our time together today, I noticed several hidden health issues. Oh, what issues? Why didn't and oppos? T, you mentioned them earlier. Well, I intended to, but I couldn't and oppos. T, find the right moment. I thought it best to wait until you were calm, but then I became flustered and forgot. Now that I remember, I hurried over. Speak. What is wrong with my health? Had it not been for Wen Xin witnessing Wang Yu's treatment of the elderly Mrs. Li, she might have dismissed him entirely. It's somewhat complex. Perhaps we should discuss it inside. Although it was evening, the temperature outside remained high, and the mosquitoes were abundant. Wang Yu feared that discussing sensitive matters in such an environment might jeopardize Wen Xin's health. After all, if a mosquito bit the mother of his child, it would surely break his heart. Wen Xin leaned against the door, making no move to leave. She scrutinized Wang Yu, finding nothing amiss in his demeanor. Eventually, she turned and walked into the room. Come in, but don and oppos, to entertain any ill intentions. How could I? I am a doctor. Huh, how could you not have ulterior motives? Once inside, Wang Yu and Wen Xin sat facing each other. The room and oppos' arrangement remained unchanged since his last departure. However, this was not a moment for admiration. He needed to win her over first. Miss Wen, may I take your pulse? I practice traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. While I have discerned some issues, I would like to confirm by feeling your pulse. Very well. A delicate, smooth arm extended towards him. Wang Yu, understanding the importance of thoroughness, had honed his skills over several days of practice, allowing him to present himself convincingly as a competent physician. He gently placed his fingers on Wen Xin and oppos' wrist, clearing his mind of distractions, his gaze narrowing, an expression grave as he subtly moved his head up and down. His demeanor was indeed quite impressive. At the very least, Wen Xin was convinced. She genuinely believed his visit was motivated by concern for her health, and her earlier suspicions about his intentions faded, replaced by a twinge of guilt for her previous coldness. After approximately 5 minutes of pulse-taking, Wang Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand, having prepared his explanation during that time. Miss Wen, have you been experiencing persistent headaches over the past few years, particularly in the left rear region of your head? Yes. I and oppos' visited the hospital for examination. They said it was due to excessive fatigue and advised me to rest more. And have you found relief since then? Not at all. In fact, it's only gotten worse. At this moment, Wen Xin's doubts about Wang Yu dissipated entirely, replaced by trust. Let us set this issue aside for now and move on to the next. What next? Are there other issues? Wang Yu, I undergo annual health checkups. Apart from this headache, I haven't discovered any other problems. Some ailments are undetectable by machines before they manifest. By the time they are revealed, it may already be too late. Trust me, I would not deceive you. Then what else could be wrong? Cold hands and feet, excessive sweating, neck pain during seasonal changes, irregular menstrual cycles with heavy flow, and persistent stomachaches during rainy weather that diminish my appetite. Wang Yu recounted the symptoms detected by the system, carefully omitting the most critical one. Upon hearing his words, Wen Xin reflected on her health over the past few years. Previously, she had not paid much attention, but now, upon Wang Yu's revelations, she recognized that these issues indeed plagued her. Dr. Wang, what illness do I have? Is it serious? Wang Yu's comments prompted her to reassess her situation, and her identity shifted to that of a patient. Although Wen Xin had relinquished her romantic aspirations, she would not abandon her life. After all, the world was beautiful, and she wished to experience more of it. Chapter 46. The efficacy of Twina as a therapeutic modality at this juncture. When Xin appeared forlorn and apprehensive, devoid of her customary fortitude and composure. After all, the prospect of being afflicted with an unusual ailment is disconcerting to anyone. Rest assured, although the condition is grave, I possess the means to ameliorate it. Wang Yu, having seized the initiative, albeit through questionable means, spoke truthfully, without exaggerating when Xian's physical state. Your cephalalgia is likely an inherited trait from your mother. Endeavor to recall if she experienced similar episodes during her lifetime. The coldness and perspiration in your extremities indicate physical debility and hepatic dysfunction. Other factors stem from prolonged periods of irregular lifestyle habits and disrupted sleep patterns. Individually, these issues are not critically severe, but their confluence presents a complex therapeutic challenge. Akin to a domino effect, any significant complication in one area could trigger a cascade of adverse consequences, rendering your current physical condition precarious and potentially life-threatening. Rather, it is not your life that is imperiled, but that of my child, as the system explicitly indicates a risk of miscarriage. I trust that my slight deception is justifiable in the interest of the child's well-being. What course of action should I undertake? Is hospitalization currently warranted? That is unnecessary. I have assured you of my ability to effect a cure, and I am confident in my capacity to do so. However, it is advisable to discontinue your professional endeavors forthwith and ensure ample rest daily. Furthermore, your dietary regimen for the ensuing 3 months must adhere to my specifications. Very well. That poses no impediment. I can manage company affairs online, and I shall remain at home for the duration of these months. Observing when Xian's compliance, Wang Yu deemed it prudent to showcase his expertise to fortify her confidence in him. I shall administer a tween session to alleviate the issues pertaining to your head, stomach, and cervical spine. Tomorrow, I shall procure medicinal herbs, which, in conjunction with acupuncture, shall officially commence the treatment. Tweena? Despite her unfamiliarity with traditional Chinese medicine, when Xian questioned the efficacy of Tweena in treating ailments. Have you heard of an Oppos? Promoting palace and passing blood in Oppos? I intend to stimulate specific acupoints on your body to activate your immune system. When Xian nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. Let us commence without delay. We shall proceed to the bedroom, where you shall recline on the bed for ease of treatment. Half an hour elapsed. Miss Wan, how do you feel at present? I perceive a marked improvement in my physical comfort, and my extremities feel considerably warmer. An hour passed. Miss Wan, flex your cervical spine. Has the soreness dissipated? Indeed, it has. Wang Yu, your skills are truly remarkable. 2 hours elapsed. Dr. Wang, how much longer must this continue? A warm sensation emanating from her lower abdomen caused Wan Xian's face to flush crimson. Your condition is rather acute, necessitating a more prolonged session. 3 hours passed. Snore. Under Wang Yu's Tweena, Wan Xian's physical condition improved significantly, with long-standing ailments greatly alleviated, causing her to drift into slumber. Wang Yu retracted his hand, observing the sleeping Wan Xian with a sense of accomplishment. He resolved to administer such treatments daily for a month, confident in his ability to win her over. After covering Wan Xian with a blanket, Wang Yu returned home in high spirits. Following a shower, Wang Yu lay in bed, contemplating the 3 women, his post-divorce experiences akin to a dream. Having secured one wife and nearing acquisition of the others, with his own child due in 10 months, he felt a mixture of elation and trepidation at the swift arrival of happiness. Upon noticing a message from Sun Qian on his phone, Wang Yu commended her. Aware of Wang Yu's hospital visit, Sun Qian had thoughtfully settled Yuan and Chun Mei, requesting only a return call when convenient. Considering the late hour, Wang Yu dialed Sun Qian's number. After a brief conversation, Chun Mei seized the phone, vehemently expressing her dissatisfaction with her brother, relenting only after Wang Yu pledged numerous unequal agreements. Finally, Yuan received the phone. Wang Yu harbored deep affection for Yuan, her love eliciting his compassion. Her willingness to share him with other women moved him greatly. Wang Yu tenderly reassured Yuan, promising her a perfect wedding in the village to allay her anxieties. I entrust Yuan and Chun Mei to your care for the next few days, as I am quite preoccupied. I shall endeavor to visit your home in the coming days. Attend to your matters first. Yuan and Chun Mei are in my care. Thank you, Sister Qian. Good night. Good night, dear. Wang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment after ending the call. His acquaintance with Sun Qian was brief, and while he harbored affection for her, he recognized that it stemmed largely from physical attraction. Nevertheless, he was deeply grateful for her support. Though he was unsure of the reasons for her sudden infatuation and her somewhat underhanded tactics, he acknowledged her pivotal role in his simultaneous relationships with her and Yuan. He also recognized that Sun Qian's assistance would be essential in integrating Wen Xin into the family in the future. The following morning, Wang Yu arrived at the clinic. "Good morning, Brother Yu." Tian greeted Wang Yu enthusiastically. "Your absence yesterday caused considerable discontent among the patients, particularly the women, who nearly dismantled the clinic." Is it truly that exaggerated? Wang Yu was unaware of his burgeoning reputation. His absence had indeed incited a commotion among the female patients, who clamored to see the legendary Dr. Wang. Was it truly that serious? Are there not other physicians available? The hospital does not rely solely on me. Wang Yu expressed his perplexity. Alas, the director attempted to placate them, but dozens of patients insisted on receiving treatment from you. Then I shall endeavor to expedite matters today to facilitate an early departure. Wang Yu felt gratified by his popularity, yet recognized that it would inevitably lead to an increase in patients. With Wen Xin awaiting his care, he needed to enhance his efficiency to avoid working late. Very well, Brother Yu. Our objective is to avoid overtime. Let's strive together. Donning his white coat, Wang Yu commenced his arduous day. Despite the advantages conferred by the system, he remained attentive to his patients, employing the least invasive methods of treatment. To this end, he incorporated simple tuina and acupuncture techniques. By noon, a multitude of patients still awaited treatment. Wang Yu dispatched Tian to the cafeteria to procure lunch, remaining glued to his chair. He consumed his meal in a mere 10 minutes, visited the restroom twice, and continued until 6 o'clock in the evening, finally completing the day's appointments. Exhausted, Wang Yu promptly changed clothes and hastened home, eager to attend to his betrothed wife and child. Chapter 47. Pursuing women requires some tactics on his way home. Wang Yu recalled his promise to help Wenxin prepare meals for 3 months. However, given his current circumstances, he simply could not find the time to cook. Moreover, even if he did have time, he was acutely aware of his culinary skills. Who could he enlist for assistance? Chun Mei could cook, but his sister was rather capricious. Entrusting her with preparing meals for Wenxin could lead to unforeseen complications. Yuan's culinary skills had been satisfactory during the few occasions he dined at home, yet he did not dare to delegate this task to her. As for Qing Mei, she was always willing to share herself with others, and asking her to tend to another woman would be too much to bear. Even if Yuan were willing, Wang Yu would not consent. As he pondered, a splendid idea came to him. He promptly dialed the phone number of his acquaintance. "Hello, brother-in-law. Who could be more suited to cook than Sun Dishing, who owned a restaurant and had numerous chefs at his disposal? Third brother, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "Speak freely. I will handle it promptly. I have a friend whose health is not quite well and requires a special diet for treatment. The hospital lacks the necessary resources, so I thought of coming to you." "Is that all?" "What's the matter, third brother? Is it inconvenient?" "Not all. This is trivial. I will have someone contact you shortly. Just relay your requirements." "Thank you, third brother. Once the treatment concludes, we shall settle up." "No need for that. Your friend is also my friend. It's merely a few meals considered on me." Wang Yu was taken aback by his brother-in-law's generosity, aware that the ingredients required were not your ordinary fare. Many were quite expensive, especially the daily prenatal soup, which would not come cheap without at least 2,000 yuan. In total, the cost was estimated to exceed 3,000 yuan per day, amounting to 100,000 yuan for a month and 300,000 yuan for 3 months. "Third brother, please accept payment. The items I need are rather costly, totaling over 300,000 yuan for the 3 months. 300,000? That's quite modest. It's merely the cost of a few meals for me. I must attend to other matters. Someone will be in touch with you shortly." With that, Sun Deshing ended the call, while Wang Yu was still in a daze. Another call came through. The caller was exceedingly polite, carefully inquiring about Wang Yu's needs and noting down the delivery address and time before courteously hanging up. Third brother is truly reliable, Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling a surge of gratitude. However, if Sun Dishing were to discover that he was providing free meals for Wang Yu and Appo's S-woman, he would surely be infuriated. Upon returning to the community, Wang Yu did not go home, but instead headed straight to Wenxin's residence. After receiving a massage the previous day, Wenxin had slept soundly and awoke feeling inexplicably light, her complexion appearing significantly improved. She was currently watching television in the living room. Without the need to go out or apply makeup, she looked beautiful, yet the traces of time were still evident on her face. "What are you watching? Do I look unattractive without makeup?" Feeling Wang Yu's gaze, Wenxin felt a pang of bitterness. After all, she was in her 40s. "Not at all. Miss Wen, if you are unattractive, then beauty would cease to exist." Wang Yu's compliment did little to lift her spirits. She sighed softly. Aging inevitably leads to unattractiveness. "There's no need to comfort me. It's not something I cannot accept. Actually, I have methods to alleviate the effects of aging." "No need. No matter how much one alleviates, aging will come. I would prefer you focus on treating my illness. As long as I remain healthy, I will be content." Wang Yu's words were interpreted by Wenxin merely as traditional Chinese therapeutic measures. Being a woman of considerable wealth, she believed she knew more about self-care than Wang Yu. "Very well, let us prioritize your treatment. Once you are well, we can discuss my methods." Subsequently, Wang Yu began taking Wenxin's pulse. Although it was not strictly necessary, they had only just begun, and he could not afford to be careless. The thought of losing the woman he was pursuing was unbearable. "Do we still need a massage today?" Wenxin asked shyly. "Yes, for the next 3 months. We will determine the frequency and method of massage based on the treatment and Oppo's efficacy. Shall we begin now?" "Not just yet. I arranged for a restaurant to deliver meals every day at mealtime. For the next 3 months, you must adhere to my dietary regimen and refrain from eating indiscriminately." "Understood. Thank you." Wang Yu's words moved Wenxin deeply. If it weren't for him, alas, ultimately, they were not fated to be together. The two of them then sat together, watching television and engaging in light conversation. After about an hour, a knock on the door interrupted them. Wang Yu, stopping Wenxin from getting up, walked over to the door. "Is Miss Wen in?" "This is the meal ordered by Mr. Wang." Observing the employee's uniform from Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu could not help but admire the efficiency of Sun Dishing's staff. "I placed the order. Miss Wen is inside. Please hand the meals to me." Upon receiving the food boxes, Wang Yu began arranging everything. Upon opening the boxes, he discovered that the meals were still warm, with each dish neatly separated and sealed to prevent mingling of flavors. Additionally, the necessary utensils were provided. Although disposable, their quality was commendable. "Come, let us eat. If anything doesn't suit your palate, I can adjust it." Wang Yu set the table, addressing Wenxin. "It looks quite appetizing and smells delightful." "Thank you," she said. Approaching the table, her appetite piqued. "Let us eat." The two began their meal. The portions were substantial, and knowing that Wenxin could not finish it alone, Wang Yu did not hesitate to dig in. Within half an hour, they had finished dinner. Wang Yu tidied up the utensils and wiped down the table. Wenxin sat quietly, observing Wang Yu as he worked, feeling that this man was truly exceptional. Reflecting on her life, she realized that Wang Yu was one of only 3 men who had shown her genuine care. The first was her father, whose concern was largely material. The second was someone she preferred not to mention. Despite their past emotional entanglements, they had rarely met over the years, and his words of comfort now seemed empty to her. Wang Yu's care, however, manifested in tangible actions, peeling shrimp for her, treating her ailments, and now feeding her while cleaning up afterward. This kind of attention was something she had never experienced before. It felt wonderful and brought her happiness. Just as Wenxin was lost in thought, a warm cup of tea was placed in her hands. "I brewed this before dinner, adding some herbal ingredients. Please take a sip and see if it suits your taste." Snapping back to reality, Wenxin felt the warmth radiating from the cup, nearly losing herself in the moment. "Thank you, it's quite delightful." After tasting a small sip, her gaze softened further. "No need for thanks. It's the least I could do." This was no ordinary tea. It was clearly meant to aid her pregnancy. Seeing Wenxin accept it filled Wang Yu with unspoken joy. Chapter 48. The call from my former father-in-law. 3 hours later, Wenxin succumbed to slumber under Wang Yu and Oppo's expert massage. After tucking her in and closing the door, Wang Yu returned to his own abode, unhurried, for there was still ample time ahead. Following a brief freshening up, He dialed Sun Qian's number, and the three conversed for over an hour before he finally hung up, preparing to rest. Yan, shall we visit Xiao Yu at the hospital tomorrow? Sun Qian proposed. Since parting ways that day, she had only spoken to Wang Yu twice over the phone and had yet to see him in person. Sun Qian's heart was heavy with concern. Despite their pleasant exchanges, the lack of face-to-face interaction left her uneasy. Sure, I'll follow your lead, Yan replied, her yearning for Wang Yu far less encumbered by worry than Sun Qian's. The following morning, Sun Qian, accompanied by Yan and the oblivious Chun Mei, made their way directly to the hospital. Having previously visited, they headed straight for Wang Yu and Oppo's as consultation room. Upon arrival, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A lengthy queue of women. Sun Qian approached the reception desk to gather information, discovering that all the patients were women, primarily seeking Wang Yu and Oppo's expertise. With a peculiar expression, she tugged Yan and Chun Mei closer to the entrance of Wang Yu and Oppo's room. What are you doing? You can end Oppo's. T cut in line. One woman reprimanded. Indeed, we are all here to see Dr. Wang. Why aren't and Oppo's? You three adhering to the rules. Another added, echoing the sentiment. I and Oppo's am not here for treatment. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of Dr. Wang from the doorway, Sun Qian explained, her voice rising in frustration as she pushed a bewildered Chun Mei to the forefront. This is Dr. Wang's sister, visiting from our hometown, she declared. Chun Mei was eager to clarify that her intentions were not to consult, but to see her brother, but the words caught in her throat. Listen, everyone, we aren't seeking medical attention. We merely wish to see my brother, Chun Mei stammered, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny. The throng, recognizing her as a relative of Dr. Wang, parted slightly, allowing the trio to approach the door. Are all these people here for treatment? Yan questioned in disbelief. Yes, I inquired earlier. Xiao Yu sees this many patients daily, Sun Qian replied with a sigh. At this rate, my brother will surely wear himself thin. Just then, the consultation room door swung open, and a patient exited, only for a nurse to promptly usher another inside. Seizing the moment, the three women caught a glimpse of Wang Yu, who appeared exceedingly occupied. Yan pulled Sun Qian aside to escape the bustling crowd. Sister, is Yu Gu always this busy? She asked, her heart aching for him. This is my first time witnessing this. I only heard about it. Since the morning seemed slow, let us linger here a bit longer, Sun Qian suggested. Time passed, and, as the morning waned, the three women observed that Wang Yu had yet to emerge. Their hearts heavy with concern. At last, as noon arrived, they anticipated sharing a meal and catching up. However, they could only see the nurse exiting the consultation room, leaving the door ajar as Wang Yu continued to attend to his patients. Regardless of the crowd outside, Wang Yu's consultation room maintained an air of tranquility. It was not until half an hour later that the nurse returned with a lunchbox, signaling the end of Wang Yu's patient consultations. He quickly consumed his meal, took a moment for a restroom break, and then dove back into his hectic schedule. The three women now understood the extent of Wang Yu and Oppo's busyness. Even his meals and restroom breaks were squeezed into his demanding day. We should head back. It seems we wanted Oppo's to get to see him today, Sun Qian remarked, glancing at the still lengthy queue that showed no signs of abating. She surmised that Wang Yu and Oppo's late returns home were likely due to overtime at the hospital. Not wanting to disrupt him further, she led Yan and Chun Mei away from the hospital. The journey home was marked by silence, each woman lost in her thoughts. Initially, they had believed that despite his busy schedule, Wang Yu would carve out time to see them, yet he had not shown himself the entire day. A sense of discomfort lingered among them, but witnessing Wang Yu and Oppo's dedication to his work had eclipsed any lingering grievances. Chun Mei, wherein and Oppo's, you looking for a job? Sun Qian recalled Wang Yu mentioning her desire to find work in the city. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he would have time to assist her in that endeavor, and she felt compelled to help. Yes, indeed, both Yan and I are looking for jobs, Chun Mei replied, keeping her little secret to herself. Chun Mei, Yan gently called, tugging her hand. If you don't look for work, the truth will come out. Are you planning to return home in a few days? Chun Mei whispered something in Yan's ear. Once you secure a job, you can stay in the city and be close to my brother. That would be wonderful. Yan found merit in Chunmei and Appo's words and nodded vigorously in agreement. Let's have lunch first, and afterward, I'll take you both to my shop. If you feel it's a good fit, you can stay to help me, Sun Qian proposed. Wah? My sister-in-law is a big boss, Chunmei exclaimed dramatically. Sun Qian's heart swelled with joy at the title. After lunch, they indulged in a spa treatment, followed by an excursion to her second brother's store, where they indulged in retail therapy until they finally arrived at her jewelry store around 4 in the afternoon. Had Wang Yu been aware, he would have been astonished to discover that the brand of this store was the same as the one from which he had purchased a bracelet at the mall. This is my domain. Over the next few days, observe and learn well. There's also an exhibition area in the mall that's mine. I'll take you there later, she instructed. As Chunmei gazed at the sparkling items before her, her eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained oblivious to how Sun Qian had significantly aided him. As he continued his arduous work at the hospital, like the previous day, he labored until 6:00 and amp, Appo's clock in the evening, finally finishing with his patients. After changing his clothes, he hurriedly departed. You go, what an amp, Appo's has the rush. A voice inquired. I and amp, Appo's, am heading home to cook for your sister-in-law, he replied, a mouthful of dog food from Tian and amp, Appo's antics. However, before he could return home, he received a familiar phone call. This number had frequently contacted him in the past, but since his divorce, it had fallen silent. Reflecting on the last kindness shown to him, a generous sum of 5 million, he decided to answer. Hello, Uncle Chun. Is there something you need? Xiao Yu, I have a favor to ask. I'm unsure whom to trust right now. Chun Chusheng and Appo's voice conveyed an unmistakable sense of desolation. Wang Yu Kudin and Appo's helped but sigh at the thought of Chun's plight. That mother and daughter duo had certainly ensnared them both. What is it? I will assist in any way I can, he assured. It's not suitable to discuss over the phone. Can you come to my place? Given that when Xin had someone delivering her meals, he figured he could spare some time to see what Chen Chushing required. All right, Uncle Chun. I will be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up, he set off towards his former father-in-law's villa. Chapter 49. Chen Chushing's doubts arriving at the entrance of his former father-in-law's villa, Wang Yu was struck by a profound sense of change. He had previously been quite reluctant to visit this place. His feelings towards Chen Chusheng were far from favorable, and during the years of marriage, he had only visited out of necessity. Despite the Chun family's wealth, he had never been one to bow for mere trifles. The thought of Wang Yu groveling was simply absurd. Yet, after the divorce, it was astonishing that Chen Chusheng would ever find himself in need of his former son-in-law's assistance. After pressing the doorbell, a maid promptly appeared to open the door. Wang Yu did not recognize this maid. He wondered what had become of Aunt Li, whom he had known well. However, this was a matter concerning the Chun family, and it hardly pertained to him. After stating his purpose, he was ushered inside and led to the living room, where he found his former father-in-law seated. Uncle Chun, Wang Yu observed Chen Chusheng, who appeared gaunt and aged. It was hard not to feel a twinge of pity for him. Encountering such turmoil at his age must be infuriating. Please have a seat, Chen Chusheng said, his demeanor stripped of its former arrogance, now resembling a weary elder with strands of white hair that had multiplied since their last meeting. The betrayal by Li Yuzhen had evidently taken a significant toll on him. Xiao Yu, I appreciate your coming, Chen Chusheng began, hoping to soften the atmosphere with pleasantries, given that his former son-in-law had never held him in high regard. Uncle Chun, if there is something to discuss, please get straight to the point. I am willing to help if I can, Wang Yu replied, keen to avoid wasting time, as he had his own matters to attend to. Here, take this. I need you to assist me with a paternity test tomorrow, Chen Chusheng said after a moment's hesitation, handing Wang Yu an envelope. Uncle Chun, are you suggesting? Wang Yu did not finish his sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. Indeed, some matters must be clarified. I refuse to leave this world in uncertainty. Chen Chushing's gaze sharpened, brimming with latent fury. Wang Yu recalled the events of that day, the actions of Li Yuzhen and Luke Baoqiang, and could not dismiss the possibility of even more sordid deeds. Very well. I will take care of it tomorrow, Wang Yu said, tucking the envelope into his pocket. Take care of yourself. You are still in your 50s, and there is much life ahead of you, Wang Yu advised, feeling a sense of empathy for the man before him. He feared that the outcome of the test might lead Chen Chusheng to an untimely demise, as he understood too well the weight of such anguish. Yes, I am aware. Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang are still alive. How could I possibly perish? Chen Chusheng replied with a venomous tone. The ferocity born from decades in the ruthless world of business, far exceeding the experience of someone like Wang Yu, who is still relatively new to the fray. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Wang Yu offered no further comment and excused himself, harboring no interest in the affairs of the Chen family. His visit was merely a gesture of gratitude for the last remnant of fairness Chen Chusheng had shown him. Go, and remember to keep this confidential, Chen Chusheng instructed. Rest assured, Wang Yu affirmed as he departed. On his way home, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Having severed ties with the Chen family and feeling no obligation to engage further, regardless of whether Chen Yuding was truly Chen Chusheng's biological daughter, it was of no concern to him. He would not shield her from the truth. As he contemplated his own troubles, a wave of resentment towards his ex-wife surged within him. Upon returning home, he first sought out Wenqing. Their exchanges were minimal, yet they share an unspoken understanding. Seeing the remnants of Wenqing and Appo's meal on the dining table, Wang Yu felt no disdain. Instead, he sat down and finished it off. Afterward, he prepared a cup of tea for Wenqing and began tidying up. Sipping her tea and watching him work, Wenqing felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, as if she were being shielded from harm. Later, the two retreated to the bedroom, indulging in a 3-hour massage session. Wenqing had grown fond of these moments, often falling into a deep sleep afterward, contemplating how pleasant it would be to continue sharing such time together. Wavering on whether to grant Wang Yu a chance, she hesitated, wanted to offer herself an opportunity as well. After tucking the slumbering Wenqing in, Wang Yu lingered by the bedside for a while, then leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, as the door clicked shut, Wenqing opened her eyes briefly, a smile gracing her lips before she drifted back to sleep. The following day at the hospital, Wang Yu remained busy, scarcely finding a moment to pursue the paternity test. Maria Hospital had the facilities for such testing. However, as a private institution, its results lacked legal standing. Thus, Wang Yu contemplated visiting a public institution for the test, though he doubted he would have the time that day. As he pondered whom to ask for assistance, he noticed Tian bustling about and formulated a plan. Tian, could you assist me with something? He inquired. What is it, Yuji? She replied. Here, take this, he said, handing her the envelope Chen Chusheng had given him. Is this a red envelope for me? Tian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she accepted it, eager to open it. Not quite. I need you to go to the city center hospital and get a paternity test done. Please keep it confidential, he instructed. Yuji, do you mean? Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't jump to conclusions. It's for a friend who requested my help. Wang Yu clarified quickly, sensing her misinterpretation, though he felt a hint of guilt as his own situation was indeed questionable. Oh, I see. Just a friend, she nodded, though skepticism lingered in her expression. Fine. No need to explain further. Just say you're helping me by something if anyone asks, Wang Yu said, eager to dismiss the conversation. Yuji, don't be upset. You still have me, Tian said, casting him a lingering, affectionate glance as she prepared to leave. All right, enough with the theatrics. Just go and return swiftly, he urged. Oof. You could at least appreciate my performance, she teased before darting away. Watching the cheerful nurse disappear, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile. Despite his hectic schedule, the presence of such a lively girl made the workload feel considerably lighter. After contemplating for a moment, he resumed his duties, aware that he still had a long way to go before reaching his goal of 10,000 merit points, and he eagerly anticipated the next lottery draw. During a phone call with Sun Qian the previous night, he learned that she had successfully arranged for her sister and Yuan to meet. His fondness for Sun Qian continued to grow, and he looked forward to sharing a meal with them after finishing his work that day. Recognizing that while Wenqing and Appo's matters were important, he must not neglect his own relationships. Chapter 50. The misfortunate father-in-law and son-in-law after a long day filled with toil. Wang Yu concluded his work early today, as the patient count was slightly lower than yesterday. The young nurse returned just before noon. handing Wang Yu the report, her eyes brimming with curiosity and pity throughout the afternoon. Despite his attempts to clarify the situation, his explanations fell flat, especially since the nurse was already aware of his divorce. In light of this, his words felt woefully inadequate. After attending to all the patients, Wang Yu, who had suppressed his emotions all afternoon, lightly tapped the nurse on the head and, clutching the assessment results she had brought him, hastily departed the hospital under her sweet yet furious gaze. Upon arriving at the Chen household, he was greeted by the same maid from the previous day. Upon entering, Wang Yu remained silent, laying the results on the table with a soft sigh before turning to leave. Chen Chusheng, observing Wang Yu's demeanor, instantly grasped the outcome. Though he had anticipated this, he could not help but be overwhelmed by tears. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, while Chen Chusheng desired silence. Two men, bound by similar fates, found themselves unable to console one another. However, Wang Yu had fully extricated himself from his previous entanglements. Though his heart weighed heavily, it did not hinder his subsequent plans. Upon reaching the Tianjia restaurant, he spotted 3 young women waiting at the entrance, yet there was no sign of Sun Dishing. "You're here," exclaimed Sun Qian, as she boldly linked her arm with Wang Yu's. Yuan, upon seeing Wang Yu, felt an urge to approach, but, lacking Sun Qian's audacity, merely greeted him before shyly trailing behind. Under the influence of Sun Qian and Appo's persuasive words over the past few days, Chun Mei had reluctantly accepted the absurdity of the situation involving Wang Yu and the other 2 women. After a brief moment of complaint, she chose to remain silent. Once inside the private room, the meal was ready and the 4 of them sat down to eat. Chun Mei, seated at a distance, watched the 2 women serve Wang Yu with a mixture of envy and exasperation, feeling overwhelmed by the dog food, a term used to describe displays of affection. Resolving to ignore it, she focused on her meal instead. "Yuan, next month, I will take you back to the village and arrange for someone to propose to your family. How about we hold the wedding banquet there?" Wang Yu suggested. "Sure, I will follow whatever brother you decides," Yuan replied, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction just to be by Wang Yu and Appo's side. The thought of having a wedding filled her heart with an indescribable sweetness. "What do you need me to do, Qian?" Wang Yu inquired, uncertain of Sun Qian and Appo's family situation. "You don't and Appo's need to worry about anything on my end. My 3rd brother said he would handle everything, so we just need to set a date," she explained. "My family has been eager for me to marry, so they are quite pleased now that the time has come. But what about you? How will you explain this to your parents?" Sun Qian's words jolted Wang Yu from his reverie of happiness. He had never considered this aspect. He was certain his parents would accept Yuan, but adding Sun Qian into the mix raised concerns, not about their acceptance, but about whether he might face his father's wrath. Yet, such thoughts were not to be shared with Sun Qian. "My parents care for me deeply, so there shouldn't be too much of an issue. I will return home to explain everything when I have the chance," he assured them. With Wang Yu and Appo's promise, the meal was filled with laughter and joy. "Where next?" Wang Yu asked habitually after finishing the meal. "Xiao Yu, let's head upstairs. Yuan and I have something to discuss with you," Sun Qian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 40 minutes later, a flushed Sun Dishing, reeking slightly of alcohol, stumbled into the private room. Blinking through his haze, he noticed the empty space, save for Chun Mei, and frowned in confusion. "Where is everyone?" Chun Mei, feeling a bit flustered, looked down, her fingers nervously clutching her clothing. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "3rd floor," her voice barely above a whisper. Yet, Sun Dashing understood the implicit meaning behind her words. He shook his head in resignation, glancing at his watch, silently cursing, "Damn, it's barely 7, and my brother-in-law is in for it again." Though he felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Yu, he dared not interrupt his sister and Appo's revelry. Chun Mei and Appo's getting late. "Let me give you a ride home," Sun Dishing said, patting his chest in a show of bravado. "Thank you, 3rd brother," Chun Mei replied gratefully, a look of relief flashing in her eyes. "Why be so polite with me? If you ever need anything, just let me know. I wanted Appo's to turn you down," Sun Dashing declared, waving his hand grandly as he escorted Chun Mei out of the restaurant. "Li Zi, ensure my sister gets home safely." If anything happens to her, I will make you pay, Sun Dushing bellowed to a young man waiting outside. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was diligently working, as Sun Qian and Yuan, having experienced his masterful massage techniques, felt their previous ailments dissipate. Seizing the opportunity after their meal, they beckoned Wang Yu to provide them with massages. Qian, this isn't how it should be, Wang Yu lamented while working, feeling a hint of frustration. My shoulders are still a bit sore. Please give it a proper massage. Sun Qian disregarded his complaints, insisting he focus on his task, while Yuan happily sipped tea, enjoying their banter. In contrast, when Xin found herself restless, unable to sleep, despite the serene atmosphere, Wang Yu had sent her a message in the afternoon, stating he would not be coming over that evening. She paid little mind to it, but after dinner, recalling Wang Yu and Oppo's words, she prepared a cup of tea. Feeling bored as she watched television, she couldn't and Oppo's tea muster any enthusiasm. Normally, Wang Yu would have already been there, providing her a massage at this hour. Yet, tonight felt oddly empty without him, and she struggled to adapt. After a hurried shower, she longed for sleep, but after lying in bed for nearly 4 hours, slumber eluded her. Memories of moments spent with Wang Yu replayed in her mind until, around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally claimed her, and she drifted into a dreamless sleep. Upon awakening, Wang Yu distinctly sensed a change in his body. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through him, and his vision sharpened, enabling him to detect the faintest of breaths around him. This noticeable transformation deepened his understanding of the Huangdi Neijing. For the following 20 days, Wang Yu spent his days attending to patients at the hospital and his nights providing massages to Wen Xin. Every couple of days, he would visit Sun Dushing and Oppo's restaurant, enjoying free meals and a cozy bed, all while teasing his sister. Life was nothing short of delightful, and both Sun Qian and Yuan exhibited remarkable changes in their skin and overall demeanor. While they had not truly reverted to the vibrancy of their youth, their radiant skin and lively spirits exuded an unmistakable air of youthfulness. Chapter 51. Wang Yu receives a raise, unexpectedly encounters his former mother-in-law, Director Han. You summoned me for a matter? Wang Yu noticed Han, the director, waiting in his office as he arrived at work today. Dr. Wang, you have been with our hospital for a month now. Based on your performance during this time, the board has made some adjustments to your compensation. Han Kuan said with a beaming smile. Since joining Maria Hospital, Wang Yu had brought tremendous profit to them. As the most lucrative department, they previously generated over 7 million yuan monthly. However, upon the release of this month's data, not only was Director Han astonished, but so were the board members. This month, Wang Yu's clinic alone had attended to nearly 7,000 patients, generating close to 30 million yuan in pure profit. Moreover, Wang Yu's growing reputation had also led to a more than 10% increase in revenue for other departments and the inpatient wards, resulting in an overall 30% rise in the hospital's earnings. This remarkable outcome made Han Kuan treat Wang Yu with unparalleled warmth, almost as if he were his own father. Oh, how has it been adjusted? Wang Yu was indifferent. His expenses were minimal, and he had over 10 million yuan in cash. Thus, he was not particularly interested in the increase in income. After all, he had come to work here primarily for the merit points, having acquired 10,000 points just a week prior, along with a lottery opportunity that bestowed him with new divine powers. He increasingly felt akin to the mountain deity of Ur, capable of granting offspring and blessings, which amused him. Upon receiving this divine ability, he immediately conferred a blessing upon Wen Xin, though he had yet to observe any tangible effects. Nevertheless, his merit points had increased by 200, which thrilled him, as he had finally discovered a new avenue for accumulating merit points. He then bestowed a blessing upon Tian, resulting in 8 merit points. When he planned to bless his 2 women and sister that evening, he discovered he was restricted by the system. After several days of experimentation, he discerned the mechanism for bestowing blessings. He could bless only 1 person per day, and the amount of merit points he received was contingent upon the good deeds performed by the blessed individual. When Xin, due to her long-standing charitable endeavors, garnered the most merit points. In contrast, Tian, Yuan, and Chun Mei, being younger, received only a few points despite their frequent assistance to others, as their contributions were relatively minor. However, when he blessed Sun Qian, he was taken aback to receive 126 merit points, realizing she had done an impressive amount of good deeds. Having recently acquired the blessing ability, Wang Yu had many opportunities to utilize it. Today, he intended to bestow a blessing upon Su Mu to observe its effects. Yet, upon arriving at work, he encountered Director Han. Without hesitation, he conferred a blessing upon him, a faint golden light enveloping Han Kuan. However, Wang Yu noticed that his merit points had not only failed to increase, but had decreased by 3. How unfortunate! Han Kuan must not be a good person, otherwise, why would he deduct my merit points? Luckily, Han had not committed any heinous acts, but his mercenary nature likely led him to engage in some unethical dealings. The deduction of 3 merit points seemed to be a penalty for bestowing blessings upon someone unworthy. This revelation made Wang Yu realize that he must wield his divine powers judiciously, lest he inadvertently lose the merit points he had worked hard to earn. Dr. Wang, Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them, Han Kuan said, observing Wang Yu's blank expression in silence, mistakenly believing he was dissatisfied with the increase in compensation. Oh no, not at all. I am quite satisfied. Thank you, Director Han and the board, for your consideration. Wang Yu replied, as long as you are satisfied that in AMP, Oppos, that's what matters. Here is your commission for this month. Please accept it. From now on, your monthly commission will be deposited into this card. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Han Kuan said, leaving behind a bank card as he departed. Wang Yu, initially preoccupied, suddenly paid attention when he realized Han Kuan had left him a bank card, curious about its contents. You are so impressive. Tian entered to congratulate Wang Yu after Han Kuan had left, having overheard the details of his compensation. Tian, come here. Haven't I always been impressive? Wang Yu replied, of course, you're the most impressive, Yuge. However, Director Han is quite generous, offering you an annual salary of 10 million along with a 30% commission from your clinic, she exclaimed. How much? Wang Yu immediately inquired. 10 million annual salary plus 30% commission. What is the matter, Yuge? Nothing. I thought I misheard, he replied, realizing that while the 10 million annual salary was enticing, it paled in comparison to the 30% commission. Although Tian was unaware of the specific revenue figures from last month, Wang Yu had a rough idea based on the number of patients he had treated, as the system notified him of earning 1 to 5 merit points for each patient treated. Moreover, Maria Hospital's fees were quite high. Even a simple cold could cost over 3,000 yuan, with more serious ailments exceeding 10,000. Having treated over 6,000 patients last month, averaging around 10,000 yuan each, he estimated the revenue to be over 60 million yuan. After deducting costs and taxes, the net profit exceeded 20 million yuan, meaning he would receive at least 6 million yuan. With this realization, Wang Yu promptly tucked the card into his pocket, relishing the thought of the financial windfall. Motivated by this newfound incentive, he greeted each patient with a smile, especially those adorned in gold and luxury brands, shamelessly recommending more expensive treatment options. Over the month, Wang Yu's reputation had skyrocketed. Every affluent woman in Sioux City had heard of Wang the Divine Doctor. The number of patients had stabilized, averaging about 150 daily. For Wang Yu, he could complete his patient consultations before 5:00 and AMP, Oppos, clock in the afternoon. Thus, he and Tian enjoyed a prosperous life together. Now, contemplating taking a few days off to return with Yuan to finalize their marriage arrangements. Patient 126, it's your turn. Tian continued calling out names from outside. At this moment, there were few patients left, and Wang Yu was eager to finish his work. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the appearance of an unexpected visitor, his former mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen. After being discovered in an affair, Li Yuzhen had been expelled from the Chun family without a penny to her name. Meanwhile, Chun Chusheng had been obsessively targeting the Liu family's assets this month, resorting to self-destructive tactics to retaliate. The Liu family had previously profited from contracts with the Chun family, but now, with all dealings severed and Chun Chusheng actively suppressing them, the Liu family and AMP, Oppos, assets were rapidly depleting. Feeling despondent, Lu Baoqiang was no longer as kind to Li Yuzhen, spending long hours away from home. Li Yuzhen was acutely aware of her predicament. After the divorce, she had remained confined to her home, fearful of the outside world. In Sioux City and Appo's socialite circles, she was now regarded with disdain. Nevertheless, feeling unwell lately, she resolved to secretly visit the hospital to ascertain whether she was suffering from illness. Chapter 52. The perils of misusing supernatural abilities. Rumor had it that Dr. Wang's expertise was unparalleled. No ailment was beyond his skill. Li Yuzhen, drawn by his reputation, sought his aid despite the Liu family and Appo's looming bankruptcy, bolstered by a modest fortune she had discreetly amassed over the years. Upon entering the consultation room, she was struck by an inexplicable familiarity with the doctor before her. Wang Yu, sporting a new hairstyle, non-prescription glasses, and a mask, was equally taken aback by the sight of his former mother-in-law. "Brother Yu, time for the appointment," Tian prompted, snapping Wang Yu out of his reverie. "Extend your hand," Wang Yu instructed, deliberately lowering his voice. Li Yuzhen, failing to recognize him, obediently complied. Wang Yu gently took her pulse. Without even consulting the system panel, he discerned that Li Yuzhen was pregnant. With each patient he attended to, Wang Yu and Appo's medical acumen grew exponentially. He often formulated his own prescriptions for minor ailments before cross-referencing them with the system and Appo's, and they were invariably in close agreement. His pulse diagnosis, in particular, had become remarkably precise. After all, practice makes perfect. He summoned the system panel, which, as expected, confirmed Li Yuzhen and Appo's pregnancy. "This is all my fault," Wang Yu mused, recalling his audacious escapade atop the air conditioner. The system was truly remarkable. Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang were both over 50, yet they had managed to conceive. But what to do now? He was in a quandary, for Li Yuzhen had never wronged him. "Her infidelity with Chun Chusheng is none of my concern," Wang Yu reasoned. "Madam Li, you are with child. I recommend an ultrasound," Wang Yu declared, delivering the news with professional detachment. "Pregnant?" Li Yuzhen was stunned, unable to process the information. "Doctor, are you certain?" she asked anxiously, grasping Wang Yu and Appo's hand. "Madam Li, remain calm. Agitation is detrimental to the fetus. An ultrasound will provide confirmation. It is already discernible at this stage," Wang Yu advised, issuing his first ultrasound referral. Tian, Madam Li is advanced in years. Accompany her." "Understood, Dr. Wang." As Wang Yu watched the crestfallen Li Yuzhen being led out of the consultation room by Tian, a pang of guilt tugged at his heart. Though Lu Baoqiang had been the instrument, he was the true progenitor of her pregnancy. "Alas, what an Appo's done is done," he sighed. On second thought, while Chen Yuding and Appo's paternity remained uncertain, Wang Yu was certain that the child in Li Yuzhen and Appo's womb was his, and a son at that. He wondered if Lu Baoqiang would be grateful upon learning the truth, for he had been childless for so long, and Wang Yu had, in a way, bestowed upon him a great kindness. After indulging in this whimsical reverie, Wang Yu dismissed it and resumed his duties. Over the next few minutes, he attended to the remaining patients, and with a light heart, he prepared to depart. As he stepped out the door, Chen Yuding, her eyes brimming with tears, intercepted him. "Heavens, what is happening today? Did they coordinate this?" One seeks medical attention in the consultation room, while the other lies in wait at the entrance. "What is it?" Wang Yu asked, recoiling from Chen Yuding and Appo's outstretched hand, eager to avoid any further entanglement with his former wife. "Husband, I was wrong. Forgive me. Let us reconcile and live together in harmony," she pleaded. Chen Yuding's words struck Wang Yu as ludicrous. Now she desires a harmonious life? Why not before? Chen Yuding, remember what I said during our divorce. Preserve some dignity and do not invite my contempt. "No, I forsake dignity. I only desire you, my husband," Chen Yuding sobbed, throwing herself into Wang Yu and Appo's arms. Wang Yu stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to evade her embrace or risk being taken advantage of. Onlookers, sensing a spectacle, began to gather, eager for a glimpse. Seeing the situation, Wang Yu swiftly seized Chen Yuding and fled the scene. "You may disregard propriety, but I do not. We agreed to sever ties after the divorce. Reaching a secluded corner of the parking lot, Wang Yu released Chen Yuding, his heart unmoved by her continued sobs. Chen Yuding, be clear, there is no possibility of reconciliation. From the moment you betrayed me, you should have foreseen this day. Husband, I am truly remorseful. I will stay home and attend to you every day, I promise. Every day. What your company? Are you willing to become a housewife? Wang Yu and Amp, Oppo's question momentarily stunned Chen Yuding, but she quickly recovered, clutching Wang Yu and Amp, Oppo's hand and begging for forgiveness. They remained entangled in the parking lot for over half an hour, to the point where Wang Yu was tempted to knock her unconscious. Chen Yuding, have you not had enough? We are divorced, and you betrayed our marriage. Do you believe that a simple apology can undo the past? The birth of Kiki and Xiaobao was the greatest insult in my life. I have exercised considerable restraint in not killing you and your paramour. Now leave, and do not bother me again. With that, he turned and left. Watching Wang Yu depart, Chen Yuding sank into despair. 2 days prior, Chen Chusheng had dismissed her from his life, stripping her of her company, ignoring her calls, barring her from his presence, and even denying her access to her former home. Kiki and Xiaobao had been returned to her, and she felt as though the world had abandoned her. Unable to comprehend her father and Oppo's actions, or his rejection of his own granddaughter, she had waited outside Chen Chusheng and Oppo's villa for an entire day, finally seizing an opportunity to barge in. Father, why are you doing this to me? Chen Chusheng and Oppo's expression remained unchanged. He regarded Chen Yuding as a stranger, his thoughts inscrutable. Chen Yuding, witnessing her father and Oppo's coldness, found herself unable to utter the accusations she had intended. Chen Yuding, while you may not be entirely to blame, your very existence is an affront to me. I wish to never see you again. Father, interrupting Chen Yuding, Chen Chusheng handed her a paternity test report. If you seek answers, consult Li Yuzhen, and do not call me father. With that, Chen Chusheng ascended the stairs. Chen Yuding clutched the paternity test, a familiar document. A month prior, her secret had been exposed to her husband, and that report had marked the end of her marriage and family. Now, holding it once more, Chen Yuding hesitated to look. Madam, I must ask you to leave. A voice startled Chen Yuding back to reality. A strange nanny was urging her to leave, and she felt that something more terrible than her mother and Oppo's betrayal had occurred. Seizing the paternity report, she opened it and saw the familiar words "no blood relation," causing her to gasp and faint. Chapter 53. The despair of Chen Yuding upon awakening. Chen Yuding found herself alone in a hospital bed, the overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation suffocating her. Her mind incessantly replayed the cherished moments spent with Wang Yu, and as she reminisced, tears began to flow uncontrollably. She had come here today with a resolute determination to salvage her relationship with Wang Yu, yet the outcome only deepened her despair. The man who once gazed at her with unwavering affection was now irreparably lost to her. Their relationship had reached a definitive end. Yuding, what are you doing here? Li Yuzhen, after completing her ultrasound, had just confirmed her pregnancy and was attempting to regain her composure. She was on her way to find Lu Baoqiang to share the news, but encountered her daughter in the parking lot. Seeing her in such a state of heartbreak caused Li Yuzhen immense pain, prompting her to rush over and embrace Chen Yuding. However, before she could extend her arms, she was halted by the frigid glare of her daughter. You and Oppo's, my mother, Arn and Oppo's, to you? Li Yuzhen pleaded, her voice laden with sorrow. You are my mother, but tell me, who is my father? Chen Yuding coldly retorted, disregarding Li Yuzhen and Oppo's anguish. Chen Chusheng, why do you ask such a thing? Li Yuzhen responded, unaware that Chen Yuding was Lu Baoqiang and Oppo's daughter. At the time of her conception, Li Yuzhen was already married to Chen Chusheng, and both men had been involved with her. Although she had worried for a while, the years passed without incident, and she gradually forgot. Now, upon hearing Chen Yuding's inquiry, buried memories resurfaced, enveloping her in an icy chill. I wish you were not my mother, Chen Yuding declared, discarding the paternity report at Li Yuzhen and Oppo's feet before turning to leave. As she watched her daughter walk away, Li Yuzhen was overwhelmed with sorrow, her fingers trembling as she picked up the report. Upon seeing the results, she was rendered speechless. Her mind clouded with confusion, yet an inexplicable joy began to stir within her. Liu Baoqiang had long lamented the absence of a child, even seeking companionship with other women after marrying Li Yuzhen, yet none had borne him a child. This had haunted him relentlessly. Now, realizing that Chen Yuding was not Chen Chusheng and Appo's daughter, but Liu Baoqiang and Appo's, Li Yuzhen felt a surge of hope. If Liu Baoqiang learned this news, he would surely be overjoyed, treating her with the affection he once had. Moreover, the child she carried would only strengthen her position, for Liu Baoqiang, having given up on fatherhood, would soon discover he had a 30-year-old biological daughter and was about to become father. The long-sought desire finally fulfilled. She felt assured that her life as a mother of two would be filled with happiness. No longer consumed by despair, Li Yuzhen quickly gathered herself, securing the paternity report and dialing Liu Baoqiang's number. "Baoqiang, I have something important to tell you in person." "What is it? Can't you say it over the phone?" Liu Baoqiang and Appo's tone was impatient. "You need to come home immediately. It's crucial, and it's undoubtedly good news." Li Yuzhen brushed aside his tone and, upon returning home, presented him with the ultrasound and the paternity report. She anticipated that he would be so elated that he might even kneel to wash her feet. "All right, I'll be right home," Liu Baoqiang replied after a moment of contemplation, deciding he would hear the good news. As he was on the brink of madness from Chen Chusheng and Appo's relentless pressure. Once a billionaire, his assets had dwindled to a mere 20 million under unyielding scrutiny. Yet he could not openly voice his troubles, suffering in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Yuding wandered aimlessly down the street, lost and uncertain of where to turn, feeling utterly forsaken. Her lover had been unreachable for some time, their last conversation only urging her to wait a few more days. Initially, she had held on to hope, believing her bond with him, having borne 2 children, would prevail. Yet, after days of silence, her calls went unanswered. Her father had cast her out, reclaiming all her assets, leaving her with only the apartment Wang Yu had purchased and $1 million from the divorce. Though these possessions were substantial, they offered no solace to someone like Chen Yuding, who had been accustomed to a life of privilege. Her attempt to reconcile with Wang Yu had been her last glimmer of hope, but it had ended in crushing disappointment. As she walked down the street, she felt devoid of spirit, a mere shell of her former self. The once beautiful family lay in ruins. The departure of her husband, the betrayal of her mother, the indifference of her father, and the shocking revelation that she was the daughter of her mother's lover. The suffocating weight of her circumstances threatened to drive her to madness. Crossing a bridge, Chen Yuding gazed at the rushing river below, contemplating whether leaping into its depths might be a fitting escape. Yuding, don't. Just as she removed her shoes and climbed over the railing, a young man sprinted toward her, calling out desperately. Turning back, Chen Yuding's eyes met his, and a bittersweet smile crept across her face. Was it an illusion? Just as she contemplated ending her life, he appeared before her. Anguish surged within her. Had it not been for his constant temptations, she believed she and Wang Yu would have been blissfully happy. Yuding. When Liang finally grasped her, just as she was about to jump, pulling her back to safety. "Let go of me. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached this point." Chen Yuding struggled fiercely, biting into Liang's arm. The pain surged through him, yet he held her tighter. After a while, her strength waned. Having gone 2 days without food, she felt utterly drained. The struggle had sapped her last reserves of energy. "When Liang, you destroyed my family. I hate you," she uttered, her gaze at him a complex mix of relief and resentment. "Don't worry, I won't leave you again," he replied, ignoring her words as he lifted her into his arms and headed towards the roadside. He opened the car door, sliding in beside her. As he looked at the woman before him, memories of their first encounter flooded back. He had been a freshman then, while Chen Yuding was a senior. Despite the years that had passed, he had fallen irretrievably in love with her, and after 2 months of fervent pursuit, they had finally become a couple. Yet, just a month later, his mother had sent him abroad, forbidding him from dating during his university years. Faced with her demands, when Liang found himself without the courage to resist, their parting had been marked by an unforgettable night, during which he had vowed to return to her. Chapter 54. The Past of Chun Yuting. However, when Liang could never have anticipated that, 2 years later, he would receive news of Chun Yuting's marriage. After inquiring from various sources, he discovered that merely 2 months after his departure, she had commenced a romantic relationship with another man. The revelation infuriated Wen Liang, prompting him to confront Chun Yuting, only to learn that she had been pregnant and, in her fear, sought companionship. When he inquired about the child's whereabouts, he was met with the disheartening news that she had secretly terminated the pregnancy. Flabbergasted, he pondered why she would seek a partner if she intended to end the pregnancy. Chun Yuting and Appo's reasoning left him utterly bewildered. Though angered, Wen Liang still harbored deep feelings for her, and her allure only intensified post-marriage. Exuding an irresistible aura of a married woman, unable to restrain himself, he longed to embrace her, but she firmly rebuffed him, declaring her love for her husband and requesting that he cease to disrupt her life. Enraged, Wen Liang contemplated confronting Wang Yu, whom he viewed as the thief who had stolen his beloved and placed him in a position of humiliation. However, considering that he had yet to graduate from university and was unwilling to defy his mother's wishes, he relinquished the notion of confrontation, knowing he could not provide Chun Yuting with any guarantees. Nevertheless, gazing at the enchanting woman before him, he felt compelled to pursue her fervently. Understanding her preferences intimately, Wen Liang managed to win her over within a week. Thus, they began their clandestine affair, keeping it hidden from Wang Yu. After Wen Liang graduated, Chun Yuting expressed her desire to divorce Wang Yu and marry him instead. Yet Wen Liang, fearing the repercussions of defying his mother, especially given that Chun Yuting was a married woman, hesitated to agree. He was acutely aware that should his mother discover his disobedience during his studies and his involvement with a married woman, he would likely be cast out from the Wen family. Consequently, he endeavored to placate Chun Yuting while diligently working to gain his mother's approval. Eventually, he succeeded and was appointed as the acting general manager, a monumental achievement that brought him immense joy. After making a single phone call to Chun Yuting, he became absorbed in his work, only to realize days later that he could not reach her. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, prompting him to utilize his connections to search for her in Zuchuching. He soon located her, disheveled and wandering the streets. Upon confirming her whereabouts, he rushed to her side, only to find her on the verge of jumping into the river. Panic surged through him as he embraced her, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Yuting, my mother has finally granted me autonomy. We could be together forever. At that moment, the despair in Chun Yuting's eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of hope. You're not deceiving me. You truly can marry me? Yes, indeed. Upon hearing Wen Liang's promise, Chun Yuting collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, the harrowing experiences of the past month crashing down upon her. Their embrace would undoubtedly alter Wang Yu and Appo's perception of Chun Yuting for just an hour prior. She had professed her commitment to her new life, only to find solace in another man in Appo's arms. Wang Yu, feeling unsettled after his encounter with Chun Yuting, sought refuge when Xin and Appo's home, his demeanor devoid of its usual cheerfulness. What troubles you? When Xin inquired during dinner, Wang Yu, finding no reason to conceal the truth from when Xin recounted his afternoon and Appo's experience, leaving her astounded. Your ex-mother-in-law is quite formidable, she remarked, expressing her admiration for Li Yuzhen. I never anticipated such a woman existed. However, it bears no relevance to me. Why do you wear such a serious expression? Do you no longer wish to accompany me? No, it's just that my ex-wife sought me out upon my return, which left me feeling repulsed. When Xin, while sympathetic to Chun Yuting's plight, reasoned that her actions did not warrant pity and offered Wang Yu a few words of encouragement. After dinner, as when Xin held a teacup, she observed Wang Yu's busyness and felt compelled to voice the sentiments she had harbored for days. Having grown accustomed to Wang Yu's attentive care, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. Their relationship was on the precipice of a deeper connection, a realization that Wang Yu also sensed. Yet, considering the child she carried, he hesitated to express his feelings, fearing it might disturb her. After tidying up, they retreated to the bedroom. As when Xin lay down, she gazed at Wang Yu, who was preparing to massage her, and boldly asked, "Will you stay tonight?" Taken aback, Wang Yu momentarily faltered, but upon meeting Wen Xian's hopeful gaze, he nodded. Let us retire early. We can continue the massage in the morning. With that, Wen Xian covered her head with a blanket. All right, as you wish. Wang Yu could not refuse her request, even though he was aware of her pregnancy. He believed he could be cautious. I and Oppos. LL take a shower, he announced. MHM. That night, Wen Xian experienced a tenderness from Wang Yu that was unlike anything she had felt before. He treated her as if she were a precious gem, exercising utmost care throughout. And she found immense satisfaction in his embrace, sleeping soundly and blissfully. As dawn broke, they awoke simultaneously. Wang Yu, gazing at the woman in his arms, could not resist planting a kiss on her forehead. You truly won and amp, Oppos. To reject me? When Xian, resembling a languid kitten, nestled against his chest. Never, but I am already 45. In a few years, you will remain youthful while I will age. A sense of melancholy tinged when Xian and Oppos' voice. How could you possibly grow old? You will always be youthful and beautiful, Wang Yu reassured her, gently cradling her face in his hands, admiring her. When Xian, feeling shy under his intense gaze, playfully pinched him. Enough of the flattery. I only hope we can be together for a few years. When the time comes, I shall leave on my own. The stark reality of their age difference weighed heavily on Wen Xian, leading her to resolve that when she could no longer maintain her beauty, she would part ways with Wang Yu. Miss One, follow me, Wang Yu instructed, leading her to a full-length mirror without offering an explanation, regardless of their attire. Standing behind her, he embraced her tightly, resting his head gently atop hers. Look, do you not see something different about yourself? Initially shy and with her eyes closed, Wen Xian could not resist opening them when she heard Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos' words. Upon seeing their reflection in the mirror, she instinctively pinched his waist. You're insufferable. Release me at once. Feeling her struggle, Wang Yu found it challenging to maintain composure. Do not move. Take a moment to observe your transformation, he urged, tightening his hold on her as he coaxed her to face the mirror. Chapter 55. Persuasion. Seeing that Wang Yu was not jesting, Wenxin suppressed her bashfulness and gazed intently at her reflection in the mirror. Her figure remained flawless, her skin as pristine as snow, and her complexion glowed with a rosy radiance. The fine lines that had once troubled her had vanished. She promptly broke free from Wang Yu's embrace, took a few steps forward, and scrutinized her face in the mirror with earnestness. She observed for a long time, so long that tears welled up and trickled down her cheeks. Hey, don't cry, Wang Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to console her. A pregnant woman's emotions should not fluctuate excessively, and Wenxin's state worried him. He had exerted considerable effort in recent days to avert the risk of miscarriage. No, I'm not crying, Wenxin stammered, hastily wiping her cheeks. She whirled around and embraced Wang Yu tightly, her voice trembling slightly. It must be you, right? ISN and Oppos. You who once told me about a method to delay aging? Is it all true? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu smiled tenderly and replied softly, of course. When have I ever deceived you? However, Wenxin was not satisfied with this response. Her curiosity piqued. She pressed on. But how is it achieved? Tell me. Her round eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge and exploration. Meeting Wenxin and Amp, Oppos' unwavering gaze, Wang Yu's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. He deliberately drawled, "Oh, do you truly desire to know?" Wenxin nodded emphatically, affirming her eagerness to learn the truth. A mischievous glint flickered in Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos' eyes as he smiled slyly. Wenxin, in turn, regarded him with unwavering trust and anticipation, her gaze becoming even more resolute. Very well, I shall elucidate, he declared. With that, they reclined side by side once more, their bodies pressed close. Wang Yu inhaled deeply and began. I have been diligently cultivating a unique and potent technique. Wenxin and Oppos' interest was immediately piqued. What kind of wondrous technique is it? She inquired eagerly. Wang Yu smiled mysteriously. Plain coy. The name of the technique is inconsequential. What matters is its remarkable effect. It can grant us eternal youth. Wenxin and Amp, Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. Really? That and Amp, Oppos' incredible. But how do you accomplish it? Is it through daily massages? Wang Yu shook his head gently, explaining with a smile, it and oppose. It's not quite that simple. Then what is it? Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you. As Wang Yu narrated, Wenxin gradually gained a semblance of understanding, yet something felt amiss. However, considering her rejuvenated state, appearing at least a decade younger, she could not help but believe him. I didn't end oppose. To deceive you, did I? Wang Yu asked, quite pleased with himself. No, my dear husband, you and oppose. Wonderful. He mused to himself. I knew no woman could resist such a temptation. He planned to request a leave of absence from the hospital and return to his village with Yan to inform his parents of their relationship and propose marriage to the Song family. I'm leaving now. I'll visit you in a couple of days. Wang Yu kissed Wenxin's forehead once more and departed. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu headed straight to Director Han's office. After explaining his purpose, Han Kuan readily approved a 3-day leave. Leaving the director's office, Wang Yu intended to visit Yan, planning to purchase a new car for her that day and take her home in the afternoon. He had been too occupied to replace their vehicle, but now he finally had the opportunity. Dr. Wang, quickly. Director Su is looking for you, Tian exclaimed, rushing toward Wang Yu, who was lost in thought. She grasped his hand and pulled him along. Ah, what's wrong? Tian, hurry. The police just brought in a patient with multiple gunshot wounds. Director Su wants you to assist immediately. Don't pull me. Gunshot wounds are a matter for surgery, not gynecology, Wang Yu protested. Just hurry. Saving lives is paramount. There's no time to explain. Seeing the anxious and flustered nurse, Wang Yu hesitated no longer and sprinted toward the operating room. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a dozen police officers gathered, their faces grim. Make way. Dr. Wang is here, Tian announced loudly, pushing through the crowd. The officers promptly cleared the path. Before Wang Yu could react, Tian dragged him inside. After donning protective gear, he went directly to the operating table, where Su Mu was working intently. Seeing Wang Yu, she immediately said, Dr. Wang, the patient is in critical condition with 4 penetrating gunshot wounds and 3 bullets lodged in her body. I'm not confident I can save her, so I must seek your assistance. But I haven't performed surgery before. I don't know what to do in this situation. I'll handle the surgery. I need you to monitor the patient's condition and use your acupuncture to stop the bleeding. You were the one who saved the woman with a massive hemorrhage, weren't you? Very well, I'll do my best. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had noticed upon entering that the patient on the operating table was a woman. With his system, he was confident in monitoring her condition. He immediately took the patient's pulse, and the system displayed her current state, providing even more detailed information than Su Mu had given. Seeing the still bleeding wounds, Wang Yu didn't hesitate. He took out his silver needles and began to staunch the bleeding. After inserting a dozen needles, the bleeding finally stopped. Su Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. She disinfected the 4 penetrating wounds and began to suture them. Wang Yu continued to monitor the patient's condition, using silver needles to stop any new bleeding. They worked together seamlessly, completing the 4 wounds in just over an hour. Only then did Wang Yu have time to examine the injured person, but her face was covered in blood, making it impossible to discern her features. Next, we need to remove the bullets. I'm confident about the bullets in the thigh and abdomen, but the one in the chest is too close to the heart. The risk is too great. I only have a 20% chance of success. Wang Yu thought to himself, don't look at me. The most I've ever done with a knife is butcher a chicken. Most of my medical skills come from the system. Don't expect me to perform such a complex surgery. Dr. Wang, I know you're a highly skilled physician. I hope you won't hide your abilities. In the past month, every patient you've treated, except those in the late stages of cancer or with terminal illnesses, has recovered. You must help me this time. Wang Yu thought, how am I so amazing without even knowing it? I don't know what kind of patients I've seen. Their illnesses may have been complex and difficult to diagnose, but they weren't incurable. Curing so many patients only proves that I'm accurate in my diagnoses and quick in my treatments. Where did you get the idea that my medical skills are so advanced? I haven't cured any cases of diabetes, myocarditis, or pancreatitis. However, seeing Su Mu's expectant gaze, Wang Yu couldn't bear to refuse. Very well, I have some confidence about the heart bullet, but I'll need your help. Following Wang Yu's affirmative response, Su Mu promptly initiated the rescue. As she had indicated, the bullets in the thigh and abdomen were extracted in just over half an hour. Only the most perilous one near the heart remained. Dr. Wang, The patient is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. She sustained these injuries while confronting over a dozen armed assailants single-handedly. Therefore, I implore you to save her. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Wang Yu couldn't help but admire her. A woman facing over a dozen armed thugs was truly courageous. He immediately bestowed a blessing upon the captain, and the system back-end instantly surged by 1241 merit points. Incredible. Is this officer an actual bodhisattva, having performed so many virtuous deeds? The vast amount of merit points elevated Wang Yu's feelings beyond mere admiration for the policewoman, instilling a sense of reverence. Although he was unaware of the specifics of her actions, the merit points spoke volumes. Director Su, when you follow my instructions during the surgery with our combined efforts, we will undoubtedly save her. With that, Wang Yu produced the silver needles and motioned for Su Mu to cut open the clothing on the chest. Soon, the wound was exposed before Wang Yu, the thumb-sized bullet hole appearing so gruesome and dreadful. Composing himself, Wang Yu swiftly inserted 5 needles, immediately staunching the blood that was still seeping out. Make an incision here, a transverse cut of 30 millimeters, 14 millimeters deep into the flesh. Wang Yu began to instruct Su Mu, as he knew what to do but currently lacked the capability. Su Mu nodded and meticulously followed Wang Yu's instructions, making the incision. Despite this being their first collaboration, they worked harmoniously, quickly exposing the bullet. At this point, the procedure was mostly successful. Extracting the bullet with forceps would essentially complete the surgery. Director Su, the faster the bullet is removed, the better, even if it causes secondary damage externally. Through the system, Wang Yu knew that the blood vessel beneath the bullet was already ruptured. The absence of bleeding was solely due to the compression of the bullet and the surrounding muscle. If they proceeded cautiously, the ruptured vessel would inevitably cause severe internal bleeding once relieved of the bullet's pressure. Therefore, speed was essential to allow ample time for Wang Yu to use silver needles to stop the bleeding, lest the policewoman succumb to excessive blood loss. Although Su Mu was uncertain of Wang Yu's rationale, she chose to trust him. Ready, begin. As Wang Yu's words faded, Su Mu swiftly extracted the bullet. A jet of blood spurted from the wound, and Wang Yu immediately began applying the needles with such speed that only afterimages were visible. In a brief moment, he inserted 12 needles, complementing the 5 previously inserted, successfully stopping the bleeding. Observing Wang Yu's miraculous acupuncture techniques, Su Mu's eyes gleamed with admiration. What are you looking at? Apply the medicine quickly and suture the blood vessels. Noticing Su Mu's decompression. After over 2 hours of surgery, the policewoman's life was finally saved. Wang Yu and Su Mu walked out of the operating room together. Doctor, how is our captain? A dozen police officers immediately surrounded them. However, only one spoke. The surgery was successful. Once the patient passes the critical 24-hour period, she can be transferred to a regular ward. Su Mu's words brought smiles to the faces of the officers. They immediately prepared to salute her. No, this surgery was entirely thanks to Dr. Wang. I only had a 20 chance of success and assisted Dr. Wang throughout. What? You assisted me? It was clearly me assisting you. Before Wang Yu could react, he was surrounded. Since Su Mu was a woman, the officers had refrained from being overly enthusiastic, but now that it was Wang Yu, they buried him in their fervor. However, they remained restrained, expressing their gratitude before allowing Wang Yu to leave. After changing clothes, Wang Yu noticed it was already noon. He decided to have lunch with Yuan before buying the car. Dr. Wang, would you like to have lunch together? Su Mu, having changed her clothes, directly stopped Wang Yu from leaving. Looking at Director Su, Wang Yu felt a sense of unease. What was wrong with this woman today? Wasn't she usually aloof? I'm having lunch. Before Wang Yu could finish, Su Mu interrupted him. Are you having lunch? Yes. There was no way to lie. Then let's go together. And after lunch, you can attend to other matters. Wang Yu didn't know how to refuse Su Mu's offer and gave up on the idea of having lunch with his little sweetheart. All right, let's go to the cafeteria. Wang Yu prepared to head towards the cafeteria. Let's eat out. My treat, Su Mu said, and without waiting for Wang Yu's agreement, she pulled him towards the parking lot. Anything will do. There's no need to spend so much. Wang Yu sat in the luxurious private room, gazing at the exquisite dishes, and couldn't help but marvel to himself. This woman was really extravagant. A set meal cost 888 yuan. Was this dining or consuming gold? Dr. Wang, I'm truly grateful to you today. Sumu was filled with gratitude. There's really no need. Saving lives is what we doctors should do. Wang Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed. Was such formality necessary? No. When Nan Nan was brought here, I had no confidence at all. You saved her. As Sumu spoke, her eyes grew slightly red. Nan Nan, do you know that policewoman? Hearing Sumu's term of address, Wang Yu knew there must be a connection between them. Yes, Nan Nan is my best friend. My only friend. I almost lost her today. Thinking about how her best friend had almost died, Sumu felt a lingering sense of dread. Oh, I see. Your friend is truly admirable, daring to face so many armed thugs alone. Recalling the policewoman's gunshot wounds, Wang Yu felt shocked. Yes, she has always been brave since she was young. Wang Yu's words reminded Sumu of when Nan Nan was in kindergarten and had beaten the older boys so badly that they would run away at the sight of her. You invited me to dinner because of this? I suppose so. The dishes are all here, Dr. Wang, please, she said, placing a piece of rib on Wang Yu's plate. Wang Yu didn't stand on ceremony and declined Sumu's further offerings. He began to eat with his chopsticks. He had to admit that the 888 yuan set meal was indeed better than the cafeteria food. When he had the chance, he would bring Wen Xian, Qian, and Yuan to try it together. Sumu ate slowly, her gaze mostly fixed on Wang Yu, and watching him eat with such relish, the smile on her face deepened. After finishing the meal, Wang Yu directly took his leave. Since he no longer wanted that car, he and Yuan could take a taxi to pick up the car and drive directly back to the village from the dealership. He could sell the car later. Watching Wang Yu's departing figure, Sumu, who had been single for many years, gently bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists. A strong possessiveness was revealed in her eyes. Chapter 57. Upon returning home, Wang Yu found himself bound. Yuan, what do you think of this car? Do you like it? After purchasing the vehicle, he refused to leave without insisting on buying her one as well. Brother Yu, there's no need. Chunmei and I can just take Sister Qian's car to work every day. It's unnecessary to spend so extravagantly. Do not decline. Consider this a betrothal gift. Just choose one that pleases you. Upon hearing the term betrothal gift, Yuan found herself unable to refuse. However, in an effort to spare Wang Yu some expense, she pointed to a modest QQ car worth several thousand, exclaiming that she only wanted that one. Irritated, Wang Yu slapped her firmly on the backside within the showroom, disregarding her pouty expression. In the astonished gaze of the sales staff, he proceeded to purchase a luxury car worth $1 million. It was worth noting that while he had bought himself a car for just over 400,000, he was willing to spend over $1 million for his woman. The female sales representatives looked at Yuan with envy and jealousy. After settling the payment, Wang Yu instructed for Wen's new car to be driven to Tianjia restaurant. He made a call to Sun Dushing for assistance and then returned to the village. As for Chunmei, having just started her job, requesting leave would adversely affect her future prospects. Despite being part of the same family as Sun Qian, it was even more crucial to perform well and not bring shame to his sister-in-law. This was Wang Yu's own understanding. As for Chunmei's thoughts, those would have to wait until he and Yuan returned. On the way back to the village, Wang Yu drove with one hand, his face aglow with happiness. Yuan, her cheeks flushed, tightly closed her eyes and bit her lip, gripping the seatbelt across her chest. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she pinched Wang Yu's mischievous hand fiercely. She then reclined the seat back and crawled to the rear, adjusting her clothing and reflecting on the earlier events, wishing she could bite that rascal again. As the saying goes, joy begets vitality. Wang Yu, driving the new car with his beloved wife, hummed merrily, relishing the fruits one had peeled for him. Their joy was palpable. Before long, they arrived back in the village. Wang Yu first escorted Yuan to her home before returning to his own. It was still early for dinner, and the front door was ajar. The fragrant smoke rising from the kitchen made Wang Yu's mouth water. "Mom, I'm home," he exclaimed, pushing open the door and heading straight for the kitchen, where his mother was still busy. He felt immense joy at seeing her, recalling the promise he had made when leaving the village, which he had now fulfilled. The thought of the 2 children expected in 9 months filled him with delight. His mother's long-held wish was finally coming true, and he finally had a reason to bring his parents to the city and care for them. In less than 2 months since the divorce, He found himself with 3 women, 2 children, and assets worth over 10 million. Indeed, Chen Yuding had been a calamity. He resolved to keep his distance from her in the future. Mom. Turning around, his mother saw her beloved son and opened her arms to embrace him. However, she grabbed the rolling pin from the counter and swung it at him. What you said on the phone is true. You did not deceive me. I did not lie. Mom, everything I said is true. I returned to the village with her today. Wang Yu, ignoring the rolling pin, pulled her into an embrace and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. His mother was pleased with her son's demeanor, yet her attention quickly shifted to the daughter-in-law. Pinching Wang Yu's ear, she pulled him away and left the kitchen, eager to meet her new daughter-in-law. After circling the courtyard and glancing inside, she found no sign of anyone. Where's she? Where's my daughter-in-law? The old lady felt her son had once again tricked her and, in a fit of anger, demanded answers from Wang Yu. Mom, please sit. Do not be angry. This daughter-in-law is someone you know well. Who? Do not give me that cheeky smile. I know many people. Hurry up and tell me who it is. Chun Mei's classmate, the daughter of Uncle Song. You and that girl? Yes, we returned together. She must have already informed her family by now. Upon hearing this, Wang's mother stood up abruptly and paced the room. What were you thinking? Pursuing a girl who is still single while being a divorcee? When Uncle Song comes over to confront you, I will not intervene. Wang Yu shrank back at her words, remembering that Uncle Song was known for his temper and that Yuan had 2 older brothers. Burly figures who could easily carry a gas can up 6 flights of stairs. As he worried, a commotion erupted outside. Curious, Wang Yu stepped out to investigate. Goodness, is the Song family coming in full force? A dozen strong men surrounded Uncle Song and his 2 sons, their faces flushed with fury as they stood at Wang Yu's door, ready to speak. They spotted Wang Yu's head peeking out. You little rascal. So you are at home, Uncle Song exclaimed, unable to contain his anger. After raising his daughter for over 20 years, she had been taken advantage of by this scoundrel within just a few days. Initially, having seen Wang Yu's striking features, he felt he was a decent fellow. Upon hearing of Wang Yu and Appo's divorce, he even expressed regret. Little did he know this rascal would turn around and take advantage of his daughter. Uncle Song, please do not be angry. Listen to me. Listen to what? Bind him up. With that command, the group of strong men surged forward and quickly bound Wang Yu. Just then, Wang Yu's mother emerged from the house. Wang's daughter-in-law, I will not discuss matters with you women. Go fetch your man. I will wait here for him to give me an explanation. With that, she waved the men away. Wang Yu's mother, witnessing her son being carried off like livestock, immediately panicked. She rushed back inside, grabbed her phone, and called her husband. Hurry back. The Song family has taken our son. What? That old scoundrel Song, Jianjun dares to kidnap my son? Enough talk. Come back quickly. Our son has been with their girl. With the Song girl? The simmering anger of Wang's father evaporated upon hearing this. My son is impressive. He has inherited my prowess. His demeanor shifted instantly. The earlier bravado vanished as he smiled at Wang's mother. This daughter-in-law seems quite promising. Wait for me. I will return at once and finalize this marriage proposal tonight. Hey, did you not hear me? Our son has been taken away. Do you not need to save him before discussing marriage? Do not worry, that lad is tough. A few knocks will be worth it for a new wife. You should find a matchmaker and prepare some gifts. We shall go to the Song family tonight to propose. Chapter 58. Never flaunt wealth in front of your future father-in-law and your own dad. In-laws. Wang Yu's father, along with relatives, arrived at the Song residence bearing an abundance of gifts, their faces beaming as they greeted Song Jianjun, who was seated in the courtyard. Wang Yu, bound to the side, was completely ignored. Wang Zhantao, hold your tongue. Who's your in-law? Song Jianjun retorted, his nostrils flaring with anger. He had intended to give the Wang family a stern reception, but Wang Zhantao and Appo's unconventional approach caught him off guard. The sight of Wang and Appo's relatives carrying pigs, sacks of grain, and oil, along with trays piled high, resembled a dowry presentation rather than a peace negotiation. In-law, Don and Appo's, TB Cross. My son is unwed, and your daughter is unmarried. They and Appo's read deeply in love. We, as elders, shouldn't stand in the way, Wang Zhantao said, disregarding Song Jianjun's fury. He put his arm around Song Jianjun's shoulders, acting like old friends. The Song family's relatives, unsure of how to react without Song Jianjun's instructions, were soon charmed by the Wang family's women, who showered them with compliments. Before long, each one held a handful of candy and pockets full of melon seeds and peanuts. Wang's mother and Song's mother engaged in animated conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Old Song, I've come with the utmost sincerity. Your daughter will be well cared for in our family. We know each other well. Why the long face? Song Jianjun thought, damn it, my precious daughter has been taken by your son, and I'm still upset about it. I'm already being nice by not punching you. Do you expect me to greet you with a smile? The Song family courtyard was in disarray, with the two families chatting, eating candy, and snacking on melon seeds, showing no signs of conflict. Dad, untie me, Wang Yu pleaded, seeing his family's arrival. Stay put and don't interfere with my discussion with your future father-in-law, Wang Zhantao retorted. Wang Yu was speechless, questioning whether he was truly his father's son. He turned to his mother, but she turned away, ignoring him. I'm definitely not their biological child. He thought, Old Song, look at this 888 yuan. It shows our sincerity, Wang Zhantao declared, unveiling a red cloth on a tray, revealing neatly stacked cash. He then uncovered another tray, revealing a set of gold jewelry, complete from head to toe, atop red silk. The once chaotic courtyard fell silent as everyone gaped at the display of wealth. The Wang family was truly going all out. Dowries exceeding 10,000 yuan were rare in the village, making this a truly eye-opening sight. This is the dowry from our family. Old Song, say something. Does this seal the deal? Wang Zhantao's words echoed in the quiet courtyard as everyone's attention turned to Song Jianjun. Song Jianjun was stunned by the sight before him. He had never seen so much money and had never expected Wang Zhantao to be so generous. His daughter had confessed to her relationship with Wang Yu in the afternoon, admitting to her mother that they had been intimate. Song Jianjun was furious, but what could he do? His evening visit was merely to vent his anger and give the Wang family a hard time, ensuring his daughter wouldn't be mistreated after marrying into their family. However, seeing the Wang family's genuine affection for his daughter, his anger subsided. Wang Zhantao, are you planning to live in poverty? Do you want my daughter to suffer? Song Jianjun asked. Keep the jewelry, but take the money back. Old Song still cared deeply for his daughter and couldn't accept such a large dowry. He had now agreed to the marriage and was prepared to return all the cash. As for the jewelry, it was meant for his daughter and would eventually be brought back to his home. Can you untie me first? Wang Yu asked, seeing his father emptying the family coffers for his sake. He had been tied up for 2 hours and was growing anxious. Song Jianjun waved his hand, and several Song family members untied Wang Yu. Stretching his wrists, Wang Yu walked to the tray, wrapped the cash in a cloth, and stuffed it into his father's arms. Song Jianjun, who had been on the verge of relenting, scowled at Wang Yu's impudence. Dad, take it back. This little bit of money is embarrassing, Wang Yu said, silencing Wang Zhantao, who was about to scold him. Do you know this is all we have? I've gone all out for you, and you dare say it's embarrassing? I'll beat you to death today, Wang Zhantao threatened. Wang Yu ignored him, pulled out a check, and placed it on the tray. This is the dowry I prepared specifically for Yaxin. Wang Zhantao paused, stunned. Song Jianjun's face darkened, and the cigarette fell from his mouth unnoticed. The onlookers stood frozen, their eyes glued to the check. Wang Zhantao, being a village official, recovered quickly. He picked up the check and examined it. It was genuine. This kid was even more ruthless than his old man. How much bewitching soup did that Song girl feed him? He wondered. All right, Dad, don't embarrass yourself. It's just a little money. Why are you so excited? Wang Yu said, feeling ashamed of his father's lack of sophistication. Uncle Song, what other requests do you have? As long as I can fulfill them, I will. All right, I bought Yaxin a car this afternoon. It wasn't expensive, only a little over $1 million. It's also part of the dowry. I'll deliver it in a few days after the paperwork is done. Song Jianjun, who had just managed to calm down, was nearly stunned again by Wang Yu's words. Is this what people say? A little money, no sophistication, $1 million car that didn't cost much? Kid, I think you're here to show off, not to propose, Song Jianjun said. Woman, take the gifts. I agree to the marriage. He exchanged a glance with Wang Zhantao. Wang Yu's ostentatious display had deeply wounded the two old men's fragile egos. With the engagement settled, The following actions became a family matter. Beat him. The two old men, in perfect unison, began to attack Wang Yu. No sophistication, eh? Showing off in my house, huh? Making me lose face, huh? Asking me to make requests, huh? Uncle Song. Dad, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Wang Yu cried. The courtyard erupted in chaos as the two enraged old men chased after him. Seizing an opportunity, Wang Yu jumped over the wall and fled. Chapter 59. The brother-in-law's unchivalrous drinking game. Witnessing the rascal's clandestine escape over the wall, the two patriarchs exchanged amused glances. The preceding tension dissolving into mirth. Wife, prepare a feast to honor our esteemed guests and kin. Brother Song, the lad is capable. You ought to accept his gesture. Wang Zhantao, though taken aback by his son's audacity, had no intention of reclaiming the check. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, having absconded, winced in agony, the paternal and prospective paternal figures having dealt rather harsh blows. Yet, it seemed his union with Yan was now assured. Alas, he mused, why did my vainglorious display not yield the results depicted in literature? Should not my father have marveled at my potential and proclaimed, my son possesses the makings of an emperor? And should not my future father-in-law have shed tears of joy, extolling me as an exceptional son-in-law? Instead, I received a sound thrashing from both elders. Lost in thought, Wang Yu found himself at the familiar rear mountain, a peculiar sensation enveloping him. Something ineffable awaited him. Gazing upward, he beheld the newly erected mountain shrine, recalling the fateful slap that had altered his destiny. Indeed, I have been remiss in this matter, having intended to examine the mountain deity statue. However, it is not too late. Returning now might invite further chastisement. I might as well ascend and investigate. Resolving to do so, Wang Yu commenced his ascent. The rear mountain was not particularly lofty, the summit a mere 300 meters above the base. Within 10 minutes, Wang Yu stood before the mountain shrine, the sensation intensifying. Something undoubtedly awaited him within. Without hesitation, he pushed open the doors and entered. The system's voice echoed as he crossed the threshold. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Gilded Temple. Would you like to bind it? Wang Yu promptly affirmed. Binding successful. The system has unlocked a new mode. New mode unlocked. Host, please consult the details. The system's pronouncement ceased, and Wang Yu observed a novel interface. A mountain deity must safeguard the local populace, thereby enabling the divine protection. Divine protection ensures favorable weather conditions, abundant harvests, wards off evil, and preserves the peace of the local inhabitants. Current protective range, 20 kilometers radius. Activating protection mode consumes 100 merit points per day. Having perused the introduction, Wang Yu stood in stunned silence, realizing he had indeed inherited the mantle of the mountain deity. Could the previous deity have been a villager? Yet, no elderly individuals have passed in the last 6 months. Inscrutable. However, the divine protection feature elated him, granting him the ability to safeguard his homeland and improve the lives of his fellow villagers. This land has nurtured me. Now that I possess the means, I must reciprocate. Wang Yu surveyed his merit points. 13,492. At a cost of 100 points per day, it shall last quite some time. Furthermore, my daily earnings exceed 300 points, so I need not fear depletion. And there is the daily blessing. Having bestowed it upon the policewoman, I gained over 1,000 points. Once I discern the proper application, my merit point accumulation shall undoubtedly accelerate. He promptly activated the divine protection, diminishing his merit points by 100. Upon activation, Wang Yu felt a gentle breeze sweep through the area, and a fine drizzle began to fall within a 20-kilometer radius. He could distinctly sense the land beneath his feet exuding an aura of familiarity. The rope marks and swelling from the elder's assault gradually subsided. Within minutes, Wang Yu felt invigorated, devoid of discomfort. As he reveled in this sensation, his phone rang. It was his mother. Hello, mother. What is it? Where have you run off to? Come home for dinner. We are waiting for you. His mother's reproach could not mask her elation. Very well, mother. I shall be there presently. Having concluded the call, Wang Yu, in high spirits, hastened toward the Song residence. He felt light as a feather, his strength seemingly augmented. Upon entering the Song household, He observed 2 tables arrayed in the living room, some 20 individuals engaged in convivial drinking. His father and Uncle Song sat together, beaming like true brothers. "Come, sit here." Wang Zhantao, spotting his son at the entrance, gestured toward the vacant seat at his table. "Where's mother?" Upon taking a seat, Wang Yu noticed the absence of women and inquired about his mother's whereabouts. "The women are in the inner room. Your mother is there as well," Song Jianjun explained, now less resentful of his prospective son-in-law, acknowledging that capable individuals are universally esteemed. "Uncle Song, where is Yan? May I have a word with her?" Wang Yu, perceiving the shift in his future father-in-law's demeanor, seized the opportunity to request a meeting. Song Jianjun, upon hearing Wang Yu's request, recalled the lad's preemptive actions and his seduction of his daughter, and remained silent, engrossed in his libations with Wang Zhantao. Undeterred, Wang Yu shrugged off the snub, reasoning, "If you will not grant permission, I shall seek her out myself." He prepared to rise and venture into the inner room, but Yan's 2 brothers were not mere ornaments. Each seized a shoulder, preventing Wang Yu from rising. "Brother-in-law, whatever it is, it can wait until tomorrow. For now, remain seated." Yan's elder brother scrutinized Wang Yu, his urge to strike him intensifying. He had stealthily seduced his younger sister. The thought incensed him. "Come, brother-in-law, let us drink." Yan's second brother offered a cordial toast. "Brother-in-law, I am not much of a drinker." Wang Yu felt apprehensive in the presence of his future brothers-in-law. "Drink." The elder brother-in-law afforded Wang Yu no recourse, filling his glass to the brim with white liquor. "Well, if you insist, I shall not refuse." Wang Yu lifted his glass and commenced drinking with his brothers-in-law. After half an hour, the second brother-in-law was honorably escorted away, his utterances unintelligible. Wang Yu, having seen off the inebriated brother-in-law who had succumbed after a mere kilogram of liquor, smiled and refilled his glass, accosting the fleeing elder brother-in-law. "Come, elder brother-in-law, let us drink." Witnessing Wang Yu's audacity, the Song patriarch slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Very well, let us drink." He drained his glass and summoned, "Huzi, Shirtu, Sanwa, come and entertain your brother-in-law." Wang Yu turned to behold 3 strapping youths in their 20s, armed with glasses, encircling him. "Good heavens, elder brother-in-law, that is most unsporting. Heh, you shall not prevail in my domain." That evening, Wang Yu imbibed an immeasurable quantity, feeling as though the Song brothers were beasts, conspiring to overwhelm him. His cousins, meanwhile, watched the spectacle with amusement, offering no assistance. He ultimately lost consciousness, unaware of how he returned home. It seems that a son-in-law ought not be too presumptuous in his in-law's abode. Chapter 60. Under the pressure of 2 uncles, Wang Yu takes flight the next morning. Wang Yu awoke, still feeling the throbbing ache in his head. His mother brought him a bowl of honey water, which he was now sipping. "Mom, where's Dad?" Putting down the bowl, Wang Yu felt significantly better. "He is still asleep. You both drank too much last night and had to be carried back." It seemed the Song family had not only dealt with him, but had also taken care of his father. "Mom, have all the discussions concluded? Is the wedding date set?" Wang Yu, who had only managed to stay conscious until he saw the first hot dish, had no recollection of the subsequent events. Even the date of his own engagement remained a mystery. "Not yet. I spoke with Wen's mother yesterday. We're having a meal together at noon today to discuss everything properly. With both heads of the families intoxicated, no agreements could be made, leaving Wang Yu's mother somewhat displeased. "All right, but I can't drink anymore at noon." "Well, who told you to drink? I tried to stop you. Now go lie down for a bit." Wang Yu, shaking his head, put down the bowl and returned to bed, drifting back into a light slumber. In his drowsiness, he felt an itch in his nose and instinctively swatted at it, only to touch a soft little hand. The familiar scent wafted to him, prompting Wang Yu to open his eyes in disbelief. "Sister Qian, what are you doing here? Chumei brought me. You and Yowen have such significant matters, and didn't he inform me? I'm truly hurt." Indeed, it was difficult to guard against one's own kin. Wang Yu had intended to finalize matters with One before informing Sun Qian, but it appeared he had been betrayed by his own sister. "I simply felt it was unfair to you, which is why I kept it from you. Enough, I'm not here to trouble you. As One is an employee of my shop, as the owner, I must come to extend my congratulations." "Hee, Sister Qian, you certainly have a way with words." Wang Yu felt a bit awkward, After all, he was engaged to Yuan, yet another woman was intruding on their moment. Have you met my mother? Yes. I've met your aunt. You didn't say anything, did you? Wang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, as he was not yet prepared to reveal everything to his parents. No, we simply exchanged greetings. Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. Sun Qian replied, slightly annoyed. She too had felt nervous upon meeting Wang Yu's mother, who was unaware of her true identity, while Sun Qian knew precisely that she was to be her daughter-in-law. Feeling bashful during her first encounter with her future mother-in-law, Sun Qian spoke less freely than usual. Her soft and gentle demeanor leaving Chun Mei astonished. And my mother? She went out to buy groceries with your father. And Chun Mei? She's outside keeping watch for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come in. With both parents absent and a lookout stationed outside, Wang Yu felt a sense of mischief arise. Hey, Sister Qian, what are you doing, Xiaoyu? It's South broad daylight. Close the door and the curtains draw them. Chun Mei, sitting outside and playing on her phone, could vaguely hear the commotion inside, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. With gritted teeth, she dashed over to close the door, then hurried back outside, shutting the gate behind her with a deep breath. That cousin of mine is truly outrageous, daring to act like that in broad daylight. Over an hour later, Sun Qian emerged, her face flushed, and upon spotting Chun Mei sitting at the entrance, she purposely cleared her throat. Sister-in-law, you're out. After putting away her phone and exchanging pleasantries, the two girls found themselves at a loss for words. Chun Mei and Appo's face was still red, and she was unsure what to say. Let us go find you one, after all. I'm here to bring her blessings on behalf of the shop. All right, sister-in-law, I'll take you there. Don't call me sister-in-law. Refer to me as boss or sister. Wang Yu, now in high spirits, felt no more headache or fatigue. His energy was rejuvenated. Humming a tune, he was in exceedingly good spirits. Xiaoyu, come help wash the vegetables. His mother's voice echoed from the courtyard. Coming, Mom. The family of three, along with two neighbor sisters who came to assist, busied themselves in the kitchen, while the smoke from the Wang family kitchen began to rise. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Song family, Sun Qian was met with a warm welcome. After presenting a generous gift of 100,000 yuan, Song Jianjun was momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, Wang Yu had played him for a fool, and now this beautiful girl, dressed in elegant attire, was revealed to be the owner of his daughter's workplace, a wealthy individual in the city, yet with the heavy cash in his hands. The elder Song was at a loss for words. Was it due to his limited education? Were city dwellers truly this generous? This was a sum that could purchase a considerable amount of rice. Thank you, Sister Qian. After some polite refusals, seeing Sun Qian's firm resolve, Yuan ultimately accepted the money. The three girls then retreated to Yuan's bedroom, where they began to chatter animatedly. By noon, Song Jianjun gathered the family and invited Sun Qian to accompany them to the Wang household. Considering she was his daughter's employer and had proven so generous, he believed it would reflect well on him to bring her along. However, upon arriving at the Wang family home, he discovered that Wang Yu's mother was already acquainted with Sun Qian, their conversation displaying a familiarity that made him retract his desire to boast. The two families convened, first establishing the wedding date for the 10th of the upcoming month, and then deliberating on various details. Yet, Yuan and Wang Yu were left in the dark, merely listening as the elders discussed traditions and protocols. Wang Yu's two uncles regarded him with challenging expressions after their brother had been carried away the previous day. The other had not held out much longer. Although Wang Yu had been subdued by other members of the Song family, they had not fared significantly better. Feeling the tension, they sought to regain their dignity. Unfazed, Wang Yu ignored their glares, smiling brightly as he served Yuan. Beneath the table, their hands engaged in playful mischief, causing Yuan to contemplate pinching his flesh just to assert her irritation. Let us settle this, in-laws. Agreed, we'll arrange a grand celebration together. With the two elders reaching a consensus, the engagement banquet drew to a close. After the gathering, Wang Yu considered making his exit, sensing the disapproving gazes of his uncles. He felt that if he lingered until evening, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the Song family brothers. He quickly approached his parents, claiming he had patients awaiting him at the hospital and needed to return after the matters were concluded. Wang Zhantao remained nonchalant, but his mother seemed reluctant to see him go. Don't worry, Mom. After Yuan gives birth, you'll have plenty to do. I must leave now. Once the car exited the village, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. He called Yuan to inform her of his early departure and chatted with Sun Qian for a while. After hanging up, he headed towards Shuyu City, reminiscing about when Xin. Since they had confirmed their relationship, they had yet to discuss their future. Moreover, he had not met any of Wen Xion's family. With another day off ahead, he contemplated whether to visit the Wen family. Chapter 61. The warmth of kindness on his journey back to the city. Wang Yu sat in the car with his eyes closed, savoring a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was shattered by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Chen Chusheng. The two had not been in contact since the last incident involving the identification. So this unexpected call from Chen Chusheng took Wang Yu by surprise. Once the call was connected, Chen Chusheng expressed his desire to meet with Wang Yu the following day at the Chen Group to discuss matters. This request left Wang Yu feeling perplexed, considering the tumultuous events Chen had recently endured, which were far more harrowing than his own. Although they had come to understand the truth of the situation and had taken some measures of retribution, the emotional scars from decades of investment were not so easily healed. Moreover, Chen Chusheng held family legacy and the future of his descendants in high regard. He had been contemplating allowing one of Chen Yuding's daughters to inherit her family name, ensuring that someone would come to pay respects even after his passing. However, Li Yuzhen dealt a crushing blow that obliterated Chen Chusheng's hopes. Initially, he had pinned his expectations on his granddaughter, but when the truth was unveiled, he discovered that the daughter he had raised for 30 years was not his biological child. Such a heavy blow would likely have crushed an ordinary person, yet this venerable man had managed to persevere through it all, an admirable feat indeed. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu felt a surge of respect for Chen Chusheng. Without much hesitation, he accepted the invitation, recognizing their shared plight as victims of the same mother-daughter duo, a serendipitous connection. Upon returning home, Wang Yu took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and eagerly descended the stairs. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of the mother of his child, Wen Xin. She reclined lazily on the sofa, clad in a delicate nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her fair, rosy legs crossed, playfully swaying her petite feet. At that moment, she held a book, engrossed in its pages until the sound of the door caught her attention. "Why are you here so early today?" she inquired. "I missed you, so I came," he replied. "Did you think of me at all since I didn't visit yesterday?" "Not really," Wen Xin said, blushing slightly and stumbling over her words, which only endeared her more to Wang Yu. "My dear, since we didn't have a treatment yesterday, let me take a proper look at you now," he suggested, contemplating discussing the visit to the Wen family. Let us talk about that later. The weather tonight is truly delightful." After changing his clothes, Wang Yu sat patiently on the edge of the bed and, gazing at Wen Xin's slightly flushed face, said, "My love, there is something I would like to discuss with you." "What is it?" she asked. "It concerns us, your family. Aren't you going to let me meet them?" Leaning against Wang Yu, Wen Xin savored his gentle caress, but at his words, her body stiffened momentarily as memories of her estranged father resurfaced, the man she had loathed for half her life. "Are you unwilling?" Wang Yu sensed the shift in her mood and leaned down to kiss her forehead softly. "Perhaps we should meet my uncle first. As for my father, let me think it over," she replied. "All right, it's entirely up to you," he acquiesced, noting her sense of disappointment. Wang Yu was keen on changing the subject, not wanting to stress her further during this delicate time. "I remember you mentioned adopting 4 children. Tell me more about them, since they will soon call me Dad after we marry." Wen Xin chuckled, considering the age difference between Wang Yu and her adopted children. "All right, let me share their stories with you. 15 years ago. Do you recall the fire in Shuyu City?" "Yes, I was in my first year of high school, quite close to where it happened. I not only knew about it, but also witnessed it." Then I elaborate further. "I was in the metropolis when I saw it on the news and felt compelled to act. I gathered supplies and headed to Shuyu City." Wen Xin spoke slowly and gently, detailing the fire's causes, progression, and aftermath, as well as the economic losses and human casualties. Each figure resonated deeply with Wang Yu, as her narrative illuminated the tears shed by countless families behind the cold statistics. He felt an overwhelming sense of empathy for the woman in his arms, who had sacrificed so much in response to that tragedy. During the rescue efforts, several firefighters lost their lives in the blaze, their courage and sacrifice highlighting the preciousness of life. I wanted to do something when Sheen continued, so I prepared some money and gifts to support their families, ensuring no hero would bleed and weep in vain. It was then that I adopted my first child. I remember he was just 11 when his father perished, and upon receiving the news, his mother tragically took her own life. With his grandparents long gone, he was left entirely alone. Wang Yu listened intently, profoundly moved by Wen Xin's kindness. 13 years later, I adopted my second child, a girl abandoned by her parents, born with congenital heart disease. Her family exhausted all their resources and borrowed from relatives to save her, but to no avail. In a moment of despair, they left her at the hospital when she was 6. I happened upon her and was reminded of my own childhood, so I took her home. What is her condition now? Wang Yu asked, perking up at the mention of the heart condition, contemplating the possibility of helping her. Her situation is neither good nor bad. 2 years ago, her biological father approached me, wanted to donate his heart to her, but I refused. Oh, those parents were pitiable indeed, to sacrifice everything for their child, yet resort to abandonment when they felt hopeless. Indeed, when Sheen replied. When that couple learned their daughter had been adopted, they were filled with regret and search for her. Upon finding her, the man readily agreed to donate his heart for a transplant. Yet, she declined, not wishing to burden anyone further. I respected her choice. Don't be disheartened. Please take me to see her when the time comes, Wang Yu said. Yes, with your remarkable medical skills. I'm certain you can help her, Wen Xin replied, turning to face Wang Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes pleading with hope. Shall we go tomorrow? Chapter 62. Wang Yu comforts Chen Chuxing's warm words plunge Wang Yu into a state of hesitation. He had already committed to Chen Chuxing's invitation for the following day. A man of his word, he did not wish to break his promise, yet he could not bear to disappoint the hopeful gaze of Wen Xian. Sensing Wang Yu's internal struggle, Wen Xian spoke up, suggesting, shall I bring Wen over, and you can take care of her at home? Sure, that sounds fine. I have some matters to attend to during the day, but I will come over as soon as I'm free, he replied. All right, I will listen to you. Wen Xian said, leaning her head against Wang Yu's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an indescribable joy. My dear, what about the 2 other children? Are they orphans as well? He inquired. Yes, they are siblings, an older brother who is 22 and a younger sister who is 20, both of whom I adopted 13 years ago. Their parents were narcotics officers who perished during a mission. Upon learning their story, I brought them home, and they are now studying in the city. Wang Yu was taken aback by the kindness of his partner. As he tenderly stroked Wen Xian's hair, inhaling the delightful scent, his heart swelled with affection. He had not anticipated that Wen Xian, with her troubled past, had performed so many good deeds over the years. No wonder she had accumulated over 200 merit points in a single blessing. However, upon comparing it to the over 1,000 merit points garnered by the female officer, he felt that Wen Xian's 200 seemed rather meager. He pondered for a long time, unable to decipher the mechanism behind these blessings. As they indulged in their intimacy, a server from the Tianjia restaurant arrived with their meal. After dinner, Wang Yu tidied up the space, exchanged smiles with Wen Xian, and retreated to the bedroom. That night, Wen Xian felt both exhausted and blissful. Wang Yu, with a smile playing on his lips, held her soft body close, falling into a deep and contented slumber. The following morning, after attending to Wen Xian's breakfast and carefully checking her health, Wang Yu made his way to the Chen group. Upon arrival, Chen Chuxing's secretary escorted him directly to the rooftop. There, he found an elderly man standing at the edge, his expression one of profound despair. Wang Yu, initially in good spirits, was taken aback and nearly gasped in alarm. Regaining his composure, he addressed Chen Chuxing, Uncle Chen, as someone who has seen much in life. There is no need for such despair. Please do not contemplate jumping. Think of what your death would mean. Wang Yu suddenly realized that this man appeared to have no family left, his wife gone, his daughter not his own, and he had no idea about the 2 granddaughters. Struggling to find the right words, he rephrased his sentiments. Consider your vast company and wealth. At just over 50, you have many years ahead of you. To leave from here is to lose everything. The once stoic expression on Chen Chuxing's face softened into a smile upon hearing Wang Yu's words. He had come to the rooftop to clear his mind and to speak privately with Wang Yu. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act sparked a flicker of warmth within him. Having been betrayed by family. Rest assured, Xiao Yu, I have not yet exhausted my time. I merely came up to contemplate, he reassured. Wang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite the past grievances with Chen Chuxing, he did not want to witness the man's demise. Uncle Chen, did you summon me for a specific purpose? He asked. Yes, Xiao Yu, I wish to leave my estate to you after my departure. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned by the proposition. Inheriting such a fortune from the Chen group, which had grown from several billion to tens of billions, seemed almost surreal. Could it be that Chen Yuding was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, and his luck had turned since their divorce? The influx of wealth and women had him feeling fortunate about his earlier decision. Uncle Chen, surely you jest. You cannot be serious, Wang Yu responded. Skepticism etched on his face. With a resigned sigh, Chen Chuxing explained, Li Yuzhen is pregnant again. Yesterday, Lu Baoqiang confronted me, calling me a barren man, insisting that no amount of money could bring me a proper send-off in death. I dismissed them, but the thought lingered. What would it matter if I brought the Lu family to ruin? It would not change my fate. Hence I thought of you. I want you to be my godson, to take care of me in my twilight years, and in return, the entire Chen group will be yours. The allure of such a proposition was undeniable, yet Wang Yu did not hesitate to decline. While the prospect of billions was astonishing, the idea of calling him father and caring for him in his old age was unfathomable. However, he did not wish to outright reject the old man, fearing the consequences of his despair. Wang Yu pondered how to refuse without inciting Chen Chuxing's ire. Meanwhile, Chen Chuxing perceived Wang Yu's internal conflict, confident that no one could resist the temptation of such wealth. I could easily ensure his legacy continues through heirs, he mused, considering that both Lu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen were in their 50s, and he could find younger women to bear his children. Once Wang Yu realized the direction in which this conversation was heading, he knew how to respond. Uncle Chen, your company is better left to your own children. You know that Chen Yuding is not my child, Chen Chuxing retorted. Do not rush, uncle. Consider that Lu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen, at similar ages, could still conceive. Surely, finding a younger woman to bear a child would not be insurmountable, Wang Yu urged. Do you think I have not contemplated this? Those two are exceptions. And my health is not what it once was. The odds of fathering a child are akin to winning the lottery, Chen Chuxing lamented. Uncle, I believe you should at least try, and I can assist you. My family possesses an ancestral remedy, believed to have originated from the imperial physicians, which is said to greatly enhance male fertility. Wang Yu and Appo's words ignited a spark of interest in Chen Chuxing. The prospect of having his own child was appealing, rendering the idea of adopting a godson unnecessary. Are you serious? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Chen Chuxing inquired earnestly. Uncle, do you think I would deceive you? I could simply nod and inherit billions. If I were not genuinely willing to assist you, would I make such a suggestion? Wang Yu countered. In other words, there is little risk in trying, and who knows what might come of it. Chen Chuxing found Wang Yu's reasoning compelling, unable to formulate a counterargument. The warmth kindled within him grew, thawing the chill in his heart. Very well, Uncle will heed your advice. Chapter 63, Uncle Chen. Let us conduct an examination upon hearing Wang Yu's words. Chen Chuxing, who had been quite excited moments ago, now found himself engulfed in profound skepticism as he gazed at the nearby Zidushi Male Hospital. Xiao Yu, what on earth have you brought me here for? Uncle Chen, although we have the prescription, it is essential to examine your health. Otherwise, we cannot regulate the dosage, Wang Yu replied earnestly. Chen Chuxing met Wang Yu's sincere gaze and, no longer hesitating, decided that there was no turning back at this point. After registering at the hospital, the two made their way to the infertility treatment room. At the staircase, they were taken aback by the number of people waiting, prompting a reflection on the difficulties couples face in trying to conceive. After queuing for over an hour, it was finally their turn. As they entered the consultation room, a middle-aged female doctor turned her attention toward them. Young man, what seems to be the issue? She inquired. Wang Yu, taken aback by her question, wondered if she was addressing him. Noticing his silence, the doctor then turned to Chen Chusheng, saying, "Old gentleman, why don't Oppos? Do you explain your son and Oppos as predicament? Young people these days are far too shy. Goodness, what a misunderstanding." Wang Yu thought frantically. How could he, such a remarkable individual, be facing infertility? What was wrong with the doctor's perception? "Doctor, you are mistaken. I am not the patient here. It is this esteemed old gentleman," he clarified. In response to the doctor and Oppos' skeptical gaze, Chen Chusheng felt his face flush with embarrassment, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. "Old sir, at your age, it is unnecessary. You already have a son. Why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy your golden years?" The doctor, while preparing the examination forms, earnestly advised Chen Chusheng to abandon his intentions. Having encountered many couples struggling with infertility over the years, this was the first time she had seen someone of such advanced age, 56, seeking to have a child. Casting a critical glance at Wang Yu beside him, she silently criticized him for not discouraging his father's whims, wondering if he genuinely wished to have a younger sibling to care for. Under the doctor's incredulous gaze, the two men left the office, their faces painted with embarrassment. "Wang Yu, I have never felt so humiliated in my life. Are you certain you did not deceive me?" Chen Chusheng, seething with frustration, confronted Wang Yu as they exited the consultation room. "Uncle Chen, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Hurry and get the examination done," Wang Yu insisted, nudging Chen Chusheng into a small compartment. 3 minutes later, Chen Chusheng emerged. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes, astonished. "Was that really so quick? What are you staring at?" Chen Chusheng retorted, feeling utterly insane for having trusted Wang Yu and engaged in such an undignified endeavor. "Let us wait outside," Wang Yu suggested. And soon they found themselves on the staircase, where he offered Chen Chusheng a cigarette, and they began to smoke. "Uncle Chen, do not worry, although it was quick. Do not place too much pressure on yourself," Wang Yu reassured him. Chen Chusheng turned away, ignoring him completely. After finishing their cigarettes, they chatted casually for a while. Wang Yu shared the news that he had become engaged to a childhood sweetheart from the village, with a wedding planned in 2 months. Chen Chusheng offered his congratulations, promising a generous red envelope as a gift, which Wang Yu declined, concerned about the potential embarrassment of having both his father and future father-in-law at the same event. After an hour had passed, the two returned to collect the examination results. Upon announcing their names, Chen Chusheng quickly grabbed the report, drawing the astonished gazes of nurses and patients alike, and rushed out of the hospital. "Uncle Chen, let me see that," Wang Yu requested. "Why do you want to see it? Isn't it for the doctor to examine?" Chen Chusheng countered. "No need. Just hand it over," Wang Yu insisted. Chen Chusheng complied, presenting the results to him. Wang Yu, upon reviewing the figures regarding volume, color, liquefaction time, quantity, and vitality, swiftly dismissed them, focusing instead on the survival rate, which read a meager 0.4%. "Goodness, that is alarmingly low," he remarked. However, as long as it was not 0, there was a chance for success. After all, with billions of sperm in each sample, 0.4%, though seemingly insignificant, would suffice. "Uncle Chen, this is manageable. Gather a few individuals, and I will examine them to see who is suitable," Wang Yu said, cheerfully patting Chen Chusheng on the shoulder. "Very well. Wait here. I will arrange it immediately," Chen Chusheng replied, promptly dialing his secretary. "Secretary Peng, please find me 10 female university students aged 20-24 of exceptional appearance and good health." "Certainly, Chairman. May I inquire about the purpose of this recruitment?" Secretary Peng asked. Chen Chusheng hesitated, realizing he had been somewhat hasty. After a moment of thought, he clarified, "They must be single, with no boyfriends. Inform them that I need them to bear a child for me. The arrangement will last 3 months, regardless of whether they conceive. I will provide 1 million. If they do conceive, it will be 10 million. Understood. Once you identify suitable candidates, please call me. And remember to have them sign a confidentiality agreement." "Of course, Chairman. I will attend to it right away." After overhearing Chen Chusheng's conversation with his secretary, Wang Yu gained insight into the extravagant world of the affluent. It was indeed a realm beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Reflecting on his own dormitory mates, who struggled to find even one girlfriend throughout their university years. He marveled at Chen Chusheng's audacity in seeking 10. Oh, the advantages of wealth. Wang Yu mused. Xiao Yu, let's go out for a meal. Secretary Peng is quite efficient, and it won't take long to find such women. Chen Chusheng's words rendered Wang Yu speechless, as the reality of the situation was undeniable. The allure of 1 million was unfathomable to those who had never faced it, particularly in this era where monetary value reigned supreme. Given Chen Chusheng's status, it was likely that many young women would readily agree, even if it meant foregoing their dignity. Should one of them conceive, it would be a life-altering opportunity, and the odds were substantially higher than winning the lottery. Even if they did not conceive, the experience of a night in a 5-star hotel would be worthwhile. Chen Chusheng led Wang Yu to a 5-star hotel owned by the Chen Group. Inside their nearly 100-square-meter private room, they found themselves alone amidst a lavish spread of dozens of dishes. A beautiful woman played the piano nearby, while 2 female attendants stood by, feeding them. Additionally, 2 more attendants hovered around, ready to remove any dish that lingered on the table for more than 3 seconds, placing it on a side plate. Never before had Wang Yu experienced such treatment, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The life of the wealthy truly was beyond comprehension. Chapter 64. Remaining behind, as Chen Chusheng savored the delectable meal, he intermittently observed Wang Yu, as he had meticulously planned this luncheon. He had envisioned celebrating Wang Yu's acceptance of becoming his godson here, but even without achieving that aspiration, he couldn't let the occasion go to waste. After all, he hadn't enjoyed such lavish treatment in years. Observing Wang Yu's apparent naivete, he felt a surge of satisfaction, somewhat recovering the prestige he had lost at the hospital. Chairman, the ladies have arrived, Secretary Peng announced respectfully at the entrance. Excellent, have them enter. Wang Yu, you may select whichever one pleases you. If none suit your fancy, we shall seek others. Rest assured, Uncle Chun, leave it to me. As they conversed, 10 stunningly beautiful young women entered the suite, exuding youth, beauty, and vitality. Wang Yu, discerning the yearning in their eyes, recognized them as ambitious and driven individuals. Without hesitation, he proceeded to examine each of them, taking their pulses. The women, in the presence of the handsome Wang Yu, displayed no lingering gazes, their attention fixated on Chen Chusheng, who was seated on the sofa. The prospect of a 1 million yuan income over 3 months captivated them, overshadowing any notions of romance or handsome suitors. Upon scanning them with his system, Wang Yu found them all to be in excellent health and highly fertile, a testament to Secretary Peng's competence and efficiency. Uncle Chun, they are all suitable. It depends on your preference. Chen Chusheng, pleased with Wang Yu's response, surveyed the women without a trace of emotion. He addressed Secretary Peng, have them all stay, draw up the contracts, arrange the necessary procedures, and ensure they are available when I require them. Wang Yu was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, good heavens. The old man wants them all. Doesn't he fear exhaustion? Is there a problem, Wang Yu? Chen Chusheng inquired. No, it's your prerogative, Uncle Chun. Wang Yu, after some contemplation, decided not to interfere. The women had already humbled themselves, and he didn't want to deprive them of a chance to earn money. Let me assist you all. Each of you has the opportunity to earn 10 million. He then invoked his divine power of bestowing offspring, enveloping each woman's abdomen in a red aura. You're welcome. Hopefully, the old man will be pleasantly surprised. Uncle Chun, do take it easy. While I can assure you'll have your own children, do mind your health. Rest assured I will. They resumed their meal, and afterward, Wang Yu began drafting a tonic prescription. He had adapted it from one he had previously used for a female patient of similar age to Chen Chusheng. Unconcerned about the potential effects of a prescription designed for women on a man, Wang Yu removed the female-specific ingredients and added several potent ingredients for men, thus creating a secret remedy passed down from the imperial court. Uncle Chun, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. We'll reconnect in a couple of months when the results are in. Very well, go ahead. I shall express my gratitude handsomely once they're pregnant. Excellent. I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Yu then departed, hailing a cab back to his apartment complex. Upon arriving at the cozy home, mindful of the child when Xian had taken in, he decided to knock first. Knock, knock. After knocking, Wang Yu stood erect, no longer retreating, as his status had changed. A lovely young girl opened the door, inquiring, "Are you Uncle Wang?" Hearing the little girl address him as uncle, Wang Yu couldn't help but touch his face, wondering if he appeared that old. However, considering his relationship with Wen Xian, the address was fitting. He smiled and nodded. "Are you in Wan? I and Oppose. Am a friend of your mother." "Oh, Uncle Wang, please come in." She opened the door, inviting Wang Yu inside. Upon entering, Wang Yu noticed Wen Xian and Oppose as slight unease, finding it amusing. It seemed she hadn't disclosed the nature of their relationship. No matter, it wouldn't be long before when Wang would be calling him dad. "Mr. Wang, thank you for coming to examine my daughter," Wen Xian said composedly. "Ms. Wan, you and Amp, Oppose, re too kind. We are friends, and Amp, Oppose, it's only natural to help." Wen Wan sensed something peculiar between the two, though it was none of her concern. Her mother had called that morning, informing her that she had found a skilled doctor who could treat her ailment, and she was deeply touched. Although she was adopted, her mother had been exceptionally kind to her, moving her to tears several times that morning. However, upon seeing the youthful Wang Yu, she couldn't help but wonder if her mother had been deceived. "Uncle Wang, may I inquire about the cost of treating my illness?" The young girl's worry was evident to both of them, who assumed she was concerned about the expenses. "No charge. I'll treat you for free," Wang Yu said gently. Wen Wan's heart sank. "He's after my mom's money and her. He wants both her wealth and her." She began to observe Wang Yu surreptitiously, confirming her suspicions. His lecherous gaze lingered on her mother, accompanied by a malicious smile. "How infuriating. I want to beat him up. What should I do?" Wang Yu, sensing Wen Wan's scrutiny, noticed something amiss. "Did you tell her something? I feel like she and Amp, Oppose, is looking at me rather strangely." He whispered to Wen Xian. "It and Amp, Oppose, as Wen Wan and Amp, Oppose, as first time meeting you. She's just curious. Don't overthink it. Examine her first," Wen Xian said, subtly squeezing Wang Yu's hand in reassurance. Wen Wan witnessed this gesture, and her heart filled with dread. Has it already gone too far? Has my mother been deceived by this villain? I must expose him. I must protect my mother. As Wen Wan's mind raced, Wang Yu sat across from her. "Extend your hand. Let me take your pulse." The old physician was back in action. Though reluctant, Wen Wan obediently extended her small hand. Gazing at the jade-like arm before him, Wang Yu remained composed. "I am not merely a doctor. I may very well be her father in the future. Stay calm. Stay calm." With an unwavering expression, Wang Yu placed his hand on Wen Wan and Oppo's wrist, feeling its coolness and smoothness. This 18-year-old girl was putting Wang Yu to the test. He steadied his mind and began to take her pulse seriously. It was indeed weaker than normal, but he couldn't discern any specific issues. Clearly, his skills were still lacking. He promptly opened the system panel to investigate. Chapter 65. Kitchen-specific latex gloves, thickened, wear-resistant, and puncture-proof when Sheen was indeed correct. This young girl not only suffers from congenital heart disease, but also faces considerable issues in other aspects of her health, with various internal organs exhibiting varying degrees of weakness. The system indicated that her condition is characterized by congenital developmental deficiencies, yet it is not deemed fatal. Through therapeutic massage to activate secondary development and acupuncture to stimulate cellular vitality, coupled with long-term nutritional supplementation and a few potent herbal remedies, there remains hope for her recovery. After reviewing the information, Wang Yu withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplative thought. The system only provided one treatment approach, and the massage aspect posed a challenge for him. After all, there are distinctions between genders, and the nature of his relationship with Wenxin left him uncertain. After some deliberation, he decided it was best to consult Wenxin first. He turned to her, signaling with his eyes that they should speak privately. Wenxin, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and gently pulled Wan Wan to her feet. "Wan Wan, why don't you stay with your mother for a few days? You could take a leave of absence from school for now." "All right, Mom," Wan Wan nodded obediently. "Good, now go buy some daily necessities, and later, I'll treat you to something delicious," Wenxin added. Upon hearing this, Wan Wan realized her mother intended to send her away. She thought to herself that Uncle Wang was truly not a good person. "No, I can't go out. I must protect my mother. Mom, I brought everything I need when I came, so no need to buy more," Wan Wan declared, casting a challenging glance at Wang Yu. "What is this girl looking at me for? Did I offend you?" Wang Yu felt somewhat bewildered by her gaze. Wenxin, with a resigned smile, addressed Wang Yu. The girl has grown up and deserves to know about her condition. Xiao Yu, please speak frankly. Very well, I shall explain briefly, Wang Yu replied. The three of them sat together as he detailed Wan's health issues and outlined the proposed treatment methods. Upon hearing the mention of massage therapy, Wenxin discreetly pinched Wang Yu at the waist, her large eyes casting a reproachful look in his direction. After the surprise attack, Wang Yu felt a bit guilty, forcing a smile despite the discomfort at his waist. This is beyond my control. The treatment methods provided by the system are not my doing. Although the patient is an 18-year-old girl, I truly did not wish to be in this position. Wan observed the subtle interaction between the two, feeling an inexplicable bitterness, realizing that her mother had indeed been swayed by this Uncle Wang. As for her own condition, she had grown accustomed to it over the years and harbored little hope. Wan, let your Uncle Wang give you a try. His medical skills are quite impressive, and he is not a stranger, Wenxin encouraged, glancing at Wang Yu. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Mom, are you suggesting that you too? Wan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Wenxin, struggling to comprehend. After all, her mother had rejected numerous suitors over the years. What charm did this man possess to capture her heart? Seeing Wenxin lay her cards on the table, Wang Yu immediately took her hand in his. Ever since returning, he had longed to touch her. Now he no longer needed to pretend. He gently brushed her hair aside and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, silently asserting his claim over her. Wan was nearly choked by this display of affection, suppressing her displeasure as she looked pitifully at Wenxin, her large eyes blinking rapidly. All right, you're all grown up now. Stop being coy and let Uncle Wang treat you. Wenxin encouraged her daughter, while Wang Yu approached the staff at the Tianjia food court with new requests, noting the importance of being cautious with Wan's dietary needs. As neither he nor Wenxin were equipped to cook, it was best to trouble Sangu. After all, he was reliable for matters like these. After hanging up, he pondered whether he could procure some medicinal ingredients from the hospital and promptly called Su Mu. Director Su, could you assist me with a request? Dr. Wang, you're too courteous. What can I do for you? Well, I have a niece who is unwell. I'd like to prescribe some remedies, and I was hoping to have them prepared at the hospital for me to pick up later. Ah, you want me to help you with the medicine and then brew it? Yes, Director Su. You know you're my only friend at the hospital, so I must trouble you for this. Once the medicine is ready, I will send Tian to collect it. Please send me the prescription first, and I will notify you once it is done. Thank you, Director Su. I owe you a meal. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. All right. After ending the call, Wang Yu felt that Director Su was rather pleasant, often appearing as an icy beauty, yet surprisingly helpful. With the herbal concoction and prescription arranged, the next steps involved acupuncture and massage. He had silver needles at home, but the massage truly posed a dilemma. After some thought, he realized he could not simply jab a stick at the young girl. I'll go fetch the treatment tools. You all prepare for the massage, he announced before slipping away. Upon hearing that Wang Yu intended to massage Wan, Wenxin felt a pang of discomfort. Having undergone massage therapy herself for so long, she understood the intimate nature of such contact. Yet, nothing could outweigh the urgency of her daughter's health. Sighing, though not biologically related, she still worried about any implications Wan might entertain regarding the situation. Resolving to take action, Wenxin took Wan and Appo's small hand and led her to the bedroom. Returning home, Wang Yu noticed a significant layer of dust on the table. He hadn't been home for many days, having stayed with Wenxin since clarifying their relationship, leaving the upstairs apartment unoccupied for quite some time. Turning on the light and retrieving the silver needles, Wang Yu concluded that it was wise to return home to tidy up. With Wan now residing here, he resolved to avoid overstepping. He then proceeded to the kitchen, fetching a brand new pair of latex gloves before heading downstairs. This pair of gloves represent following an exchange of glances. Wang Yu commenced the massage. He could sense the young girl's apprehensive trembling upon initial contact. However, Wang Yu remained unaffected, attributing it to the considerable thickness of the gloves, which rendered any tactile sensation imperceptible. After a period of initial anxiety, when Wan realized that the experience was not as she had imagined, while the massage was indeed soothing, the sensation was cool and firm. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the gloves that encased almost his entire forearm. A sense of relief washed over her as she perceived Wang and Appo's honorable intentions, devoid of any opportunistic exploitation. Perhaps his feelings for her mother were genuine, she mused, turning her gaze towards her mother. She gently tugged at her mother's sleeve. Xin, who had been absorbed in admiring her partner, was caught off guard by her daughter's attention and displayed a hint of embarrassment. When Wan found this amusing, as it had been a long time since she had seen her mother so joyful, albeit bashful. After half an hour, Wang Yu concluded the massage, removed the gloves, and placed them on the table, announcing, "All done. One more session in 3 days should suffice." "Is that all?" Xin asked incredulously, recalling her own extensive 3-hour massage sessions, which were almost daily. The notion that her daughter and Appo's severe condition could be addressed with just half an hour of massage, repeated only twice, aroused her suspicion. Xin and Appo's words caused Wang Yu to feel slightly guilty, as he had indeed exaggerated the benefits of the massage during their initial encounter. Rest assured, there and Appo's no cause for concern. Wan's condition is primarily addressed through acupuncture, he reassured her. Really? Xin's eyes narrowed with suspicion, as if a realization had dawned upon her. She perceived Wang Yu's approach as calculated and manipulative. Recalling her previous feelings of guilt for misjudging him, she now felt a surge of resentment, her fingers instinctively reaching for his waist. She pinched the thin layer of flesh between her fingers and twisted it a full 180 degrees. Wang Yu gasped in pain but refrained from uttering a sound, mindful of Wan, who was tidying the bed. He pleaded with Xin with his eyes, but to no avail, indicating the depth of her displeasure. "Please, my dear, let go. I was wrong," he implored. "I found it odd that treatment required massage, and for 3 hours at a time. Did you have ulterior motives from the start?" she questioned. "No, my dear, listen to me," he protested. "Oh, so you harbored no intentions towards me? Were you merely trying to take advantage of me?" she retorted. "No, I did have intentions, always harboring ulterior motives," Wang Yu confessed. Wang Yu's words elicited a smile from Xin, finding this aspect of his personality endearing. Her heart softened, and she released her grip. Relieved to feel the pressure on his waist dissipate, Wang Yu sighed in relief. A woman's wrath, he mused, was a formidable force. Despite his mastery of self-defense techniques and the Huangdi Neijing, coupled with the recent enhancement from the mountain god and Appo's temple, his physical prowess proved futile against her slender fingers. "My dear, Don and Appo's, be angry. I and Appo's LL give you a thorough massage tonight," Wang Yu offered before hastily departing. Xin recalled the numerous massages that had inexplicably led to them sharing a bed, inwardly scolding him as a scoundrel. Upon entering the living room, Wang Yu was greeted by the arrival of the Tianjia restaurant staff, who delivered their dinner. He opened the door, accepted the delivery, and began preparing the meal. He meticulously poured the pregnancy-supporting soup into a glass and arranged Xin's and Wan's meals separately, mindful of their distinct dietary needs. Xin and her daughter were still engaged in a private conversation in the bedroom. "Mom, when did you and Uncle Wang get together?" Wan inquired. "That's for adults to know, not for children," Xin replied. "Mom, I think Uncle Wang is very good to you," Wan observed. "That's for adults to understand, not for children," Xin reiterated. "Mom, I saw you two exchanging glances earlier," Wan teased. "That's for adults. Say another word, and I'll spank you," Xin threatened. Embarrassed by Wan's remarks, Xin playfully reprimanded the little girl. Only after Wan repeatedly begged for forgiveness and promised to remain silent did Xin relent. Liberated, Wan quickly fled the room, exclaiming as she departed, "Mom, congratulations on finding happiness." Her words struck a chord within Xin and Appo's soul. It had been years since her mother and Appo's passing that she had experienced genuine happiness. The estrangement from her father, the betrayal by her lover, and the years of waiting had left her feeling isolated. She had resigned herself to a solitary existence until she encountered Wang Yu. He was a beacon of light, a man who had emerged from the shadows of betrayal and abandonment. He was self-reliant, independent, and never reliant on others. He possessed a clear mind and the ability to sever ties with what was not rightfully his. He was responsible, dependable, and provided her with care, assistance, and meticulous attention. Although somewhat flirtatious, his feelings for her were genuine. Tears welled up in Xin and Appo's eyes as she murmured, "Mom, can you see me? Your daughter has finally found happiness." "My dear, dinner is ready." Wang Yu and Appo's voice echoed from outside. "Coming, my love," she responded, her simple words conveying the depth of their shared happiness. The three of them sat at the dining table, Wan delighted with the meal before her. She had initially suspected Wang Yu of being a charlatan, but after spending time with him, she realized that he genuinely cared for her mother. As Xin and Wan focused on their meals, Wang Yu watched with a smile. The two women ate sparingly, quickly becoming satiated. Wang Yu unceremoniously devoured the remaining food, showing no aversion to Xin's leftovers. After the meal, Wang Yu resumed his cleaning duties with practiced efficiency, eliciting a nod of approval from Wan. "A man who does housework is the most handsome," she declared. Having finished tidying up, Wang Yu prepared to leave, mindful of the presence of a third wheel. He yearned for intimacy with Xin, but the current circumstances made it impossible. Xin seemed to sense Wang Yu's intentions, but after so many nights of sleeping in each other's arms, she felt a sense of emptiness at the prospect of his departure. His warm embrace was comforting and reassuring. "Wan, I'll clean the guest room for you later. You can sleep there tonight," Xin announced. Wang Yu, who was about to leave, immediately halted and turned back, his eyes fixed on her with anticipation. Just as Xin was about to reprimand Wang Yu for his suggestive gaze, a knock echoed from the door. Chapter 67. Su Mu's departure. Before victory outside the door, Su Mu felt an inexplicable tension. She was unsure of the cause. But when Wang Yu's nurse approached to collect the medicine, she inexplicably dismissed her and requested the address. After standing at the entrance for a while, she finally mustered the courage to knock, her face flushed as she held the medicinal concoction. "Hello, who are you looking for, sister?" A cute young girl appeared before Su Mu, seemingly around 16 or 17, her pale complexion indicating a degree of frailty. Remembering Wang Yu's earlier phone call, Su Mu realized that this girl was the niece receiving treatment from Wang Yu. She composed herself and spoke. "Little girl, is Dr. Wang Yu in? He asked me to deliver the medicine." Upon hearing this, Wan, the girl, had no doubts and politely invited Su Mu inside. The living room radiated warmth, filled with the aroma of a soothing pregnancy tonic, while Wang Yu observed her with an unsettling glint in his eyes. Their gazes seemed to intertwine. Su Mu's sudden appearance startled Wang Yu. He had expected his beloved to arrive, only to find the director instead. "Director Su, what brings you here personally?" he inquired. "Sweetie had an unexpected matter, and I wanted to discuss Nan's condition with you," Su Mu replied, stepping into the room. Upon seeing Wan beside Wang Yu, a pang of sorrow pierced her heart. After years of searching for a man she could admire, it seemed fate had cruelly extinguished the budding affection. "Oh, what happened to the policewoman? Wasn't the surgery successful?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "I've left the medicine here. We can discuss Nan's situation when you return to work tomorrow." "It's rather complex," Su Mu said, her eyes reflecting a hint of heartache. While her friend's injury had healed, the 7 large scars would remain as a lifelong reminder. In recent days, watching Nan remain unconscious had weighed heavily on Su Mu's heart. She had intended to ask Wang Yu whether there was any way to eliminate the scars, but to her dismay, he had taken leave. This visit to deliver the medicine was not only to inquire about Nan, but also to express how much she had missed him during their brief separation. Yet, it was too late. The woman beside him exuded elegance and beauty, her gentle demeanor contrasting sharply with Su Mu's own feelings of inadequacy. Without uttering a word, the confidence in the woman's smile made Su Mu feel like a mirror made beside a queen. "I shall take my leave now," Su Mu stated, turning to depart. Wang Yu was left perplexed, but thought it prudent that she left to avoid inciting jealousy in his wife. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his waist. "Ouch! Honey, let go!" he grimaced. From the moment Su Mu entered, Wan had been keenly observing her, quickly realizing that this beautiful doctor harbored feelings for Wang Yu. Though he appeared oblivious. Relieved, she thought that having 2 admirers was quite enough. She had no desire for additional competition. Although Wang Yu had done nothing wrong, Wan felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart and instinctively squeezed his waist. "Why are you suddenly angry, dear?" Wang Yu asked, confusion etched across his face. Wan chuckled, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. However, a fierce glare from Wen Xian made her drop her snack and scurry back to her room. That beautiful doctor likes you, can't you see? Surely not. I hardly know her. We've only met a few times. There's no way she would like a twice-married man like me. Wang Yu protested, hastily explaining she was simply delivering medicine. Say nothing if you can't speak wisely. What's wrong with being divorced? If she doesn't appreciate you, I do. Do you think I value myself less? Wen Xian retorted, tugging at Wang Yu's ear. No, that's not it. Please let me explain. He pleaded. Explain what? Your words are clumsy. I don't even know how you managed to win me over, she teased. I may be clumsy with words, but my hands are skilled. Aren't they, dear? Wang Yu replied, realizing that Wen Xian was feeling jealous due to Su Mu's visit. He reached for her hands. Let go, she exclaimed. Who was at fault? He asked playfully. You. She pouted. Before she could finish, Wang Yu swiftly sealed her lips with his. The couple playfully tussled on the living room sofa for half an hour before he finally relented. Did you like my apology? He asked. Wen Xian shot him a look, realizing just how shameless he could be. Enough of this. Hurry and treat Wan, she urged. Yes, dear, he acquiesced, picking up the medicine to knock on Wan's door. As he approached, he noticed the door was ajar, revealing a narrow gap. To his dismay, it dawned on him that Wan had likely witnessed their earlier antics. Wife, come here, Wang Yu beckoned Wen Xian, who curiously approached. Upon seeing the gap, her face flushed with embarrassment, but quickly realized Wan had dared to eavesdrop. Wan, come out, Wen Xian commanded with a stern expression. Don't frighten her. Let me handle this, Wang Yu said, holding her hand reassuringly. Mom, is there something you need? Wan asked innocently. A natural performer, Wang Yu remarked. Come here, Wan, it's time for your treatment. Before Wen Xian could interject, Wang Yu spoke gently to Wan. Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, Uncle Wang. Wan replied sweetly, her demeanor deceptively innocent. Wang Yu smiled slightly and opened the jar of medicine Su Mu had delivered, discovering a small package of brown sugar meant to sweeten the bitter concoction. He had prepared it out of concern for the young girl, but it seemed unnecessary now. Enduring hardship builds character. Children must learn to face challenges, he mused. Now, Wan, drink this potion. He produced a jar that was nearly as large as Wan and Amp. Oppo's face filled with a 3-day supply of medicine. Initially, he had planned for her to take smaller doses, but now he decided it would be more effective for her to consume it all at once. While the process might be uncomfortable, it would expedite her recovery. Wan gazed at the enormous jar, her face paling. ISN and Amp. Oppo's. A bit too much? How much medicine is in there? Do I have to finish it all? Yes. It will greatly benefit your recovery, he assured her. But I don't and Oppo's. Do you think I can drink that much? She protested. Good medicine is often bitter. Just endure it for a moment, he encouraged. Chapter 68. The Blessing. Currently the most potent divine power, Wan gazed at her mother with a plaintive expression, her face etched with misery. Why are you looking at me? Are you still expecting me to spoon-feed you at your age? Drink your medicine. Wenxin remained unmoved, her arms crossed. Drink it, dear. 1 bowl every day, and you and Amp, Oppo's, LL gradually get used to it, Wang Yu advised, prompting Wan to reluctantly open the lid of the medicine pot. The sight of the brimming concoction nearly made her falter. Alas, let me assist you. Wang Yu procured 5 cups and evenly distributed the medicine, filling each to the brim. Wan grabbed the cup, gritted her teeth, and gulped it down. The initial bitterness nearly made her retch, but she forcefully suppressed it, mindful of her frail constitution. As she finished the cup, Wang Yu presented another. Cool. 3 more to go after this. Witnessing Wan's arduous consumption of the medicine, Wang Yu abandoned his plan to further tease her with acupuncture. After a straightforward treatment, Wan fled to the bathroom. Too much to drink. Wang Yu and Wenxin exchanged amused glances and prepared for bed. That night, Wang Yu held Wenxin close, inhaling her alluring fragrance, and slept soundly. However, Wan's sleep was restless. She was tormented by frequent urges to use the restroom, disrupting her slumber. Consequently, the following morning, the young girl sported dark circles under her eyes during breakfast. Recalling Su Mu's request to meet, Wang Yu arrived at the hospital early after breakfast. He found Su Mu in the female officer's ward. "Director Su, what can I do for you?" Wang Yu inquired. Su Mu turned, offering a faint smile, though it was concealed by her mask. "Dr. Wang, I wanted to inquire whether it's possible to remove the scars on Nana's body." "Ah, that's what's troubling you." Wang Yu, with his reputation as a gynecological expert, had prescribed a formula as directed by the system during the treatment. Following the prescription for a month would significantly improve the scars. While not a quick fix, the medication would revitalize the cells in the scarred area, potentially resolving the issue within a year or two. With this in mind, Wang Yu began to explain, "Director Su, rest assured, the prescription I provided is highly effective for wound recovery. As the wounds heal, the scars will diminish. However, complete removal may take a considerable amount of time." "Really?" Sumu looked at Wang Yu incredulously, aware that current technology lacked a complete scar removal solution. "Have faith in the medical skills passed down by our ancestors," Wang Yu replied with a smile before turning to leave. As he approached the door, two older police officers entered. They were well acquainted with Su Mu, who introduced Wang Yu as the surgeon who performed the operation. They expressed their gratitude, shaking his hand. "Dr. Wang, this is Officer Zhou, Nanan's father," Su Mu said, indicating a police officer whose features resembled the injured female officer. "This is Officer Hu, a friend of Officer Zhou." "Officer Zhou, Officer Hu, it and Oppos. It's a pleasure to meet you. Healing the sick and saving lives is our duty as doctors." "You and Oppos, re too kind," Wang Yu responded. "Alas, Dr. Wang, my daughter is too headstrong. If not for you, she would have been crippled, if not dead," Officer Zhou lamented, his eyes brimming with tears. The thought of losing his daughter was unbearable. Wang Yu offered a few comforting words, assuring them of the positive treatment outcome and the absence of long-term complications before preparing to leave. However, a sudden thought struck him. He wanted to test a hypothesis. He bestowed the divine blessing upon Officer Zhou and immediately opened the system panel. It clearly displayed, "Blessing completed, merit points acquired, 12,734. The staggering number left Wang Yu reeling on his way back. A tempest raged within him. His earlier hypothesis had been confirmed. When he blessed Wenxin, he received over 200 merit points. Later, he learned that Wenxin had not only adopted 4 children, but had also funded the construction of over a dozen Hope schools. She also donated vast sums of money to orphanages and nursing homes annually. Over the years, Wenxin had contributed billions to charitable causes. However, he could in Oppos, to fathom why Wenxin, with her immense generosity, had accumulated so few merit points. The injured female officer, seemingly under 30, had a relatively short work history. She didn't in Oppos. T appeared to have time for charitable work, likely spending most of her time apprehending criminals. Assessing their contributions to society, Wenxin and Oppos, S was undoubtedly greater. Yet, his blessing of the female officer yielded thousands of merit points, causing him to hesitate to bestow blessings lightly. It wasn't until today, upon encountering these 2 police officers, that he attempted another blessing to determine the mechanism behind the acquisition of merit points. When he saw Officer Zhou provide him with tens of thousands of merit points, Wang Yu finally understood the blessing's mechanism. Causality, that was it. Wenxin's large-scale charitable work was not inherently problematic, but the elderly she assisted were primarily impoverished, and few had a history of virtuous deeds. Then there were the orphans and the schools she funded, which benefited children. However, who could guarantee that these children would grow into virtuous individuals? Although orphans are pitiable, their circumstances often leave them with emotional scars, making them prone to extremism. While some may strive for success and give back to society, these cases are rare. Most lead ordinary lives, and some even turn to crime. Wenxin's assistance to these individuals was not inherently wrong, but their actions would inevitably affect her to some extent. If some were to commit evil deeds, Wenxin, as their benefactor, would undoubtedly be implicated. Conversely, consider the police officers he blessed and the abundance of merit points they yielded. This can be attributed to their profession. As police officers, they apprehend individuals suspected of violating the law. And once someone is identified as a criminal suspect, they are thoroughly investigated. After all, the saying "never wrong an innocent person, nor let a guilty one go free" is not just an empty phrase. Chapter 69. He is the biological father of Coco and Xiaobao in the pursuit of justice. Law enforcement meticulously gathers an abundance of evidence, analyzing the motives, timing, and instruments involved in each crime, excluding exceedingly rare instances of wrongful convictions. One can conclude that the fundamental role of the police in apprehending criminals is to curb malevolent acts. As dedicated professionals, they often lack the time and resources to engage in charitable endeavors like Wenxin. Nevertheless, their daily commitment is to uphold societal stability and protect the interests of the populace, striking hard against wrongdoers. Thus, the conclusion follows: to eradicate evil is to promote virtue. Upon capturing felons, the police provide comprehensive evidence, leading to convictions in court. This process ensures that their actions are solely aimed at preventing crime, thereby minimizing the occurrence of wrongful accusations. Consequently, Wang Yu's ability to bestow blessings grants him a substantial accumulation of merit. Returning to the clinic, Wang Yu observed the patients in the corridor and felt a sudden discontent. The merit he earned as a doctor in the hospital appeared meager compared to the blessings he could bestow. Primarily, this was due to the financial contributions of others, from which he also benefited significantly, making it difficult to claim he was performing acts of kindness. He felt he had wasted a considerable amount of time over the past few days. Had he known, he could have simply signed in at the criminal police station each day. The exhausting toil seemed pointless now. If his motivation was monetary gain, it would be an affront to his intelligence. The 10 million from Tang Hongyuan made it clear that by providing medical services to elite patrons, financial concerns would be a non-issue. Furthermore, with his divine ability to grant offspring, wealthy clients yearning for sons could achieve their desires, provided they had not entirely lost their capabilities. This approach would require less effort and yield substantial profits. At that moment, Wang Yu yearned to resign immediately, wishing to leave the hospital without delay. Although he had previously felt fatigued, the prospect of earning over 10,000 merit points each month had motivated him. However, the recent experience with blessings had rendered him apathetic. Why would anyone prefer a bicycle when they could have a luxury car? As he sighed and continued his duties, he reminded himself of his one-year contract. He could not breach it. While there were no severe consequences, a man's word must be upheld. Reneging on his promise was out of the question. A man must fulfill his commitments, even under duress. Brother Yu, the director wants to see you in his office. Tian interrupted Wang Yu while he was attending to patients. What is it about? He inquired. I'm not sure. He just called and hung up, she replied. All right, I'll check in after this consultation. You should take a break, he said, finishing the prescription and concluding the treatment. Entering the director's office, Wang Yu was surprised to find his ex-wife present, accompanied by a man who appeared rather refined. The newcomer exuded an aura suggestive of a potential gigolo. What brings you here, director? Wang Yu addressed the director, ignoring Chun Yuding entirely. Chun Yuding merely glanced at him upon his entrance, then chose to disregard him. Initially, she contemplated advising Wen Liang against his overbearing demeanor, but it soon became apparent that it was unnecessary. He was far too callous. Despite having donned the proverbial green hat, they had shared 7 years of life together. She had even apologized and made several attempts to salvage their relationship. The divorce had not been her decision. This behavior was intolerable. Chun Yuding's expression hardened as she whispered a few words to Wen Liang. Dr. Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Wen Liang, the general manager of the Wen Group, and currently our hospital's largest shareholder. Oh, Mr. Wen, how can I assist you? Wang Yu asked, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards him since entering. Wen Liang had harbored disdain for Wang Yu long before, perceiving him as an interloper in his relationship with Chun Yuding. As for Chun Yuding, her allure in Wen Liang's eyes rendered him oblivious to any wrongdoing on her part. You are Wang Yu, Wen Liang stated coldly, his tone lacking civility. Indeed, Wang Yu replied, puzzled by Wen Liang's apparent hostility. And you are? I am Chun Yuding's boyfriend, Wen Liang stated, wrapping his arm around her possessively, a clear challenge. Ah, I see. However, we've divorced, and she is entitled to pursue her happiness. Do you have business with me? Wang Yu retorted, feeling both incredulous and irritated. The absurdity of Wen Liang's posturing in front of him after their divorce was laughable. If he truly cared, The divorce would never have happened, nor would he have a claim to her. Wang Yu's calm demeanor disarmed Wen Liang, who had anticipated an explosive reaction. He had envisioned a confrontation filled with accusations of infidelity and betrayal, followed by a furious altercation where he would emerge victorious. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Wang Yu's indifference perplexed Wen Liang, who found himself at a loss. "You're a fool." Wen Liang finally erupted, his anger boiling over. "I've been looking for you forever. How dare you flaunt yourself?" In a fit of rage, Wang Yu charged at Wen Liang, unleashing his pent-up fury upon him. To Chen Yuding's astonishment, Wen Liang was no match for Wang Yu's prowess. Despite his claims of being a Taekwondo black belt, he quickly found himself outmatched. Directoran, still unclear about the unfolding chaos, had just received word that the Wen group had acquired the hospital. Moments later, the general manager had summoned him, and upon seeing the striking woman beside Wen Liang, he assumed there was more than met the eye. However, he was taken aback when Wang Yu and Wen Liang clashed mere moments after his arrival. Truth be told, while Wen Liang was competent in combat, the disparity in skill was glaring. Wang Yu's self-defense techniques rendered Wen Liang's black belt skills ineffective. As Chen Yuding witnessed Wang Yu overpowering her current partner, she briefly froze before screaming and attempting to separate them. Wang Yu, who had never struck a woman, hesitated only for a moment before breaking his own rule, swiftly sending Chen Yuding flying with a single blow. Director Han, finally grasping the situation, rushed to embrace Wang Yu, fearing that the new chairman of the hospital might end up severely injured. Chapter 70, Benevolence Rewarded. Release me. Being embraced by Dean Han impeded Wang Yu's maneuvers, causing Wen Liang, who had been knocked to the ground, to swiftly retreat. "Remain composed, Dr. Wang, please remain composed." Dean Han exerted every ounce of his strength, yet sensed that Wang Yu could break free at any moment. "Compose my foot. Today, I'm going to finish off this scoundrel." The animosity of being cuckolded was irreconcilable. Wang Yu was incapable of remaining calm. "Dr. Wang, I implore you, cease this assault." Dean Han was on the verge of tears. Amidst their struggle, Su Mu entered the room. Ordinarily, Su Mu would not be so impolite as to enter without knocking, but upon hearing the commotion and Wang Yu and Appo's exclamations, she disregarded protocol and pushed the door open. The scene before her was unexpected. Observing Wang Yu's ferocious demeanor, Su Mu felt a surge of concern. However, now was not the time for idle observation. She promptly intervened to restrain Wang Yu. The man cowering in the corner bore a bruised and battered visage, while a woman lay prostrate on the floor, sobbing as she clutched her face. Although uncertain of how they had incurred Wang Yu's wrath, she resolved to halt the altercation. After all, Wang Yu might face incarceration. Su Mu's arrival served to restrain Wang Yu, who had merely lost his composure rather than his sanity. Moreover, the initial outburst had dissipated much of his fury. With the combined efforts of the two individuals pulling and pleading, Wang Yu ceased his struggles. However, his gaze remained fixed upon Wen Liang, harboring the intention of launching an attack at the slightest provocation. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. Coincidentally, the same officers who had encountered Wang Yu a few days prior. Chen Yuding, after being struck by Wang Yu, had contacted the authorities. The patrol officers encountered the police who were departing after visiting Nan Nan. Following a brief exchange, they proceeded to the director's office. Upon discovering that the assailant was the benefactor who had saved their captain's life, the officers promptly sidelined the patrol officers. "Take them all away," declared the officer in charge. "Officer Yang, this falls within our jurisdiction," the patrol officer protested, perplexed. Observing the others assisting, he couldn't and amp. Oppose. T help but interject. "Indeed, it has been transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division. Return to complete the necessary paperwork and obtain my signature and seal." With a wave of his hand, Officer Yang directed that Wang Yu, Wen Liang, Chen Yuding, Su Mu, and Dean Han be escorted to the Criminal Investigation Division. Wang Yu was placed in a separate police vehicle, while the others were transported in a van. En route, Officer Yang sought to ascertain the circumstances from Wang Yu, considering the severity of the injuries sustained by the assaulted individual. "Dr. Wang, what transpired? Please enlighten me, and I shall explore potential solutions." Upon being escorted into the police vehicle, Wang Yu realized the impulsiveness of his actions, albeit without regret. Encountering such a situation warranted immediate action, devoid of remorse. Wang Yu did not recall the officer before him, but gleaned from his words that he recognized him. "Officer Yang, do you recognize me?" "Indeed. I was present outside the operating theater when you saved our comrade. I witnessed you then. You can recognize me even with a mask?" Wang Yu inquired, curious. "Indeed, we are professionals. Through physique, build, and demeanor, we can accurately identify an individual. Dr. Wang, please recount the events. Within reason, I shall endeavor to assist you." "I'm grateful, Officer Yang." Wang Yu proceeded to narrate the sequence of events, unconcerned with embarrassment. He disclosed the situation between himself, Chen Yuding, and Wen Liang, even revealing the existence of the two children. Subsequently, he disclosed Wen Liang's identity. Although uncertain of which one corporation he belonged to, the ability to acquire Maria Hospital indicated substantial wealth. "Brother, your actions were justified." Upon hearing Wang Yu and Oppo's account, Officer Yang empathized with his sentiments and harbored no sympathy for the assaulted Wen Liang. "Rest assured, affluence holds no sway within our criminal investigation division. Entrust this matter to me." He extended a cigarette to Wang Yu. Officer Yang made several calls and issued directives, determined to fulfill his commitment. Within minutes, the individuals were escorted to the police station for separate interrogations. Su Mu emerged within minutes, having merely entered briefly and intervened after Dean Han had restrained Wang Yu. Dean Han, an observer throughout the incident, was released after recounting the events. Following a brief consultation, Dean Han departed, while Su Mu received instructions from Officer Yang and expressed her gratitude before leaving. Wen Liang, however, was not interrogated. Upon entering an interrogation room, he received immediate medical attention. Anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and anti-ecchymotic treatments were administered, and a skilled therapist provided an extensive massage. Wen Liang was bewildered but appreciative of the police and Oppo's as assistants. He had initially contemplated contacting the company's attorneys, but deemed it unnecessary given the officer's amicable demeanor. He was now leisurely consuming food in the interrogation room. Food specifically purchased by Officer Yang to promote blood circulation and alleviate bruising. As for Wang Yu, he was confined to a detention cell, as assaulting an individual necessitated temporary confinement. Chen Yuding, following her interrogation, was in a state of trepidation. The questions posed had deeply unsettled her. The police possessed comprehensive knowledge of her actions, even uncovering her background. Only her vehement opposition had prevented Liu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen from being summoned. She was dismayed that such embarrassing details had been exposed and sought to expedite the proceedings and depart as soon as possible. Around 3:00 p.m., Chen Yuding, Wen Liang, and Wang Yu were summoned to the mediation room by Officer Yang. Upon entering the room, Wang Yu was restrained against the radiator pipe. The appearance was quite convincing. "The investigation has concluded, but I recommend private resolution," Officer Yang stated to Wen Liang and Chen Yuding. "Private resolution? He assaulted me to this extent and expects me to resolve it privately?" Wen Liang protested vehemently, intending to have Wang Yu incarcerated for several years. "Mr. Wen, please remain composed. While Wang Yu's actions were inappropriate, your interference in another's marriage was also unethical. Moreover, Wang Yu has been raising your child for 3 years, which would necessitate investigation if pursued. Furthermore, your injuries do not constitute grievous bodily harm. Both of your actions will be classified as mutual assault. The outcome would be Wang Yu's detention for 3 days, followed by compensation for medical expenses. However, if you opt for legal proceedings, the expenses incurred by Wang Yu in raising the child and compensation for emotional distress would also be calculated." Officer Yang's discourse left Wen Liang bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Does that mean I endured this beating in vain?" "Not entirely, considering you engaged with his wife." Officer Yang's words pierced Chen Yuding's heart like a dagger. After remaining silent, she finally succumbed to tears. Chapter 71. Wang Yu decided to resign, and Su Mu prepared to stir things up. The sound of Chen Yuding and Oppo's sobs made Wen Liang feel a wave of irritation, recalling Captain Yang's words. He realized that clinging to this matter could escalate it unnecessarily. As the acting general manager, if that pair of siblings learned of this incident, it would surely reach their mother. Given her temperament, his chances of inheriting the One Group would be severely diminished. Although Wen Liang occasionally lost his composure in front of Chen Yuding, he was quite astute under normal circumstances. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to act. The Maria Hospital had already been acquired by him, offering ample opportunity for retribution against Wang Yu. Captain Yang, I accept mediation. Let this matter conclude here. I wouldn't concern myself with such trivial medical expenses, he declared, signing the mediation document before leading the still-crying Chen Yuding out of the room. Wang Yu remained quietly squatting against the wall, not uttering a single word, until Wen Liang and Chen Yuding left, at which point he finally reacted. Did that Captain Yang just let me go? This is my first experience in handcuffs. It's quite disconcerting. He chuckled, feeling wronged, as someone came to remove the cuffs. Thus, this incident came to a close, but Wang Yu needed to remain composed in the future. Rest assured, I've vented my frustrations. As long as they don't provoke me again, it will suffice. Despite his intense desire to eliminate that scoundrel Wen Liang, he understood that in a society governed by law, surrendering to his baser instincts would be unwise. Captain Yang, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Yes, it's all settled, Captain Yang replied, recalling the findings from his investigation into Wen Liang. The man had considerable backing, and having suffered such a significant loss, it was likely he might retaliate in private. He turned to Wang Yu. If Wen Liang seeks revenge, feel free to call me, Dr. Wang. Thank you, Captain Yang. After exchanging contact information, Wang Yu departed from the hospital. For Wang Yu, visiting the criminal police station proved worthwhile. After bestowing blessings upon Officer Zhou, he resolved to bless a police officer daily henceforth. Arriving back at Maria Hospital, he found himself lacking the motivation to work. So he retrieved his car from the parking lot and left. Upon returning home, he contemplated his next steps. Wenel Chapter 72. This is what they call winning by lying down. Before the opponent even strikes, I have already achieved victory. Upon returning home, Su Mu swiftly conveyed her thoughts to her father. Was Wang Yu truly worth it? After hearing Su Mu and Appo's words, Su Ning found himself in a quandary. Although Wang Yu had made significant contributions to the hospital during this period, the financial prowess of the One Group was undeniably formidable. Wang Yu could leave without any qualms. With the capital infusion from One Group, they could easily hire several renowned domestic experts at high salaries to maintain profitability. They could even expand the hospital further, opening branches in other cities and establishing the Maria name prominently. Father, you have never met Wang Yu, so you might not fully grasp his medical skills. But please trust your daughter's judgment. Furthermore, our family would not suffer any losses by selling the shares at a high price to One Group now. We would reap substantial profits regardless of what we do afterward. Su Mu's reasoning was sound, yet Su Ning hesitated. After all, the shares he currently held were valued at over 500 million. A misjudgment could lead to significant losses. Let us not rush into selling the shares. We can establish another hospital first, and I will entrust its management to you. As for Wang Yu, I will ask Director Han to assist him. Although Su Ning did not entirely adhere to his daughter's advice, he began to prepare for the establishment of another hospital. If it thrived, they could then consider selling their shares. While there might be some losses, it was a more prudent approach, minimizing risks. What about Wang Yu? He has already resigned. Sumo said, Samba discartant. He merely made a phone call. That does not constitute a resignation. Tomorrow, I will instruct Director Han to terminate him. This way, we can provide an explanation to Wen Liang while ensuring he receives compensation as well. Once the new hospital is established, we can invite him to join us. This way, he gains financial benefit and a new opportunity. Su Ning was indeed a cunning fox, showing no mercy even to his own. Originally, Wang Yu had proposed his resignation, which would have cost the hospital nothing. Now, with the change to termination, they would have to compensate Wang Yu a year as salary, according to the contract. It was worth noting that Wang Yu's annual income had skyrocketed to 10 million, meaning Su Ning's maneuver would result in considerable financial loss for the hospital, with that money now lining Wang Yu's pockets. However, as the One Group held the largest share, they would undoubtedly be the ones investing the most. Utilizing others' funds for personal endeavors while also doing Wang Yu a favor was a win-win situation. After hearing her father's explanation, Su Mu's eyes lit up. realizing the brilliance of his plan, conveniently overlooking the fact that their family would also bear part of the compensation. As long as Wang Yu benefited, she felt content, and she happily planted a kiss on Su Ning's cheek before eagerly preparing to call Wang Yu. "My dear, do not involve yourself in this matter. I will have Director Han handle it. You should focus on the new hospital's affairs and find an excuse to resign in a few days." Feeling buoyed by her kiss, Su Ning was in good spirits. Observing Su Mu and Appo's excitement, he became curious about Wang Yu. After all, his daughter was nearing 30. Matters of the heart should take precedence. Following her father's advice, Su Mu suppressed her impulsive feelings and retreated to her room to gather information in preparation for the new hospital and Appo's establishment. Watching her leave, Su Ning pondered for a moment before dialing Director Han's number. "Ol Han, I need you to assist me with something." "Of course, Chairman, what is your command?" In Han Kuen's mind, the new chairman, Wen Liang, held far less weight than Su Ning, who had been his superior for decades. In his heart, he acknowledged only one boss, Su Ning. "Tomorrow, you will terminate Wang Yu. Be swift, complete all the formalities before Wen Liang can react. The compensation will be directly deducted from yesterday's hospital revenue. Rest assured, Chairman, I will prepare the necessary documents and complete the task within 10 minutes tomorrow." "Ol Han, after all these years, your work has always been steady. Once the new hospital is established, I will appoint you as the director and grant you 10% of the shares." The implications of Su Ning's words were immense, igniting Han Kuen's excitement. Yet he refrained from inquiring about the new hospital. He understood that Su Ning would share what he deemed necessary. If he remained silent, it simply meant the time had not yet come for him to know. However, the final assurance stirred his enthusiasm. Though unaware of the new hospital's location, 10% of the shares would surely compel him to exert his utmost effort. With a heart full of excitement, Han Kuen hesitantly dialed Wang Yu's number, his hands trembling with anticipation. He merely conveyed that the board had decided to reject Wang Yu's resignation and instead terminate him, instructing him to come to the hospital early the next day to handle the paperwork. Upon hanging up, Wang Yu felt bewildered. Why had his resignation been transformed into termination? And why was he required to visit the hospital so early? Whatever, he thought, it doesn't end Appo's matter if it end Appo's resignation or termination. I'll be leaving the hospital regardless. Wen Liang won't find an opportunity to make things difficult for me. Of course, it wasn't that Wang Yu feared Wen Liang. He merely worried that if Wen Liang continued to act recklessly in front of him, he might lose his temper and retaliate. Little did Wang Yu know the magnitude of the upheaval his resignation would cause, nor that he would absurdly earn 10 million the following day. Much like the last time when Wen Liang had sabotaged his job, costing him 100,000, this time with Su Ning's shrewd tactics. The hospital would unwittingly owe him a whopping 10 million. Though both instances were driven by his desire to leave, who would refuse free money, especially when most of it was coming from Wen Liang, the fact that he could profit from resigning not once, but twice, at the hands of the same person was almost comical. If only Wen Liang knew about this, I wonder if he would collapse in despair. Meanwhile, Wen Liang was diligently caring for Chen Yuding, their daughter, who was well looked after by the nanny he had hired. In fact, he was even planning to marry Chen Yuding soon and change their child into Appo's surname to Wen. As for Wang Yu, he hardly gave him a second thought, preparing to confront him with a pair of shoes that would serve as a mockery. He envisioned how Wang Yu would fare in those shoes, and secretly hoped he would retaliate, as he was determined to have him arrested. Under Wen Liang and Appo's comforting presence, Chen Yuding gradually calmed down. Looking at him, she felt he was far superior to Wang Yu. The slap she received earlier still echoed in her ears, and her face was swollen like a steam bun. Being thoroughly interrogated at the police station later that day nearly exposed her past misdeeds. The physical pain and mental torment brewed a growing resentment toward Wang Yu within her. Observing the bruised face of Wen Liang caring for her, Chen Yuding felt he was the one truly deserving of her love. Ref Chapter 73. Wang Yubai picks up 10 million early the next morning. Wang Yu arrived at the hospital, intending to wait at the door of Director Han's office before work hours. To his surprise, Director Han arrived even earlier than him and warmly invited him inside upon seeing him. Dr. Wang, although your time at our hospital has been brief, our collaboration has been quite commendable. Furthermore, your contributions during your tenure have been significant. Therefore, after deliberation by the board, we have decided to reject your resignation and instead terminate your employment. Wang Yu looked at Han Kun, who appeared to be no older than 50 and was in robust health. His position as director implied a sound mind. Yet the logic of his words left Wang Yu bewildered. Director Han, are you certain you comprehend what you are saying? Oh, I see I haven't clarified properly. Dr. Wang, should you choose to resign voluntarily, you would only be entitled to a few days' salary. However, if we proceed with termination, although it may sound harsh, you will receive a compensation of 10 million for your annual salary. Director Han then recounted the circumstances surrounding this decision. So if I am terminated, the hospital will pay me this sum, and Wen Liang is the one footing the bill? Indeed, Dr. Wang, you have understood correctly. This is a directive from Director Su. While we cannot adequately protect you, we certainly cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Director Su? Wang Yu was somewhat astonished. He did not know this individual. Are today and Oppos, as capitalists truly this generous? Do not concern yourself with such details. Now, Dr. Wang, please sign here and collect your funds promptly. It would be inconvenient should Chairman Wen arrive before you leave. Will this cause any trouble for Director Han or Director Su? Although Wang Yu coveted the money, he felt it would be unwise to trouble those who had aided him. There will be no issues. Dr. Wang, your public assault on the hospital's chairman is an egregious offense. Despite your exceptional medical skills and valuable contributions, we cannot retain such a person. Hence your termination and a formal reprimand for the entire hospital. What do you think of this rationale, Dr. Wang? Director Ismail Damiebli, epiting harmless. Yet Wang Yu felt his lips twitch in disbelief. Wen Liang, having been unjustly assaulted as the hospital's chairman, returned from the police station only to be further undermined by his own subordinates. He found himself unable to pinpoint any faults in the situation, which added to his frustration. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes and accept the hospital and Oppos as disciplinary actions. With that, Wang Yu swiftly signed the documents under Director Han's guidance, and within 2 minutes, all procedures were completed. Director Han shook Wang Yu and Oppos' hand with a smile. Dr. Wang, I look forward to future collaborations. Certainly, Director Han. Please do not hesitate to reach out should you need anything. After receiving the notification of the 10 million transfer, Wang Yu felt a wave of gratitude towards Han Kun. Exiting the director's office, he found Tian looking despondent, akin to a withered eggplant, seated in the outpatient room. What's wrong, Tian? Who has upset you? Wang Yu inquired with genuine concern, noticing her gloomy demeanor. Yugo, is it true that you've been fired? Yes, it is. Wang Yu deliberated for a moment and decided against revealing the full truth to Tian. Did you really hit the new chairman yesterday morning? Yes, that is correct. Wang Yu sighed in resignation. Then does this mean I will never see you again? Not at all. I have merely been dismissed. I am not dead. We can still meet for meals and chats when time permits. He almost succumbed to her emotional sway. I understand, but I am still very sad. Tian's spirits were slow to recover. Their month-long camaraderie had fostered a profound reliance on Wang Yu. In her year of working, Wang Yu had been the most considerate doctor, never scolding her, maintaining a calm demeanor, and always showing genuine concern. Though they had often been busy, the shared efforts to avoid overtime had left an indelible mark in her heart. Rest assured, Tian, after a while, I plan to open a private clinic. I would love to hire you at a high salary when the time comes. Wang Yu smiled. Are you really going to open your own clinic? Tian perked up immediately. Once everything is in order, I will call you. Promise you won't decline. Don't worry, you go. I will resign after receiving my salary this month and wait at home for your call. Wang Yu's invitation finally brought a smile back to Tian's face. He appreciated her diligence and kindness. After leaving the hospital, despite having sufficient funds, he felt a void without engaging in some meaningful work. Last night, he had discussed with Wen Xin about leveraging her connections to treat affluent women in their social circle. Wang Yu had even hinted at his ability to assist women in conceiving, with options for gender selection and even twins. Though Wen Xin found it somewhat implausible, She had faith in Wang Yu's medical skills, especially given her own significant improvement following his treatments. Considering the miraculous recovery of old Lady Li, who had been on the brink of death, Wang Yu and Appo's claims seemed increasingly credible. As they deliberated, they resolved to proceed with the plan, and when Xin was prepared to invest some funds to help Wang Yu find a suitable location. However, he adamantly refused, not wishing to spend his partner's money. This led to Xin playfully pinching him a few times, but she soon relented under his shameless persuasion. Wang Yu's visit today was twofold: to discern Director Han's intentions and to invite Tian to join him in his future clinic endeavors. Having accomplished both tasks, he was ready to leave the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Wen Liang, whose face still bore the remnants of swelling from the previous day's altercation. And he was alone today. Wang Yu shot Wen Liang a disdainful smirk, his condescending gaze igniting a surge of anger in Wen Liang, who clenched his fists tightly. However, he dared not provoke Wang Yu again, still nursing the pain from their last encounter. The animosity was palpable between them. Alas, while others might meet with smiles that dispel grievances, these two seemed intent on each other's demise. After a brief, charged stare, they parted ways, Wang Yu planning to explore Shiyu City for an appropriate location for his clinic, while Wen Liang hurried to the director's office, eager to plot against Wang Yu. The previous night had been fraught with thoughts of revenge, keeping him awake, even rendering the company of Chun Yuding unappealing. After soothing her upon waking, he mustered the courage to prepare for a thorough reckoning with Wang Yu. Chapter 74. Wen Liang's anger and Director Han's deference. Wen Liang, with an expression of indignation, forcefully kicked open the door to the director and Appo's office. Upon seeing him, Director Han looked up and remarked, "Ah, Iasin and Appo's. This our dear chairman?" The injuries on his face made him appear far more agreeable than the day before. Unfazed by the rudeness of the door kicking, Director Han dismissed it entirely, thinking to himself that appearances mattered little when wealth was at stake. He quickly approached Wen Liang, slightly bending his posture in a display of servility, and greeted him with a smile. "Chairman, welcome. Please have a seat." He promptly relinquished his own share of authority to Wen Liang. Initially furious, Wen Liang and Appo's mood softened considerably due to Director Han and Appo's obsequiousness. After settling down, he disdainfully glanced at the cluttered desk, casually perusing the financial reports from the previous quarter prepared by the hospital. Savoring a cup of coffee brewed personally by Director Han, he found the taste surprisingly pleasant. Meanwhile, Han Kun, who had just finished preparing the coffee, stood obediently by, refraining from taking a seat, ready to serve Wen Liang. The chairman's authority was vividly highlighted by Han's self-deprecating demeanor. The department heads who had come to report to the director in the morning were rendered silent by the scene before them. At Director Han's subtle gesture, they obediently stood aside, awaiting Wen Liang's inquiries. After several minutes of pretense, Wen Liang felt quite satisfied with the response of the hospital's upper management. They were all astute and capable individuals, especially Director Han, who, despite his age, could certainly be praised as a remarkable figure. As Wen Liang recalled the purpose of his visit today, he composed himself and spoke. "Director Han, how do you plan to handle the situation with Wang Yu?" Although he had his own opinions, seeing Han's willingness to cooperate led him to consider granting him an opportunity. Perhaps Han's solution would surpass his own. Standing beside Wen Liang, the loyal Han Kun straightened up, his face filled with righteous anger as he declared, "Chairman, for someone like Wang Yu, who openly defies hospital protocols and assaults others, we cannot show even a hint of leniency. He must face the severest of penalties." The severest of penalties, Wen Liang echoed, increasingly fond of Han's fervor, as every word resonated with his sentiments. "Well then, what measures do you propose?" Upon returning yesterday, I immediately reported the incident to the board members. In the afternoon, when the board could not reach you, they convened a special meeting regarding this matter. The focus was solely on how to address Wang Yu and Appo's assault on the chairman. After 3 hours of intense discussion, the board unanimously decided to expel Wang Yu from our medical team and to formally reprimand him throughout the hospital. Director Han's declaration was emphatic, igniting a surge of excitement within Wen Liang. "Ha ha ha! To be expelled from the medical team? What will he be reduced to, cleaning toilets or laundering sheets? And with a formal reprimand, his reputation will surely plummet. Indeed, the wisdom of age shone through in Director Han and Appo's words. However, Wen Liang felt a twinge of concern. Having reviewed the financial reports earlier, Dr. Wang's abilities were commendable, and he had made significant contributions during his tenure. Though secretly pleased, Wen Liang sought to display his magnanimity and mercy. "Chairman, please do not say that. I've been filled with regret for failing to protect you yesterday," Han replied earnestly. "The punishment for Wang Yu has already been enacted, and the reprimanding materials have been distributed to each department for their study and reflection." Observing Han's rictos de mano, Wen Liang contemplated that he was perhaps too talented to be merely a director. "Well, since everyone is in agreement, I shall remain silent. Although I am the chairman, I cannot dictate everything. I support the measures against Wang Yu, but may I inquire where he has been reassigned?" After much deliberation, Wen Liang finally voiced his thoughts. Eager to see Wang Yu in a diminished state, such a scoundrel had no right to remain in their hospital. He had been dismissed, and I have also recorded a negative evaluation in his file. In the future, he shall find it impossible to secure any medical position in Sioux City. Director Han's words struck Wen Liang like a sudden jolt. Some might awaken from stupor, but Wen Liang felt utterly disoriented. It dawned on him that he had yet to revel in his triumph, only to be told that Wang Yu was no longer present. His expression darkened as he pondered Han's comments, growing increasingly frustrated. Glancing at the obsequious old man beside him, Wen Liang found no justification to blame him. This very individual had desperately restrained Wang Yu during the assault yesterday. Today, he had granted Wen Liang considerable respect, and regarding Wang Yu's punishment, Wen Liang could find no fault. First, a formal reprimand throughout the hospital. Then, a direct expulsion. The negative evaluation effectively closed off any future opportunities in the medical field. This was undoubtedly the most severe punishment the hospital could enforce at this stage. It was not as if they could execute Wang Yu. While he might have wished for such a fate, the hospital lacked the authority, and Wang Yu and Appo's actions hardly warranted it. Director Han, truly, Dr. Wang and Appo's medical skills deserve acknowledgement. I believe we could consider a chance for redemption. Wen Liang attempted to salvage the situation, hoping to swallow his frustration. "Chairman, when Wang Yu arrived earlier, I gave him a thorough reprimanding, and after completing the necessary paperwork, he stormed out in anger. Moreover, this decision was made by the entire board in an effort to restore your dignity. Regarding your concerns about his medical abilities with your investment, I am already preparing to recruit 10 renowned experts from across the nation to join us here. A mere Wang Yu is hardly worth consideration." Director Han's words managed to cool Wen Liang's temper slightly, though he still sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, he was inconsequential, so he resolved not to disturb Director Han and the board further. "I shall take my leave then." The department heads, who had been silently observing for quite some time, finally felt acknowledged by Wen Liang and Appo's brief mention of them. Although it was merely a polite remark, it conveyed the chairman and Appo's deep appreciation. As Wen Liang departed, Director Han's lips curled into a fleeting, enigmatic smile, though he quickly masked it. "Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Let us commence today's work." In that moment, Han Cohen, seated in the director's chair, appeared composed and amiable, entirely shedding his previous sycophantic demeanor. Han's words drew the others' attention back to the matter at hand. While the chairman was indeed captivating, it was the director who held the reins here. To lack even the qualifications to curry favor with the chairman, what was the point of overthinking? Better to continue flattering Director Han, as they had grown accustomed to doing for many years. Chapter 75. Chun Mei overindulged in dog food. Today, Wen Liang left the hospital, the pent-up frustration within him feeling as if it might burst his lungs. Upon returning to the newly purchased villa, he was met by Chun Yuting's eager gaze. "Wen Liang, how did you deal with Wang Yu?" At this moment, Chun Yuting harbored no remorse for her ex-husband, only a deep-seated resentment. Listening to her, Wen Liang hesitated to admit that his trip to the hospital had been in vain. Instead, he embellished the actions of Dean Han, attributing the credit to himself. Chun Yuting, swayed by Wen Liang's words, felt a surge of happiness. Oomph, this insufferable man deserves it. Let's see how he stands tall after being dismissed from his job. Whether Wang Yu would indeed remain steadfast was uncertain to Chen Yuding, but Sun Qian, returning to Shudu City, was acutely aware. She had embarked on her journey back that morning, mindful of her business responsibilities, and having ensured her presence was felt by her mother-in-law. A call from her third brother summoned her home, heralding the news that the Sun family's eldest daughter had finally found a suitable match. With the fervent assurance of the Sun brothers, the family, despite never having met Wang Yu, held him in high regard. The family patriarch and matriarch swiftly decided to host a family banquet that evening, requesting Sun Qian to bring Wang Yu along. Early that morning, Sun Desheng conveyed the elder's command to Sun Qian. On her way back, Sun Qian contacted Wang Yu, and they exchanged sweet nothings for over 10 minutes. Although Wang Yu was alone, Chunmei, in Sun Qian and Amp, Oppo's car squirmed uncomfortably, her face contorting in reaction. Finally, when Sun Qian finished, the phone passed to Yan. Given Yan's typically demure nature, Chunmei assumed she would be more reserved than Sun Qian. However, upon hearing Yan affectionately call out hubby, Chunmei realized she had misjudged. This woman had harbored feelings for her cousin since she was 16, and now, her romantic words flowed with overwhelming passion. After an extensive conversation, the three disregarded Chunmei, agreeing to meet for lunch at Tianjia restaurant before reluctantly hanging up. Chunmei, what are you doing here? Yan suddenly remembered her friend's presence, having been so engrossed in their conversation that she had forgotten about her. Chunmei scrutinized her friend, curious to discern just how devoted Yan was to her romantic interests. It wasn't until Yan's cheeks turned crimson from embarrassment that Chunmei began to hum a tune. I should be under the car, not inside. Listening to how sweet you are, although the song and Oppo's overall message didn't align with Chunmei's sentiments. That particular line conveyed her inner thoughts perfectly. Driving, Sun Qian beamed with happiness at the commotion behind her. The venture into the village had concluded successfully, and that evening, with the support of her beloved family, her relationship with Wang Yu would solidify. She didn't yearn for Wang Yu to be by her side at all times. Fearing that such proximity might transform their love into mere familiarity, stripping away the excitement and joy. A healthy distance and brief separations could ignite a fervor upon their reunions. As she noted how Wang Yu relished mischief in her brother's lounge, Sun Qian was not the type to cling to a partner once in a relationship. Otherwise, she would not have previously identified as a non-marriage advocate. Had she not encountered Wang Yu, she would likely have relied on her nieces and nephews for her twilight years. Love, it seemed, blossomed unexpectedly. By noon, Wang Yu arrived early at Tianjia restaurant, parking his car and waiting at the entrance for the three young ladies. In previous instances, Sun Qian had stood in the scorching sun awaiting his arrival, but today he wished to cherish and protect his beloved. After a brief wait, he spotted familiar figures and couldn't resist enveloping Sun Qian in a warm embrace. The sensation was delightful and nostalgic. After releasing her, he noticed Yan trailing behind and prepared to approach her, only to be playfully kicked by Chunmei. Come on, mind your surroundings. So many people are watching. Wang Yu chuckled, brushing off the imprint left by her foot. I miss you all too much. My apologies for losing composure. Yan, amused by Wang Yu's antics, approached him and shyly placed her hand in his. With her head lowered, she softly murmured, Brother Yu, I missed you so much. Wang Yu nearly succumbed to temptation again, but Chunmei's fierce glare brought him back to his senses. The four of them settled into a small private room. After Sun Qian ordered their meals, she discreetly shot Wang Yu a knowing glance before stepping outside. Yan, who was being chastised by Chunmei, thought Sun Qian had some urgent matter to attend to. Wang Yu, feeling restless, pondered whether Sun Qian and Oppo's intentions were what he hoped them to be. Regardless, the mere possibility was enough to make him fidgety, prompting him to announce to the chatting girls, I need to use the restroom. Chunmei waved him off, while Yan seemed to grasp the situation, lowering her head further, her delicate ears betraying her embarrassment. Upon exiting the room, Wang Yu headed straight to the lounge, pushing open the door, which, as expected, was unlocked. The ensuing events were too intense for words. Let your imagination fill in the gaps. After half an hour passed, with all the dishes served, Wang Yu had yet to return, nor had Sun Qian. Chunmei began to realize that their absence was rather prolonged. Let us eat first. They'll join us shortly, Yan suggested, already anticipating their actions. Oblivious to the implications, Chunmei remained lost in thought, questioning why her brother and future sister-in-law had vanished together. Another half-hour elapsed, and the two were still missing. Chunmei grew anxious, while Yan calmly summoned the waiter and ordered several dishes that Wang Yu favored. Sure enough, just as the new dishes were being served, Wang Yu and Sun Qian strolled in hand. "Brother, where have you been?" Chunmei inquired. "Qian and I had a matter to attend to. It's all sorted now," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. "What matter?" Chunmei pressed, but he dismissed her curiosity with vague responses. After a few perfunctory exchanges, Wang Yu dove into the meal, needing to replenish his energy after the vigorous activities. During the meal, he devoured 3 bowls of rice, while Sun Qian managed only half a bowl of dishes, all of which Wang Yu finished off, still feeling unsatisfied. Once Sun Qian completed her meal, she took Chunmei and Appo's hand and said, "Sister, let me take you to see my display at the mall. I'm thinking of having you work there." Sure. Shall we go now?" Chunmei replied, genuinely wanting to escape the awkwardness of the moment. "All right, I'll take you. Yan, stay here with Xiaoyu until he finishes eating," she added with a playful wink at Yan. Chapter 76. At this moment, Sun Qian was filled with intense anticipation. As she left with Chunmei, Yan understood the implications. Thoughts of what was to come rendered her incapable of even serving Wang Yu properly. Wang Yu observed the petite girl beside him, who had clumsily dropped food onto the table for what felt like the umpteenth time. He gently wiped his mouth and took her small hand in his. A moment later, the lounge on the 3rd floor made a significant contribution once more. Yan, however, had succumbed to a deep slumber. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Wang Yu dialed Sun Qian's number. He was too excited, unable to control himself, and had to venture out alone. Upon receiving the address from Sun Qian, she chided him slightly, unaware of his feelings. Wang Yu found himself blushing at her remarks. It was truly not his fault. How could he let loose with Wenxin pregnant? The past few nights had been restless for him, almost compelling him to revive the skills he had honed during his university days. All blame lay with the Huangdi aging. Yes, it was entirely its fault. The oppressive tension that had built up over the days vanished in an instant. After hanging up, Wang Yu prepared to meet Sun Qian and Chunmei. He had promised to visit Sun's family and thought it would be a good opportunity to stop by the mall and purchase a gift. Minutes later, he arrived at the location Sun Qian had mentioned, recognizing the familiar decor. Was this not the place where he had purchased a bracelet for Wenxin? Could it be that this jewelry store was Sun Qian's? Spotting Chunmei, who was now dressed in uniform and attending to customers with poise, Wang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had yet to disclose his relationship with Wenxin to the two women. He had not figured out how to approach the subject, and in truth, he had almost forgotten about it while enjoying his recent happiness. "Mr. Wang, you're back." The cheerful greeting from a nearby attendant interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he realized it was the same server who had assisted him during his previous visit. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly, attempting to speak, but Sun Qian approached him first. "President Sunday." The server greeted her respectfully. "Oh, you know each other?" Sun Qian noticed the server's enthusiasm as she rushed over to greet Wang Yu, feeling a mix of jealousy and curiosity that compelled her to follow. "This Mr. Wang is our esteemed client who recently purchased a jade bracelet worth over 6 million. The server's response sent a chill of sweat down Wang Yu's spine. He braced himself for an impending interrogation. "Oh, so he's a valued guest. Mr. Wang, what might you be looking to acquire this time?" Sun Qian observed Wang Yu's nervous demeanor and felt an inexplicable urge to tease him. As for the bracelet, she was unconcerned. Who knew if he was divorced at that time? He could have easily bought it for Chun Yuding. After all, considering the Chun family's circumstances, a bracelet worth several million was hardly a splurge. If she pressed further, it might unearth unsavory sentiments within Wang Yu, which would dampen the mood. Thus, she refrained from delving deeper. Wang Yu, oblivious to Sun Qian's thoughts, was now concocting various scenarios in his mind as she referred to him as Mr. Wang. Without hesitation, He wrapped his arms around Sun Qian, gently whispering in the astonished server's presence, "Come here, let me buy you." Sun Qian, embraced by Wang Yu, dismissed her earlier worries and confidently linked her arm through his, declaring, "He is my husband." With that simple statement, onlookers understood their relationship without further explanation. "Please attend to the other customers. I'll show him around," Sun Qian instructed the server, who felt somewhat disappointed. What a generous client. Yet he turned out to be the boss's husband. Reflecting on Wang Yu's lavish spending, she mused that wealthy individuals indeed knew how to enjoy life. Buying gifts in his wife's store to present to her, was that truly a wise expenditure? So perplexing. "Qian, what gift should I bring when I visit your home tonight?" Wang Yu inquired, relieved that his earlier fears had not materialized, as Sun Qian had not broached the subject. "Don't worry, I have everything prepared. We can head over together shortly." What a wonderful woman, so considerate of him. Yet, reflecting on his concealed truths, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. Once they arrived at Sun's home, he would have to disclose Wan Xin's situation to the two women. After all, it was a secret that could not be kept indefinitely. Continuing to hide it made him feel like a cad. As they casually browsed the store, Sun Qian joyfully introduced Wang Yu to the jewelry on display, sharing her thoughts on each counter's design. Within just half an hour, Wang Yu's perception of Sun Qian transformed significantly. Though she possessed a striking figure, her business acumen was truly impressive. Some of the ingenious designs originated from her mind, including the jade bracelet he had purchased. This woman was simply extraordinary, a paragon of perfection. Beautiful, affluent, and talented. Moreover, she genuinely cared for him, which made him feel a wave of shame. Among the three women, Wan Xin was nurturing a child. Yan had waited for him for years, and Sun Qian had sacrificed the most for him. What had he done for them? Had he merely made them appear youthful and beautiful? Was that not a benefit that ultimately accrued to himself? As for other contributions, Wang Yu had not truly considered them. Healing was one thing. He needn't mention Wan Xin and Yan. Sun Qian's brother had even gifted him 5 million, knowing that he might end up with her. Wang Yu would never accept such money. "Qian, do you have any wishes?" A sudden question interrupted Sun Qian's explanation. Seeing the tenderness in Wang Yu's eyes, Sun Qian felt an unusual nervousness. "My previous wish was to live freely and beautifully forever. However, after meeting you, I only wish to be with you. Besides, you've already helped me achieve the wish of remaining beautiful forever. I feel incredibly happy with my life now, and I can't think of anything else." Sun Qian's words left Wang Yu speechless. Was this woman truly so easily satisfied? Yet, if other women were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely resent him. The desire for everlasting beauty was not merely Sun Qian's wish, but a collective aspiration of all women. If they discovered Wang Yu could fulfill that desire, women of all ages would likely pursue him relentlessly. "I've voiced it now. Think of something. Whatever comes to mind, just say it, and I will strive to help you achieve it." Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Sun Qian genuinely began to ponder. She lacked nothing in terms of wealth and love, and her parents and 3 brothers were in excellent health. Sun Qian felt her life had reached a perfect stage, and for a moment, she could not conceive any desires. Furrowing her adorable brows, she appeared quite charming. Suddenly, an idea struck her, one she had yet to possess. The more she thought about it, the more impatient she felt, and the anticipation within her became uncontainable. "Xiaoyu, I really want to have a child that belongs to just the 2 of us, regardless of whether it's a boy or girl." Wang Yu gazed at the sparkling light in Sun Qian's eyes and affectionately tousled her hair. Chapter 77. Unpleasant encounters amidst moments of happiness. What a splendid woman. The wishes she expressed were not burdensome in the slightest. For Wang Yu, who possessed the divine ability to grant offspring, this was a matter that required no cleverness. "Qian, trust me, I will certainly fulfill this wish for you, and it will be swift. We shall have both a son and a daughter," he assured her. As he spoke, a vibrant red light enveloped Sun Qian's abdomen. Under Wang Yu's gentle caress, Sun Qian leaned her head softly against his chest, intoxicated by his promises, her gaze growing increasingly dazed. As they exited the jewelry store, the couple wandered leisurely through the mall. Sun Qian, shedding her usual forthright demeanor, linked her arm with Wang Yu's, casting furtive glances at him. The more she looked, the more handsome he appeared, and her affection deepened with each gaze. Upon reaching a clothing store, Sun Qian eagerly pulled Wang Yu inside, intent on adorning her man. However, their joyful outing was abruptly interrupted by the unwelcome appearance of two individuals, Wen Liang and Chen Yuding, who were hand in hand, strolling leisurely as well. Upon sighting them, Wang Yu grasped Sun Qian's hand, wishing to leave the scene to avoid having their delightful mood tarnished. Wen Liang, oblivious to Wang Yu's presence, was entirely engrossed in his companion, never sparing a glance even if someone were to run by in the nude. Chen Yuding, however, was acutely aware. As if sensing a disturbance, she instantly recognized Wang Yu and then noticed Sun Qian, who was elegantly linked to his arm. Chen Yuding had no prior acquaintance with Sun Qian, for they belonged to different generations, though their social standings were comparable. Had she merely caught sight of Wang Yu alone, she would have shown no interest. Even upon witnessing him with a new woman, she would have silently cursed him before turning her back. But if that woman appeared younger, more beautiful, and more radiant than herself, it would be a bitter blow for Chen Yuding. While Wang Yu felt as though he had swallowed a fly, Chen Yuding experienced the sensation of detonating a bomb, her anger threatening to explode. As Chen Yuding's most devoted admirer, Wen Liang instantly noticed the shift in her demeanor. Turning to look, he exclaimed, "What? Isn't that Dr. Wang, who was dismissed this morning? How is he still here, shopping with such a stunning woman, whose looks nearly rival my goddess?" In a moment reminiscent of a fateful encounter, Wen Liang shed his obsequious facade and boldly wrapped his arm around Chen Yuding's waist. Gazing at Wang Yu, a sense of pride welled within him, for the goddess was now his. In Wen Liang's eyes, whoever Chen Yuding ultimately chose would be the victor, especially since they had 2 children together. Despite being married to the goddess for 7 years, he had gained nothing from it, ultimately losing everything and being left empty-handed. As he mused over these thoughts, Wen Liang became increasingly self-satisfied, completely forgetting Wang Yu's earlier display of strength. Dr. Wang, not seeking employment and still finding time to shop? Wen Liang swaggered up to Wang Yu, casting a disdainful gaze in his direction. At that moment, Wang Yu regarded Wen Liang as nothing more than a fool, perplexed by how Director Han had managed to instill such misplaced confidence in him. It was evident that Wen Liang had been led astray, concocting elaborate fantasies of seeking work after being dismissed. Wang Yu felt an urge to inform him about the compensation of 10 million he had claimed, reminding him that he held the majority of the shares. Yet, he ultimately decided against it. It was better to ignore individuals like him and Chen Yuding, feeling that harboring hatred for them was almost an insult to the word itself. Wang Yu could not muster the energy to speak. He simply took Sun Qian by the hand, not even glancing in their direction, and prepared to leave, prioritizing time with his woman over wasting energy on such people. He thought it far more delightful to enjoy them all with Qian Qian. Wen Liang interpreted Wang Yu's indifference as a sign of fear, further inflating his arrogance. "Dr. Wang, don't be so anxious. If you are willing to apologize to Yuding and me, there might still be a chance for you to return to the hospital." Feeling increasingly irritable, Wang Yu wished to uncover the source of Wen Liang and Oppo's misplaced bravado. At that moment, Chen Yuding clung to Wen Liang and Oppo's arm like a dutiful partner, waiting for her man to defend her honor. Her gaze towards Wang Yu was filled with contempt, harboring resentment for having married such a man. "Xiao Yu, are you looking for trouble?" Sun Qian had returned to her initial state, her demeanor fierce as she awaited Wang Yu and Oppo's response, ready to confront. Sensing her agitation, Wang Yu held her hand gently, urging her to remain calm. After all, he was present, and there was no need for her to take the lead. "Wen Liang, I warn you to refrain from causing any trouble, or I may lose control and strike you again." "Huh, such bravado," Wen Liang scoffed, signaling for burly men in black suits and sunglasses to approach from a distance. After being bested by Wang Yu the previous day, he had hired these bodyguards, eager to provoke Wang Yu into action, allowing him to retaliate fiercely. Unfortunately for him, he had not encountered Wang Yu at the hospital that morning. But fortune smiled upon him as he now faced him. "Go ahead, try to lay a hand on me," he taunted, feeling bolstered by the presence of his 4 bodyguards. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Sun Qian struck Wen Liang across the face. "What do you mean, try? I've tolerated you for far too long." Wang Yu halted, taken aback by the fury radiating from Sun Qian. From the moment when Liang and Chun Yuding appeared, Sun Qian sensed something amiss. Hadn't and Oppos, Wang Yu been attempting to leave with her? While curious, she relished the joyous moment they shared together, dismissing the urge to ponder further. But when she witnessed this so-called Wen Liang speaking in such a condescending tone and bringing a few thugs to intimidate her man, her anger erupted uncontrollably. Having grown up, it was a rare occasion for Sun Qian to play the demure lady, and now, her gaze toward Wen Liang was filled with murderous intent. Wen Liang, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned by Sun Qian's unexpected ferocity. He had never anticipated that such a seemingly delicate woman could be so violent. However, since he had received a blow, he attributed it to Wang Yu, regardless of who had struck first. "Get him," he commanded his bodyguards, instructing them to confront Wang Yu. This was his chance for vengeance. Even if he had to endure a slap in return, it would be worth it. Today, he vowed, he would not let Wang Yu leave without a face full of humiliation. Chapter 78. The Gentleman and Oppos. S. Revenge fails. And he is slapped in the face. The 4 bodyguards acted swiftly, as they were indeed hired to protect their employer and Oppos' interests. They promptly surrounded Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached out and pushed Sun Qian away, earnestly advising, "Stay put and protect yourself." The bodyguards showed no inclination to trouble Sun Qian, for such a stunning woman was not easily harmed. However, should their employer increase the pay, they might reconsider. As the tension escalated, Wang Yu flexed his hands, preparing for the impending confrontation. Wen Liang embraced Chun Yuding with a sinister smile, his voice cold as he remarked, "As long as you don and Oppos, die, we will make sure you suffer." He continued, "After all, we cannot let our friend be disrespected. We will control our strength to leave you battered, but without internal injuries." One of the bodyguards, with his back to Wen Liang, whispered to Wang Yu, just as Wang Yu was about to teach them a harsh lesson. He found the bodyguard and Oppos' reasoning quite sensible. Thus, he decided to hold back a bit, opting for superficial injuries instead. He nodded in agreement with the bodyguard. Upon seeing Wang Yu's compliance, thought, "Well, this fellow seems quite reasonable. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to yield." With mutual understanding established, they were ready to engage, oblivious to the fiery temperament of the girl who had been pushed out of the circle. Sun Qian, who had been fiercely jumping around moments ago, could not be calmed by Wang Yu and Oppos' words. "Sun Deshing," Sun Qian bellowed in the mall. From a moment when Liang provoked the situation to the appearance of the bodyguards, roughly 5 minutes had passed. Though this was a short duration, the mall and Oppos' surveillance cameras were omnipresent. The absence of security personnel thus far suggested foul play. As for who was behind it, neither Wang Yu, nor Wen Liang, nor the bodyguards, or Chun Yuding knew. However, Sun Qian was well aware, for the owner of the mall bore the surname Sun. The impending altercation was interrupted by her shout, causing all eyes to turn towards Sun Qian. "Qian, why are you calling for your second brother?" Wang Yu asked, somewhat perplexed. Before Sun Qian could respond, Sun Deshing hurried over to her. "Little sister, what's wrong? Second brother is here." "Second brother? Don't think I'm unaware. You have been tailing me. It's one thing to indulge in gossip. But why did you ignore when someone came to confront my man? Don't tell me you didn't know. Every time I arrive here, you receive a notification before I even step through the door. I've been wandering for an entire afternoon. And you, who usually appears promptly, where have you been? I expect an explanation. Otherwise, I shall have a chat with my sister-in-law about your middle school desk mate, Lan, who, I hear, has been single since her divorce a few years back." Sun Qian's tirade left Sun Deshing drenched in cold sweat. He had indeed been engrossed in gossip all afternoon. As the mall's owner, he was aware the moment his little sister stepped inside. Moreover, he had even captured a brief segment of Wang Yu embracing her on surveillance and shared it in the family group chat. As for why he hadn't appeared sooner, well, truth be told, Sun Deshing had his reasons. After their family members viewed the video, the group chat was flooded with messages, reaching an overwhelming count of 99. It wasn't until the eldest brother, Sun De Zhao, intervened that the flood of messages ceased. After some deliberation, they decided that Sun Deshing should provide real-time updates and share relevant videos in the chat. Thus, as the prominent owner of them all, Sun Deshing found himself rushing to the surveillance room, essentially becoming the family's gossip broadcaster. While Wang Yu clashed with Wen Liang, Sun Deshing was still engaged in answering questions in the group while editing the video. It wasn't until Sun Qian slapped Wen Liang that he realized something was amiss. Dropping his mouse and keyboard, he hurriedly made his way to the scene, arriving just in time to witness Sun Qian's outburst. As Sun Deshing approached, he was met with his sister's barrage of accusations and threats, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He turned to Wen Liang and the 4 bodyguards, dismissing the need for further conversation, and with a casual gesture, summoned over 30 security personnel from them all. Little sister, I assure you, I am innocent regarding Xiangwan. We are merely business partners. Please do not let your sister-in-law wrongfully accuse me. Sun Deshing pleaded, having regained control of the situation. Fine, let us see how you perform today. Sun Qian, still fuming, was not in the mood for compassion. Having just tasted the sweetness of affection, she was not about to let anyone ruin it for her. At this moment, she found fault with everyone except Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, you said it was a matter of life and death. Although Sun Deshing appeared submissive before his wife and sister, they were both dear to him, one being the love of his life and the other his cherished little sister. As Wang Yu observed Sun Deshing and Appo's arrival, he felt somewhat bewildered. Having not fully avenged himself against Wen Liang, he now had a chance to unleash his frustration on a few individuals. It seemed Sun Deshing had been summoned like a familiar spirit by Sun Qian's call. With a grand gesture, the 4 bodyguards and Wen Liang found themselves ensnared within a circle, and without lifting a finger, Wang Yu effectively resolved the situation. This left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied, as he had envisioned a more dramatic confrontation. However, glancing back at Sun Qian, who held his waist and shot him a fierce look, his spirits lifted considerably. His wife was indeed beautiful, even when angered. Brother-in-law, Sun Deshing noticed Wang Yu's gaze fixated on his sister, nearly drooling. Second brother, you handle this little matter. Qian, and I shall continue our shopping. In that moment, thoughts of revenge and pretense paled in comparison to spending time with his beloved. Wang Yu, after speaking, wrapped his arms around Sun Qian's slender waist and gently kissed her cheek, whispering, Darling, I'll leave this to your second brother. Let us explore other places. Sun Qian, who had been seething moments before, melted in Wang Yu's embrace. The gentle kiss sent shivers through her soul. Okay, I will follow your lead, she replied shyly. Her cheeks flushed. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around, they walked away hand in hand, smiling blissfully. Wow! Sun Deshing was astounded by his sister's sudden transformation and quickly dialed the surveillance room. Hello, this is Sun Deshing. I need all video files from this area within the last half hour. Yes, once it's ready, place it in my office. After ending the call, Sun Deshing remembered he still had matters to attend to. He glanced back at the encircled individuals, tilting his head and revealing a cruel smile. Take them to the security room. 10 minutes later, send them to the hospital. With that, he departed. For his sister's romantic escapades were far more entertaining to share with the family than any petty revenge. Chapter 79. When Liang detained again. Sun Qian and Appo's romance broadcasted with the principal figures gone. The remaining security personnel diligently carried out their employer and Appo's orders. They escorted Wen Liang and 4 bodyguards towards the security room, intending to teach them a lesson in manners. Chen Yuding, too afraid to cause a scene, stealthily dialed the police when no one was watching. She didn't end Appo's recognize Sun Qian, but she knew the infamous Sun brothers of Zeducity all too well. The obsequious manner in which the second Sun brother treated Sun Qian made it clear to Chen Yuding that Wen Liang had stirred up a hornet in Appo's nest. Wang Yu and Appo's indifference further fueled Chen Yuding and Appo's desire for revenge. In the past, Wang Yu would angrily confront her, but today he had Appo's uttered a word, not even bothering to glance in her direction. Seeing Wang Yu and Appo's tenderness towards Sun Qian filled Chen Yuding with an unspeakable rage. The immense disparity and extreme jealousy didn't end Amp, Oppo's, T-Cloud Chen Yuding and Amp, Oppo's, S judgment. Instead, they made her more composed. Wen Liang was her greatest support, and she couldn't stand by and watch him be taken away. However, as a weak woman, she had no way to rescue him. Even if she made a scene, it would be futile, and she might end up in the same predicament. After calling the police, Chen Yuding quietly followed the security team. Wen Liang was dumbfounded. He felt like he had been particularly unlucky these past few days, failing to accomplish anything he set out to do. Now, he was being restrained, and he was about to suffer a beating. He was relieved that Chen Yuding hadn't an Amp, Oppo's, T been involved, otherwise it would have pained him immensely. The 4 bodyguards in front of him were nonchalant, even asking the security guard to go easy on them. Everyone was just trying to make a living, and there was no need for colleagues to make things difficult for each other. Brothers, you're getting paid for this, so you have to take the fall. One security guard said softly. So, take your beating like a man. We in Amp, Oppo's, we're just doing our jobs, and we can in Amp, Oppo's, till our boss down, another security guard added. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards felt like cursing. Their kind words had been wasted. It seemed these guys wouldn't in Amp, Oppo's, T hold back. They exchanged glances, reluctantly giving up. It wasn't in Oppo's, T that they didn't in Amp, Oppo's, T want to resist, as they were quite capable fighters. If they fought back, they might be able to escape, but the remaining ones would suffer, possibly spending months in the hospital. It was better to obediently take a beating, apply some ointment, and be back on their feet in a few days. As they passed a corner, Wen Liang, who had been silent and subdued, suddenly broke free. His black belt in Taekwondo, though insignificant in front of Wang Yu, was quite formidable at this moment. He ambushed and knocked down several security guards, seized the opportunity, and ran for his life. While running, he shouted, "You 4 hold them back, and I'll give you 500,000 each." Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards, who had been resigned to their fate, immediately perked up. People will die for wealth, and birds for food. Having worked together for many years, they understood each other and Oppo's intentions without needing to communicate. 500,000. That was more than a year in Oppo's salary of 30,000 per month. They couldn't and Oppo's afford to pass up this opportunity. They immediately launched an attack, broke free from the security guards, and blocked the staircase, giving Wen Liang a chance to escape. At that moment, the police who had received the report arrived and headed towards the security room, led by Chen Yuding. Sun Dexing, who had received the notification, didn't and Oppo's take it seriously and sent a manager to deal with the police. As Chen Yuding was about to go up the stairs, she ran into Wen Liang, who was trying to escape. The police, who were coming from the opposite direction, immediately apprehended Wen Liang. They then went up and brought the 4 bodyguards and dozens of security guards, who were still fighting, to the police station. The manager who came to handle the situation didn't and Oppo's get a word in and could only watch helplessly as the police took away the security guards from a shopping mall. He immediately reported the incident to Sun Dexing. Sun Dexing, who had been happily enjoying the gossip, felt a bit disappointed after hearing the report. Not only had his brother-in-law failed to handle the small matter he had been entrusted with, but his employees had also been arrested. It was quite upsetting. However, he didn't end Oppo's want to get involved personally. He had a family gathering that evening, and it was almost 5:00 and Oppo's clock. If he went to the police station, he would miss out on all the juicy gossip. Go there now, try to control the situation. Anyway, we didn't lay a hand on them. Spend some money to smooth things over, and don't involve my little sister and brother-in-law. Wang Yu and Sun Qian had already forgotten the unpleasantness from earlier and were deeply engrossed in their newfound romance. At this moment, they only had eyes for each other. Wearing the clothes that Sun Qian had personally chosen for him, Wang Yu felt particularly happy, as if he had returned to his university days. He couldn't end Oppo's help but recall the sweet moments he had shared with his first love. Then, Chen Yuding and Oppo's face appeared in his memory. Ugh, how disgusting. The more sweet it was before, the more disgusting it is now. Who said first love is beautiful and memorable? His first love made him sick. There was no point in reminiscing. Qian was more worthy of his attention. As they passed a beverage shop, Sun Qian went in and bought a medium-sized fresh juice with 2 straws. However, they didn't end Oppos. He encountered the dedicated employee from the internet. So there was nothing worth describing about the purchase. Then they sat on a bench in the lounge area, facing each other, heads touching, drinking from the same cup. Their eyes met, and their hands were clasped together, much to the delight of Sun Dexing, who was watching from the surveillance room. He immediately took a screenshot and sent it to the group chat, where the relatives were swept away by the sweetness and began to comment. Aunt and uncle are such a perfect match. Oh my, Aunt is killing me with sweetness. Uncle is so handsome. She pushed Aunt out of danger and faced 4 bodyguards by herself. So manly. Qian has a good eye for people. The young man is indeed a talent. I think we should hold the wedding tonight and go straight to the bridal chamber. ISN and Oppos. That too hasty? Not that I and Oppos am against getting married today, but I and Oppos am afraid Qian will be too shy to agree. Sun Dusheng, who was watching the messages, remained silent. He wanted to tell everyone in the group that his little sister was not shy at all, and that the bridal chamber had already been visited long ago. If they consummate the marriage tonight, will we have a child next year? Yes, they are a match made in heaven. Their child will definitely be adorable. It would be nice to have a girl. Our family has too much male energy. It's just me and Aunt who are girls. Yes, a little girl. The relatives were gossiping in the group chat, discussing what Sun Qian and Wang Yu and Oppos' child should be named. As they chatted, they started talking about which kindergarten to send the child to. Then they discussed what the child should do after graduating from college and which company to work for. At this moment, Sun Qian only felt that her phone and Oppos' notification sound was annoying, so she immediately set it to Do Not Disturb mode. She didn't end Oppos' to even glance at the messages in the group chat. After finishing the juice, the two strolled around for a while, and Wang Yu bought Sun Qian 2 sets of lingerie. As for why he bought them, it was because the old ones were too small. Qian was still growing, so buying her some lingerie was only natural. Chapter 80. Sun Qian introduces Wang Yu to her parents Qian. Shall we be on our way? It's our first visit to your home, so it would be best to arrive early, Wang Yu remarked, glancing at the clock which indicated it was already 5:00 and Oppos' clock. Yes, let us go now, Sun Qian replied. Today, she felt exceptionally joyful as she faced the man she cherished, nodding obediently. The thought of bringing Wang Yu to meet her parents later made her feel a bit bashful. As for Yuan, Wang Yu had not forgotten her. He called her on the way, informing her of his relationship with Sun Qian, and suggested that she rest and then return to her own house outside Sun Qian's. Meanwhile, Chun Mei was diligently working, completely overlooked by her brother and boss. It was only when her stomach growled from hunger that she realized those two had long disappeared. With a few resentful remarks, she decided to take a taxi to find Yuan. Upon arriving at the Sun family home, despite being mentally prepared, Wang Yu was still taken aback. It wasn't Oppos' the size or beauty of the house that shocked him, but rather the sheer number of people present. Seeing dozens of relatives staring intently at him made him swallow hard and force himself to remain composed. Sun Qian was equally astonished. Aside from family gatherings during the New Year, she had never seen her relatives assemble so neatly. Even several nephews who studied out of town had returned, and her married niece brought her child, beaming with excitement. While her 3 brothers seemed normal, the presence of their cousins and their families was unexpected. If Sun Qian had seen the messages in the family group chat, she would have understood why so many had come. After Sun Dusheng announced Sun Qian's news in the morning, the entire Sun family was enveloped in a sea of joy. The only single girl in the family was bringing a man home. Meetings and contracts could wait. Brothers, sisters-in-law, and younger siblings all requested time off work, and those out of town promptly booked flights. The university-going nephews were equally thrilled, collectively taking leave to return home. The family was eager to see what kind of man could win over their beloved aunt. After years of anticipation, they could not afford to miss this significant evening. As the afternoon progressed, Sun Dexing's live stream further ignited their excitement. By 4 o'clock, everyone was gathered, eagerly awaiting Wang Yu's arrival. Brother, what is going on? Sun Qian had initially thought only her parents and 3 brothers would be present, perhaps with her sister-in-law. As for her eldest and 3rd brother's partners, though they had children, they were not officially married and would likely refrain from attending such an occasion. To Sun Qian's surprise, All four of her eldest brother and Appo's partners were present, and her third brother was accompanied by two beautiful sisters-in-law, each cradling one of his sons. What was supposed to be an intimate family dinner had transformed into a familial gathering. Even the typically carefree Sun Qian felt a bit uneasy amidst the grandeur. Little sister, none of the elder brothers knew. It was the third brother who informed everyone. Sun Dezhao, the eldest brother, nonchalantly remarked. Sun Qian's gaze landed on Sun Dexing, who was enthusiastically introducing Wang Yu. Sun Dexing felt an inexplicable chill despite the warmth of the gathering, but he brushed it off, attributing it to the low temperature of the air conditioning. Sun Qian, unable to confront her third brother at that moment, merely pursed her lips and noted it for later. Approaching her parents, she obediently massaged her mother's shoulders. Her cheeks flushed as she listened to the teasing remarks from her aunts. As for Wang Yu, she paid him no mind. She had brought him home to meet her family, and so far, everyone seemed welcoming. Wang Yu, on the other hand, felt overwhelmed. Sun Dexing's introductions had left him unable to remember a single name. At best, he could distinguish between the uncles and aunts and the brothers and sisters-in-law. When Sun Dexing introduced his partners, Wang Yu finally understood why Sun Qian had encouraged Yu to accompany him. She must have been influenced by her eldest brother. However, upon learning that the second brother only had his wife, Wu Shuyue, Wang Yu felt a glimmer of hope that there were still decent men among the three brothers. The third brother did not introduce his partners initially, but Wang Yu had already noticed him openly embracing two young women. Without needing an introduction, he recognized them as the third sisters-in-law. After meeting a multitude of cousins and siblings, Wang Yu found it increasingly difficult to bear. The way they looked at him felt oddly familiar, as if they had known him all along. There was an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Aside from Sun Qian's third brother and eldest brother, he had never met any of these people before. Sun Qian's older nephews were quite polite to Wang Yu, having grown up under her influence, while the younger ones, unaccustomed to her authority, bombarded him with questions. It took a while for him to learn that Sun Dexing had notified everyone in the family group chat. Damn it, I had a favorable impression of him. Calling him third brother every day, not realizing he would orchestrate such a grand scheme to set me up, Wang Yu thought, feeling somewhat betrayed. After half an hour of introductions, Sun Dexing finally led Wang Yu to face the main event. Sun Qian's parents were seated comfortably in the living room, waiting for him. Approaching the elderly couple, Wang Yu felt a pang of anxiety, especially considering that he was also involved with two women. Ah, you must be Wang Yu. Don't be nervous. Our family is simply a bit larger and more enthusiastic than the average household, Sun's mother said, noticing his stiff demeanor. Sun's father nodded with a smile, feeling quite pleased with Wang Yu. As the head of the Sun family, the thought of his daughter finding a partner had long haunted him. He had once imagined how heart-wrenching it would be to meet his son-in-law for the first time, fearing tears when sending his daughter off to marriage. He had hoped his little girl would stay with him for a few more years, fearing she might be mistreated in her new home. Up until Sun Qian turned 30, Sun's father was relatively content, but as his daughter grew older, he began to feel the pressure. While having a warm daughter was delightful, keeping her for too long was not feasible. Thus, he began to seek a suitable son-in-law, but Sun Qian had shown no interest at that time, refusing to meet anyone. Initially, Sun's parents thought their daughter was reluctant to leave them, but after a few years, they realized the truth. She simply did not wish to marry. Sun's mother enlisted the help of several siblings to persuade Sun Qian, but their efforts only resulted in a headache for her. After 2 years of relentless pressure, she finally caved in and bought her own apartment, moving out. By the time Sun Qian turned 40, her parents had not seen any sign of her desiring a relationship. This matter had become a shared concern for the Sun family, especially after the eldest granddaughter married. Sun Qian's marital status had become a collective worry among the relatives. Chapter 81. Sisters-in-law and female cousins inquire about Sun Qian's secret to rejuvenation, contemplating that the elder son couple were already in their 70s, and their granddaughters were married with children, yet their own daughter remained headstrong and adamantly refused to find a boyfriend. In recent years, Mr. and Mrs. Sun had relinquished urging Sun Qian to marry, knowing that the Sun family had ample resources to support her indefinitely. If their daughter preferred to live alone, so be it, as long as she found happiness. However, just days prior, their daughter had suddenly announced that she had found a boyfriend, eliciting tears of joy from the elderly couple. They immediately requested to meet him, but Sun Qian declined. This distressed the old couple, prompting them to summon the three Sun brothers. Upon hearing their father's words, the eldest and second brothers immediately suspected Wang Yu. As for Sun Dishing, he had investigated Wang Yu's background, and his sister had commandeered his room for days. He was well aware of the situation. After suppressing it for several days, Sun Dishing promptly divulged everything about Sun Qian, even presenting Wang Yu's investigation report to their parents. The eldest and second brothers immediately understood the situation after reviewing the third brother's findings. The second brother even reproached himself for not conducting a thorough investigation, realizing that his sister's happiness would have been jeopardized had it not been for the third brother. The three brothers vouched for Wang Yu's character and competence, assuring their father that a doctor capable of curing breast cancer must possess exceptional abilities. Seeing that his three sons knew the prospective son-in-law, Mr. Sun felt reassured and developed a favorable impression of Wang Yu, whom he had yet to meet. Having waited so long, the elderly couple regarded Wang Yu with fervent anticipation. Sun Qian, who was sitting obediently beside her mother, finally had time to check her phone. Upon seeing the 99 messages in the family group, she curiously clicked on it, her face immediately flushing crimson. She lowered her head, observing the videos and screenshots of her afternoon outing with Wang Yu being displayed in the group. While she felt delighted and joyful, she inwardly cursed her second brother. Uncle and Aunt's son, I am Qian and Appo's boyfriend. Oh, my name is Wang Yu. Wang Yu stammered nervously. A fine young man, Mr. Sun nodded approvingly. Yes, I heard you are a doctor with exceptional medical skills, Mrs. Sun said with a smile, holding her daughter and Appo's hand. They had been startled upon learning of Sun Qian and Appo's illness, but Sun Dezhao immediately informed them that Wang Yu had already cured her, alleviating their fears. Yes, I used to work at the Mary Hospital, but recently I've been contemplating opening my own clinic, Wang Yu replied. Excellent. That's the spirit of the youth, Mr. Sun said. After a few minutes of conversation, Mr. Sun noticed Wang Yu and Appo's unease and promptly announced the commencement of the feast. Following a round of greetings, the numerous Sun family members took their seats in the living room, which was packed with 5 tables. The 3 Sun brothers escorted Wang Yu and Sun Qian to the table where Mr. and Mrs. Sun were seated. After an opening speech, everyone began to eat. Are you intimidated? Sun Qian whispered to Wang Yu, who was sitting beside her. Not at all. How could I be intimidated? It's just that your family is too enthusiastic. It feels like they and Appo's all met me before, Wang Yu replied. Well, they have all seen you. They and Appo's you've been discussing us all afternoon, Sun Qian said, handing her phone to Wang Yu. After casually browsing through it, Wang Yu saw the videos and photos in the group, prompting him to wish he could strangle Sun Dexing. Is there a need to be such a gossip? Just enjoy it yourself. Don't broadcast it, he thought. Sensing Wang Yu's piercing gaze, Sun Dexing chuckled, showing no remorse. He immediately raised his glass, preparing to toast Wang Yu. Third brother, I need your help today, Wang Yu said, intending to win over his biggest rival after drinking with Sun Dexing. After all, if the 3 Sun brothers ganged up on him, he would surely lose. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Your third brother is here to support you today, Sun Dishing said with a smile. He had learned a secret from his younger sister in recent days, a secret that would ultimately rely on Wang Yu. Therefore, he would undoubtedly side with Wang Yu. The secret was quite simple. Since Wang Yu and Sun Qian had become a couple, they often dated at Sun Dishing's restaurant. As a result, Sun Dishing's 2 women frequently encountered Sun Qian there. Being women themselves, they were the first to notice Sun Qian's transformation. Her face was becoming increasingly youthful, her skin smoother, and the wrinkles she used to conceal with makeup had vanished. Whether through subtle inquiries or direct questions, they couldn't Appo's elicit an answer from Sun Qian. Consequently, they implored their man to help them find out. After secretly observing for a few days, Sun Dishing immediately noticed his younger sister's reverse aging. Although Sun Qian, who knew the inside story, wanted to help her third brother, she couldn't Appo's T bring herself to reveal such a thing. However, under Sun Dishing and Amp Oppo's persistence, she admitted to the fact that she had become younger, but passed the responsibility of explaining to Wang Yu. She told her third brother to ask her brother-in-law. As she didn't Amp Oppo's, T know what method Wang Yu had used. Having failed to get any information from his younger sister and being pestered by his women, Sun Dishing was preparing to seek help from Wang Yu these days. Therefore, how could he not help his brother-in-law today? The family banquet was enjoyable and the atmosphere was pleasant. After eating for more than an hour, a group of sisters-in-law and female cousins pulled Sun Qian away. They had also noticed Sun Qian and Amp Oppo's transformation and could no longer resist asking her about it. Meanwhile, Sun Qian and Amp Oppo's male cousins cheerfully dragged Wang Yu away. The Sun family elders were pleased to see their family members so happy. After eating their fill, they went to the study to drink tea and chat. At this moment, only a group of men remained in the living room, preparing to drink with Wang Yu. Come on, brother-in-law, bottoms up. Brother-in-law, me too. Uncle-in-law, I and Amp Oppo's. I'll have a drink with you too. Surrounded by the crowd, Wang Yu downed 1.5 pounds of liquor before Sun Dishing rushed over to rescue him. Seeing this situation, the eldest brother, Sun Dezhao, immediately sensed something amiss. He patted Sun Dexing and Amp Oppo's shoulder and said, Second brother, I and Amp Oppo's. I'm going to discuss something with father. You take care of our brother-in-law. After speaking, he left without waiting for Sun Dexing and Oppo's response. Having been rescued by Sun Dishing, Wang Yu immediately targeted Sun Dexing, who had come to greet the group of brothers. It seems I can and Oppo's T escaped today, but the first one I and Oppo's am dragging down with me is definitely you. Wang Yu thought. Meanwhile, Sun Qian was getting a headache from being questioned by a large group of sisters-in-law and female cousins. She couldn't possibly say that she had become younger after sleeping with Wang Yu. That would harm Wang Yu. As a woman, she understood how much effort women put into maintaining their beauty. If they knew the truth, some might take risks, or even all of them might take risks. Chapter 82. Sun Qian shifts the blame on her own husband Qian. Your sister-in-law always takes care of you. Please help me out. We and Amp Oppo's both over 40. Look at your skin, and then look at mine, the eldest sister-in-law implored. Hold on, you and Amp Oppo's only 39, not even 40 yet. I and Amp Oppo's am already 43, halfway in the grave. Of course, I need to be helped first. Another sister-in-law grabbed Sun Qian and Oppo's hand, caressing it with increasing envy and desire, shoving the first one aside. The other sisters-in-law, with more delicate dispositions, didn't end Amp Oppo's directly reach out, but instead spoke softly and persuasively. The wives of the cousins and nephews formed a circle around Sun Qian, like a pack of she-demons eyeing a freshly cleansed monk. Sun Dishing's two wives remained composed, cracking melon seeds and chatting. They had pleased Sun Dishing the previous night, and he had confidently guaranteed their success. As for Sun Qian and Amp Oppo's second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, she thought, as the only legally wedded wife among the Sun brothers, she wasn't Oppo's about to miss out on any benefits. Although eager, she maintained her composure. Sun Qian felt overwhelmed, as if her ears weren't in Oppo's enough. Even when she was being pressured to marry, it wasn't in Oppo's this intense. After enduring for a few minutes, she couldn't in Oppo's take it anymore. She stood up abruptly, looking at the group of women, their eyes filled with envy and unwavering determination. Sisters-in-law, and Oppo's, as all thanks to my husband and Oppo's care. I haven't and Oppo's used any secret recipes, hormones, or undergone surgery. Is your brother-in-law a doctor? The second sister-in-law asked from outside the circle. Yes, a gynecologist. He and Oppo's quite famous in Sudu City. He and Oppo's doctor. Wang from Maria Hospital, unable to withstand the harassment. Sun Qian wished her husband would take care of these harpies. Your brother-in-law is Dr. Wang? I knew he looked familiar. Ah, yes. I remember now. Dr. Wang cured my stomach problems. Me too. My irregular periods have been going on for years. After taking his medicine for half a month, I and Oppo's am as regular as clockwork. The women began discussing their experiences or hearsay about Dr. Wang and Oppo's Yu's miraculous abilities. Seeing this, Sun Qian shrunk back, sneaking out of the room and running away. As for shifting the blame onto Wang Yu, she felt justified, as a husband should protect his wife. Inside the room, the women were still in fervent discussion. Wu Shuwen noticed Sun Dishing's two younger wives enjoying melon seeds, and her eyes lit up. She knew Sun Dishing was the first to know Wang Yu and had the best relationship with him. These two, though only in their 30s, couldn't ignore this. They must have gotten benefits through their husband. With this in mind, she secretly left the room to find Sun Dexing. In the living room, Sun Dexing was sprawled on the sofa, hugging a pillow and snoring. Wu Shuiwei saw her husband and was immediately annoyed that while others were still drinking, he was passed out. She dragged him to the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, and forced his head towards the toilet. She punched his stomach a couple of times, waking him up. Ugh, you. 10 minutes later, Sun Dexing rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and straightened his clothes. Looking at his wife, he vowed, Don and Oppos, T worry wife. I and Oppos, LL complete the mission. Go. If you do well, I and Oppos, LL serve you in every way imaginable. Hearing this, Sun Dexing couldn't resist hugging Wu Shuiwei and kissing her passionately before hurrying out. The atmosphere in the living room was strange. While Wu Shuiwei was taking her husband away, the Sun family wives had approached their own husbands. After all, Wu Shuiwei might be smart, but these women weren't fools. They quickly realized what she was up to. They whispered various temptations to their husbands before returning to their seats. The Sun men's gazes toward Wang Yu became even more fervent. The promises their wives had made were exhilarating, and they couldn't wait to claim their rewards. They were now focused on fulfilling their wives' and Oppos' requests and returning home for a passionate night. As for Sun Qian and Oppos' beauty, the men hadn't and Oppos' noticed. In their eyes, their sister, aunt, or cousin had always been beautiful. A jewel of the Sun family had to be radiant. However, if Sun Qian had lost weight or looked tired, these sharp-eyed men would have noticed immediately. When Sun Dexing arrived, he saw his brothers had stopped drinking and eating, surrounding Wang Yu with suggestive smiles. This was even more frightening than the Song brothers, who had only kidnapped him. The Sun men seemed very interested in him, causing Wang Yu to panic and shout. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don and Amp, Oppos, Panic, brother-in-law, Sun Dexing said, put his arm around Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos' neck and sitting on a stool. Although the stool was large, it was still too crowded for two men. Okay, everyone sit down. Sun Dezhao's voice rang out. His four wives hadn't and Oppos. Found him in the living room and, after learning his whereabouts, had dragged him away from his tea. After their explanations, Sun Dezhao understood the situation but felt it wasn't the right time. As the eldest brother, he needed to maintain his dignity. He would talk to his brother-in-law privately tomorrow. However, his wives didn't Amp, Oppos, want to wait. What if the youth-restoring elixir was finite? Sun Dezhao, we and Amp, Oppos, followed you for so many years without any recognition. Are you going to refuse us this? I'm warning you, you must get us that thing today, or we'll all serve you every night. The united front of the four women terrified Sun Dezhao. He couldn't possibly handle that. He abandoned his dignity and rushed to the living room to seek Wang Yu's help. Chapter 83. The Sun brothers' request plunges Wang Yu into despair. It was the eldest Sun brother, whose years of authority quelled his siblings' fervent desires, compelling them to reluctantly resume their seats. A visibly agitated Wang Yu nudged Sun Dexing, who remained glued to his side, and said, Second brother, aren't you feeling cramped? Please, return to your own seat. Sun Dexing chuckled, his grip tightening instead of loosening. Sun Dezhao, feigning ignorance, settled into his father's former position, exuding the air of an elder brother. Brother-in-law, we're all family here. I'll speak frankly on behalf of my brothers. Big brother, is something amiss? Wang Yu inquired, still shaken by the near-miss experience. Everything was amicable until a sudden shift in attitude. The fervent gazes and suggestive expressions were unnerving. Indeed, has each of your sisters-in-law shared the matter with you? Sun Dezhao directed his question to his brothers. Shared what? Sun Dishing, still oblivious, responded, as his women had not yet arrived, leaving him unaware of the collective interest in Wang Yu. Silence. Sun Dezhao rebuked his third brother. You were already aware and intended to monopolize the situation. I have always looked after you, often letting the second brother take the blame. I will make things difficult for you, so you will learn about fraternal respect. Son Dushing recoiled, offering a sheepish grin as he zipped his lips shut. Brother-in-law, we brothers require your assistance in a matter that ultimately benefits your sisters-in-law. Big brother, if it's within my capabilities, I'll do my utmost, Wang Yu pledged, acknowledging the genuine kindness of the Sun brothers and the rapport he felt with the newly acquainted cousins. Excellent. Since you and Amp, Oppos, re so amenable, second brother, you and Amp, Oppos, re in closer proximity, so explain the details to our brother-in-law. As the eldest, Sun Dezhao delegated the specifics to his brother. Sun Dexing, initially relieved, realized the responsibility had fallen back on him. Recalling his wife's words, he accepted the task. Brother-in-law, Qianqian's youthful radiance and flawless skin are undoubtedly due to your efforts. Wang Yu blushed, responding with some embarrassment. Indeed, it is. Upon hearing Wang Yu and Oppos as confirmation, the Sun brothers collectively exhaled in relief. Brother-in-law, since you possess such a remarkable skill, we implore you to extend your assistance to Qianqian's sisters-in-law. Sun Dexing's words struck Wang Yu like a thunderbolt. This is beyond my capabilities. Surveying the room, he was met with 17 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Discounting the 4 nephews still in school and the 2 youngest, unmarried brothers, there were 11 with wives. Considering Sun Dezhao and Amp, Oppos, as 4 wives and Sun Dexing and Amp, Oppos, S2, and the potential for other women, the number could easily exceed 20. Even with the Yellow Emperor and Amp, Oppos, S manual, his body would not endure. This ISN and Amp, Oppos, T merely a matter of endurance. But how can I possibly help? Assisting would mean potentially ensnaring all the Sun wives. How would I survive? Wang Yu shuddered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Did Qianqian disclose her secrets? Your 2/3 sisters-in-law inquired, and Qianqian revealed everything. Sun Dexing interjected. So you're all aware? Wang Yu questioned, suspecting the women had whispered to their husbands. Indeed, the brothers affirmed in unison. And you still request my assistance? Yes. Has Qianqian consented? Wang Yu asked, grasping at his last hope. Qianqian has agreed, which is why we're seeking your help. Sun Dexing replied. Brother-in-law, could your regimen benefit me as well? I and Amp, Oppos, am 43, and while I feel fine, my complexion betrays my age, Sun Dexing added. The brothers and Amp, Oppos, gazes intensified. You Sun brothers are inhuman. I would accept helping your wives, but now you men seek my assistance. You want me to sacrifice myself. Wang Yu, initially apprehensive, was galvanized into defiance by Sun Dexing and Amp, Oppos, S words. Pushing off Sun Dexing, who had been embracing him, Wang Yu stood up, preparing to escape. This family was toxic. Just as Wang Yu was about to bolt, Sun Qian and Oppos' laughter echoed from the corner of the living room. Having secretly observed the scene, Sun Qian could no longer contain herself. The dialogue between her brothers and Wang Yu had left her in stitches. Seeing Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos' pallid complexion, trembling frame, and resolute determination to flee, Sun Qian collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing with laughter. Wang Yu rushed to her side, embracing her. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine, Sun Qian managed to say. The Sun brothers exchanged bewildered glances. After a few minutes, Sun Qian regained composure. She took Wang Yu and Oppos' hand and prepared to speak, but Wang Yu pulled away, declaring, Qianqian, I would move mountains for you, but I will not do this. Scanning the faces of the Sun brothers, he continued, even at sword point, I cannot. Chapter 84. The true man hidden in the Sun family as Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos' words escaped his lips, Sun Qian and Amp, Oppos' previously restrained emotions finally unraveled. Her lower abdomen quivered, and her entire body began to tremble, her beautiful face contorting with distress. Brother, leave this matter to me. I will give you a response tomorrow. With a strained utterance, she grasped Wang Yu's hand and dashed away, leaving behind a trail of laughter and a group of bewildered brothers from the Sun family. After a moment of silence in the living room, Sun Dexing could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Does my sister-in-law agree or not? I still need to report back. The others exchanged glances, uncertain, for Wang Yu's earlier solemn demeanor did not suggest acquiescence. Well, Since my younger sister has taken it upon herself, there should be no issue. You all go back and prepare some gifts. We cannot let my sister-in-law work for nothing." Sun De Zhao, the eldest, reassured the brothers with his words. "Brother, what is sister-in-law like?" "We have no idea," someone promptly queried. Gifting was not an issue, having done it before, but since this matter pertained to their future happiness, they needed to be earnest and considerate. Sun Dexing pondered for a moment, but could not ascertain Wang Yu's preferences. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Forget about gifts. Since Qian has maintained herself to such an extent, it is evident she has utilized many precious materials, which must not be cheap. Let's simply give her money. His suggestion resonated with the brothers. "Then how much shall we give?" Another brother inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Dexing decisively stated, 5 million from each person, neither too much nor too little. Just right. Consider how many women you have that are worth such an investment. Just avoid any domestic troubles, and we will directly hand the money to Qian. Upon hearing this, Sun De Zhao's face darkened. It seemed he had the most women, 4, which amounted to 20 million. He had hoped for a free ride, yet his younger brother had ensnared him instead. He contemplated shifting the blame onto the third brother in the future, but it appeared that, as before, it was better for the second brother to bear more of the burden. Let us proceed as the second brother suggests. If there are no further matters, we shall disperse. Although Sun Zhao did not receive a free ride, he was unconcerned about the money and readily concurred with the second brother in Oppo's decision. With the discussion concluded, everyone began to depart. Sun Dashing intended to find his wife, but was halted by a cousin. "Defu, what is it?" Sun Dashing inquired, noting his cousin and Oppo's troubled expression. "Third brother, I have something I need your help with." "Mate, I have a word?" He pulled Sun Dashing behind a large tree in the yard. "Speak freely. There is no need for such secrecy among brothers." Though Sun Dashing followed, he could not help but admonish his cousin. "Third brother, could you lend me some money?" "Lend you money? What's wrong? Don't you have 5 million? I recall you own several bathhouses. Is that not enough?" "That is not it, third brother. I can manage 1 million or even 10 million. Then why do you need to borrow from me?" Sun Dashing was baffled by his cousin's request. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Defu replied, "Third brother, I must tell you, but you must keep it a secret. Rest assured my lips are sealed. Well, brother, I calculated that I need approximately 35 million. Sun Dashing was taken aback. "Defu, you have 7. Can your body handle it?" "Heed my advice. Youth is unaware of the preciousness of vitality, and one may find themselves shedding tears for daughters in their later years. It is better to exercise moderation." Since Sun Defu had broached the topic, he felt no shame and countered, "Third brother, as the saying goes, a man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I have just met the standard, and it is hardly excessive. Moreover, I have been diligent in my exercises and supplements. My health is not an issue." "Fine. Do what pleases you. How much do you lack?" Sun Dashing, weary of the discussion, decided to leave it as it was, recognizing it was a personal matter. "I can spare 20 million. I'll need your help with the rest." "All right, no problem. I will transfer it to you tomorrow." "Thank you, third brother. I shall treat you to a bath another day." With that, Sun Defu took his leave. "I must go. My sister-in-law is awaiting my reply." "Very well, take care." As the two prepare to exit, they emerge from behind the tree only to find several nephews crouched, eavesdropping. Sun Dashing chuckled and fled. "Seventh uncle, we want to say a word." "Indeed, we're heading to school tomorrow and want to speak of it. Rest assured, our lips are even tighter than third Uncle S." After making their promises, the group dashed away, leaving no trace. Sun Defu stood beneath the tree, a visage of despair. "It's over. 5 people know now. In less than 3 days, the whole family will find out. I will be lucky if my father doesn't kill me. I cannot return home until my women are visibly pregnant." Wang Yu followed Sun Qian into her bedroom, watching as she flopped onto the bed, laughing uncontrollably. When he attempted to speak, she waved him off, indicating she needed a moment, yet she continued to laugh for over 10 minutes without pause. Growing increasingly irritated, Wang Yu was resolute in his refusal to compromise on today's matter. Observing Sun Qian and Oppo's incessant giggling, he felt compelled to teach this thoughtless girl a lesson. Making her aware that some words should not be frivolously expressed, and certain favors could not be extended indiscriminately, not even to relatives. He proceeded to articulate his reasoning with great fervor, determined to establish his authority as the head of the household. "What are you doing?" Sun Qian asked, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Wait, allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive." As she noticed Wang Yu's unyielding demeanor, Sun Qian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and promptly began to clarify. Over an hour later, Sun Qian could no longer muster a smile. Wang Yu, with an air of triumph, declared, "Now you are quiet. Are you still laughing?" "No," Sun Qian replied weakly. Wang Yu had ignored her pleas for mercy, nearly causing her to faint. "Tell me, could you speak so casually? You even agreed to let me assist your relatives. Is this how one should treat their husband?" He punctuated his words with a light tap on her head. Hearing Wang Yu and Appo's admonitions, Sun Qian fought back the urge to laugh, but was interrupted once more by his gentle reprimand. Reflecting on the previous hours, she quickly gathered her thoughts, realizing she must clarify the misunderstanding before it spiraled further out of control. Chapter 85. Envy breeds madness. As Sun Qian recounted the story, Wang Yu realized it was all a misunderstanding, and he couldn't help but chuckle at his earlier fear. No wonder his wife was laughing so hard she couldn't even speak. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Wang Yu playfully chided, planting a kiss on Sun Qian and Appo's lips. "And if I had, would you have offered your services to my sisters-in-law?" Sun Qian retorted good-naturedly. "No, but at least I would have been prepared. You have no idea how terrified I was when third brother mentioned wanting some maintenance and Appo's too." Having grasped the situation, Wang Yu felt relieved, his earlier trepidation completely dispelled. "So what Appo's the plan? You can Appo's actually go through with it, can you?" he asked, as Sun Qian and Appo's delicate hand found its way to the soft flesh of his waist. "Rest assured, I have a solution. While it may not achieve the exact same results as what you ladies are after, I can certainly make them look 4 or 5 years younger," Wang Yu confidently stated, seizing Sun Qian and Appo's hand. "What and Appo's the solution? And I and Appo's am warning you, no funny business," Sun Qian cautioned. Traditional Chinese medicine has a rich history of research in health preservation and beauty, with remarkable achievements. As you know, my expertise lies in gynecology, and I have some knowledge of women's health. I can prescribe tonifying and qi-nourishing formulas tailored to each of their unique constitutions. "My darling, you're amazing," Sun Qian exclaimed, showering Wang Yu with praise. "Where am I amazing?" It seemed this man couldn't maintain his composure for more than a few seconds in bed. After some more intimate conversation, Sun Qian succumbed to sleep. Wang Yu, however, found himself wide awake. He had hoped to bestow a blessing upon a police officer today, but that plan seemed to have evaporated. It was a pity to have squandered his once-a-day opportunity. Gazing at Sun Qian in his arms, he couldn't resist employing his divine power for a quick indulgence. Immediately, he received a system notification. The individual who has received the blessing cannot be blessed again within 1 year. "Well, that's restrictive," he muttered. "I wonder if I can bestow a blessing upon myself." Acting on impulse, Wang Yu used his blessing ability on himself. The system responded promptly, received 15,000 merit points. "Whoa, that's a lot. What did I do?" Wang Yu was bewildered, racking his brain to recall any significant acts of kindness he had performed. While he had engaged in some good deeds, they were mostly on par with helping elderly women cross the street. There was no way they could have generated such a high merit value. After much contemplation, he realized the most likely source. When he had activated the divine protection on his return, he had been deducting 100 merit points daily for several days. That meant the area within a 20-kilometer radius was undergoing changes due to his protection, resulting in this substantial merit point reward. Understanding this, Wang Yu felt a tinge of regret. If he had waited a month, he might have earned even more merit points. But what an Appo's done is done, and the interval was only a year. What was meant for him would inevitably come. The current merit value was still far from the million-point mark. He needed to carefully consider ways to accumulate merit points more rapidly. After a while, he conceived a promising idea. He decided to discuss the specifics with Sun Qian the next day. If successful, It would allow him to earn money and increase merit simultaneously, without the exhausting workload of the previous months. With a plan in mind, Wang Yu held the fragrant son, Qian, in his arms and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Wen Liang was wide awake, plagued by insomnia. After being taken to the police station for questioning, he had been released, but not without wasting a significant amount of time. He had also learned from Chun Yuding that the woman who slapped him was the apple of the Sun family and Amp, Oppos, S.I. Wang Yu had somehow managed to latch onto such a powerful patron, making it more challenging for him to seek revenge. However, Wen Liang remained undeterred. After all, the Wen group's overall strength was at least twice that of the Sun family. If a business war were to erupt, the advantage would be his. Moreover, it was questionable whether the Sun family would risk offending the Wen group for Wang Yu's sake. In his eyes, Wang Yu was still as insignificant as an ant, albeit a slightly more robust one that was a bit more difficult to crush. Upon returning, Chen Yuding remained unusually quiet. She spent some time with her two daughters and even proactively massaged the bruises on Wen Liang and Appo's face. Afterward, she washed up and slipped into bed, seemingly fast asleep under the covers. Even when Wen Liang embraced her, she showed no reaction. Everything seemed normal, and even the devoted Wen Liang failed to notice her inner turmoil, simply attributing it to the day's events. While Chen Yuding appeared calm on the surface, her heart was far from at peace. After seeing Wang Yu, she had been experiencing an inexplicable discomfort, especially when comparing herself to Sun Qian, who seemed to surpass her in every aspect. She had initially assumed that Wang Yu, having divorced and left with nothing, would be living a miserable life. She had even considered whether to help him if they crossed paths, but that was predicated on Wang Yu being far worse off than her, even worse than during their marriage. She wanted to see Wang Yu and Appo's anger, resentment, even hatred. Ideally, he would regretfully kneel at her feet, begging for forgiveness. Then, she might consider giving him a chance, allowing Wang Yu and Wen Liang to switch places, with Wang Yu becoming her lover. That way, she would once again enjoy the life of being cherished by two men. However, Sun Qian's appearance and Wang Yu's indifference had shattered these deeply rooted fantasies. Wang Yu had not only avoided ruin, but was thriving, and the woman he had found was truly exceptional. When faced with her again, he had completely disregarded her, treating her as if she were a stranger. The realization that her ex was doing better than her filled Chen Yuding with unbearable anguish. And her jealousy towards Sun Qian reached its peak. Wide awake in the darkness, she couldn't shake off the memory of Wang Yu's disregard and Sun Qian's superior beauty. A voice inside her kept telling her to destroy them, to ruin them. Wang Yu belonged to her, and even if they were separated, he shouldn't be with another woman. He should suffer. He should beg for her forgiveness in agony. Having previously enjoyed a smooth and successful life, Chen Yuding had nearly ended her own life after a series of setbacks. After being rescued, she had become somewhat unstable, and Wang Yu and Appo's repeated provocations had further exacerbated her condition. She was now exhibiting clear signs of mental illness. Alas, the devoted Wen Liang had no idea that his cherished white moonlight was undergoing extreme mental distortion, and who knows what she would become. Chapter 86. The system dims before them in moments of joy. One's spirit soars. After last night's false alarm, Wang Yu cast it aside after a single night. As for the promise made to the daughters-in-law of the Sun family, he was confident, for his prowess in gynecology was indeed commendable. When the time came, he would examine them, resolving the minor ailments that had accumulated over the years, and then prescribe some restorative tonics to enhance their health. A few months of beauty-enhancing herbal dishes would surely leave these women radiant and rejuvenated, appearing years younger. However, Wang Yu intended to postpone this endeavor for today, as he sought to discuss more pressing matters with Sun Qian. After breakfast, they escaped from the persistent urging of Sun's parents, who were eagerly discussing the wedding and grandchildren. Qian, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Discuss away, but keep your hands to yourself. I am driving. Ahem. Habitual, you know, Wang Yu replied, his hand resting on Sun Qian's leg, remaining still. I was contemplating opening a hospital. Now that the facilities in the East District are fully developed and the population has settled, there is still no private hospital established, aside from two public ones. Xiao Yu, What scale are you considering for the hospital? I haven't thought it through. I'm asking you since you're in business. I'm a jeweler. Why ask me about hospitals? Rest assured, I'll find someone to conduct an investigation and get back to you in a few days. Though Sun Qian did not fully grasp the concept, she readily agreed. Upon arriving at the entrance of Sun Deheng's shopping mall, Wang Yu and Sun Qian indulged in sweet affection for several minutes before she went to her display case, arranging for Chun Mei and Yan. Wang Yu then headed to the parking lot to retrieve his car, preparing to explore the East District for a field study. As Sun Qian entered the mall, her brother and sister-in-law intercepted her at the elevator. Little sister, how did it go? The couple gazed at Sun Qian with hopeful anticipation. Despite not completing the task last night, they had secured a promise from her. Early that morning, Wu Shuiwei had skipped work to accompany her husband, waiting in the mall for news. Brother, Xiao Yu agreed, but we must be patient. He needs to make some preparations. Of course, here, take this card. It's for your husband. Sun Deheng handed her a bank card. Brother, Xiao Yu didn't mention any payment. While she said this, Sun Qian unceremoniously stowed the card in her bag. We can't let your husband suffer. It's not much, just 5 million each. Sun Deheng's words made Sun Qian's eyes light up. She was well aware of how many daughters-in-law the Sun family had. Having heard her brother Sun Desheng share tales of their brother's gossip, she calculated in her mind that the card must hold at least 80 million. With a firm promise, she assured them that starting tomorrow, 2 daughters-in-law would visit daily, and within 10 days, everything would be resolved, leaving the order of visits to her brother's discretion. With her sister-in-law Wu Shuiwei's gratitude, Sun Qian joyfully aided Wang Yu in securing a substantial sum of money. Although it was from family, she felt no embarrassment. After bidding farewell to her brother, she called her third brother, conveying Wang Yu's ideas. As for how Sun Desheng, a restaurateur, would gather information about opening a hospital, that was beyond her concern. After all, it was quite normal for a sister to ask her brother for assistance. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was perusing the streets of the East District. He parked his car at the roadside, finding it inconvenient for his investigation. So he opted for a shared electric bike, meticulously examining each street. Though he was uncertain about what to observe or investigate, having spent a few years in the workforce, he was still a novice in this area. Yet, the mere notion of pursuing this idea filled him with ambition, as he envisioned the potential for profit while also accruing merit. After 2 hours of exploring, Wang Yu could no longer bear the heat. It was nearly noon, and the temperature had risen. He decided to return to find Sun Qian and Yan for lunch. As he passed a residential complex, he suddenly noticed thick black smoke billowing from within. The complex in Oppo's gates were open, and 2 fire trucks had just arrived, rushing inside with urgency. Just as Wang Yu contemplated leaving, he received a system notification. Disaster detected nearby. Merit points can be consumed to mitigate and extinguish the fire. Would you like to proceed with extinguishing the fire? There was no hesitation. He immediately chose to act. Although he and T previously engaged in many charitable deeds, let alone rescue operations, now that he possessed this capability, he could not stand idly by as the fire raged. 10,000 merit points were deducted without a second thought. Wang Yu abandoned the bike, sprinting towards the burning building, where he witnessed a breathtaking scene. A group of young men, no older than 20, worked swiftly and efficiently, collaborating seamlessly as they connected fire hoses and set up ladders. In under a minute, a torrent of water erupted forth, rendering Wang Yu's system seemingly insignificant in comparison to their valiant efforts. Nonetheless, the system proved its worth, thanks to Wang Yu's intervention. What could have been a devastating inferno was contained, allowing many residents ample time to escape. Captain Tian, the fire is diminishing. Captain Tian, the 4th floor is under control. The 5th floor is also secured. Captain, there are still civilians on the 9th floor. Upon hearing this, tension gripped the team, though the fire had been contained. The knowledge that lives were still at risk spurred Captain Tian to don his heat-resistant suit and call out, Yi Xiaofan, Ji Xiaoning. Here, follow me. Understood. The lobby was engulfed in thick smoke, but 3 young men, resolute and fearless, charged into the flames without hesitation. Wang Yu was profoundly moved by this scene. He had once considered himself brave, yet in the presence of these individuals, he felt his own courage paled in comparison. even if he dared to rush in. He could not match their selfless resolve, facing danger without a trace of fear. Many residents from surrounding complexes took out their phones to capture this moment. From Captain Tian receiving the alert to the trio donning their protective gear and entering the inferno, only 24 seconds elapsed. It was these individuals who safeguarded us, training relentlessly in obscurity, rarely seen in public. Yet when they appeared, it was always in the most perilous situations, risking their lives to protect the safety and well-being of the community. Chapter 87. Light in the fire scene, dense black smoke billowed from the windows of the residential building, while firefighters relentlessly doused the structure with water mist. Their faces were stern, their expressions solemn, seemingly oblivious to the fact that their comrade had charged into the inferno. They executed every command with unwavering determination, leaving no moment wasted. The onlookers fell silent. Having witnessed such scenes on the internet and television before, their hearts stirred with shock. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, the emotions that surged within them were beyond the realm of words. As Captain Tian and two of his team members plunged into the flames, many silently shed tears. Past complaints and grievances against the nation and society melted away in an instant. In the face of life and death, there exists profound fear. Yet these young men transcended it, fueled by a lofty conviction that anchored their ironclad, well, even in the direst of circumstances. Seconds turned into minutes, and the three firefighters remained absent, their absence gripping the hearts of those gathered. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a profound transformation within himself. He realized he must do something for these brave souls. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze to the smoky entrance. Moments later, Yi Fan and Ji Ning emerged, carrying a middle-aged woman. The waiting rescue personnel quickly took over, initiating life-saving measures. Yet, one remained unaccounted for, Captain Tian. Indeed, 3 had entered, yet only 2 returned. The anxious murmurs filled the air, questioning the fate of the young man. Wang Yu and Appos, his heart ached with concern. He had encountered this young man in his neighborhood and had heard he was still single. Whispers of worry surrounded Captain Tian, and a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the crowd, punctuated by muffled sobs that tugged at Wang Yu's heart. At that moment, he felt an intense resentment toward the system. Why couldn't AMP, Appos, it eradicate the fire, preventing any sacrifice? The rescued woman awakened, struggling to rise from the stretcher, her voice cracking as she cried out, my daughter is still inside. Save her, please." Those nearby quickly assisted her, their faces etched with sorrow, yet they offered her gentle reassurances. Minutes passed, and hope began to wane, though the flames had been extinguished. The thick smoke lingered. Police arrived to maintain order, while government officials commenced post-disaster efforts, and reporters conducted interviews. Yet a group remained fixated on the entrance, their hopes unwavering. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the doorway, silencing the previously chaotic environment. With each step growing clearer, a towering figure emerged before them, illuminating their hearts like a beacon of hope. Captain Tian cradled a young girl in his protective gear. As he stumbled upon exiting, his comrades swiftly caught him, taking the girl and ushering their captain to a shaded area. After a brief examination, it was determined he was merely fatigued, with no additional injuries. The anguished cries of the woman pierced through the air, tightening Wang Yu and Appos' chest. He pushed through the crowd, and upon closer inspection, despite her soot-covered face, he recognized the girl, his intended employee. Without hesitation, he revealed his identity and prepared to administer aid. "Wait, don't take her to the hospital yet. Her condition is critical and requires immediate intervention." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Yu, devoid of silver needles or medications, acted swiftly. He could not allow the girl, save at the cost of Captain Tian's life, to perish. His words caught the attention of the rescue personnel, who soon conducted a preliminary examination, confirming Wang Yu and Appos' assessment of her precarious state. "I'm a doctor. Allow me to perform some measures before she is transported, or she may not survive the journey." Upon receiving permission, Wang Yu commenced emergency procedures. Although lacking silver needles, he acquired some thin syringes from the team and used them to stabilize her condition. The girl had succumbed to shock from inhaling toxic smoke, which needed immediate expulsion from her lungs. After 5 injections, her condition stabilized. Yet further measures were necessary to restore her respiratory system. However, this posed no challenge for Wang Yu. A simple application of artificial respiration and chest compressions would suffice. With additional manipulation to activate her cellular vitality, he was confident that even without hospitalization, she could recover in a few days. Yet, Wang Yu refrained from proceeding directly, as he had a better candidate in mind. Earlier, he overheard discussions about Captain Tian and Appo's situation and felt a compelling need to assist such a commendable individual. Thus, he summoned Captain Tian, who appeared slightly dazed but composed as he approached Wang Yu. "Captain Tian, I require your assistance with a matter. I hope you won't decline." "What is it?" "The patient's condition is temporarily stabilized, but we need to perform cardiac resuscitation. I would like your help." Captain Tian's mind raced with questions. Amidst so many medical personnel, why was he being called? Sensing his hesitation, Wang Yu leaned in and whispered, "I know others can assist, but you just saved someone. You've already had physical contact. I believe it's better to keep it simple, rather than bringing in another person to handle her." Captain Tian surveyed the area, noting that all nearby rescuers were male, and recalled there had been 3 female team members earlier, now conspicuously absent. Wang Yu had cleverly directed them to prepare supplies in the ambulance, buying precious minutes. "All right," Captain Tian conceded, recognizing the validity of Wang Yu's reasoning. "Let's not delay any further." Without further ado, the two commenced the rescue efforts. In Chapter 88, entitled Giving You an Opportunity, Yet You Failed to Seize It, Team Leader Tian adeptly executed CPR, a skill integral to his profession. Concurrently, Wang Yu stimulated Tian's cranial acupoints, endeavoring to rouse her inherent survival instincts. "Cease merely pressing and commence artificial respiration," Wang Yu interjected, observing Tian and Appo's excessive padding and monotonous compressions, which he found rather uninspiring. "Hurry, have you not been trained? If you falter, I shall proceed." Wang Yu urgently pressed, apprehensive that the sudden arrival of the 3 female team members would nullify his arrangements. Tian's countenance, obscured by soot, betrayed no discernible emotion, mirroring Tian's equally blackened visage, devoid of any discernible beauty. The juxtaposition of their sooty faces failed to elicit attention from the surrounding individuals. Tian, after a profound inhalation, hesitated to kiss Tian and Appo's blackened face. "Arise, your bachelorhood is well-deserved," Wang Yu retorted, witnessing Tian's transformation from valorous to inert. Recognizing the urgency of Tian's condition, he intervened directly. Despite Tian's sooty appearance, her taste was surprisingly delightful, evoking a sense of reluctance in Wang Yu to desist. Tian's mother, having remained silent since Wang Yu's intervention, meticulously observed him, unconcerned by his resuscitation efforts. Her sole desire was her daughter's survival, even contemplating an immediate betrothal should she be revived. Wang Yu diligently persisted in his resuscitation efforts, soon discerning signs of awakening in the prone Tian. Her eyes, barely open, registered a state of disorientation. He promptly pulled Tian forward, retreating into anonymity. Before Tian could react, Tian erupted in a violent coughing, followed by deep, labored breaths. Overwhelmed with joy, Tian's mother rushed to her daughter's side, grasping her hand. Speechless with elation, displaced to the periphery, Tian remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his features. Upon recognizing her mother, Tian and Appo's eyes welled with tears. The harrowing experience of engulfing smoke and towering flames had brought her close to death. She had anticipated working alongside Brother Yu, but the conflagration had nearly extinguished her life. "Cease your lamentations and observe your disfigurement," Wang Yu remarked, his spirits buoyed by Tian and Appo's recovery. He attributed the absence of casualties to the firefighters and Appo's intrepidity. He dismissed his contribution of merit points in preventing the fire and Appo's escalation, deeming it insignificant compared to their sacrifices. "Brother Yu, am I dreaming?" Tian questioned, incredulous at the sight of Wang Yu's cheerful demeanor. Awake, why would you dream? Express gratitude to team leader Tian, who risked his life to rescue you from the inferno. Wang Yu displayed a photograph on his phone, capturing Tian and Amp, Oppo's heroic rescue of Tian. Tian received the phone, gazing at the image before inadvertently swiping, anticipating additional photographs. She then encountered an image of two soot-covered faces in close proximity. Wang Yu had intended to capture Tian Hao administering artificial respiration, but his timidity had thwarted the attempt. He had inadvertently captured the moment, leading to the young woman and Oppo's misinterpretation. After a few seconds, she realized that the soot-covered face belonged to her. She gasped, returning the phone to Wang Yu, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you, team leader Tian," she stammered. Tian's mother swiftly responded, grasping Tian Hao's arm in profuse gratitude. Her daughter was her life, and any harm befalling her would be unbearable. She expressed her gratitude to her daughter's savior, causing Tian Hao considerable discomfort. "Auntie, Tian should be transported to the hospital," he suggested. "Indeed, and thank you, doctor," she replied. "There is no need, Auntie. Tian and I are colleagues, and such actions are expected. Accompany Tian to the hospital, and I will express her gratitude to team leader Tian." Wang Yu clarified his relationship with Tian, extricating Tian Hao from his awkward predicament. At Wang Yu's behest, several rescue personnel promptly placed Tian on a stretcher, preparing to transport her to the ambulance. As they passed Tian Hao, Tian, observing her savior's imposing figure, sat up and offered a sincere expression of gratitude. Wang Yu watched Tian depart and observed Tian Hao resuming his duties, bestowing a divine blessing upon him. Upon consulting the system, his expectations were confirmed. The firefighter's altruistic dedication resonated with his ideals. Despite Tian Hao's youth and limited tenure, Wang Yu garnered over 6,000 merit points from this blessing. Refraining from further disrupting Tian Hao and Oppo's work, Wang Yu sought information from others. Owing to his prior medical assistance, the firefighters welcomed him warmly. He approached the two rescuers of Tian and Oppo's mother, identifying himself as Tian and Oppo's brother and expressing gratitude for their assistance. After conveying his appreciation, he broached the topic. "I understand that your team leader Tian is unattached." "Indeed," they confirmed. "How old is team leader Tian?" Wang Yu inquired. "He is 23, they replied. "Oh, and where is he from?" "He is from Sudu City." "Does he have siblings?" Team leader Tian is an only child. The two courageous young men were soon manipulated by Wang Yu into divulging their leader and Oppo's personal information. Their lack of caution stemmed from Wang Yu and Oppo's display of Tian and Oppo's photograph in the hospital, portraying himself as a concerned brother seeking a suitable partner for his sister. Deeming team leader Tian a promising candidate. "Brother Yu, team leader will be on leave the day after tomorrow. I will inform you then," Yi Xiaofan, enthusiastic about finding a spouse for his leader, offered after exchanging telephone numbers. He and Jining pledged to collaborate with Wang Yu to unite Tian Hao and Tian. "Thank you. I will introduce you to nurses from the hospital," Wang Yu promised. "Thank you, brother Yu," they replied. Having obtained the desired information, Wang Yu exchanged a few more words with the two men. He smiled, observing Tian Hao leading the post-disaster efforts, and resolved to establish his hospital, expanding it to encompass every city to realize his aspirations. Upon leaving the residential complex, Wang Yu telephoned Sun Qian, recounting his recent experiences, and prepared to visit Tian in the hospital. The young woman had endured a traumatic event, losing her home in the fire. He sought to assuage her distress and secure temporary lodging for her and her mother upon their discharge. Chapter 89. Sun Disheng takes on everything after starting his own car. Wang Yu rushed to the city center hospital without even having a meal. After making some inquiries, he arrived at Tian's ward. At that moment, Tian's once darkened little face had been tenderly cleaned and was now flushed with a rosy hue. Lying in her hospital bed, her large eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. The loss of her home with her mother weighed heavily upon her, engulfing her in profound sorrow that overshadowed any previous shyness she had felt. Seeing the forlorn expression on Tiantian's face, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although the girl had been saved, the immense financial loss was unavoidable. She must be heartbroken, especially since she had resigned from her job because of him. Their home had been completely consumed by fire, and the cause remained unknown, with no clarity on when compensation would be forthcoming. With no source of income during this period, it was hardly surprising that Tian was struggling to find joy. It would be inappropriate to mention Tian Hao to her at this moment. For now, he should lend her a helping hand. Tian, how are you holding up? Wang Yu approached her gently. Brother Yu, Tian called out, unsure of what to say, her big eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Don't cry. You're doing well, aren't you? My home is gone. How can I be doing well? Don and Amp, Oppos, worry. As my first employee, I assure you that I will not abandon you. Wang Yu then employed his eloquence, expending considerable effort to coax a faint smile from the young girl. Noticing that it was already past 2:00 and Amp, Oppos' clock, Wang Yu arranged for 2 nurses to care for Tian and her mother. Fortunately, Tian and Amp, Oppos' phone had been safely tucked in her pocket and was not lost in the fire. Wang Yu purchased a charger for her and transferred 100,000 yuan, claiming it as an advance on her salary, which would be deducted once she returned to work. After visiting Tiantian's mother, he left the hospital. After a hasty meal, following the information he had gathered, Wang Yu drove to the neighborhood where Tian Hao resided. After half an hour, he rented an apartment beneath Tian Hao's building, intending it as accommodation for Tian and her mother. As for the reason for choosing this location, Wang Yu was quite familiar with such tactics. Having completed the paperwork, Wang Yu returned to the hospital, handed the keys to Tian, and informed her of the address. Departing with gratitude shining in her eyes, he made his way to Tian Street Restaurant. There, he called Sun Qian, feeling it was essential to share his thoughts with her and discuss how to implement them. Before long, Sun Qian arrived, accompanied by Sun Dishing. Brother-in-law, Qian said you want to open a hospital? Yes, third brother. Initially, I intended to establish a clinic, but after some experiences, I now aspire to open a hospital. Xiao Yu, this is for you. Upon her arrival, Sun Qian promptly handed Wang Yu a bank card given to her by her second brother, revealing a total balance of 110 million yuan. After calling her second brother, she discovered that their cousin, Sun Difu, contributed 35 million on his own, leaving her astounded. What an amp Oppos is this? Wang Yu inquired. This is what my sisters-in-law and brothers contributed for you to buy medicine. Accept it. Though Wang Yu was unaware of the card and amp Oppos' exact amount, he realized he would need to procure numerous precious medicinal materials. Without hesitation, he slipped it into his pocket. Third brother, what have you found out? I've gathered some information, but more details will take a few days. Please share what you have. Sun Dishing then recounted the information he had acquired. Wang Yu frowned inwardly. The expenses for the hospital he envisioned were substantial, and completion would likely take over a year. He could devise a solution for the financial aspect, but constructing a building posed a significant challenge. Third brother, how is the 5-star hotel you are building in the East District? Sun Qian seemed to sense Wang Yu's concerns and was ready to lead her brother into a trap. It's nearly finished. The 5 main buildings are complete, and landscaping is almost done. We plan to start renovations next week, and with the equipment and furnishings purchased, we should be ready to open in a couple of months. Sun Dishing spoke with pride, having invested significant effort and his own resources into the hotel project, without any partners. Consequently, he had committed 80% of his wealth, eagerly awaiting the grand opening to reap profits. His words lit up the eyes of both Sun Qian and Wang Yu. A hotel was an excellent prospect, and the lack of renovations made it even more appealing. After all, guest rooms and hospital wards both serve the purpose of providing accommodation. The only difference lies in the decor. Sun Qian quickly devised a plan. Exchanging knowing glances with Wang Yu as they cleared their throats, preparing to persuade their brother. Impossible. Don't even think about it. You two cannot set your sights on my hotel. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu, your idea is good, but I think we should consider it carefully. 20 minutes later, Qian, you wearing and amp? Oppos, lying to me. Brother-in-law and amp. Oppos, medical skills are genuinely this remarkable, earning over 30 million in just 1 month? Half an hour later, brother-in-law, rest assured. This building will count as third brother's investment. I'll take care of the renovations. 40 minutes later, Sun Dushing called his second brother. Hello, second brother. I have a project that I believe will be quite profitable. Are you interested in investing? 50 minutes later, he called his eldest brother. Big brother, I, second brother, and brother-in-law are starting a project. Don and Amp, Oppos, T say I didn't and Amp, Oppos, T include you. Your shares depend on your investment. I estimate that within a year. After a brief moment, Wang Yu grasped Sun Dushing and Amp, Oppos, S hand, his expression brimming with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, while Sun Qian beamed with joy. Do not mistake Wang Yu and Amp, Oppos, S influence over the Sun brothers. Seasoned in business, they recognized that once the hospital opened, it would undoubtedly be lucrative. Contemplating the potential they had, Wang Yu revealed his cards. The hospital would be able to treat nearly all skeletal injuries and diseases, address all female health issues except for terminal illnesses, optimize women and Oppos, as physical conditions to make them appear at least 5 years younger, and assist women in conceiving children, with the option to choose the number and gender. Up to 3. Each of these capabilities could sustain a large hospital on its own, particularly the last one, which was practically a gold mine. In a world where conceiving a child is increasingly challenging, the number of families struggling with infertility continues to rise. The high costs and low success rates of IVF deter many, including wealthy families, while men might afford to seek multiple partners. What options do affluent women have if they face health challenges? The market potential is vast. Once the hospital and Oppos' reputation spreads, it will transcend the title of the premier hospital in Sioux City. Third brother, the terms I proposed are non-negotiable. I do not seek a stake in the hospital, but these conditions must be firmly upheld. Brother-in-law, third brother understands your intentions and admires your character. Rest assured, I will support you. When the eldest and second brothers invest, they will have no choice but to agree. Sun Qian gazed at Wang Yu with bright eyes, her hand gently caressing her abdomen. Just moments ago, this man had personally revealed to her that she was expecting a child, and it would be twins. As for the timing of her conception, Sun Qian chose not to dwell on it. It was indeed remarkable that after being with Wang Yu for just over a month, she had become so youthful. Following their candid exchange, Sun Dushing departed, leaving Wang Yu captivated by the sight of Sun Qian cradling her abdomen, a gesture that filled him with warmth. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of disclosing his relationship with Wen Xian. Qian, there's something I need to confide in you. What is it? But you mustn't and Oppos. Take advantage of me. I and Oppos am carrying our child now. Go seek Yuan and Oppos' company instead. Sun Qian recoiled, anticipating some peculiar request, as Wang Yu approached with a fawning expression. It's nothing like that. Do you truly perceive me in such a light? Wang Yu immediately defended himself. Sun Qian scrutinized Wang Yu before remarking softly, last night, over 3 hours, you subjected me to at least 30 different embarrassing positions. Had I not been so resilient, I would have succumbed to your antics. What kind of person do you think you are? Very well, you have a point. Wang Yu chuckled, embracing Sun Qian and tenderly kissing her cheek as he began, actually regarding you and Yuan. In a narrative spanning over an hour, Wang Yu candidly recounted his involvement with Wen Xian, including her pregnancy. Sun Qian listened intently in Wang Yu's embrace, refraining from interruptions or inquiries. Once Wang Yu had finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the room before Sun Qian turned to embrace him, her face alight with excitement. That Miss Wen is older than me? Yes, she's 3 years older, 45 this year. Advantage to me, Sun Qian exclaimed gleefully. You were also intoxicated when she took the initiative? Indeed, I was quite drunk that day. Now we're even. Sun Qian began assessing her position relative to Wen Xian, recalling her own conquest of Wang Yu and awarding herself a 1-point lead. Are her children twins? Yes. Sun Qian 2 points versus Wen Xian 1 point. Are they fraternal twins? Wang Yu paused to consider. Without the aid of the system at the time of Wen Xian's conception, the pregnancy had occurred naturally. He admitted his ignorance regarding the children's genders, suggesting a future ultrasound at his hospital. How did you know I'm carrying fraternal twins? It's difficult to explain. Consider it a matter of foresight. Ah, you Waren and Oppos. tea sober enough to prepare the night you were with Wenexan. Sun Qian congratulated herself on her deduction, awarding herself another point. Considering her alliance with Yuan, she felt confident in their stability. She smiled to herself. Wang Yu, observing Sun Qian's self-satisfied reverie, couldn't resist playfully squeezing her breasts. They'll certainly nourish the child, and perhaps I'll get a taste as well. Sun Qian swatted away Wang Yu's wandering hands, composed herself, and stated calmly, "Yes, I understand the situation and your intentions. I and Oppos am well versed in these matters. It and Oppos, it's not appropriate for us to meet at this time. My relationship with Yuan is strong, and when Xin is a stranger to both of us, making cohabitation difficult. Suppress your lascivious thoughts. The current arrangement is satisfactory. Let's maintain the status quo and reassess after our children are born, allowing us to become acquainted." Sun Qian's words made Wang Yu realize the naivety of his initial assumptions. He had envisioned a peaceful coexistence, facilitated by his influence over both women. He had underestimated the complexity of their relationships and the potential for conflict. Qian, you're so astute. I can't help but want to reward you. Enough, I've merely witnessed such situations before. Sun Qian recalled her younger brother's scandalous affairs, which had broadened her perspective. She also recognized Wang Yu's propensity to attract attention. Grabbing Wang Yu's ear, she sternly warned, "I forbid you from engaging in any further dalliances, especially with attractive women while drinking. Do not." Under Sun Qian and Oppos' ear-pinching admonishment, Wang Yu swore that he had never been the instigator, always the passive participant. He vowed to abstain from alcohol and uphold his integrity. Amidst their playful banter, Sun Qian remembered her promise to arrange physiotherapy and beauty treatments for the sisters-in-law, inquiring, "I volunteered you to provide treatments for our sisters-in-law starting tomorrow. Can you spare the time for 2 per day?" "Yes, that's manageable. However, I lack the necessary herbs at the moment. Let an Oppos begin tomorrow afternoon and accommodate everyone in one session." Wang Yu reasoned that the task would and Oppos consume much of his time, considering his experience at Maria Hospital. "Will half a day suffice?" Sun Qian asked skeptically. "Certainly. Find a suitable location, preferably a professional beauty salon." Wang Yu deemed his brother and Oppos' lounge unsuitable, as it held cherished memories that he preferred not to share. "My second sister-in-law has a sister who owns a beauty salon. I'll call and inquire about using it tomorrow afternoon." "Very well, let's eat. I have matters to attend to afterward." "What matters?" "I intend to meet with Director Han of Maria Hospital to discuss some affairs." "Is the director male or female?" "Male, around 50 years old." "What occupies your thoughts?" "Let's eat. I'll explain to Yuan on your behalf. You may proceed with your business after finishing your meal," Sun Qian said with some embarrassment. Chapter 91. The unyielding Director Han. After dinner, Wang Yu called Director Han to inquire about his address. Armed with several gifts, he set off to pay a visit. After all, there were numerous matters regarding the establishment of his hospital that required the director and Oppos' assistance. Director Han had been contemplating Wang Yu and Oppos' intentions, and upon receiving his call, he readily divulged his home address. Although uncertain of Wang Yu's purpose, he recognized him as an integral part of Suning's future plans. Half an hour later, Wang Yu knocked on Director Han's door, which opened before he could lower his hand. Seeing Wang Yu with gifts brought joy to Director Han. Even if Wang Yu had arrived empty-handed, he would have welcomed him warmly. However, the gesture of bringing gifts indicated that Wang Yu held some significance in his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries for half an hour, Wang Yu realized he was no match for Director Han's conversational prowess. It was time to get straight to the point, otherwise, they could be discussing trivial matters for another 2 hours. "Brother Han, I have come seeking your assistance today." "Indeed, my young brother Wang, speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall not hesitate to help." Director Han and Oppos' words made Wang Yu feel a bit uneasy. This was one of the reasons he wished to skip the niceties. After half an hour of conversation, he had been reduced to a younger brother, while Han had taken on the role of an older brother. He feared that if the discussion continued, he might soon be referred to as a favored nephew, or worse. By morning, Han might pat his head and call him good little grandson. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. Recently, I wish to open a hospital. The location is secured, and the building is ready for renovation. I have entrusted the necessary procedures and qualifications to a professional agency. I have come to request your assistance in procuring medical equipment and reliable pharmaceutical suppliers. I have invested all my savings into this venture, so I implore you to lend me a hand. Huh, who cannot speak of pleasantries? You were so confident earlier. Let us see how you respond now. Wang Yu's words indeed astonished Director Han. This young man had decided to venture out on his own. Who would he turn to for the 10% of shares he had relinquished? He needed to stabilize the situation and discuss it with Director Su later. This matter was significant and beyond Han's decision-making authority. After contemplating, he sipped his tea without revealing any change in expression, then took Wang Yu's hand and said, I have long regarded you as extraordinary, my young brother. I never imagined that in just a few days, I would have to reevaluate my understanding of you. Wang Yu attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it impossible. Flustered by Han's compliment, he awkwardly replied, Brother Han, you flatter me. I am merely trying to make a living. Fear not, my young brother. Your affairs are my affairs. I will certainly assist you. I will prepare the necessary materials and contact you as soon as they are ready. Wang Yu nodded, feeling he had misjudged Director Han. The warmth he exhibited and his swift agreement were reassuring. He began to express his gratitude, but before long, they fell into another round of trivial banter. Sensing a glimmer of affection in Director Han's gaze, Wang Yu hastily concluded the conversation and took his leave. Exiting the residential complex, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that the usually serious director would be so gregarious in private. On his way back, he suddenly sensed something amiss and pondered for a moment before realizing the truth. Oh no, that old rascal. Immediately, he thought of the implications. What a splendid description. Yet what did immediately even mean? What materials was he supposed to prepare? Despite having made his request, that old fellow had not provided a single direct answer. He had thought the director was a decent man. After all that effort, he had delivered the gifts, earned the title of brother. Yet not a single matter had been resolved. Moreover, Han's words were as elusive as water. Even if he returned now, he would have nothing to say. Sighing, Wang Yu lamented his youthful naivety. Meanwhile, after Wang Yu departed, Han appeared tense and could not help but comment on the current generation's underestimation of youth. He promptly called Suning to relay Wang Yu and Oppo's request. On the other end of the line, Suning fell silent for a long time. Even in his own home, Director Han stood respectfully with the phone in hand, refraining from making a sound as he waited for Suning's command. Old Han, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will have Su Mu take charge. Understood, Director Su. Very well, that is settled. After hearing the click of the line disconnecting, Director Han finally relaxed. Sinking into the sofa with a contented smile as he sipped his tea, entirely shedding the earlier tension. Upon learning of Wang Yu's intention to establish a hospital, Suning felt a mixture of surprise and contemplation. He carefully considered Han's words, weighing the pros and cons. Wang Yu had already secured a location for his hospital. Although the scale was uncertain, it was evident that this young man had taken the first step. With his medical skills, it would not take long for him to establish a foothold. Should the opportunity arise, Suning could propose that Wang Yu join his new hospital, and it would be difficult for him to refuse. Today, Wang Yu's visit to seek Han's help presented a unique opportunity. Whether or not he could ultimately recruit Wang Yu remained uncertain, but for now, he could intertwine their fates. If Wang Yu was indeed seeking to open a hospital, he lacked various resources, whereas the Su family was not in short supply. By investing some capital and resources, he could align Wang Yu and Oppo's interests with his own family. Eventually, they could become allies, and he could offer Wang Yu a stake in the new hospital, ensuring mutual benefit. With these thoughts in mind, Suning dialed his daughter and Oppo's number. Moo, how is the preparation for the new hospital coming along? Dad, I and Oppo's found a suitable location. I believe Dongqing District is excellent. The environment is pleasant and transportation is convenient. The current resident population meets the requirements for coverage by a large hospital. Additionally, several schools will be relocating here next year, which will increase the local population. Opening a hospital here is timely. Good research. I concur. However, let an Oppo's hold off for now. I will consult a professional evaluation company to select the location. You need not run around personally. What's the matter, Dad? I've already resigned and have nothing else to do. There is something. Wang Yu contacted old Han today, expressing his desire to open a hospital. I would like you to engage with him. If possible, I intend to invest in his hospital. Suning refrained from revealing his true intentions to his daughter. He was determined to invest in Wang Yu's endeavor, but wanted her to undertake the assessment. Was there really a need for an assessment? Given Wang Yu and Oppo's capabilities and the rapport he shared with Su Mu, Suning was not entirely confident, but felt certain enough that his daughter would return seeking investment after her evaluation. She might even resort to some charm or persuasion. The thought brought Suning joy, as he relished the idea of revealing to Su Mu why her father was indeed her father. Chapter 92. When Xin finally discovers she is pregnant in recent days, Su Mu had been preoccupied with the preparations for the new hospital, gradually setting aside her feelings for Wang Yu. After receiving news about him from her father, she found herself admiring this exceptional man, both in character and ability. After hanging up the phone, she intended to call Wang Yu, but then recalled that he might be asleep at this hour. Better to refrain from any potential misunderstandings. A text message would suffice for now, suggesting a time for a meeting the following day. After composing her message and reviewing it carefully, ensuring it would not lead to any misunderstandings even if seen by his partner, she sent it off. At that moment, Wang Yu had just returned home late from Director Han and Oppo's residence, assuming that Wen Xin and her daughter Wenwan were already asleep and deciding not to disturb them. After showering, he noticed Su Mu and Oppo's text, and upon reading it, realized he had misjudged Director Han. The term immediate was indeed accurate, as he had dispatched Su Director, whom Wang Yu was most familiar with, to assist him. Wang Yu thought to himself that Director Han was genuinely a good person. After reading the message, he replied to acknowledge receipt and then fell into a deep slumber, feeling quite fatigued after the day and Oppo's events. The next morning, as Wang Yu stirred from sleep, he felt a constriction in his breathing, as though his nose were blocked. He instinctively rubbed it and turned over to continue sleeping, but within moments, he was jolted awake again by the same sensation. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sweet smile of Wenwan. "Uncle Wang, my mom asked me to call you down for breakfast," she cheerfully announced. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed, having just come out of the shower with nothing on, and hurriedly urged her to leave. "Please hurry and go out. I need to get dressed. You're a young lady now. You should know better." Wenwan stuck out her tongue playfully and scampered away. Watching the girl leave with a silly face made Wang Yu chuckle. Since her thorough examination, Wenwan had shown remarkable recovery, allowing her cheerful nature to flourish. She often sought small mischiefs or playfully teased him and Wen Xin. Noticing Wenwan's progress, Wen Xin had organized her to take a year off from school, hoping that by the time she returned, her health would be fully restored. Wang Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Wen Xin and Oppo's plan, recognizing that Wenwan and Oppo's condition required long-term care and meticulous attention. Dressed and refreshed, Wang Yu made his way downstairs. The dining table was set with a variety of dishes, including food delivered from Tianjia restaurant, several oil pancakes rolled with eggs and greens, and a large bowl of millet porridge. "You made this?" he asked, taking a bite of the pancake, which tasted decent but felt exceptionally delightful to him. "Yes, eat up. I can't end Oppo's have you relying on leftovers from me and Wenwan every time. That and Oppo's, it's all right. It would be wasteful if you two couldn't and Oppo's finish it, and I also." He hesitated, about to express his enjoyment, but caught sight of the little girl nearby, feeling it inappropriate and swallowing his words. Wen Xin, aware of his intentions, shot him a knowing glance. The three of them enjoyed a quiet breakfast, though Wang Yu polished off the remnants of their meal. With the time still not yet 8:00 and Oppo's clock in his appointment with Su Mu over an hour away, Wang Yu had no immediate tasks and engaged in conversation with Wen Xin. Their discussion turned to Sun Qian and Yan, during which he recounted everything Sun Qian had said the previous day, without concealing anything. "She speaks wisely. She is a very sensible woman," he remarked. Both Wen Xin and Sun Qian, seasoned by decades of experience, were capable of making the most rational decisions. Although their personalities differed, they agreed on how to approach such matters, recognizing that since they were not well acquainted, it would be better to wait for opportunities to communicate further before making any decisions. As for Yan, Wenxin felt no concern. Though they had never met, she understood from Wang Yu and Appo's descriptions that Yan was a straightforward and principled person, which explained the significant sacrifices she had made for Wang Yu. With both of you in my life, I truly feel fortunate. Even though I have often been the passive one in our interactions, Wang Yu expressed, prompting an amusingly indignant reaction from Wenxin, who playfully scolded him. Did you not see anything? I saw nothing. Wan quietly slipped away into the room, closing the door to vanish from their shared world. Qian is pregnant? Wenxin finally asked, having been eager to know since earlier. Yes, Wang Yu confirmed. Upon hearing his reply, Wenxin felt a pang of reluctance, still unaware of her own pregnancy, which Wang Yu had not disclosed to her. During their time together, Wang Yu had always been cautious, making Wenxin feel touched, believing that his restraint stemmed from her health issues. After pondering for a moment, her cheeks flushed when Wenxin suggested, "How about you come here every night for the next few days?" Wang Yu understood the implications of her words and had not intended to hide anything for long, especially since it had been over a month since she had visited her relatives. If not for her prior health concerns, Wenxin would likely have already sought medical attention. Gently pulling Wenxin into his embrace, Wang Yu stroked her taut abdomen and tenderly stated, "There is already a baby here." His revelation rendered Wenxin momentarily rigid, breaking free from his hold, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at him. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" "Almost 2 months along, and it's twins," he replied, drawing her back into his arms once more. Leaning against his strong chest, Wenxin and Appo's thoughts became a whirlwind. The sudden news of her pregnancy was overwhelming, and she needed time to process it. After a few moments, she turned to Wang Yu, playfully tugging at his ear with feigned annoyance. "I always wondered why you liked such odd methods. Turns out you knew I was pregnant all along." "Let go. I admit my fault," Wang Yu pleaded, struggling to free himself. Wenxin reflected on how she had indeed taken the initiative several times. It was Wang Yu who suggested that such actions would keep her feeling youthful. Nevertheless, this did not absolve him in her eyes. Now that she was expecting, her health had significantly improved, and she felt rejuvenated by 2 decades. At that moment, Wenxin perceived that Wang Yu's allure paled in comparison to the child growing within her. She declared, "All right, you may leave now. After dinner, please go upstairs to sleep by yourself and avoid seeking me out." "Goodness, is this how you dispose of me once I and Appo's am of no use? What about trust between people?" Chapter 93. Business negotiation between Su Mu and Wang Yu before being cast out. Wang Yu embraced Wen-Xian at the door and planted a fervent kiss on her lips for several minutes before reluctantly letting her go. How could he allow her to spend the night alone without inflicting some form of punishment? As he departed, Wen-Xian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The scene she had only ever witnessed in dreams had finally materialized in her reality. Leaning against the shoe cabinet at the door, she felt like a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband for work, filled with love, reluctance, and concern. "Mom, do you have a baby in your belly?" The innocent little head of Wan suddenly appeared before Wen-Xian, startling her. "Ah, you little rascal, keep your voice down." The door isn and Appo's closed yet. Wen-Xian admonished playfully. "But, Mom, this building has only 1 unit per floor. We have no neighbors," Wan retorted, having recently taken to teasing her mother. In just a few days, the once gentle Wen-Xian found herself unable to refrain from responding to her daughter's playful jabs. "Mom, you really do have your own baby," Wan declared as she embraced her, her head bobbing against Wen-Xian's chest. The 4 adopted children were aware of their identities, and thus knew that Wen-Xian did not have biological children. While she was unsure of what her siblings thought, Wan felt an immense joy upon learning that her mother was expecting a child, and she was genuinely happy for Wen-Xian. Gently stroking Wan's small head, Wen-Xian radiated maternal affection, a luminous glow of motherhood emanating from her being. "All right, you're getting older, yet you still act like a child. Come, let's go inside." After closing the door, the mother and daughter settled together to discuss the matters surrounding the impending arrival of the baby. Wang Yu arrived at their agreed meeting place 20 minutes early. He had no choice as his earlier words had incited when Xin and oppose, as embarrassment and fury, prompting her to hastily usher him out. With nowhere else to go, he decided to arrive early. After parking, he surveyed the surroundings and found it quite suitable for a discussion. The venue chosen by Su Mu was a private business club, renowned for its strong sense of privacy, making it ideal for discussing sensitive matters. The choice of this establishment, naturally, was influenced by the Su family's reputation. Upon entering the grand lobby of the club, a staff member promptly approached him. After gathering Wang Yu's information, they escorted him into a lavishly decorated room. Seated upon the plush sofa, savoring the coffee served by the attendant, Wang Yu pondered whether Su Mu was being overly generous. The previous package priced at $28,888 had already astonished him, and now, seeking her assistance, he questioned the necessity of such lavish surroundings. While he was uncertain about the fees, Wang Yu surmised they were likely steep. This expenditure would undoubtedly exceed the previous meal. He was no fool. Today's meeting felt more complex than a mere request for help. There was no need for such formality, and the relationship between Director Han and Su Mu was not intimate enough to warrant it. Lost in thought, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Mu entered, impeccably dressed in business attire. Her fitted white blouse tucked neatly into a black pencil skirt, complemented by skin-tone stockings and white high heels, along with a meticulously crafted makeup look, transformed her from her usual natural state into a commanding presence. Apologies for the wait. Dr. Wang, Su Mu greeted with courtesy. I arrived a bit too early. However, I must say, Director Su, you look stunning today, Wang Yu complimented in return. They exchanged smiles, as if each had discerned the other's unspoken thoughts. After sitting down, the attendant presented an assortment of exquisite pastries. Su Mu ordered the same coffee as Wang Yu. After taking a sip, she directly broached the subject. Director Han mentioned your plans to open a hospital, and our Su family is quite interested. May I ask for your thoughts, Mr. Wang? Her straightforwardness caught Wang Yu off guard, as her approach starkly contrasted with Director Han's. Yet, this candid style of negotiation resonated well with him. Indeed, I have such intentions, and the hospital is already established. We are merely awaiting the completion of the renovations and the acquisition of necessary equipment before commencing operations. Su Mu smiled slightly, not surprised by Wang Yu's revelation. She suspected it was merely a matter of leasing a pre-existing space and conducting minimal renovations to set up a larger clinic. Mr. Wang, wouldn't you prefer to open a more substantial hospital? We could collaborate on this venture. At that moment, Su Mu abandoned the idea of investing in Wang Yu's hospital. She perceived it as a waste of time. It would be far more beneficial to bring Wang Yu on board and construct a large hospital from the ground up. How large? Wang Yu inquired with curiosity, refraining from divulging the scale of his hospital. How about a facility comparable in size to Maria Hospital? I have resigned from there and am currently preparing for this endeavor. If you were to join me, I believe our future prospects would be mutually advantageous. Director Su, you've resigned? I thought your family held shares there? Wang Yu asked, intrigued. Indeed, we do have shares, but they are limited now. The Su family has been involved in the medical field for 3 generations, and our investments extend beyond just hospitals, Su Mu explained, prompting Wang Yu to contemplate seriously. His aspirations were grander than merely establishing a single hospital in the city. Initially seeking channels for purchasing equipment and medications, Wang Yu began to consider bringing the Su family into his plans. After all, during his resignation, Director Han had explicitly informed him that the Su family had supported him with a substantial sum of 1 million. Reflecting on it now, he realized that the wealthy were not so easily parted from their money. Every penny they dispensed was laden with intent. Su Mu's invitation was no exception. If he failed to clarify his ambitions, he could easily find himself misled by the Su family, leading to a regrettable return to a mundane work life. Noticing Wang Yu's silence, Su Mu furrowed her elegant brows slightly. Her invitation carried genuine intent, from both a personal developmental standpoint and a financial perspective. Aligning with the Su family to establish a hospital promised greater prospects than merely running a larger clinic. Director Su, I would like to propose that your family join me in my hospital venture. Would you be interested? After a moment's reflection, Wang Yu resolved to pursue the Su family Su-S collaboration. He and his brothers from the Sun family were novices in this realm, and with the Su family's involvement, the future of the hospital would undoubtedly flourish. Chapter 94. Su Ning could no longer sit still in response to Wang Yu's words. Su Mu felt he was somewhat ungrateful and overly arrogant. Mr. Wang, such an opportunity is rare. The Su family's invitation is a singular one. I hope you will consider it carefully. With that, Su Mu prepared to leave. Although she harbored feelings for Wang Yu, she had since moved on after encountering Wen Xian. Her visit was solely motivated by recognizing the commercial potential in Wang Yu and sincerely seeking a partnership. However, his suggestion to invest in a clinic instantly diminished her interest. Regarding her father's admonition from the previous night, Su Mu did not concur. While Wang Yu was indeed skilled in medicine, she believed she was not lacking either, and there would be future opportunities for her to catch up. Moreover, with the establishment of the new Su family hospital, it was evident that it could thrive without Wang Yu's involvement, potentially becoming the premier hospital in Shuqing. Watching Su Mu swiftly depart with her delicate waist twisting, Wang Yu calmly set down his coffee and remarked, "Miss Su, do you not wish to hear my thoughts? Would you not like to know the scale of the hospital I intend to open?" His words caused Su Mu to halt, turning to regard him with suspicion. "Words alone are insufficient. I shall personally take you to see it." With that, Wang Yu stood and invited Su Mu to accompany him to the five-star hotel being constructed by his third brother. The man's composed demeanor and his invitation to view his so-called hospital piqued Su Mu's curiosity, prompting her agreement. After acquiring the address from his third brother, Wang Yu drove Su Mu there. Their conversation was sparse. At this juncture, words felt futile. Some matters were best demonstrated rather than merely discussed. By 10 in the morning, traffic remained smooth, and after 40 minutes, they arrived at the location his brother had mentioned. Upon disembarking, Su Mu beheld 5 towering buildings, already completed. Though unrefined, the structures exuded an air of future opulence. "Third brother, I have arrived." Ignoring Su Mu's presence, Wang Yu gazed at the edifices with a sense of ambition swelling within him. Moments later, Sun Dushing approached, noticing the stunning woman accompanying Wang Yu, which stirred discomfort within him. "Brother-in-law, the hospital has yet to open, and you have already secured a secretary?" As Wang Yu envisioned the future, Sun Dushing's words struck him with anxiety. "Oh no, Qianqian warned me that he is quite the gossip. I must prevent any misunderstandings. Otherwise, my reputation within the Sun family would be tarnished." "Third brother has misunderstood. This is Miss Su Mu, my esteemed partner," he clarified, introducing Su Mu to Sun Dushing. Su Mu, already familiar with the illustrious Sun family, was taken aback to realize that the man before her was the third son of the family. Moreover, Wang Yu was the son-in-law of the Suns, leading her to reconsider her previous assumptions about him. Perhaps his proposal for the Su family to join was not as simplistic as she had imagined. "Miss Su, the buildings before you are the intended site for my hospital," Wang Yu announced, leaving Su Mu astounded. She had indeed misjudged the situation. The scale of the undertaking was immense. The construction alone was estimated to cost over $1 billion, not accounting for land acquisition and subsequent investments. In Su Mu and Oppo's estimation, the total expenditure could not be less than $10 billion. However, considering the Sun family and Oppo's resources, such an amount, while substantial, was presumably within their capability. "Miss Su, currently, the hospital comprises only myself and my 3 uncles. I believe the Su family's inclusion would guarantee a mutually beneficial outcome. After all, your family also aspires to establish a hospital, and I cannot envision a better location than here in the East District." Wang Yu's words jolted Su Mu back to reality, a faint blush gracing her elongated neck. Those familiar with her would recognize that her outward calm belied a tempest of emotions within. Reflecting on her earlier remarks in the private room, she realized her own arrogance. Although the Su family did not lack financial resources and was indeed a leader in the medical field in Shuqing, their overall strength paled in comparison to the Sun brothers. Should this hospital become operational, especially with a physician of Wang Yu's caliber at the helm, the hospital her family was planning to launch in 2 years would lose its competitive edge. At that point, rather than profiting, they might simply avoid incurring losses. "Mr. Wang, I'm not in a position to make this decision. Please hold on. I will summon my father. Recognizing the potential risks Wang Yu's hospital posed to the Su family, Sumu hurriedly began contacting her father. Mumu, how is it? Has Wang Yu agreed? Father, the situation has changed dramatically. I believe it would be prudent for you to come and assess it personally before making a decision. What transpired? Su Ning, sensing a shift in his daughter's tone, inquired anxiously. Su Mu succinctly relayed her observations and the conversations she had had. After listening, Su Ning felt a throbbing headache, but simultaneously recognized this as an opportunity. With no time to ponder further, he quickly obtained the address and rushed over. Brother-in-law, what is this woman's role? You're bringing her into the fold. She can't possibly be your mistress, right? Sun Dishing found Wang Yu's explanation hard to accept. A woman so strikingly beautiful stirred his own desires. How could Wang Yu, as a man, remain indifferent, especially while inviting her into their venture? Third brother, Maria Hospital, was once owned by the Su family, but they have recently divested many shares to open a new hospital in the East District. The Su family has operated in the medical industry for 3 generations, possessing resources that we, despite our wealth, cannot acquire. With our hospital nearing completion, and given the Su family's ambitions, I believe collaboration is preferable to future competition. Furthermore, he added, and please do not indulge in baseless speculations. I have only recently met Miss Su, and there is no such relationship. Oh, I see. Sun Deshing stroked his chin, pondering Wang Yu's words. The notion that a relationship could develop over time intrigued him. Consequently, he discreetly contacted his younger sister, advising her to remain vigilant and keep an eye on Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Su Mu felt considerably more at ease as she listened to Wang Yu discuss his vision and plans for the hospital. Their conversation was lighthearted, prompting Sun Deshing, who had just finished his call, to dial his sister again for further cautioning. The perceived threat from this woman was considerable. On the other end, Sun Qian dismissed her brother's calls twice, well aware of his gossipy nature. She held a firm trust in Wang Yu and dismissed any notions of him being a mistress as mere fabrications. Nonetheless, her curiosity was piqued regarding Wang Yu's motives for bringing someone else into the fold. After some contemplation, she decided to reach out to her elder brother to inquire further about the Su family and Appo's endeavors. Elated upon receiving a call from his younger sister, Sun Dejiao's spirits were immediately lifted when he learned of Wang Yu's proposition to bring the Su family into the fold. While Sun Qian may have been unfamiliar with the Su lineage as the helmsman of the Sun family, he was acutely aware of their dominance in the medical sphere of Su City. After hanging up, the office was filled with a dense haze as Sun Dejiao had already consumed 5 cigarettes. He had much to contemplate. Having initiated an investigation into Su City's medical industry upon receiving his third brother's call the previous day, the Su family's dossier lay on his desk. Originally perceived as the Sun family's most formidable adversary in entering the medical sector, yet now his brother-in-law was proposing a collaboration. Sun Dejiao unequivocally supported the Su family's inclusion, recognizing it as a mutually beneficial endeavor. His current concern was how to secure a more substantial share of the profits. Unlike Sun Deshing and Sun Dexing, Sun Dejiao bore the responsibility for the entire Sun family. After extinguishing his 6th cigarette, he resolved to personally meet with Su Ning on site. After all, his brother-in-law and third brother were comparatively less adept in business matters. He summoned his secretary, canceled his lunch appointment, and promptly drove to the location. Sun Deshing, having cautioned his younger sister twice, grew increasingly suspicious of Wang Yu and Su Mu's dynamic. He was well aware of his brother-in-law's capabilities, which had led him to abandon his hotel business and support the hospital venture, even enlisting his 2 elder brothers. However, Su Mu and Appo's involvement made him feel as if his own interests were being encroached upon. He knew precisely how his younger sister had become involved with Wang Yu. If Su Mu were to employ similar tactics, he doubted his ability to resist. And Wang Yu, whom he couldn't Appo's withstand, would likely be equally helpless. He was establishing the hospital to generate revenue, not to jeopardize his brother-in-law in the process. Such a scenario would diminish any financial gains. After observing them for a while, their behavior seemed normal, with amicable conversation, but but no inappropriate actions. Although still concerned, he hesitated to voice his worries, planning to address the matter with his younger sister in the evening. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had fewer reservations. As a man involved with 3 women, he had no such intentions. While Su Mu was attractive, there were many beautiful women, and he couldn't pursue every one. His current focus was on establishing the hospital quickly and replicating its success. Once a man has a dream and a goal, he inevitably experiences an uncontainable excitement, which was how Wang Yu felt at that moment. As Su Mu listened to Wang Yu and Appo's discourse, the small thoughts she had suppressed were rekindled. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Su Ning and Sun Dezhao's arrival. Seeing his daughter gazing admiringly at an attractive man, Su Ning felt a tinge of jealousy and immediately called out, "Moo moo." Hearing her father and Appo's voice, Su Mu turned around, as did Wang Yu. "Dad, big brother." They both greeted simultaneously. Su Ning was farther away than Sun Dezhao, as Sun Dezhao's company was located in the Eastern District, resulting in their near-simultaneous arrival. After exchanging pleasantries, they decided to approach together, given the potential for collaboration. "Brother-in-law, allow me to introduce Mr. Su Ning, chairman of the Su Corporation," Sun Dezhao said. "Mr. Su, this is my sister and Appo's husband, Wang Yu." Hearing Sun Dezhao and Appo's words, Su Mu and Appo's eyes dimmed, and she sighed inwardly, lamenting that all good men were already married. "Mr. Su, thank you for your assistance last time. I am deeply grateful," Wang Yu said, extending his hand to Su Ning in a courteous manner. After all, he should express his gratitude to someone who had gifted him 10 million yuan. "You're too kind, Mr. Wang. I didn't realize you were undertaking such a grand project." Surveying the 5 buildings before him, Su Ning was secretly astonished by the Sun family and Appo's audacity in developing such a venture without his knowledge. If his daughter hadn't and Appo's called him that day, the losses would have been significant. Su Ning was unaware that the buildings were initially intended for Sun Dishing and Appo's hotel business, but had been repurposed by Wang Yu. He assumed that the Sun family had long decided to enter the medical industry. "Dad, why are you addressing Wang Yu as Mr. Wang?" Su Mu waved, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation as she glared at her father. One sentence from her father had relegated her to a lower generation than Wang Yu. Would she have to call him Uncle Wang in the future? "Let's keep things separate," Wang Yu interjected, attempting to defuse the situation while avoiding the demotion of calling Su Ning uncle. His eldest brother-in-law was 47 years old, not much younger than Su Ning. While he didn't mind, Sun Dezhao couldn't possibly address Su Ning as uncle as well. As they conversed, they surveyed the surroundings, with Su Ning offering numerous insights that impressed Wang Yu. He was indeed a scion of a medical family, possessing extraordinary expertise. This further solidified Wang Yu and Appo's determination to invite the Su family to join the venture. Sun Dashing lingered behind, whispering to his elder brother. Su Mu followed her father silently, her head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Yu resumed his passionate exposition, which resonated with Su Ning, particularly when Wang Yu proposed his condition, which made Su Ning's eyes light up. He had never considered such an effective promotional strategy. If executed well, the Su family would undoubtedly reap both fame and fortune. "Mr. Su, it's rather warm. Now that you've seen the location, shall we find a place to discuss the details?" Sun Dezhao inquired with a smile. "Indeed, Mr. Dezhao, you have an excellent eye for talent, finding such an exceptional brother-in-law," Su Ning said, looking at Wang Yu with admiration. "Please, Mr. Su, I've reserved a private room at a restaurant. Let's move there," Sun Dezhao gestured. "You're too kind. We'll be family from now on." With that, Su Ning patted Sun Dezhao on the shoulder, expressing his delight. At this point, their intention to collaborate was evident. The specifics of profit distribution could be addressed later without affecting their current rapport. Su Ning drove with his daughter, while Sun Dushing drove with his elder brother and Wang Yu. They arrived at a private kitchen. Once inside the private room, dishes were served in quick succession, and the group engaged in light-hearted conversation without broaching the main topic. Upon arriving, Wang Yu had received instructions from his 2 brothers-in-law to leave the negotiation of the collaboration entirely to them, since he had secured the Su family's involvement. The terms they discussed were irrelevant to him. After the meal, Su Ning's eyes gleamed with realization that he was at a disadvantage. While the Su family was important to the Sun family was even more crucial to the Su family. If they failed to reach an agreement, the Sun family could easily find another medical partner in Sioux City. While it might take longer to develop, it was still a viable option. Chapter 96. The daughter-in-law of the Sun family is not to be provoked to Zhao. As I have aged a few years more than you, I shall not hold back. Brother Su, we are family. There is no need for formality. At this moment, Sun De Zhao also wished to exchange preliminary opinions with Su Ning. Very well. I shall express my stance. I am in full support of this collaboration. Then it seems we are in agreement, my brother. I believe this partnership will be most delightful. The two exchanged smiles, both quite satisfied. Just as they were preparing to continue their discussion, Wang Yu's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he sheepishly smiled at Su Ning. It's my sister Qian calling. I need to step outside to take this. With that, he exited the private room. Sun De Zhao, having his conversation interrupted, could hardly be displeased. After all, it was his sister and aunt, Oppo's call, and it was only fitting for the brother-in-law to answer promptly. Qian, what is it? I am in a meeting with Brother Su and Brother San. What do you mean you wanted to come now? It is not even 1 o'clock yet. You have already been waiting since the morning? All right. I will have Brother San take me over. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. The daughters-in-law of the Sun family are truly impatient. They had rushed to Wu Shuyue's beauty salon in the morning and reserved the entire place. They did not even go out for lunch, merely snacking within the salon, and just after noon, they began calling Sun Qian to inquire when she would arrive. With the pressure mounting, Sun Qian had no choice but to hurry over. It seemed that as long as she was absent, the other women could hardly contain their restlessness. Upon her arrival, her fair and delicate visage, complemented by a curvaceous figure, stirred envy among the women. They could not help but start chattering amongst themselves, and soon, Sun Qian found herself overwhelmed. She quickly called Wang Yu, urging him to come. Brother, Qian is calling, urging me to come quickly. Is there something urgent? Sun De Zhao furrowed his brow. The discussion had yet to conclude, and, as the instigator, Wang Yu was preparing to leave, which he felt was somewhat disrespectful to Su Ning. The sisters-in-law are pressing Qian, and she cannot bear it any longer. Goodness! Sun De Zhao immediately recalled that the women had indeed arranged for this afternoon. If he were to delay her arrival, all their displeasure would surely be directed at him. Remembering his wife's words, Sun De Zhao felt his resolve weaken and hastily urged, Brother San, do not eat. Quickly take the brother-in-law over, then return for me. All right, I will drop him off and come back. Sun De Zheng also recalled what his wife had mentioned earlier and knew there was no time to waste. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized to Su Ning, and under the curious gazes of the father and daughter, he departed. Brother Su, I apologize, family matters. Let us continue our discussion. Though Su Ning was intrigued by Wang Yu and Sun De Zheng and Oppo's departure, he refrained from prying into their family affairs. After a gentle smile, he resumed his conversation with Sun De Zhao. Sun De Zheng drove furiously, reaching the destination in 20 minutes. While Wang Yu received 2 more calls from Sun Qian urging him to hurry. After parking, Wang Yu contemplated whether to invite Sun De Zheng inside. However, to his surprise, Sun De Zheng swiftly maneuvered away with a press of the accelerator. Resigned, Wang Yu took a deep breath and prepared to face the throng of women alone. Upon arriving at the beauty salon and announcing his identity, he was granted entry. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the entrance was locked behind him. Over 20 pairs of eager eyes fixated on him, making it seem as though he would be devoured alive. All right, let us not frighten Qian's man. As a half-hostess, Wu Shuyue promptly began to calm the crowd. Brother-in-law, you may enter. Qian is waiting for you inside. With that, she ushered Wang Yu into a pink private room. Inside, Sun Qian reclined in a massage chair, her expression one of despair, her clothes crumpled as though she had been through quite an ordeal. Qian, what is the matter? Wang Yu inquired with concern. It is nothing, just a thorough examination from the sisters-in-law. I am exhausted. Sun Qian replied weakly, eliciting Wang Yu's sympathy. Knowing she was carrying their child, yipping, tormented by the women. "Let us begin, dear husband. We must satisfy them today. I cannot endure another round of this." After Wang Yu arrived, Sun Qian regained her spirit. "Did you bring what I asked you to?" "It is all here." Sun Qian gestured toward a corner where a bag lay, containing several pairs of thick rubber gloves and a few packets of silver needles, sufficient to address most issues. Wang Yu donned a mask and a white coat, signaling Sun Qian to call the others in. Shortly after, Wu Shuiwei entered, clearly unperturbed by the arrangement made by Sun Dixing and his wife. Second sister-in-law, just relax here. Observing Wang Yu in his mask and thick gloves, Wu Shuiwei felt reassured. This brother-in-law was indeed meticulous and of good character. Without much conversation, given their respective roles, Wang Yu removed one glove and began to take Wu Shuiwei and Appo's pulse. The system then displayed her health status. Aside from some common gynecological issues and mild anemia, there were no significant problems that required acupuncture. Thus, Wang Yu proceeded with a massage. Throughout the process, neither spoke. Initially, Wu Shuiwei felt a tinge of nervousness, but upon noticing the substantial thickness of Wang Yu and Appo's gloves, she gradually relaxed. Before long, she felt warmth enveloping her body. Beads of sweat forming as an indescribable comfort washed over her. The warmth emanating from within caused her skin to flush. After 20 minutes, Wang Yu concluded the massage and wrote down a dietary regimen focusing on energizing and nourishing blood. He also prescribed some medication, inscribing Wu Shuiwei's name before stating, "Second sister-in-law. Begin taking the medicine tomorrow and the dietary regimen as well. Brother Sam will send it over from home. You're good to go now." While Wu Shuiwei was checking her reflection in the mirror, she touched her face, noticing a significant rejuvenation, albeit not as pronounced as Sun Qian and Appo's. Upon hearing Wang Yu and Appo's words, she realized she would need the medication to accompany her treatment, which eased her mind, envisioning herself becoming even more youthful. "Thank you, brother-in-law." With that, she pushed the door open and walked out. "How did it go, second sister-in-law? Did you notice any improvements?" A group of women immediately surrounded Wu Shuiwei upon her exit. "Second sister-in-law looks much better. She appears significantly younger. It has only been a short while." "Indeed, I recall second sister-in-law entering with some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but they have faded considerably." Wu Shuiwei's transformation sparked exclamations from the women, who had witnessed the results firsthand. Wu Shuiwei then explained the need for accompanying medication, assuring them that her youthfulness would only become more apparent in the future. Chapter 97. The Tears of Misunderstanding. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Qian is indeed fortunate to have married you. Brother-in-law, could you share your massage techniques? I am contemplating starting a massage parlor. Brother-in-law, could you continue for a little longer? I feel as though my youth is not quite apparent. On average, it took about 20 minutes per person. Wang Yu had overestimated his speed while underestimating the number of women from the Sun family. After more than 8 hours of persistent effort, he finally managed to see off this group of women. Wu Shuiwei's sister, noticing the transformation in everyone, inquired about the situation and, upon understanding, grasped her sister and Appo's arm tightly, brandishing 500,000 as if to assert, "No one is leaving until I get in." Consequently, Wu Shuiwei had to plead with Sun Qian for assistance. Upon learning of this, Wang Yu harbored no objections. After all, with so many people present, an additional one wouldn't make a difference. He would merely consider it extra work. After penning the last prescription, he collapsed onto the massage table, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Who could fathom the torment he had endured for hours, surrounded by women who were either calling him brother-in-law or sister-in-law? Even with gloves on, he had to constantly monitor his movements. "Xiaoyu, how are you feeling?" Sun Qian entered and placed Wang Yu's head upon her soft, delicate thigh, tenderly stroking his face. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. What about your relatives? Have they left?" "No, they're still chatting outside." "Qian, do you wish to exact revenge?" Wang Yu recalled her demeanor upon arrival. Now, after being worn out by them, he decided to find a task for these women. Revenge? They are all part of the family. And besides, they have paid us. What do you intend to do? Sun Qian assumed Wang Yu had some mischievous scheme and playfully tapped his head. "Weren't you the one who said that aside from the eldest brother's daughter and you, all the other descendants are sons? I thought it would be beneficial for these women to contribute to the Sun family by giving birth to daughters. What do you think? Wang Yu and Damp. Oppo's. Suggestion sparked a gleam in Sun Qian and Damp. Oppo's eyes. She found the idea appealing, easing her previous guilt over accepting so much money. Now, with each of them gifting a warm little garment to the Sun family, she felt justified in their actions. All right, I'll follow your lead. But how will you execute this? Wang Yu gestured towards the prescription he had written earlier, assuring her, it's all prepared. Rest assured by next year, you will have over 20 little nieces. With that, they stepped out of the room, where a throng of Sun family women were still chattering excitedly. Upon seeing Wang Yu emerge, Wu Shuiwei rushed over, showering him with gratitude that seemed unending. Sun Qian adeptly handled the situation, while Wang Yu smiled and silently counted 1, 2, 3, 15, 21, 22. Oh, there's another. Oh, that must be the second brother's sister-in-law, he mused. It wouldn't be fair to overlook her. After all, she had contributed as well. 23, let us go. After a lively discussion, Sun Qian and Wang Yu bid farewell and left. They had visited Sun Qian's family, while Yan and Chunmei remained engrossed in a television program. Curious about Wang Yu and Sun Qian and Oppo's exhausted state, Chunmei rushed over to assist Sun Qian onto the sofa, fetching 2 glasses of water. As for Wang Yu, Yan was there to tend to him. Are you all right, Yuga? Yan inquired with concern. I'm fine. Just a bit worn out, Wang Yu replied weakly, momentarily forgetting to explore Sun Qian and Oppo's spacious home. We haven't and Oppo's tea eaten yet. Len Oppo's see what's in the fridge. Chunmei, could you heat something up? Otherwise, you might lose both your brother and sister-in-law. No, just one sister-in-law. Yan is quite satisfied today, Chunmei jested. Oh dear, this little girl seems to be plotting rebellion. Sun Qian teased, attempting to tickle Chunmei, who dodged away and hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Over time, Sun Qian and Chunmei had developed a wonderful rapport, a sentiment for which Wang Yu was immensely grateful to Sun Qian. Reclining on the sofa, Wang Yu rested his head against Yan and Oppo's chest, relishing her gentle massage. He felt drowsy, yet his rumbling stomach reminded him of his hunger. Qian, where did you go? Yan asked, her worry evident. My relatives all came to see Xiao Yu today, seeking his help with their health concerns. There were over 20 of them, and it wore us out, Sun Qian explained after taking a sip of water. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan's tears began to fall uncontrollably. Wang Yu, unable to see as he had his eyes closed, was blissfully unaware. Sun Qian, noticing Yan's silence, quickly realized the misunderstanding. Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled Wang Yu aside and embraced Yan, soothingly saying, "Oh dear sister, it's not what you think. Even if I were generous, I wouldn't allow Xiao Yu to engage in such matters." Wang Yu, now aware, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he shot a glare at Sun Qian, wishing to reprimand her for this misunderstanding. What was that all about? Yan stammered through her tears. Sun Qian gently wiped Yan and Oppo's tears and began to clarify the situation. Once Yan understood, it was merely a misunderstanding. She reflected on the absurdity of her thoughts. With so many women involved, even if it were true, would Wang Yu even survive the ordeal? However, both women regarded Wang Yu with newfound caution. His abilities were too potent to be widely known, and they resolved to keep a close watch on him. Noticing the 2 women whispering among themselves and excluding him, Wang Yu paid little mind to it. After finishing his drink, he also consumed the remainder of Sun Qian's water. He then drafted a warm message to Wenxin, informing her that he wouldn't be returning that night, urging them not to wait for him. Subsequently, he unceremoniously reclined on the bed, his thoughts occupied with his hospital plans. As for the discussions between Sun Detsio and Su Ning, Wang Yu was unconcerned. Their so-called distribution of interests held no significance for him. His focus remained on realizing his aspirations, believing that the essence of the hospital lay in providing free services to police officers, firefighters, and their families. This approach stemmed from his genuine desire to alleviate their burdens while also addressing the karmic implications of his benevolence. Since these 2 groups accrued the highest merit, assisting them without charge would undoubtedly yield greater blessings for him in return. Chapter 98. Two foxes collaborate to dig a pit, however. Wang Yu underestimated his notion. In the afternoon, Sun Detsuo and Su Ning engaged in a profound discussion regarding the condition Wang Yu had proposed. According to their investigation, the city of Su has approximately over 20,000 police officers, and when including their family members, the total does not exceed 100,000. The number of firefighters is even fewer, perhaps around 1,000. Taking the figure of 100,000 as an example, about 1/10 of them fall ill each year. And even among the older population, it does not exceed 1/5. The number of individuals seeking medical attention is even lower. It is implausible for every ailment to prompt a visit to the hospital. Moreover, the police department and fire brigade possess certain medical resources, estimating that they provide free treatment to between 5,000 to 7,000 individuals annually, with costs approximating around 10 million. However, the returns from such an endeavor far surpass the mere 10 million. Should this practice continue, their hospital would undoubtedly gain immense renown. This intangible support proves to be significantly more impactful than Su Ning's annual expenditure on extensive free medical relief activities. At this juncture, Su Mu, who had been listening, suddenly realized the depth of the situation, yet she remained skeptical of Wang Yu's intentions being profit-driven. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu's actions were not solely for monetary gain, but rather aimed at more efficiently accumulating merit points. Subsequently, Sun Detsuo further elucidated to Su Ning, revealing Wang Yu's concealed medical expertise, which sent shivers down Su Ning and Oppo's spine and caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He could not help but lament about his daughter. After working together for so long, he had never realized Wang Yu and Oppo's medical prowess was so exceptional. Were it not for Director Han's phone call, he would have foolishly embarked on opening a hospital, completely oblivious to the ramifications. Consequently, he became more amenable to the conditions proposed by Sun Detsuo. Noticing Su Ning's demeanor, felt it inappropriate to press for more and graciously relinquished a portion of the benefits. They continued their discussions until after 3 in the afternoon, finalizing the overall cooperation plan, with more specific negotiations to be carried out by their subordinates later. However, once the overarching framework of cooperation was established, both of them paid little heed to other matters. Detsuo, there is something I am uncertain whether you are aware of, Su Ning inquired, his expression serious. Sun Detsuo looked at him quizzically. What is it, Su Deji? Su Ning frowned, his demeanor grave as he disclosed, it concerns your brother-in-law. He seems to have a significant conflict with Wen Liang of the Wen Group. He then recounted all he had learned about the situation, with Su Mu interjecting with relevant details as necessary. Upon hearing the name Chen Yuding, Sun Detsuo's heart suddenly illuminated with understanding. Damn, so this brat has cuckolded my brother-in-law. A torrent of emotions, anger, humiliation, flooded his heart. Clenching his fists, he mused, should I kill him or thank him? This thought elicited a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Sun Detsuo suddenly perceived a critical issue and swiftly pursued, Su Daiji, the Wen Group you're referring to ISNT, the Wen family from the capital, is it? Su Ning shook his head, replying, no, if it were the one family from the capital, with our combined strength, we wouldn't even be able to withstand a mere stomp from them. I am referring to the one group from Tian'an City. Well, as long as it's not the Wen family from Kyoto. Although the Wen group from Tian'an City is indeed powerful, this is Su City, and this time, we brothers shall engage with them thoroughly. Brother, I have an idea. Hear me out, Su Mu, observed her father and Sun Detsuo lowering their voices, their laughter taking on a chilling tone. Brother, in terms of tactics, you are indeed formidable. This time, the Wen Group's grasp on Su City will not retract. Not at all. I merely stumbled upon this opportunity and seized it opportunistically. With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring a degree of caution towards the other. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was diligently working, entirely unaware of the substantial pit that Su Mu's father and her uncle were digging for Wen Liang. However, even if he were aware, he would wholeheartedly endorse it, as Wang Yu is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic in plotting against Wen Liang. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they departed in succession. At the entrance, the impatient Sun Dishing picked up his older brother and sped away. Su Ning and his daughter conversed in the car for an extended period, as Su Ning entrusted the preparations for the new hospital entirely to his daughter. This was both to cultivate Su Mu's capabilities and because he perceived that the rapport between Wang Yu and Su Mu was quite amicable. In regards to other matters, Su Ning had no inclination to consider, nor had he ever contemplated an ambiguous relationship between his daughter and Wang Yu. His admiration for Wang Yu's abilities was genuine, and he simply wished for Su Mu to learn diligently from him. Achoo! I caught a cold. Wen Liang wiped his nose, feeling quite uncomfortable. Shen Yuding reached out to feel his forehead with concern. Little did they know, a vast conspiracy had already begun to unfold. At this moment, Wen Liang was preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with Wang Yu, while others had already taken the initiative to prepare for his downfall. Our comrade Wang Yu, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, was relishing a bowl of noodles cooked by Chun Mei. Truly, she bore a hint of their mother's culinary legacy. Sun Qian, equally famished, polished off a sizable bowl before burping and preparing for her nightly routine. Wang Yu, having devoured 2 bowls, noticed there was still some left in the pot and scooped it all up with a spoon. Upon seeing her brother finish, Chun Mei gently nudged him out before commencing to clean up. Yan, still shy after the earlier misunderstanding, darted into her room upon spotting Wang Yu's approach. The living room was now deserted, allowing Wang Yu the opportunity to examine Sun Qian's residence. As expected of the daughter of the Sun family, the house was quite spacious, likely around 400 square meters. The decor was exquisite, and he wondered if Qian ever felt frightened living alone in such a large house. Thinking this, Wang Yu decided it would be best to inquire directly, so he headed towards the bathroom. At that moment, Sun Qian was luxuriating in a hot bath, and, upon noticing Wang Yu's entrance, exclaimed, "Get out quickly." Wang Yu chuckled sheepishly. "I just wanted to ask if you're afraid living alone in such a big house at night." He promptly halted his advance. "Ah, pervert." Sun Qian shielded her modesty, glaring at Wang Yu with her large eyes. Don't cover up. It's not like I haven't seen it before," Wang Yu retorted shamelessly. "You," Sun Qian fumed. "Hurry up and get out." Realizing he had gone too far with the jest, Wang Yu conceded. "All right, I'll leave right away. Take your time." With that, he exited promptly. As Sun Qian heard the door close, she patted her chest, recalling the earlier encounter, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Chapter 99. Wang Yu ran away upon waking in the morning. Wang Yu discovered that his bed was empty. After searching the house, he found that the 3 women were not at home. However, he found that Chun Mei had left some food for him in the pot, and Yan had left him a note. As for Sun Qian, she had left nothing but a text message urging him to eat well and quickly leave, as she did not wish to see him that day. Wang Yu realized that his resilience had grown. Previously, it was Sun Qian who would tease him into blushing, but now the roles had reversed. After having breakfast, he contacted the diligent subordinate of third brother to discuss the medicinal dishes he required. However, the list was extensive, so he sent a photo to his contact. Upon seeing the names and addresses on the list, the subordinate dared not mention the cost. Given that 2 of his boss and Oppo's women were involved, it was evident that the list was likely filled with names from the Sun family, and charging for it would surely earn him the wrath of his boss. Seeing that his contact was unyielding, Wang Yu decided to compensate third brother at a later time. He then prepared to visit the hospital to discuss the medicinal preparations. He was uncertain whether they would provide the herbs for his prescriptions. Initially, he had considered seeking help from Director Han, but he was reluctant to encounter that insufferable Wen Liang. After all, Shiyu City was not limited to just Maria Hospital, so he drove directly to the city hospital. After spending a considerable amount of time there, he found that without a doctor and Oppo's prescription, the pharmacy would not dispense any medications, which left Wang Yu in a predicament. Just when he was at a loss, he received a call from Su Mu. Upon seeing her name, he smacked his forehead in realization. How could he have overlooked the Su family? Surely, consulting Su Mu would resolve the issue. After answering the call and clarifying why Su Mu had reached out, they arranged to meet at a large pharmacy owned by the Su family in Shiyu City. This pharmacy could be considered a family heirloom, having been in the Su family for 3 generations and serving as their hallmark in the city. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu spotted Su Mu waiting at the entrance. Compared to her attire from the previous day, today she wore a red short-sleeved shirt and denim capris, giving her a more casual appearance. Her face was free of makeup, exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. "Miss Su, I truly appreciate your assistance. The hospital refused to provide me with any medication," Wang Yu expressed gratefully. "You and Oppos, being too polite. It's just a minor favor," she replied as they entered the pharmacy. Wang Yu produced the prescription he had recorded the previous day, calculating the necessary dosages and treatment durations. After the staff assessed the prescriptions, they glanced at Su Mu for direction but received no indication, thus proceeding with standard procedure. They promptly issued a bill exceeding 7 million, leaving Wang Yu astounded. However, recalling Sun Qian's earlier mention of her bank account boasting over 100 million, he pondered whether gifting each of them a daughter might be insufficient and contemplated whether to give them another next year. After settling the payment, he chose not to take the medications immediately, opting instead to have the pharmacy prepare the herbal concoctions for him, which would incur minimal costs as the pharmacy provided the service for free. As for the delivery, Wang Yu found himself overwhelmed with obligations. The number of recipients was too great, and their residences were too dispersed to trouble third brother further. He decided to let them collect the medicines themselves daily and promptly sent the address to Sun Qian. After a brief phone conversation, he resolved to step back from further involvement. "Mr. Wang, once we finish here, shall we begin preparations for the hospital?" Su Mu inquired. "Preparations for what?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "Aren't we supposed to renovate the hospital and add some low-rise buildings?" She replied, That's under third brother's purview. Just consult him," Wang Yu stated. "And what about procuring medical equipment?" "That's your call. If it involves spending, consult your father or my brother-in-law," he suggested. "We can end Oppos. Trouble them for office supplies and daily necessities, can we? My second uncle, Sun Dexing, owns the shopping mall at Shiyu City Central Plaza. You can approach him for those," he replied. "Oh, I forgot to mention, both Sun Dexing and Sun Dexing have invested significantly in the hospital and are shareholders. So if you need anything, just reach out to them." "And what is your role in all this?" "Sumo est, sambat exasperated. I'll be working there once the hospital opens. After all, I am a doctor, remember?" he replied. Su Mu was left speechless, watching Wang Yu depart. However, she could not leave, as the entire hospital preparation task had been entrusted to her by the Su family. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, being less informed and with 3 major shareholders backing him, had no intention of involving himself in such matters. As for how much to invest, Wang Yu stated he would not contribute financially nor seek shares. As long as they agreed to his terms, he would work at the hospital. Although he had initiated the hospital project, it now seemed to bear little relation to him. After bidding farewell to Su Mu, Wang Yu made his way to Wenxin's home, recalling that he had promised to visit her uncle. With some free time on his hands, he thought it appropriate to inquire if today would be convenient, especially considering Wenxin had been with him for such an extended period. "Uncle Wang," he called as the door opened to reveal Wenwan. Wang Yu pondered why he did not open the door himself, especially since Wenxin was no longer living alone. Although he possessed a key, knocking on the door seemed more respectful of the young lady's privacy. "Wenwan, how are you feeling today?" he asked warmly. "I feel much better, Uncle Wang. How much longer do I need to take that medicine?" she inquired. "Another 2 months, but you must continue with the medicinal dishes," he advised. This reminded him of the single course of medication he had taken from Maria Hospital. He suspected it was nearly depleted. He promptly wrote down the prescription and the address of the Su family and Amp. Oppos, S Pharmacy, handing it to Wenwan. "Once you run out of medicine, go to this place to purchase more. They can assist with the preparations." Since the last time Su Mu had delivered medicine, Wang Yu had brought the herbs home and brewed them a few times himself, though it was mostly Wenxin who had taken on that task. Now, she would not need to do so. She could simply collect the prepared concoctions. "Where's your mother?" he asked. "She's sleeping inside. Lately, she seems to feel perpetually tired." Wenwan replied, "It's normal for her to feel that way during pregnancy. I'll go check on her," Wang Yu said, heading towards the bedroom. He found Wenxin sleeping peacefully and hesitated to disturb her. Just as he was about to leave, she seemed to sense his presence, and, before he could exit, she noticed him. "What brings you here at this time? Is something the matter?" she inquired. "Not much. I thought I would come by to ask you." You mentioned visiting your uncle. When shall we go? Wang Yu responded. After pondering for a moment, Wan Xin replied, There's no need. My second uncle has returned to Kyoto, and due to certain matters, I have no intention of going back, so we need not visit. Seeing Wan Xin's forlorn expression, it was evident that it had stirred painful memories. Wang Yu approached her, gently stroking her head, and reassured her, Do not be saddened. You are no longer alone. You have me and Wan, and soon 2 children. Chapter 100. Director Han dances with the little Ho ever since Sun Dezhao and Su Ning finalized their plans. The preparatory work for the hospital has progressed rapidly, creating an ever-deepening pit for Wen Liang. Throughout the past month, although Wang Yu did not directly partake in the construction efforts, he remained diligent. Aside from allocating time to be with the woman he adores, he immersed himself in relentless study. The intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine were daunting, yet his extensive practical experience at Maria Hospital allowed him to perceive the medical texts with newfound clarity. However, the more he delved into them, the more he felt the depth of his ignorance. Due to his connection with the Su family, he had access to many ancient medical texts and secret formulas that were otherwise rare in the market. Su Ning's attitude towards Wang Yu was exceptionally favorable. He had fully opened the doors of his family and Appo's resources to him. After several days of intense work, Su Mu recognized her own dilemma. She realized she had veered off course. Despite her lack of enthusiasm for the operations of the business, she found herself overwhelmed with daily tasks. Whereas Wang Yu had never wavered in his commitment to self-improvement. Once she clarified her thoughts, she discussed her ideas with her father and subsequently shifted her focus away from the hospital and Appo's establishment, choosing instead to dive into the ocean of knowledge alongside Wang Yu. Tian's health had also improved significantly, and she required no assistance from Wang Yu. Within less than a month of residing in the apartment rented by Wang Yu, she and Tian Hao had become good friends. They often took the time to bring lunch to Tian Hao, and to outsiders, their relationship appeared to be blossoming, just a step away from breaking through the unspoken barrier. However, Tian was oblivious to this. She merely followed her mother's advice to express her gratitude. When XN's belly gradually began to swell, and she completely relinquished her involvement in the company, focusing solely on the well-being of her unborn child. The medical industry in Sioux City was shaken by the formidable entrance of the Sun brothers, creating substantial waves. One evening, Director Han and Su Ning engaged in discussions that lasted until late, the specifics of which remained a mystery to all. However, following that meeting, the atmosphere at Maria Hospital began to shift, leaving Wen Liang increasingly unsettled. To claim that he was merely investing in Maria Hospital for Wang Yu's sake would be a gross misrepresentation. A person capable of managing a large corporation at such a young age would not be so thoughtless. Prior to investing, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Maria Hospital's capabilities and future prospects. In his view, dealing with Wang Yu was a secondary concern, yet the new large hospital opened by the Sun brothers in the East District posed a significant threat to him. Time was of the essence for strategizing. Waiting until the East District Hospital commenced operations would have a devastating impact on Maria Hospital. After several board meetings, Wen Liang managed to calm down, thanks to the reassurances from Su Ning and the other directors. He was well aware of the adage that different fields are like different mountains, and as Su Ning had stated, some matters could not simply be resolved with money. Reflecting on the individuals surrounding him, each had years of experience in the medical field, and coupled with the robust financial backing of the Wen Group, there was little cause for undue worry. Nonetheless, precautionary measures were necessary, and the crucial responsibility was entrusted to the increasingly valued Director Han. At that moment, Director Han was engaged in conversation with Dr. Wang, the surgical expert at Maria Hospital. Old Wang, have you heard the latest from the industry? Yes, I've heard that the new hospital in the East District is set to open next month. Indeed, I've heard they are recruiting. I wonder if you have submitted your resume? Director Han and Appo's words left Dr. Wang astounded, for he had indeed applied. His motivation stemmed from the attractive compensation offered by the new hospital, as well as his lingering resentment regarding Wang Yu and Appo's dismissal from Maria Hospital. It is worth noting that Wang Yu had been instrumental in his professional development, And although few in modern society would regard such matters with significance, Dr. Wang had always remembered. Thus, upon discovering a promising opportunity, he promptly submitted his application, though now he could not admit it. After all, he had not yet attended an interview and was uncertain if he would successfully transition. For now, it was best to keep a low profile. Director Han, I have been at our hospital for many years. At my age, how could I entertain such thoughts? Oh, old Wang, you're being disingenuous, Director Han retorted, bemused by the man's lack of clarity. Dr. Wang felt a twinge of guilt, unable to comprehend Director Han's insinuation, and began to feign ignorance. Director Han chuckled as he scrutinized Dr. Wang for a moment before checking his watch. It was precisely 9:30, coinciding with Dr. Wang's interview time. Meanwhile, Dr. Wang was inwardly cursing, lamenting that this important matter was being delayed by Director Han, jeopardizing his chances of switching jobs. Clearing his throat, Director Han pulled out a document, feigning seriousness as he remarked, Dr. Wang, your resume is quite impressive, and your clinical experience is extensive. We at Dawn Hospital would be most welcoming of your addition. Dr. Wang was left dumbfounded, questioning his identity and location. Observing Dr. Wang and Oppo's bewilderment, Director Han felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, as the director of Maria Hospital, he had been appointed as an interviewer for Dawn Hospital. The candidates he was interviewing were his own subordinates from Maria Hospital, which only amplified Dr. Wang's confusion. While reviewing the resumes, Director Han himself had been stunned for a considerable time. He had initially intended to recruit a large number of personnel from Maria Hospital upon his departure. Now, however, the resumes in his drawer belonged solely to the doctors from Maria Hospital, highlighting his failures as a director. Upon joining Dawn Hospital, he vowed to address the ideological concerns of these individuals. Director, are you suggesting? Dr. Wang stammered, not out of fear, but due to the sheer incredibility of the situation. Yes, I am now the interviewer for Dawn Hospital. You have successfully passed our interview. Remember to report on the 6th of next month. Director, have you also defected? Dr. Wang exclaimed with excitement. Old Wang, watch your words. This is a standard job transition. Chairman Su is also a major shareholder of Dawn Hospital. Following his directives is hardly a betrayal. Oh, I see. You are absolutely right,